Chapter 1. I renounce my exemption. A sign for the conscription office stood at the entrance. Li Qi moved slowly forward, following the line. Name, identification code, the middle-aged man in uniform stated, not lifting his gaze. Li Qi, 340X. The man tapped on the keyboard, and Li Qi's information appeared on the screen. His actions paused momentarily as he raised his eyes to regard Li Qi for the first time. Li Qi? Yes. The man glanced at the screen and remarked, records indicate you are the only child. Your father has been confirmed deceased in a prior battle in the chasm. Your mother. His tone faltered, and he looked back at Li Qi. According to regulations, you are a martyr's relative, and as the sole male heir in your family, you qualify for the single heir exemption. You may choose to refrain from military service. Several individuals behind Li Qi instinctively turned their gazes in his direction. Exemption. It signified a reprieve from the grotesque monsters crawling out from the chasm. Li Qi paid no heed to the watchful eyes behind him. In his mind, a translucent emerald panel, visible only to him, silently materialized. Host. Li Qi talent. Life after death level 3, 2 death recoveries. Skills. Unarmed combat, firearms proficiency, extraordinary endurance, extraordinary strength. 2 years prior, the Chasm War erupted. The nation faced an unforeseen calamity, resulting in countless casualties. Old Li, while watching live broadcasts of the frontline battles, succumbed to a fit of blood rage after a few drinks. He left behind a sum of enlistment fees and hurried to the heights of the Great Wall. Within 2 months, he returned only with a military honor and a colorful stone. Last year, he had saved someone only to drown in a reservoir. Upon awakening, he discovered that the colorful stone sent back by Old Li from the Great Wall heights had vanished. Yet inexplicably, a resurrection system emerged in his mind. Over the years, despite following various narrative tropes to summon the system, he received no response. He surmised that this resurrection system must be linked to the Great Wall heights, prompting Li Qi to decide to investigate. Putting aside his thoughts, Li Qi calmly stated, I wish to enlist. The man's brow furrowed slightly. I remind you once more that regulations state you have the right to. I renounce my exemption. Li Qi interrupted him. The man sighed in resignation and operated the computer once more. Renouncing your exemption requires you to sign a declaration, confirming it is your voluntary decision and that you understand consequences. I understand. The man regarded Li Qi, his tone becoming more serious. The consequence may be death. Li Qi met his gaze. I am aware. The man ceased his attempts at persuasion and lowered his head to continue his work. Soon, he lifted his gaze again, pushing an electronic document towards Li Qi. Please place your fingerprint here. Li Qi extended his right index finger and pressed it against the sensor. The words declaration of voluntary renunciation of exemption flickered on the screen before confirming the action. A green conscription approval stamp was heavily affixed to his electronic file. Proceed to the side to collect your supplies. Then report to the assembly point in Zone C. The man indicated toward the nearby passage. Li Qi nodded slightly and turned to leave. A set of gray-green military fatigues, a pair of combat boots, and a fully packed rucksack awaited him as one approaches the assembly point in Zone B. The crowd gradually thins. Li Qi follows the flow of people and turns a corner, entering a vast open square. Thousands have already lined up, standing in formation. A man, resembling an officer, stands on a high platform, addressing the assembly. His voice booms through a loudspeaker. First, I extend my gratitude to each of you for being here. Shortly, you will be dispatched to the new recruit camps of the 4 great legions of Huaguo. Following the initial surge of interdimensional beasts, tactical training has been implemented nationwide across schools and communities. I trust you will not squander time on mundane foundational exercises. The interdimensional war will claim many lives. You are confronted with a myriad of formidable beasts. However, Huaguo requires your service. The officer steps forward. I shall not elaborate on the dangers. You have all witnessed the brutal realities of the interdimensional war through the Great Wall Watch livestream. I bear some unfortunate news for you. You do not have 3 months nor even a month to acclimatize. The outbreak cycle of interdimensional beasts is becoming increasingly brief. Recently, it has been reduced to approximately every 3 days. The 4 great legions take turns guarding the front lines. Regardless of which legion you are assigned to, you will cycle through all units in about 12 days. Thus you have merely, he raises a fist and then opens it. 5 days. A ripple of unrest courses through the crowd. What can one truly learn in 5 days? It is as though they are being sent directly to the battlefield. The officer surveys the assembly, allowing the commotion to subside. In these 5 days, you must cultivate mental fortitude in the recruit camp. The camp features a shooting range, and veterans who have seen battle will offer courses on survival skills, from which you may freely choose. Simultaneously, the camp will conduct a comprehensive assessment of you, based on your demonstrated personal abilities. Assignments will be made to various combat units or logistical departments within the 4 great legions. As for the criteria for assignment, the officer pauses briefly. Theoretically, it is based on your skills and specialties. But what time is it now? It is wartime. It is a time when lives are harvested like mere grass. The front lines are in dire need of personnel. They require cannon fodder. They need bodies to fill the trenches. Hence, the so-called skills allocation is merely hearsay. The greater likelihood is that you will be randomly assigned to any position that is understaffed. Infantry squads, machine gun platoons, artillery positions. Wherever there are casualties, you will go to replace them. Do you understand? The final words thunder like a clap of thunder. Understood. A scattered response emerges. Speak louder. Like men. Understood. This time, the response is considerably more robust. Excellent. The officer nods. Now disperse and bid farewell to your loved ones. We depart in 5 minutes. Chapter 2. The 7th Company, 3rd Platoon, 9th Squad of the Mobile Infantry. The transport aircraft was brimming with people, yet no one engaged in idle conversation. The impact of the past 5 days had been overwhelmingly profound for these newcomers. Outside the window, the familiar skyline was replaced by an increasingly desolate landscape. Li Qi leaned against the cold fuselage, closing his eyes as memories surged back like a tidal wave to 3 years prior. On that day, he was walking home from school, as usual, when an enormous curtain unfurled abruptly, occupying the entire sky. An invisible barrier rose along the border, transforming nations into isolated islands in an instant. A dark rift appeared within each country, resembling a scar in the fabric of space. Governments swiftly mobilized their military forces, establishing warning lines, but everyone understood that sealing off the borders was no longer an option. Leading physicists, energy scholars, and theologians were summoned to attempt to elucidate the inexplicable phenomenon. Daring streamers sensed a surge of potential viewership and risked venturing to the edge of the rift with their equipment. For an entire week, humanity endured in a state of unease and curiosity. It was not until the night of the 7th day, or rather the early hours of the 8th, that something began to stir within the pitch-black crevice. Subsequently, an uncountable number of grotesque monsters, varying in size and horrific in form, surged forth from the rifts of each nation. The live streams of the broadcasters were interrupted one after another, their screens freezing on the monstrous visages. Countries with weak military capabilities were almost instantly engulfed by this unforeseen calamity, their resistance so feeble it was negligible, crushed to dust as their cities were reduced to ruins, transforming into hells overrun by beasts. Only a scant few survivors remained, hiding in the shadows of civilization's remnants. Some nations resolved to deploy strategic-grade weaponry. Missiles of mass destruction soared into the sky, carrying humanity's hope and desperation towards the dark rift. Yet, the warped spatial fissure acted like an insatiable black hole, greedily absorbing the energy released by the explosions. In the wake of the initial assault, a second wave of alien creatures emerged, their size, strength, and ferocity far surpassing that of the first. Humanity paid a heavy price to confirm that such an offensive would only exacerbate the spread of disaster. China, after enduring a brief period of calamity, let out a thunderous roar. The various war zones launched a fierce counteroffensive, where torrents of steel clashed with the flesh and blood of the beasts at the edges of shattered cities. Each inch of reclaimed land signified the loss of countless lives. The soldiers of China, with their very flesh and blood, erected the nation's first line of defense. The initial wave of attacks was ultimately contained. The Chinese government swiftly reorganized its military forces. The 4 great corps, Qinglong, Baihu, Shukai, and Xuanwu, emerged, inheriting the ancient guardianship of the East, taking turns to garrison the rift. Countless young individuals abandoned their former professions. Students, workers, and white-collar employees rushed unflinchingly to the perilous battlefield. The transport compartment jolted violently as the hatch was brutally yanked open. blinding dust and light flooding in. Get down. Move your asses. Li Qi, bearing a military backpack, was the first to leap from the transport aircraft. Beneath his feet lay parched earth, and the air was thick with an indescribable odor. As he cast his gaze around, it was less a military camp than a vast, chaotic makeshift settlement. Low prefab houses were haphazardly erected, while dusty yellow tents were sporadically scattered throughout. Contrary to the orderly military installations seen in broadcasts, this place exuded an essence of wild disarray. A scruffy veteran, clad in soiled fatigues and puffing on a cigarette, ambled over. An officer handed him an electronic document, which the veteran perused casually. Li Qi, Zhou Ping, Sun Daong, stepped forward. You three have been assigned to the 9th Squad of the 3rd Platoon of the 7th Mobile Infantry Company. He extinguished his cigarette, flicking it aside. I am Lao Ma, your squad leader. Follow me. Lao Ma led them inward with a nonchalant gait. Look at you three. Do you think you've arrived at the gates of hell? The lanky Sun Daong instinctively nodded. Lao Ma scoffed, gesturing towards the distant, towering security barriers. Rest assured, hell is still quite a distance away. As they traversed a noisy area, they noticed a group gathered, seemingly engaged in gambling, with a cacophony of jeers and laughter resonating around them. Nearby, a stall labeled Old Wong's Barbecue belched thick smoke, with several soldiers drinking and feasting on meat. There was even a rudimentary shelter with a sign that read Internet CAF. Sun Daong's eyes widened in astonishment. Squad leader, is it possible to access the internet here? What's the matter? Do you wish to play a couple of games? Lao Ma shot him a sideways glance. Just focus on surviving. Oh, Sun Daong replied, somewhat sheepishly. No more staring. In the White Tiger Battalion, there aren't so many rules. He halted, turning to face the trio. As long as there are no fatalities, no one will intervene, regardless of gambling or drinking. Special circumstances warrant special allowances, and the higher-ups have turned a blind eye. After all, this is the gathering ground of the Great Wall Heights, where all sorts of people converge. The bathhouse is over there, along with various food stalls for those wishing to improve their rations at their own expense. There are even other forms of entertainment. You'll have to seek them out yourself. Why? The stout Zhou Ping suddenly interjected. Why what? Lao Ma retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lighting another. Why is it so lax? Because we live each day uncertain of survival. The brother who slept above you last night might just be a number tomorrow. Why enforce strict rules? Given the current situation, can we adhere to the past? He smiled broadly. Here, the only command is that when it is our turn in the White Tiger Corps to ascend, you must be present on the battlefield. Li Qi listened in silence. He had come here to discern the connection between the system and the Great Wall Heights. The environment mattered little. He was eager to plunge into the fray. His instincts told him that the battlefield held the answers he sought for resurrection. Lao Ma continued his monologue. The previous members of the 9th Squad were mostly casualties in the last offensive, leaving a vacancy that you three will now fill. Chapter 3. The marketplace in the barracks. Sun Daong stumbled, nearly losing his balance. 3 members in a class, and just like that, one round is over. As we traverse through the military camp's sentry posts, the atmosphere here is markedly serious, with armed sentinels standing guard and a stream of people passing by. The dormitories are mere prefabricated structures. Pushing the door open reveals a stark emptiness, with only a few barren iron-framed beds. Lao Ma leans against the doorframe. He finds a bed for himself and sets down his belongings. Once settled, he instructs them to head to the armory to collect their dining utensils. Remember, your firearm is the lifeblood of you, the mobile infantry, more cherished than your wife and children. Should you misplace your weapon or fail to maintain it properly, it could cost you your life. Li Qi selects a lower bunk by the window and places his military pack down. Zhou Ping chooses the opposite lower bunk. Sun Daong hesitates before opting for the upper bunk above Li Qi. Squad leader, when will it be our turn to take the field? Sun Daong inquires softly. Soon. Lao Ma replies. The 4 major legions take turns. Zhu Ke has just descended. Qinglong is currently in position, and Baihu is on standby. If we calculate the time, it should be our turn in the next couple of days. Make the most of your time to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings, or perhaps pen a farewell letter. With that, Lao Ma turns to leave. Li Qi sets down his pack. Li Qi, quite succinct, observes a lanky figure who jumps down from the upper bunk with agility. I'm Sun Daong. They call me Daong or Monkey. Li Qi nods, beginning to organize his belongings meticulously. Hey, buddy. Your methodical arrangement of your things makes you seem like a veteran, Sun Daong comments, his curiosity piqued. Li Qi remains silent, accustomed to orderliness. After arranging his bunk, Sun Daong approaches again. Li Qi, have you trained before? In school, we had organized training, Li Qi responds. Your skills seem unorthodox. Your ability to fold blankets is quite impressive, Sun Daong chuckles. I can never manage to fold mine into neat squares. I'm Zhou Ping, announces a stocky young man. Having finished organizing his things. His voice is steady as he stands up, not particularly tall, yet robust. Zhou Ping, what did you do before? Sun Daong redirects his attention to Zhou Ping. Farming, Zhou Ping replies succinctly. Farming is good. You must be strong. Sun Daong gives a thumbs up. And you, Sun Daong? Li Qi suddenly interjects. Sun Daong is momentarily taken aback, puffing out his chest. Me? I was quite renowned in my area. A computer whiz. Li Qi burst into laughter. A computer whiz? More like a gaming addict, I presume? Sun Daong's face flushes with embarrassment. What do you know? I'm a drone operator. I spend my time online simulating drone operations. What brings you all here? Sun Daong climbs to his upper bunk. I believe a true man should rise amidst chaos, wielding a sword to achieve extraordinary feats. Just like those heroes on television, how gallant they are. He mimics a shooting stance. To protect the homeland. The recruitment office came to our village, stating they needed people. Zhou Ping succinctly replies. And you, Li Qi? Sun Daong nudges him with his elbow. Li Qi places his neatly folded blanket at the head of the bed. There is no one left at home. My father was also a soldier. A martyr? Li Qi simply nods. Then why are you here? Sun Daong stares wide-eyed. Isn't there some sort of exemption? I heard that the only son of a martyr can be exempted from service. I have given up. Li Qi shoved his military pack into the gap beneath the bed. Given up? Sun Daong's voice rose an octave. Brother, is there something wrong with your head? If you can avoid a death sentence, why would you rush to it? A death sentence? Li Qi turned to look at him. Isn't it just that? Sun Daong spread his hands. Haven't you seen the live broadcasts? Haven't you read the news? Those monsters can crush a tank with a single swipe. With our frail bodies, wouldn't we just be cannon fodder? Then why are you here? Li Qi countered. Sun Daong was momentarily speechless, his face flushed. I was responding to the call. Besides, if I happen to get lucky and survive, wouldn't I be a hero? Armory and expressionless sergeant checked the information and slid 3 Line 967 automatic rifles through the window. Sun Daong nearly fumbled the rifle in his grip. The sergeant did not look up. Ammunition stock, too. Go over there to collect. After collecting the bullets and a few spare magazines, they stuffed them into their packs. The three exited the armory. Sun Daong licked his lips. How about we grab a nice meal? I heard there are plenty of delicious foods at the market outside. Just as a last hurrah. Zhou Ping glanced towards the distant clamor. All right. Li Qi nodded in agreement. Camp guard post the sentry's expression was solemn. Leave your weapons. Register. Sun Daong paused for a moment. Huh. We have to leave our guns too? The sentry impatiently pointed to a nearby metal box piled high with weapons. It's the rule. Li Qi was the first to unstrap his rifle and handed it over. Sun Daong hesitated for a moment before relinquishing his weapon as well. After registering the serial numbers, the three passed through the guard post. Market barbecue stall. The smell of charred meat mingled with the aroma of cheap alcohol. A few soldiers gathered around a greasy stall, playing games and drinking. In a corner, someone had set up a card table, shouting enthusiastically. The three chatted as they walked. Sun Daong seemed a bit overly excited. Glancing around. Suddenly, he wasn't paying attention. Ouch. A woman's notebook fell to the ground, and she stumbled slightly. My apologies. Sun Daong hurriedly apologized and bent down to pick up the notebook. It's fine. The woman accepted the notebook, scrutinizing the three men. New arrivals? Supplementary troops? Yes. The woman extended her hand. Lin Wei, war correspondent. Sun Daong immediately reached out to shake her hand. A correspondent? A real correspondent? The kind that appears on television? Lin Wei smiled gently. Sort of. I work for the official Battlefield Live broadcast channel, doing some frontline promotional reporting. She gestured to a small, inconspicuous device on her chest. I was assigned here after passing the exam on the publicity team. Li Qi scanned the bustling crowd around them. This place seems a bit different. Lin Wei followed his gaze, her expression unchanged. Oh, you mean them? The composition here is quite complex. Some of them, you could say, are seeking redemption thus. The management is relatively lax. Chapter 4. Make sure to write your worthless farewell letters. Sun Daong was puzzled. Redemption? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Sort of. Lin Wei did not answer directly. Then, there are civilians like you who respond to the call of duty. Or individuals like myself who have been assigned due to specialized skills. You serve as the backbone of ground operations, naturally incurring significant losses. Significant losses? Li Qi recalled Old Ma's words. Lin Wei nodded. Ground clearance and positional defense inherently rely on infantry. Otherwise, those advanced fire support systems would be directly exposed to the onslaught of the alien beasts. She paused for a moment. However, the true elite forces are ones you seldom encounter. Sun Daong inquired. Elite? What does that mean? Drone swarms, mechanized wolf packs, sniper teams, and long-range heavy artillery units on elevated terrains are responsible for the precise elimination of high-value targets, along with specialized biological intelligence monitoring units that keep real-time tabs on the movements across the rifts, and even researchers studying biological genetics. These constitute the real core strike power of the 4 major legions, directly under the highest command. They possess independent command and logistical systems. Sun Daong was taken aback. Mechanical wolves? Are they robots? Lin Wei chuckled softly. Some unmanned weaponry, though not as advanced as you might think. In any case, everyone has their assigned roles. Li Qi remained silent. Old Ma was not mistaken. They, along with those so-called guilty yet redeemed individuals, are the first layer of fire attraction. Merely cannon fodder to fill the front lines. Meanwhile, those invisible elite forces operate deeper, executing the true nature of war. Lin Wei glanced at her wrist. I have an interview assignment and must take my leave. Wishing you all the best. With that, she turned and blended into the crowd, her figure swiftly vanishing amidst the bustling market. Zhou Ping had already headed towards a barbecue stall emitting thick smoke. The 3 returned to their dormitory after indulging in stewed barbecue. Not long after lying down, beep beep beep, Sun Daong's phone suddenly emitted a notification sound. Startled, he scrambled to grab it. A striking red news alert popped up on the screen. Breaking news. The Qinglong Legion engages in fierce battle with a massive beast tide. The Qinglong Legion. They've succeeded. Zhou Ping abruptly stood up and moved beside Sun Daong. Li Qi also lowered her rifle and approached. The news report was ongoing on the phone. The screen displayed a panoramic view of the battlefield, a scene of utter devastation. The face of a female host appeared in one corner of the screen, her makeup understated. According to the latest reports from the front lines, her voice emanated from the speakers, tinged with a barely detectable tremor. The 173rd Spatial Rift incursion was repelled today at 1722. The footage shifted to blurry combat clips, revealing silhouettes of alien beasts and fiery explosions. Our forces successfully held the line. The female host paused, seemingly gathering her composure. However, the cost was tremendous. Preliminary statistics revealed. Her voice dropping as she glanced at her script, the Qinglong Legion suffered the loss of 3,590 infantry in this battle. The camera fittingly focused on a devastated heavy machine gun position, empty shells scattered nearby. All personnel sacrificed. The female host closed her eyes momentarily before continuing with the report. The Air Force's combat formation suffered the loss of 42 fighter jets, with 20 pilots confirmed dead. Additionally, 5 pilots remain missing. Her voice began to falter. I'm sorry. The female host lowered her head, her shoulders slightly trembling, as the director off-camera seemed to signal something. She lifted her head, her eyes reddened, and forced herself to continue. We extend our highest respect to all the fallen heroes, her voice choked, unable to continue. The footage was swiftly cut, transitioning to soothing commemorative music accompanied by black and white photographs of the fallen soldiers. Faces, both young and old, flashed by. Didn't they say the Azure Dragon Legion had the best equipment? How could they end up like this? Sun Daong expressed his concerns. It's almost our turn. Like parts on an assembly line, one after another. The dormitory doors swung open. Old Ma entered, his expression grim. He glanced at the 3 gathered around their phones. Did you all see? The regiment had just concluded a meeting. New orders had come down from above. Old Ma pulled out a cigarette pack but did not light one. He merely fidgeted with it in his hand. Considering the current situation with the Azure Dragon Legion, he paused. The command center has decided to initiate the White Tiger Legion contingency operation. Sun Daong's face drained of color. The original plan was to wait for the Azure Dragon to withdraw and regroup before we took over. Now, there would be no waiting. The 7th Mechanized Infantry Company. All personnel, immediately enter first-level combat readiness. All members, check your equipment and prepare to deploy to the front lines for support. Old Ma shoved the cigarettes back into the pack. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Sun Daong, stop looking so mournful. Once on the battlefield, whether you fear death or not, you must face it. Before you die, take down a few monsters to make it worthwhile. Old Ma surveyed the 3. Now, check your weapons and ammunition. And organize your personal belongings. Make sure to leave behind those damned farewell letters. In 5 minutes, gather to depart with the regiment to the Great Wall Heights. Chapter 5. The system comes to life at the Great Wall Heights. Li Qi disembarked from the transport vehicle with the team. The military of Huagua had elevated the surrounding area into a bowl-shaped valley. The tide of exotic beasts would first emerge at the bottom of the bowl, rushing from all directions as the legion surrounded the bowl's opening. The first wave of firepower would strike when they appeared at the bowl's base, with bullets from the furthest range delivering a continuous saturation bombardment. As the tide reached halfway up, the mechanized wolf troops and swarms of drones would intercept. The few that managed to reach the bowl's opening would serve as the vanguard, a task for Li Qi and the others to thwart. The battlefield was a chaotic scene of twisted metal debris, charred black craters, and indistinguishable limbs, both human and massive corpses, resembling small hills, lay sprawled, their bodily fluids mingling with the earth to form a dark red sludge. Sun Daong covered his mouth, his stomach churning. Ugh. Old Ma patted Sun Daong's back. You'll get used to it after smelling it often enough. Sun Daong raised his head, gazing at the scene before him, his lips trembling. The Azure Dragon Legion has rotated out for rest, Old Ma remarked, lighting a cigarette as he looked into the distance. Figures clad in white protective suits were moving in the distance. What were they doing? Sun Daong's voice trembled. Collecting corpses, disinfecting, preventing the spread of plague. Old Ma exhaled a cloud of smoke. He gestured towards an area ahead that remained relatively intact, where several smaller beast corpses lay scattered. We are not here for sightseeing. Old Ma's voice was subdued. The Qilong Legion had achieved victory in battle, yet some threats undoubtedly remained. Injured beasts or those hiding beneath the massive carcasses. This cleanup operation also serves to familiarize you newcomers with the otherworldly creatures. He glanced at the three of them. Our task in Squad 9 is to sweep through Area 12, then set up camp, awaiting the next wave of beast onslaught. Eliminate every last gasping creature. Understood? Understood. Sun Daong's voice quivered. Understood. Follow me. Old Ma took the lead, stepping into the chaos. Stay alert, cover one another. Don't fall behind, and refrain from firing recklessly. The three trailed behind Old Ma, navigating the uneven terrain. A massive limb covered in black exoskeleton lay ahead, still twitching slightly. Sun Daong recoiled in fright. Nearly colliding with Zhou Ping, Old Ma approached, kicking the severed limb with his boot. The appendage jolted suddenly, then lay still. Nearly a reflex. Don't frighten yourself. Suddenly, Li Qi spotted a shadow darting out from beneath the metal. Get down. Simultaneously, he squeezed the trigger. The bullet whizzed past the shadow. A lizard-like beast, approximately 2 meters in length, leaped into the air, attempting to pounce on the group. Suppress it, Old Ma shouted. However, the beast was astonishingly swift, twisting its body as it charged towards Old Ma amidst a hail of gunfire. Old Ma hastily retreated, but stumbled over the metallic debris on the ground. In a moment of peril, Li Qi dropped his rifle, drew his military knife, and leaped to shield Old Ma. Clang! The blade clashed against the beast's foreclaw, producing a metallic sound. Li Qi gritted his teeth, holding his ground. Without the enhancement of extraordinary strength, an ordinary person would never withstand such a blow. There was an injury on its left side. He noticed a deep wound on the beast's left flank, exposing bone. Old Ma quickly scrambled to his feet, drew his pistol, and aimed at the wound, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The creature let out a pained howl, struggling to retreat. Li Qi stepped forward, plunging the knife into the beast's eye and twisting it. Black brain matter splattered everywhere. The enormous body convulsed a few times before falling completely still. Damn. I nearly met my end. Old Ma wiped the blood from his face, his voice slightly trembling. You just saved my life at the risk of your own. I owe you one. Just as Li Qi was about to respond, a system notification echoed in his mind. Host has slain a beast. Death recovery count for to live from death increased by 1. Cataclysmic legacy. Progress increased by 2. Host Li Qi. Current legacy progress 2. Talent to live from death. Death recovery 3 times. Skills unarmed combat. Firearm proficiency. Extraordinary endurance. Extraordinary strength. This damn system has come to life. Indeed, this wretched system is undeniably linked to the aberrant beasts. If slaying a single creature grants me an additional life, does that not render me invincible? Li Qi repressed his overwhelming joy ever since the activation of this system. Apart from augmenting my basic combat and firearm proficiency through training, there had been no further developments. Today, however, a change had finally occurred. What could it be? The old horse, noticing his unusual demeanor, inquired. It's nothing, Perhaps just a bump on the head, he replied. The legacy progress stood at 2. I wonder what will transpire when it reaches 100%. Assemble. Prepared to advance, Li Qi gathered his thoughts and swiftly returned to the ranks. You strike with remarkable ferocity, Zhou Ping remarked, gazing at Li Qi with newfound respect. Such is the way to confront these monsters. Li Qi responded calmly. The rift may not be as straightforward as it appears. His system might be related to the colorful stone his father sent back. Could there be others who, like him, have acquired some semblance of power? He recalled the elite mentioned by the female journalist he had encountered, perhaps within those departments. There existed temporary shelters unearthed by the Great Wall Heights, referred to by soldiers as nests. Rows of rudimentary earthen pits lay sunken, barely providing shelter against the biting wind. After clearing the 12th district, the old horse led the trio back to the area allocated to Squad 9. Several adjacent nests were already occupied by other soldiers, seasoned veterans accompanied by a few anxious newcomers. Sun Daong set down his rifle and slid down against the pit wall, his complexion pale, yet free from nausea. Chapter 6. The true elites emerge. His gaze was vacant, fixated on a distant point. Zhou Ping inspected the chamber of his firearm, then retrieved a spare magazine to clean it. Li Qi stood at the edge of the nest, his eyes cast towards the vast, bowl-shaped basin below the heights. Searchlights illuminated the basin floor as logistics personnel clad in white protective gear scuttled like ants among the carcasses of the aberrant beasts, spraying disinfectant. Silver-white, mechanical wolves congregated in small packs, occasionally raising their forelimbs, armed with weapons, to deliver a fatal blow to a twitching corpse. Above, a dense swarm of drone swarms formed an invisible net, surveying the entire area. Helicopters hovered overhead, lowering cables and enormous nets to hoist away the remains of the beasts. The valley's floor resembled a highly efficient slaughterhouse and cleaning factory, cold, orderly, and astonishingly efficient. Li Qi observed this scene, recognizing it as the elite logistics that Lin Wei had described. They were responsible for the post-battle cleanup of the elite forces. Retrieving his gaze, he checked his status panel. Host, Li Qi. Legacy, progress, 10, talent, rebirth, 10 death recovery skills, unarmed combat, firearm proficiency, extraordinary endurance, extraordinary strength. Having just swept through and dispatched several surviving aberrant beasts, his revival count had reached 10. To me, each of these creatures now represents a token of resurrection. An officer in a different uniform approached, engaging in a hushed conversation with the old horse, gesturing to his watch and patting the old horse's shoulder before departing. Damn it, the rotation and rest period has been shortened again. The old horse settled down at the edge of the nest and pulled out a cigarette. The next outbreak of the Rift Beast Tide is anticipated within 72 hours. 72 hours, akin to the final moments before an execution. Time to rest is of the essence. Old Ma lights a cigarette, while Li Qi returns to his position. Sun Daong curls up in the corner, asleep with a furrowed brow, his body occasionally twitching. Leaning against the pit wall, Old Ma smokes languidly. The sky has just begun to dawn a grayish hue. Li Qi opens his eyes, realizing he had unwittingly succumbed to slumber the previous day. An ordinary person suddenly thrust into this rift battlefield. Even with his extraordinary endurance, he finds it overwhelming. Approaching the edge of the pit, he gazes into the rift. Even from a distance, it emanates an unsettling, eerie aura. Sun Daong emits a vague murmur in his sleep and turns over. Zhou Ping silently rises, beginning to inspect his equipment. The mechanical wolves and swarm drones have retreated, leaving only the ravaged ground behind. The distant roar of engines echoes from the high ground. Soon, squads of regular soldiers emerge at the edge of the elevation, occupying various predetermined positions and pits, in stark contrast to Li Qi and his fellow reinforcements. The newly arrived soldiers, mostly in groups of 3 or 5, move with precision, exhibiting no unnecessary motions, their equipment immaculate, expressions solemn. Some bear uniquely designed heavy weapons, their thick barrels glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Others carry large square boxes adorned with intricate interfaces and indicator lights. Snipers, paired in twos. One wielding a heavily camouflaged sniper rifle while the other operates a sophisticated observational device. Remarkably, a few individuals wield not firearms but rather ancient weaponry, brilliantly polished longswords, gleaming metal battle axes, and long spears. Unbeknownst to Li Qi, Old Ma has approached and lights a cigarette. He follows Li Qi's gaze, his face betraying little emotion. Awake? Li Qi replies with a grunt. Sun Daong rubs his eyes and sits up, his mouth slightly agape upon seeing the newly arrived soldiers. Squad leader. They are the regular troops of the White Tiger Legion. Old Ma exhales a puff of smoke. The regulars of the White Tiger Legion? Then what of us? Sun Dayong's voice carries a hint of uncertainty. Old Ma scoffs slightly. We can only be considered supplementary. Those carrying the heavy artillery belong to the heavy fire support teams, equipped with high-rate machine guns and personnel designated for ammunition delivery. The ones with the boxes are electronic warfare units or battlefield information support, capable of rendering certain monsters blind and deaf. As for the snipers, they are specifically tasked with taking down the more formidable foes. These are all individuals who have undergone systematic training. Would you know how to operate their equipment if it were handed to you? Old Ma's tone is flat, as if introducing a neighbor's hunting dog. And those wielding swords and axes? Sun Dayong gestures towards a robust man in the distance, inspecting the edge of a massive axe. The man, bare-chested, reveals sinewy muscles adorned with grotesque scars. We refer to them as melee specialists. Old Ma flicks the ash from his cigarette. Each of them is a true elite, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, endowed with extraordinary strength, speed, and agility. Old Ma's gaze swept over the individuals. From my observations, they do not appear to be ordinary. They seem to possess some unique abilities. A sudden thrill coursed through Li Qi's heart. Could these special abilities be akin to his own resurrection? Or perhaps something entirely different? He spotted a woman standing atop a higher earth mound not far away. Her figure tall and slender. Clad in dark tactical attire similar to that of the other close combat specialists, she wielded a pitch-black long gun in her hands. A tactical mask obscured her face, revealing only a pair of bright, cold eyes. The elite soldiers around her moved instinctively to maintain a distance, as if she emanated an invisible aura. That is Qi Lian. Old Ma's voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. Li Qi turned to look at him. One of the sharpest blades of the White Tiger Legion, countless high-level aberrations had perished at her hands. Do not provoke her. Old Ma averted his gaze. When she kills, it is as decisive as when she slays aberrations. They also share another identity. Old Ma paused, seemingly recalling something, leaving his sentence unfinished. Sun Dayong shrank his neck. Li Qi looked back at the woman known as Qi Lian. She appeared to sense the attention directed towards her, her head slightly tilting. From dozens of meters away, Li Qi felt her gaze sweep over him, cold and piercing, like the tip of a spear. Prepare yourselves. Old Ma brushed off the dust from his clothing. Given the current atmosphere, today would not be tranquil. Chapter 7. Strike for me as noon approached. Old Ma's voice suddenly shattered the oppressive silence within the pit. A command has just been received. The energy fluctuations from the rift are unusually intense. Those damned monsters might emerge ahead of schedule. Sun Dayong abruptly raised his head, his lips trembling. Ahead of schedule? Why does it always have to be ahead of schedule? Am I simply that unfortunate? Nonsense. Old Ma kicked the adjacent earthen wall. Now, everyone, assume a state of level 1 combat readiness. Check your weapons and ammunition. Elevate your spirits. Zhou Ping halted his actions, reloading the cleaned magazine into his ammo pouch. Li Qi pulled back the bolt, inspecting the chamber before reloading. Squad leader, what should we? Sun Dayong's voice quivered, tinged with fear. We? Old Ma stepped in front of him, looking down with an imposing presence. We will stand right here, at the forefront. He seized Sun Dayong by the collar. If you dare to wet your pants on the battlefield, I will be the first to end you. I. Sun Dayong was so frightened that he could barely speak. Ma go. Li Qi stood up, looking at Old Ma. Stop scaring him. Old Ma released Sun Dayong, who collapsed to the ground. Am I scaring him? Old Ma scoffed, pointing towards the distant rift. When those monsters charge forth, they will be 1,000 times more terrifying than me. The light at the edge of the rift seemed to shimmer brighter and grow more agitated than before. A mournful and prolonged alarm echoed from the heights behind, swiftly resonating throughout the entire outpost. Damn it, they're coming. Old Ma cursed as he seized his rifle propped against the wall. The elite soldiers reacted even more swiftly. The instant the alarm sounded, they had already taken their positions, the barrels of their heavy weapons slowly pivoting, emitting faint mechanical clicks. The snipers had assumed their aiming stances. The woman known as Qi Lian stood beneath the gray sky, resembling a poised statue of death. Sun Dayong's pallid face muttered incessantly, "Those creatures are coming. Xiaohua is still waiting for me. I can survive." Shut up, Old Ma bellowed. Remember, you are now stars of a global broadcast. His tone dripped with sarcasm. If we must perish, let it be with some semblance of value. Li Qi's gaze swept across the surroundings. He noticed small silver metallic spheres silently ascending from various corners, hovering in midair. These were the live-streaming drones operated by Lin Wei and her team, cold and unblinking eyes scattered across the battlefield, poised to document the impending carnage. Yet, Lin Wei and her companions were nowhere in sight. These drones appeared to function remotely. The citizens of Huagua, as always, gathered at the Great Wall, eagerly watching the live stream of yet another monstrous incursion. Well, the alarm has sounded. Is battle imminent? I can't wait to see the White Tiger Legion display their might. Don't boast up front. The last time the Azure Dragon Legion suffered terribly. Can the White Tiger Legion hold their ground? Don't be cowardly. A true man fights. Upstairs, when you hit the battlefield, I'll cheer for you too. This time, my neighbor is among the fighters. Everyone, into the bunkers. Prepare to face the enemy. Old Ma kicked the still-dazed Sun Daong into the trench. What are you waiting for? Seeking death? As the battle loomed, a palpable agitation gripped everyone. Li Qi and Zhou Ping swiftly entered the trench, their weapons aimed forward. A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the rift, akin to a furious cry from hell. The entire height of the Great Wall trembled violently. Dust cascaded down from the trench, and Sun Daong stifled a gasp, cradling his head in his hands. What in the world is that noise? Even with prior mental preparation, the emergence of the beast tide still sent shivers through him. A more ominous rumble followed, not from the rift, but from their rear, farther back in the outpost. Open fire. Old Ma's voice distorted amid the tremors. It was the super long-range firepower being unleashed. There was no need for commands or waiting. It was a preordained program. Once the rift exhibited such a level of energy fluctuation, a saturated strike would automatically initiate. The bowl-shaped basin's bottom was instantly engulfed by countless beams of fire descending from the heavens. The smoke and debris from the explosions shot skyward like a fountain. Every second, hundreds, even thousands of bullets or energy beams rained down, reducing that area to scorched earth. More monstrous creatures surged forth from the expanding rift. They exhibit a myriad of forms and sizes. There are colossal reptiles encased in thick shells, fearsome beasts armed with claws upon their limbs, and some, upon breaking free from their constraints, unleash frenzied roars as they charge towards the elevated grounds. Sun Daong, peering through the shooting aperture of the trench, witnessed the torrent of beasts surging forth, and his teeth began to chatter. The basin below the heights had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Countless creatures were reduced to mere fragments in the explosions, the stench of blood saturating the entirety of the basin's floor. Yet, the breaches were almost instantaneously filled by the relentless tide of beasts. They, undeterred by death, trampled over the corpses of their comrades as they pressed onwards. Li Qi's breathing grew labored. He fixated on the scene below, his finger poised on the trigger, yet hesitated to fire. The distance was too great. His rifle, the 967 automatic, was insufficient for the task at hand. This was the realm of heavy artillery and clustered long-range firepower. The shrill sound of piercing cries sliced through the air. Dozens of flying beasts, with wingspans exceeding 10 meters, burst forth from the rift, targeting the defensive positions atop the heights. Almost simultaneously, the rear of the heights and the sky erupted in a flurry of gunfire. Tracers wove a net in the air, and countless small missiles ascended, trailing fiery tails. One flying beast was struck by multiple laser beams, erupting into a fireball mid-air, its remnants plummeting to the ground. Another was severed by a barrage of metallic projectiles, spiraling downwards. Beasts continued to be shot down, yet new ones perpetually replenished their ranks. Steady. Everyone, hold your ground. Lao Ma bellowed, his voice hoarse with tension. Engage them when they draw near. There will always be stragglers among the long-range firepower and air defense systems before they reach our infantry positions. The live broadcast persisted. Li Qi cast a glance at a hovering silver drone nearby, silently recording the bloody spectacle unfolding below. Sun Daong's body trembled more violently. Squad leader, they are upon us. The first wave of beasts had breached the long-range fire coverage and was beginning to ascend. Their speed was astonishing, and their numbers remained vast. On the heights, elite soldiers commenced their assault. Heavy machine guns roared with a thunderous growl, and large-caliber rounds swept across the climbing beasts, scattering blood and flesh. The sharp crack of sniper rifles echoed, each shot marking the precise elimination of a larger or more agile beast. The woman known as Qi Lian remained steadfast on the earthen slope, her long rifle unmoving in her grasp. Li Qi's gaze locked onto a swiftly approaching beast. It resembled a gigantic scorpion, yet its venomous stinger was replaced by a robust bone blade. It navigated the steep incline with 6 segmented limbs, nimbly evading several minor explosions. 300 meters, 200 meters. Prepare for combat. Lao Ma's voice resounded once more. Li Qi, Zhou Ping, free fire. Prioritize the ones at the forefront. Sun Daong. Make sure to aim carefully before firing. Li Qi raised his weapon, locking onto the scorpion-like beast. The sound of gunfire erupted. The bullets struck precisely at the joint of the beast's armored head. It emitted a piercing shriek, its body swaying momentarily, yet it did not falter. The exoskeleton was too resilient. Zhou Ping also opened fire, cursing, "Damn it. These creatures have such tough hides." More beasts surged toward the edge of the high ground. Now less than 100 meters from the trench of Team 9, a foul stench assailed their senses, the grotesque visages of the monsters starkly visible. "Fire with all your might," Old Ma roared, the rifle in his hands unleashing a continuous stream of flames. Li Qi steadied his breath, recalibrating his aim. This time, he opted not for the head, but rather for the joint appendages of the scorpion-like creature. The bullets penetrated the crevice of the joint. The beast's left forelimb suddenly buckled, its balance lost, as it tumbled down, crushing several smaller beasts beneath it. Effective. Li Qi swiftly redirected his weapon, searching for the next target. The surrounding squad also commenced firing. Chapter 8. The Great Wall Watch live streaming platform. The spent shells cascaded, searing hot, accumulating at their feet. Li Qi replaced his third magazine. His proficiency with firearms made each shot a formidable threat. A spider-like beast attempting to flank from the side barely emerged before he severed its forelimb with a single shot, sending it tumbling. Hold your ground. Brothers of the White Tiger Legion. My son is among the troops rotating from the Vermilion Bird Legion. I hope he is safe. This battle is too brutal. When will it end? Soldiers, hold on. You must survive. In a few days, I will be 18. I will enlist as well. Does the Legion accept recruits? Li Qi. To your right. The one resembling a mantis. Zhou Ping's voice rang out. Li Qi swiftly adjusted his aim. The bullets struck the mantis beast's carapace, igniting sparks but failing to halt its advance. Damn, this thing's hide is too thick. Old Ma cursed. Suddenly, a dark flash shot in from the rear, precisely piercing the mantis's compound eye and emerging from the back of its head. The massive body froze, then crashed to the ground not far from their trench, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Qi turned to see a woman named Qi Lian, who had somehow left the dirt slope and now stood less than 20 meters away. Her dark spear trembled slightly in her hands, its tip stained with a shade of dark green liquid. Those elite soldiers wielding cold weapons moved across the battlefield like phantoms. They did not hold a fixed position, but rather advanced toward the formidable beasts that breached the fire line. A brawny man wielding a massive axe roared as he charged into a throng of smaller beasts, his axe soaring through the air, scattering severed limbs. Their combat style was primal and blood-soaked. Li Qi was taken aback. The power and speed of these individuals were evidently enhanced. Perhaps, like him, they had encountered that peculiar stone, though he was uncertain if they possessed a system. Attention! Another formidable creature approaches. A colossal centipede, its body shrouded in a dark, armored shell, advanced toward the direction of Qi Lian. It raised the front half of its body, countless segments slicing through the air like blades aimed at the woman. Instead of retreating, Qi Lian surged forward, her body slightly lowering, and her spear struck like a bolt of black lightning, piercing the head of the giant centipede. A dull gunshot echoed. The shot struck one of the centipede's compound eyes first, bursting forth a plume of dark green liquid. The creature's assault faltered, emitting a piercing shriek. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Lian thrust her spear upward, the tip penetrating the gap in the centipede's mandible, delivering a vicious twist. The massive body of the centipede writhed violently before ultimately collapsing in defeat. She did not look back, merely nodding slightly in the direction of the sniper position. The gunfire had lessened. This was not due to a decrease in the beasts, but rather because too many soldiers had overheated their barrels or exhausted their ammunition. 3 hours. A full 3 hours. The positions at the edge of the high ground resembled fields repeatedly plowed, soaked in thick, muddy blood. Sun Daong lay against the pit wall, his gaze vacant. His fingers mechanically pulled the trigger, bullets flying aimlessly ahead. He no longer screamed or trembled. He was simply numb. Zhou Ping's left arm was wrapped in bloodied bandages. With his right hand, he awkwardly changed magazines, yet he steadfastly aimed his weapon forward. Lao Ma's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. Conserve your ammo. Li Qi retrieved the last 2 spare magazines from his pack. His movements remained steady. In the Great Wall Watch live stream, the barrage of comments had dwindled to a mere few. As battles drew to a close, silence often prevailed. 3 hours of bloody streaming was sufficient to render any clamor into silence. Chapter 9. Psionic Disruption Beasts. The viewers witnessed the charge of heroes, the collapse of cowards, the execution of condemned souls, and the fleeting demise of youthful lives. What more could they say? What more could they comment on? A creature resembling a chameleon silently circled behind a burly man wielding a massive axe. Without hesitation, Li Qi raised his weapon and fired. The bullet struck the nearly invisible beast with precision. It emitted a sharp shriek before the burly man, reacting swiftly, struck it down. The axe-wielding giant cast a glance in Li Qi's direction, revealing a grotesque grin. Evening fell. The churning darkness of the rift subsided. No new beasts emerged from within. Stopped? Sun Daong murmured, his voice tinged with incredulity. Don't you dare relax. Lao Ma barked, his voice still hoarse. The last wave. The rift may have ceased, but the beasts that have already emerged from it will not. As if to affirm Lao Ma's words. Beneath the high ground, the gap closed, and the remaining aberrations surged forward in a frenzied final assault. Among this wave of creatures, there was a conspicuous presence of previously unseen advanced varieties. Some even emitted discernible energy fluctuations, resembling spellcasting entities. Damn, it's a psionic interference beast. A shout echoed from a distant team. Invisible ripples swept across the battlefield. Li Qi had just slain a spider-like aberration when a sudden sharp pain coursed through his brain, and the scene before him momentarily blurred. Detection confirmed host had accumulated 100 cataclysmic remnants charge, initiating random capture of cataclysmic remnants. Congratulations on capturing extraordinary psionic power. Host, Li Qi. Cataclysmic remnants, 0. Talent, life from death, with 69 revival opportunities. Skills include unarmed combat, firearm mastery, extraordinary endurance, extraordinary strength, extraordinary psionic power. Extraordinary psionic power? Indeed. Li Qi rejoiced as the system, which had remained dormant during the battle, finally activated. It turned out that it was waiting for the cataclysmic remnants to reach 100%, and his revival opportunities had increased to 69. Suddenly, the aberration seemed almost endearing to Li Qi. Chilean, be careful. A cry from a melee specialist rang out. Li Qi quickly shook off the dizziness in his head and turned his gaze. A creature, floating like a jellyfish, unleashed a myriad of transparent tendrils that shot toward Qilian like lightning. Psionic interference, plus a physical ambush. Qilian's movements momentarily faltered, stiffening in response. However, with extraordinary psionic power, Li Qi remained unaffected. Without a second thought, he instinctively raised his gun and aimed. Rat-tat-tat. Half a magazine's worth of bullets fanned out in a sweeping arc. The transparent creature emitted a piercing shriek as countless tendrils snapped and vanished. Psionic interference lifted. Qilian turned around, and though her tactical mask obscured much of her face, her gaze landed squarely on Li Qi. Grasping his rifle, he met her eyes. She nodded and, with her spear horizontally positioned, charged once more into the remnants of the beast horde. Old Ma approached Li Qi's side. He opened his mouth, ultimately managing to utter only a few words. Well done. The last aberration was impaled on the scorched earth by Qilian's spear. The gunfire ceased entirely. On the high ground, only the whisper of the wind and the muffled groans of the wounded remained. Before Team 9's dugout, the corpses of the aberrations piled up like small hills. Sun Daong cast aside his rifle and slumped to the ground. Zhou Ping leaned against the pit's wall, cautiously re-bandaging his arm. The bloody bandage was soon soaked anew. Old Ma leaned against the other side, lighting a cigarette, his hand trembling violently as ash fell onto the ground littered with shell casings. Li Qi surveyed the scene before him. These ordinary people had sacrificed so much for the stability of Huagua. Would he remain so composed without the system? This was not a panel game where one leveled up by battling monsters. It was the stark reality of life. His father, that fierce old Li, gone in just 2 months. How many rounds could the timid Sun Daong, the farmer Zhou Ping, and the numb old Ma endure? The logistics personnel clad in white protective suits reappeared, resembling silent phantoms, commencing the somber task of clearing the battlefield. Li Qi observed as they transported the dismembered corpses of both humans and beasts. This was the relentless grind of war. Withdraw, old Ma rasped, relaying orders through the ranks of squad leaders. The soldiers trudged forward with heavy steps, beginning to collect any usable equipment. Sun Daong, supported by Zhou Ping, moved unsteadily. Li Qi hoisted his military pack, feeling as though his shoulders bore an immense burden. From the rear of the high ground, the roar of new vehicles echoed, The Xuanwu Legion was arriving for rotation, clad in deep green combat uniforms that bore subtle differences from those of the White Tiger Legion. They were similarly well-equipped, even more robustly so. The expressions of the new recruits mirrored the fear Sun Daong had displayed upon his arrival. There were no greetings, no conversations, only a silent handover. The soldiers of the White Tiger Legion departed the front lines, their weary forms giving way to the silent replacements of the Xuanwu Legion. It was as if two tides of exhaustion intertwined. Li Qi noticed an officer from the Xuanwu Legion conversing quietly with a close combat specialist, both armed with melee weapons. The specialist's keen gaze scanned the retreating White Tiger soldiers. At his waist, alongside a uniquely designed combat knife, hung a standard-issue pistol. Li Qi hesitated momentarily, recollecting the spectral figures of those melee experts during combat. They not only led the charge against the fiercest of beasts, but also appeared at critical moments when certain lines were on the verge of collapse or when soldiers exhibited unusual behavior. "What are you looking at?" Old Ma approached him, following his gaze. The complexity of emotions flickered across Old Ma's face as he focused on the close combat specialist. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. In a hushed tone, only audible to the two of them, Old Ma remarked, "On the battlefield, one must guard against not only the monsters ahead, but also against our comrades behind." He offered no further explanation, merely patting Li Qi's shoulder, signaling him to rejoin the procession. Li Qi's heart sank. The enforcers, tasked with eliminating the fiercest foes, were also responsible for ensuring that fleeing comrades did not undermine the fragile line of defense built from flesh and blood. How ironic yet fitting it was. He finally grasped the true meaning behind Old Ma's words, that they could kill their own with the same efficiency as they did the beasts. The withdrawing troops moved slowly, silence enveloping them save for the clinking of equipment. Qi Lian was among the ranks, having changed out of her blood-stained combat uniform into a pristine officeress attire, a star resting upon her shoulder. She walked directly towards a solitary off-road vehicle, distinct from the transport trucks occupied by the ordinary soldiers. Li Qi silently followed Old Ma onto the crowded transport truck. Sun Daong curled into a corner as soon as he boarded, quickly succumbing to sleep, his brow furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare. Zhou Ping leaned against the wall of the truck, eyes closed, caught between slumber and wakefulness. Old Ma settled into a corner, retrieving a crumpled half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He extracted one and placed it between his lips, though he did not ignite it. The carriage jolted abruptly as it began to move. Outside, the silhouette of the Great Wall receded into the distance, while the scorched earth, recently ravaged by fierce battles, was gradually being overtaken by a new legion. Chapter 10. What is your talent? The camp bustled with a constant flow of people, the cacophony seemingly dulling the horrors of the battlefield. Sun Daong, assisted by Zhou Ping, staggered with faltering steps. Upon returning to their dormitory, Sun Daong collapsed onto his bed, curling up in a fetal position, his body still trembling slightly. Zhou Ping approached his own bunk and rummaged through his military pack, bringing out his phone to his ear. "Hello, Mom, it's me. Yes, I just got off. I'm fine, just a few scrapes. No need to worry." Zhou Ping spoke softly, striving to maintain a light tone. Old Ma sat beside his bed, observing Zhou Ping as he conversed on the phone. "Where's Dad? Is he at home?" Zhou Ping's voice rose slightly. "Tell him not to fret. Is he busy in the fields?" "Yes. Once the rush is over, I'll take leave to help out." Li Qi settled against the wall by his bed, unable to make a call. Sun Daong's phone rang, startling him. He answered it, pressing the device to his ear. "Hello, Mom. I'm okay, still alive." Sun Daong's voice quivered with a hint of tears. "Don't cry. I'm really fine. Just a little scrape on my arm." He choked back sobs, striving to regain his composure. "Yes, I've eaten well and rested. Don't believe the news. We're quite safe here." Old Ma suddenly interjected, his voice hoarse. "Why are you crying? Your mother is waiting for you to report that you're safe. Not to hear your lamentations." Sun Daong quickly wiped his tears, assuring his mother he was well. Li Qi closed his eyes, and a system panel materialized in his mind. Host, Li Qi. Legacy progress. 5. Talent. From death to life, deaths restored. 74 times skills. Unarmed combat. Firearm proficiency. Extraordinary endurance. Extraordinary strength. Extraordinary mental fortitude. From a single battle, he had acquired, from death to life, with 74 death restorations, an extraordinary mental fortitude. The colorful stones delivered by old Li were indeed linked to the rifts in the otherworldly beasts. He needed to enhance his legacy, progress to harness greater power. Simply relying on revival counts would only make him more resilient, not necessarily stronger. Progress and legacy required slaying otherworldly beasts, and advancement would signify his increasing strength. How could he slay more of these beasts? A smile suddenly graced Li Qi's face. While others sought to evade conflict, he was contemplating how to engage in more battles. The melee specialist exhibited extraordinary strength and speed. Could these attributes also stem from some form of legacy? At the dormitory entrance, a young soldier clad in uniform appeared, casting a glance at the individuals in the room. Who is Li Qi? Li Qi opened his eyes and sat upright. I am. The young soldier approached him, holding a terminal. You are requested by higher-ups. Old Ma, cigarette in mouth, turned to the young soldier, who was calling for him. I'm only here to convey the message. The young soldier replied in a formal tone, directing his gaze back to Li Qi. Please follow me. Sun Daong and Zhou Ping looked at Li Qi, their faces etched with confusion and concern. Why would the higher-up summon a fresh recruit straight from the battlefield? Exiting the dormitory, the young soldier led Li Qi to a prefabricated building. Outside the door stood two fully armed soldiers. The room was modest but impeccably arranged, featuring a simple table and several chairs. Within, two individuals occupied the space. One was a burly man wielding a massive axe, his bare torso revealing powerful muscles and scars, casually toying with a small knife as he groomed his nails. The other was Qi Lian, clad in pristine officer's attire, wearing a tactical mask that concealed all but his piercing eyes. Li Qi approached the table and came to a halt. Sit. Qi Lian gestured toward the chair opposite him. Li Qi complied. The axe-wielding man lifted his head and grinned, exposing his smoke-stained yellowed teeth. Kid, got some skills? Want to join me? Qi Lian disregarded the man's overture, fixating on Li Qi's eyes. You possess something extraordinary. You came in swinging big. Li Qi's heart raced. Had they noticed? We are aware of you. Your reaction speed and mental prowess surpassed that of an average individual. The burly man leaned forward, his tone laced with intimidation. You harbor a secret, just like us. Qi Lian remained silent, contemplating Li Qi with an intense gaze. We are the close combat specialists of the White Tiger Corps, an elite special operations unit. We require someone with your capabilities. Are you that straightforward? Coming at me directly? Li Qi shouted inwardly. What special abilities do you possess? The axe-wielding man inquired bluntly. Li Qi raised his head but refrained from answering. What was their deal? They had jumped to conclusions without him uttering a word. They could at least explain how they discerned his uniqueness. Inheritance of the Cataclysm, Qi Lian spoke as if reading his thoughts. We recently discovered that your father's remains included a colored stone that was sent back. Li Qi's brow twitched ever so slightly. The military overlooked yours. It likely originated from your father's battles in the Rift. He was among the first to engage in the Rift War. At that time, the state was unaware of the stone's capabilities, so it was simply regarded as a keepsake and returned with your father's belongings. Most inheritances merge with the human body, resulting in an overall enhancement of physical attributes. Qi Lian lightly tapped the military table, enumerating strength, speed, defense, perception. Li Qi swallowed hard. Enhancements? How was his stone akin to a system? Indeed, he possessed strength and speed, but he could also resurrect and capture the progress of the Cataclysm inheritance. Qi Lian reclined slightly, leaning back against the creaking folding chair. Certain inheritances bestow additional abilities upon the wielder. For instance, me. She raised her right hand, extending her index finger. A small flame flickered at her fingertip. Li Qi felt a twitch in her eyelid. Could this be her unique ability? Unique abilities, as our research indicates, can gradually develop through self-training. The axe-wielding man extended his hand. My power is wind. I can infuse the axe blade with wind elements and manipulate them to perform various tasks. Observe. With a gentle wave of his hand, a small whirlwind materialized on the table. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? The axe-wielding man grinned, evidently pleased with his prowess. Chapter 11. Joining the Special Operations Group, Li Qi gazed at the diminutive whirlwind on the table, her mental energy perceiving the faint yet concentrated energy within. Now, it's your turn, kid. The berserker withdrew his hand, causing the whirlwind to dissipate instantly. No need to hold back. We are all comrades here. Beneath the mask of the red serpent, a pair of eyes remained fixed on Li Qi, the unspoken pressure heavier than the very air in the room. Li Qi remained still, her mind racing. The system, resurrection, these revelations were overwhelmingly daunting. She organized her thoughts. My ability primarily lies in mental strength. My reflexes are quicker than the average person's. I also possess regenerative capabilities. Mental strength? How strong? The berserker pressed. How long can you withstand that kind of mental interference, like what happened on the battlefield just now? Li Qi recalled the piercing sensation in her brain, followed by a rapid awakening. I can endure such levels of mental impact. At the very least, I won't lose my combat effectiveness like others. She spoke as vaguely as possible, while still exuding a hint of confidence. What do you mean by regenerative abilities? Can you regrow severed limbs? This question made Li Qi's heart skip a beat. Yes, she did not deny. For significant injuries or severed limbs, I can swiftly recover to my peak state. She needed to downplay the terrifying effects of living through death and instead present it as a sophisticated form of extraordinary regeneration. Kid, aren't you practically invincible? You can take a beating and bounce back quickly, far superior to those flashy skills. Li Qi mused inwardly, knowing her abilities extended beyond merely getting back up swiftly. The remnants of calamity, she continued, typically yield 2 to 3 fragments with each dimensional breach. Occasionally, there may be more, though sometimes none at all. The red serpent took over the conversation. Li Qi's heart raced. They were finally getting to the crux of the matter. To date, the military has documented and confirmed the successful fusion of 472 fragments of calamity remnants. Their colors vary, and their specific meanings are still under investigation. Colors vary? Li Qi thought of her own multicolored stone. The White Tiger Legion's Direct Close Combat Task Force requires individuals like you to join. The red serpent's tone grew solemn. Kid, think carefully. Fusionists have transcended the realm of ordinary people. The berserker leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. We undertake the most perilous missions, facing the toughest challenges. Li Qi understood their implications. Beyond the expendable, there lies a robust shield. Behind that shield awaits the true blade. By joining us, you will gain access to the finest resources, prioritized equipment replenishment, and the most abundant combat opportunities. The red serpent laid out the terms. The most abundant combat opportunities. Li Qi's heart raced. His desire for advancement was overwhelming. Relying solely on the machine gun squad's rotation to collect spoils was far too slow. He needed to slay the aberrations to expedite the progress of the legacy of Cataclysm, to acquire new abilities, and to gain additional chances for resurrection. Joining was an opportunity he could hardly refuse. Perhaps exterminating the aberrations was old Li's dream, and now he found himself with a tangible chance to realize it. Excellent. Zhang Kuang suddenly slammed his palm on the table, rising with palpable excitement. Every time the higher-ups allocate legacies, it's a scramble. Who would have thought we, the White Tiger Vanguard, would receive a freebie today? He circled the table and approached Li Qi, his large hand thumping heavily on Li Qi's shoulder. Kid, stick with me. In future battles, you'll take the hits, and I'll deal the damage. Together, we shall sweep across a vast expanse. Though the impact left Li Qi's shoulder aching, he masked his discomfort with a composed demeanor. Under Qilian's mask, there seemed to be a subtle softening. Very well, she declared, standing tall. From this moment forth, you are a provisional member of the White Tiger Legion's task force. Provisional? Zhang Kuang protested loudly. Sister, you saw the kid's performance on the battlefield. Just make him a full member already. Rules are rules, Qilian retorted, ignoring Zhang Kuang's outburst. He must pass our assessments and undergo further observation. Li Qi, your status and accommodations will be adjusted immediately. Assemble at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Understood, Li Qi replied. Kid, from now on, we fight together and share the glory. Zhang Kuang thumped Li Qi's chest with enthusiasm, eliciting a near gasp from him. This Zhang Kuang truly lived up to his name. Zhang Kuang. Take him to complete the paperwork and arrange his accommodations. Got it, Zhang Kuang responded, draping an arm around Li Qi's neck and half-dragging him out. Come on, kid. I'll show you the world. Our task force's quarters are far superior to your rickety barracks. Chapter 12. Farewell to the machine gun squad. The process was straightforward, just a change of records. You, kid, are now part of our task force. Li Qi was led through several prefab buildings. These barracks appeared newer, the environment serene, devoid of the usual clamor found in standard camps. Zhang Kuang pushed open the door to an office. Old Zhang, process this kid's paperwork and transfer him to the task force. Zhang Kuang nudged Li Qi toward the sergeant. The sergeant looked up, glanced at Li Qi, and began typing on the keyboard. Li Qi? Yes, Li Qi, Zhang Kuang affirmed. The sergeant operated the terminal, printing a new identification card. Your status is here. He handed over the document, gesturing toward a nearby cabinet. Your new uniform and basic gear are over there. Zhang Kuang snatched the card and thrust it at Li Qi. Here, your new identity. Li Qi accepted the card, a sturdy piece embossed with his photograph, name, number, and the new unit designation, White Tiger Legion Task Force. Beneath the identification, a conspicuous mark read, Legacy Integrator. What does this mark signify? Li Qi inquired, pointing at the card. It proves you're no ordinary person, Zhang Kuang replied nonchalantly. We all have it in the task force. Li Qi tucked the card away and collected his new uniform and some equipment. The deep gray uniform, crafted from thick material, allowed for greater flexibility. Accompanying it was a brand new set of tactical gear and a standard military sidearm. Li Qi tucked the pistol into the holster at his waist. What about the rifle? He inquired. Rifles are suited for the common soldiers, Wormat scoffed. We primarily utilize cold weapons or specially modified firearms. He gestured towards the chainsaw knife and the massive chain hammer resting in the corner of the office. Your weapons will be tailored to your capabilities once you are confirmed as an official member. Li Qi nodded. I need to return to my former dormitory to gather some belongings. The door to the 9th Squad's dormitory stood ajar. Lao Ma sat on the edge of his bed, smoking, while Zhou Ping leaned against the wall, eyes closed in contemplation. Sun Daong curled up on the bed. Upon hearing footsteps, they raised their heads to see Li Qi standing at the entrance, clad in the gray uniform. What is this? Lao Ma extinguished his cigarette, rising to scrutinize Li Qi's attire. Zhou Ping opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering within them. What is this? Lao Ma approached Li Qi. Have you been promoted? I've been transferred to the Special Task Force, Li Qi replied as he moved towards his bed, pulling out his military pack. The Special Task Force? Lao Ma's face illuminated with understanding. You really are a capable one. Li Qi began to pack his belongings into the military bag. What is going on, Li Qi? Sun Daong leaned closer, lowering his voice. Weren't you just an ordinary soldier? I was just transferred, Li Qi responded while stuffing items into his pack. Lao Ma returned to the edge of his bed, observing Li Qi as he packed. The Special Task Force is not for everyone, he began slowly, exhaling a thin plume of smoke. Those who enter possess unique abilities. His gaze fell upon the pistol at Li Qi's waist. Members of the Special Task Force face perilous missions, yet they also have access to abundant resources. Their connections and avenues surpass those of us, ordinary soldiers. He looked at Li Qi with a complex expression. Li Qi, once you find your footing in there, don't forget your old comrades. Lao Ma's voice was low. Sun Daong and Zhou Ping exchanged glances, understanding Lao Ma's implication. Li Qi now bore a new identity, one that could afford him opportunities to advocate for his comrades still struggling in the ranks of ordinary troops. Li Qi zipped up his military pack. Squad leader, he said calmly, I am still a provisional member and cannot make many decisions yet. Lao Ma grasped the meaning behind his words and nodded. I understand, he said. You focus on establishing yourself first. He looked at Li Qi, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Zhou Ping stepped beside Li Qi. Congratulations, Li Qi. He patted Li Qi on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. Sun Daong leaned closer. Li Qi, now that you're in the Special Task Force, can you keep a distance from those monsters? Li Qi looked at Sun Daong but did not respond. The Special Task Force brought one closer to the monsters and consequently to death. I am leaving, Li Qi declared, hoisting his military pack. He cast a glance back at his dorm mates, whom he had only just begun to know, and exited the room. Take care, Lao Ma nodded at Li Qi. Chapter 13. The Fall of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Zhang Kuang awaited outside, eagerly seizing Li Qi's shoulder as he emerged. Come on, let us go. The two traversed through several rows of barracks, delving deeper into the camp. The structures here were markedly sturdier and enveloped in a profound silence. Zhang Kuang gestured towards a standalone two-story building. This will be your residence in the Special Task Force dormitory area. He pushed open the door to the innermost room on the ground floor. Step inside. This is your single room. The room was modest, furnished with a bed, a table, and a private, basic bathroom. It was a vast improvement over the communal dormitory of the 9th Squad. Damn, our treatment in the Special Task Force is simply unparalleled. Zhang Kuang peered around at the surroundings. Back in my day, when I first joined, the conditions were nowhere near this good. Li Qi set his military pack down on the floor. Am I the only one here? Of course, every member of the Special Task Force harbors secrets. Having a single room is convenient, Zhang Kuang grinned. It saves you from talking in your sleep and spilling your guts. Li Qi remained silent, indeed holding his own secrets. All right, take your time to settle in. Tomorrow morning at 8, be punctual to meet Sister Qilian. Don't be late. She may appear cold, but, well, she asked just like that. Zhang Kuang seemed poised to say more, but swallowed his words. Be smart, don't provoke her. Understood. Zhang Kuang chuckled, returning to his carefree demeanor. All right, I'll be off. Contact me through the communicator if anything arises. He waved and turned to leave. Li Qi closed the door, plunging the room into utter tranquility. He surveyed his personal space. The walls were composed of solid composite materials, and the windows were fitted with shatterproof glass. He approached the bedside and sat down, contemplating the flickering flame at Qi Lian's fingertips and Zhang Kuang's miniature tornado. Those were the true special abilities bestowed by the legacy of the Cataclysm, unlike his own system, which appeared entirely different. Opening his military pack, he methodically extracted its contents, neatly folded old uniforms, several changes of clothing, and beside them lay the Li 967 assault rifle, a companion from his first battle. The Special Task Force primarily utilized cold weapons or custom firearms, and this rifle would likely remain and used in the future. Leaning it against the wall, he retrieved the newly issued standard handgun. Detaching the magazine, he inspected the chamber, familiarizing himself with each component. It was lighter than the rifle but equally formidable in its specialized power, ideal for close combat or self-defense in emergencies. After reassembling the handgun, he secured it at his waist. Tomorrow, the Special Task Force would convene. What sort of evaluation and further scrutiny awaited him? Li Qi approached the window, gazing outside. The sky had darkened, and lights illuminated the camp. Yet, the dormitory area for the Special Task Force remained eerily quiet. He sensed an intangible pressure permeating this space. Every individual residing here was extraordinary. The words of old Ma echoed in his mind. If you manage well in there, don't forget your old brothers. If only he could become powerful enough. The screen of his phone lit up on the table. Li Qi reached out and gently tapped it. A window suddenly popped up, its black background starkly contrasted by white text, the content startling in its gravity. White Tiger Legion Damage Report. Preliminary statistics from the Great Wall Heights defense battle indicate a casualty rate of 17% among participating personnel. The lists of the deceased and severely injured are under internal review. Just as he prepared to seek more detailed information, a glaring red alert completely obscured the screen. Global emergency. The official defense of Sakura Nation has collapsed. The beast tide has breached the final line of defense. The capital has fallen. The entire country has been designated as a beast paradise. Beneath the brief message lay a blurred yet visually arresting dynamic image. The outlines of the city twisted and crumbled under the frenzied camera movements, colossal beast shadows rampaging amidst the ruins. A heart-wrenching cry in the Sakura tongue was abruptly cut off, plunging the scene into a haunting silence. The collapse of a nation's military defense system signifies profound implications, and a chill raced up Li Qi's spine. A calamity sweeping across the nation. Bang! The dormitory door was violently thrust open. Zhang Kuang stormed in. An unprecedented seriousness etched on his face, tightly clutching a communicator. "Kid, did you see what's on the screen?" he exclaimed, pointing at the blinding red alert. Li Qi's gaze shifted away from the screen. He had just seen it. Damn. Zhang Kuang slammed his fist onto the table, which groaned under the strain. A nation. Just like that, it's gone. My teachers will suffer. Those damnable monsters. Li Qi felt dryness in his throat. What does this mean for us? What does it signify? Zhang Kuang's voice brimmed with uncontainable ferocity. Their flesh and blood, their resources, have now become the sustenance for those monsters. Evolution. Li Qi's heart jolted. His system too craved the life force of the beasts. How similar, yet how ironic. And morale. Zhang Kuang spat on the ground in frustration. Just like that. A nation is erased. What of the smaller countries? Aren't they terrified? Some of those scoundrels are probably already calculating how to bow more properly. Surrender? To those monsters? Li Qi was perplexed. Yes, surrender. Zhang Kuang scoffed. Some nations, even those in the Black and Asian realms, have begun to communicate through the residual powers of the Cataclysm, invoking human blood sacrifices. And it seems that the rift indeed spared them that day. Those beasts are merciless. His eyes hardened with resolve. Human blood sacrifices? Are there sacrifices every time the rift opens? Li Qi felt a chill wash over him. This information was unprecedented. How many would be sacrificed each time? What if they were all slaughtered? They can survive. Zhang Kuang's tone darkened, seemingly reluctant to delve into these grim secrets. What about Captain Qi Lian? Li Qi changed the subject. Probably in an emergency meeting. Zhang Kuang exhaled sharply. In the past, we would rotate among our respective legions for defense, but now, to hone our abilities, we've been engaged in more battles. It seems we will need to be stationed permanently. He turned back to Li Qi. Kid, the days ahead are likely to be far from easy. Li Qi's eyes brightened. For one who possesses a system, The desire to engage in battle daily is almost overwhelming. Slaying more otherworldly beasts, advancing the progress of the cataclysmic legacy, and acquiring more formidable abilities, it seems utterly perfect. Yet, one should refrain from such wild imaginings. The battle maniac, believing him to be feigning, grinned, revealing a set of teeth yellowed by smoke. To survive and vanquish these beasts is to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger can one hope to live better. In any case, one must be thoroughly prepared. The battle maniac paused at the doorway for a moment. You, too, should not be idle. Take the time to familiarize yourself with cold weapons. Otherwise, when you step onto the battlefield, you may find yourself flustered, unsure of how you met your demise. The battle maniac's figure swiftly disappeared beyond the door. The screen flashing with global emergency situation continued to emit a blinding red light. The official communications from the land of cherry blossoms have been interrupted for over 3 hours. Preliminary assessments indicate a tragically low number of survivors. Nations have successively entered the highest state of war readiness. As he turned off the terminal screen, he slowly clenched his fist. To grow stronger, at any cost, he must become more powerful, not merely to survive, but also for Old Li and those still grappling with despair. Perhaps, it is also to satisfy the deep-seated desires within himself. If this world is destined to transform into a paradise for monsters, then he must strive to become the most elite hunter within that realm. Chapter 14, Operation Codename, Annihilation 07. At the break of dawn the following day, Li Qi departed from the dormitory. He recalled the route taken by the battle maniac the previous night, heading towards the Special Forces training ground. The training area was expansive, surrounded by towering metal mesh walls, with a thick layer of cushioning material on the ground. Various rugged training apparatuses were scattered in the corners. A few figures were already moving within the grounds. A diminutive man was maneuvering with astonishing speed on the plum blossom stakes, leaving only a blur in his wake. In another corner, a silent muscular man was delivering powerful punches to a specially designed metal target, each strike resounding with a dull thud, leaving clear imprints of his fists on the target's surface. These individuals were likely the official members of the Special Forces. Li Qi approached the edge of the training ground and halted. Not long after, the battle maniac strode over, shouldering his massive axe. "You've arrived quite early," he remarked, slamming the axe down with a clang. Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "Sister Qilian hasn't arrived yet. She is probably preoccupied with the chaos in the land of cherry blossoms last night." The battle maniac muttered, glancing at the training ground. "Get familiar with your surroundings. Don't just stand there like a wooden post." As soon as he finished speaking, Qilian's figure appeared at the entrance of the training ground. Clad in her crisp military uniform and wearing a tactical mask, she commanded attention. All the training personnel ceased their movements and turned to face her. Qilian walked to the center of the field, her steps soundless. Everyone, her voice, clear and incisive, resonated through the mask. "I trust you have all received last night's news." The training ground fell into an eerie silence. The fall of the land of cherry blossoms weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. A nation collapses utterly within mere hours. This is neither the first instance nor, regrettably, the last. The tone of Qilian remains unperturbed, yet it exudes a chilling essence. Panic is sweeping across the globe, and the confidence of the populace is disintegrating. In some countries, we are witnessing the most undesirable scenarios. Li Qi recalls the blood sacrifice of the living that the battle maniac mentioned last night. Those disgraceful individuals who, in a desperate bid for survival, offer their compatriots as sacrifices to foreign beasts. To stabilize public sentiment, bolster morale, and enable the masses to grasp the significance of our struggle, Qilian pauses momentarily. The command center has decided to officially launch the Superpower Declaration Initiative. Superpower Declaration Initiative? A flicker of intrigue stirs within Li Qi. From this day forth, all Calamity Legacy integrators, including every member of our special task force, shall be equipped with personal live-streaming devices. Qilian continues her announcement. Every mission and every battle you undertake may be witnessed by the nation and indeed the world at large. Upon hearing this, a subtle wave of unrest ripples through the assembly. The slender man swiftly maneuvering on the plum blossom stakes halts, furrowing his brow. The robust man striking the metal target ceases his actions, displaying a hint of impatience. "Live stream? Are we being made a spectacle?" The battle maniac grumbles, hefting his axe. "This is an order." Qilian's tone brooks no dissent. "It is also a responsibility. The public has the right to know the truth, to see hope. And we are their last beacon of hope." She surveys the crowd. "I understand that some of you prefer to remain in the shadows. But this is not the time for obstinacy. Li Qi's fingertips twitch slightly. A live stream? This implies that every move he makes in battle may be exposed to the public eye. This is far from advantageous for someone like him, who must conceal the secrets of the system. However, on the flip side, if this opportunity could enable more people to witness the brutality of the foreign beast and humanity's resistance, perhaps it could ignite a greater courage within them. The live streaming devices will be distributed before the commencement of missions. Specific operational details will be communicated subsequently. Qi Lian concludes this topic. Li Qi, step forward. Li Qi strides ahead. Your file indicates that your regenerative capabilities far exceed those of an average person. Qi Lian appears to be conducting a formal procedure. We require a tangible demonstration. The battle maniac, wielding his massive axe, grins broadly and steps forward. Kid, don't blame me for being rough. This is Sister Qi Lian's command. Instead of using the axe, he extends his large hand and forcefully grips Li Qi's shoulder. A faint crack reverberates through the air. A sharp pain ensues. Yet Li Qi merely emits a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The battle maniac releases his grip, leaving Li Qi's left shoulder hanging in an unnatural manner. Other members of the Special Task Force cease their training, casting varied expressions, curiosity, scrutiny, and indifference upon him. How do you feel, kid? The battle maniac grins, seemingly pleased with his strength. Resurgence activated for the first time, resurrection count reduced by 1, current remaining, 73. Status restored to peak condition. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, a series of subtle bone-cracking sounds emanated from his left shoulder, and the drooping limb gradually returned to its rightful position. In a mere 10 seconds, aside from the creases in his combat attire, it was as if nothing had transpired. The smile on the war maniac's face froze. The slender man, who had been nimble on the plum blossom stakes, stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. The burly man, who had been silently striking the metallic target, also halted his actions and turned his gaze towards Li Qi. Is this it? The war maniac found it hard to believe. Reaching out to touch Li Qi's shoulder, Li Qi stepped back, evading his hand. A mere injury, though it merely involved a bone fracture and required a resurrection. He had to disguise the miraculous effect of living to die as an extraordinary superb recovery. Otherwise, the notion of coming back from the dead would be too shocking. Beneath the mask of the red serpent, her icy eyes seemed to flicker momentarily. Return to formation. Li Qi returned to the end of the line. The war maniac scratched his head, glancing between Li Qi and his own hands, his expression one of disbelief. This kid's recovery ability is downright monstrous. The ability declaration plan is both an order and a window through which we can exhibit our strength and determination to the public. Each of you represents the pinnacle of the White Tiger Legion's combat prowess. Her gaze swept across every individual present. I do not wish to witness any behavior that tarnishes the image of the Legion during the live broadcast. Understood. The crowd responded, their voices low yet harmonized. Today's training content includes close combat, weapon application, and team coordination. The Red Serpent announced, or Maniac, you are responsible for Li Qi's basic weapon instruction. All right, sister. The War Maniac instantly perked up, shouldering his massive axe as he approached Li Qi, winking playfully. Are you ready, kid? I won't go easy on you. In one corner of the training ground, a rack displayed various cold weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and even chainsaws and specially crafted high-frequency vibrating daggers. The War Maniac picked up an ancient-styled alloy warblade from the rack and tossed it to Li Qi. Use this as your temporary weapon for practice. The moment he grasped the blade, its weight felt substantial, its edge glinting with a cold light. Once you pass the preparatory assessment, a custom-made weapon will be provided for you. Li Qi gripped the hilt, absorbing the chilling essence of the metal. More direct, more bloody than a rifle. Sweat soaked through his combat uniform as he swung the blade countless times, blocking and parrying. The War Maniac's instruction was straightforward and brutal, yet every move was lethal. Honed from the crucible of battle. Emergency assembly. The piercing alarm suddenly resonated throughout the entire camp. The expressions of everyone on the training field shifted, swiftly ceasing their actions. Damn it, here we go again. The War Maniac spat, hoisting his massive axe. The Red Serpent had already dashed towards the command center. Li Qi and the other team members followed closely behind. The atmosphere outside the hastily erected command post was tense, with officers rushing in and out. The Red Serpent directly entered the largest tent. Li Qi and the War Maniac, along with others, waited outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Red Serpent emerged, her expression colder than usual. All Special Task Force members assemble in the conference room. In a humble conference room, the elongated table was filled with the official members of the task force. Li Qi stood in a position against the wall. A stern-faced officer, adorned with the insignia of a general, stood before the projection screen. He was General Wang Zhan, one of the highest commanders of the White Tiger Legion. Gentlemen, urgent military situation. General Wang's voice resonated, deep and commanding, as he surveyed the assembly. An hour ago, a minor temporary rift energy response had been detected in the eastern coastal region, designated as Abyss 07. Preliminary investigations suggest that Abyss 07 is expected to spawn a small beast tide in 3 hours. Headquarters has ordered that, without compromising the rift warfare. Each Legion dispatch 5 task force members to undertake the mission. He paused, his piercing gaze sweeping across each individual. Without military support, the mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. A palpable silence fell, thick with tension. The warrior's hand gripped his massive axe, veins bulging. The faces of the other team members also reflected gravity. To rely solely on the task force for elimination without the army? Li Qi maintained an impassive exterior, his heart, however, raced with excitement. This was nothing short of a fortuitous opportunity. His pulse quickened inappropriately. The operation codenamed Annihilation 07 would commence in 1 hour. After delivering his message, General Wang turned and exited the conference room. Chapter 15 Report. Captain, I require combat for Operation Annihilation 07. 5 members from the White Tiger Legion Task Force, Qi Lian, Zheng Quang, Gu Lang, Meng, and Ben Lei. Li Qi stood at the end of the line, his name conspicuously absent. This operation lacked a large contingent. Precisely what he needed, an opportunity to pursue the legacy of the Cataclysm at will. He had to take the initiative. Report. The voice echoed distinctly in the silent conference room. Qi Lian's visor turned towards Li Qi, her eyes devoid of emotion. Speak. Stepping forward, Li Qi's combat boots made a faint scraping sound on the floor. Captain Qi Lian. This Annihilation 07 mission targets only a minor temporary rift. Zhang Quang raised an eyebrow, seemingly poised to interject. The Great Wall's main battlefield is what truly determines the fate of Huagua. Every seasoned veteran is an indispensable pillar on the front line. What I mean is, as a newly inducted member, my abilities, particularly my regenerative capacity, may be more suited for this high-consumption, high-risk mission. Li Qi met Qi Lian's scrutinizing gaze. Allow me to participate. It would maximize the combat potential of the core members, enabling them to exert greater influence on the main battlefield. The mere mention of his regenerative abilities conjured memories of Li Qi's almost monstrous self-healing speed on the training grounds among those present. Qi Lian did not respond immediately. Her fingers lightly tapped the operational tablet, seemingly weighing her options. Li Qi's heart raced. He knew that volunteering in such a hierarchy-bound military environment, especially within an elite task force, was a risky endeavor. Yet, for the sake of progressing towards the legacy of the Cataclysm and to strengthen himself more swiftly, he had to seize every opportunity. Furthermore, he required practical combat experience. Li Qi's voice was calm yet resolute. It was only through the genuine struggle for survival that one could swiftly familiarize oneself with and master the powers bestowed by the legacy of Iza. Engaging in mere theoretical discussions would never forge a true warrior. At last, Qi Lian ceased her relentless tapping. Ben Lei, you remain. The man with a lightning scar on his face momentarily faltered, then stood at attention. Yes, Li Qi. Qi Lian turned to him. You are now part of the Enemy Annihilation 07 operational team. Yes. Li Qi's voice carried a barely perceptible thrill. Quantitative Catastrophe Legacy 5. This number would soon change. 10 minutes later, Li Qi donned a more lightweight and protective Special Operations uniform. A reinforced alloy combat knife was slung across his back, while a standard-issue pistol rested against his waist. Several high-explosive grenades and smoke bombs were conveniently attached to his tactical vest. In the mirror, the image staring back at him was starkly different from that of the ordinary soldier he had been just days prior. An air of lethal intent had begun to manifest on his youthful visage. The transport aircraft's propellers whipped up a tempest, nearly blinding him. In addition to Qi Lian from the White Tiger Corps, the team included War Frenzy, Lone Wolf, Phantom, and Li Qi, alongside 5 operatives each from the Zhuge, Qinglong, and Xuanwu legions. In total, 20 individuals represented the pinnacle of military prowess in Huagua. The White Tiger Corps truly spares no expense, even sending new recruits for such high-stakes missions. A voice laced with mockery shattered the silence. The speaker was a man clad in the Zhuge Corps signature fiery red combat attire. He was of average height, handsome, and perpetually wore a hint of nonchalance in his smile. Qin Ming, the captain of the Zhuge task force. Li Qi chose to ignore him, focusing instead on polishing his alloy combat knife. "Young brother, you appear quite youthful," Qin Ming remarked, seemingly unfazed by Li Qi's indifference. Inching closer. "Is this your first time participating in such a joint operation across legions? Our affairs in the White Tiger Corps are not for Zhuge to concern themselves with." Qilian's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. Qin Ming's smile faltered for a moment before he resumed his carefree demeanor, shrugging and retreating to his seat. "Captain Qilian, you remain as unapproachable as ever." From the Qilong Corps, a towering man, resembling a colossus, spoke in a deep rumble. He bore a massive war hammer the size of a door, and his exposed arms were a tapestry of bulging muscles and grotesque scars. "Xiang Dong, captain of the Qinglong task force." "Xiang Dong, mind your own hammer," Qilian replied sharply. Xiang Dong chuckled, opting to remain silent thereafter. The 5 members of the Xuanwu Corps maintained a stoic silence, akin to 5 black statues, with their captain, Su Bing, a woman shrouded in heavy armor, not even fluttering her eyelids. Li Qi observed it all. The 4 great legions were both comrades and rivals, particularly concerning the strategic resource known as quantitative catastrophe legacy. Any newly emerged formidable fuser would inevitably attract the attention of the other legions. The tentative inquiries of Qin Ming and Xiang Dong are driven not merely by curiosity, but by a deeper intention, a subtle probing, perhaps even an attempt at covert recruitment. Should he demonstrate sufficient value and potential, these individuals would likely go to great lengths to integrate him into their ranks. Qilian's resolute protection serves not only to safeguard the interests of the White Tiger Legion, but also to proclaim to other legions that Li Qi is one of their own. The transport aircraft begins its descent. Through the cabin windows, the expanse of the deep blue sea stretches endlessly. As preparations for landing commence, the hatch will open in 30 seconds. A chilling electronic alert resonates from the cockpit, and an atmosphere of tension envelopes the cabin. All activity ceases, and expressions sharpen. Li Qi grips the hilt of the blade at his back, feeling the cold metal against his skin. The plane lands smoothly on a temporary coastal military platform. Surrounded by high-intensity energy barriers, with sporadic armed soldiers patrolling the vicinity. In the distance, an ominous dark purple mass slowly undulates and expands along the beach. Even from afar, Li Qi can sense the malign energy emanating from the Abyss 07. His recently acquired extraordinary mental acuity enhances his sensitivity to such energies. Qilian is the first to rise, gripping her sleek black spear, and she descends the gangway. The battle maniac, hefting a massive axe, follows closely behind, accompanied by 2 seasoned team members. Li Qi brings up the rear. Members of other legions' special task forces emerge from the cabin in succession, swiftly gathering under their respective leaders. Chapter 16. My classmate is actually a special task force member on the beach. The dark purple Abyss 07 rift appears as an unsightly scar on the earth, its edges flickering with distorted light. 20 special task force members fan out in an arc, subtly encircling the rift's exit, their nerves taut with anticipation. Qilian advances to the front of the group, retrieving 5 small silver metallic spheres from a specialized case. The extraordinary power declaration plan is officially initiated. This is a personal live broadcast device, operational throughout the mission. Her tone remains flat and unwavering. The battle maniac, brow furrowed, protests the notion of a live broadcast, exclaiming that this is warfare, not a performance for young girls. Qilian, unfazed, issues a command. She hands one of the metallic spheres to the battle maniac. Your responsibility is to fulfill the mission and demonstrate our resolve to the public. He reluctantly accepts the device, muttering something under his breath before activating it. The silver sphere ascends silently, hovering at an angle above him, its lens focused on him. The leaders of other legions, Qin Ming of the Vermilion Bird, Xiang Dong of the Azure Dragon, and Xian Bing of the Black Tortoise, also produce metallic spheres, distributing them among their teams. Soon, 20 silver devices hover over the group, resembling a cadre of indifferent eyes. Li Qi takes possession of his own, feeling its chill. He activates the device, and the small sphere ascends gracefully, locking its focus on him. The sensation of being scrutinized by countless gazes unsettles him. Yet his yearning for battle and the progression of the cataclysmic legacy ignites a deeper fervor within. At this moment, the Chongqing Guardian live-streaming platform, which has long captivated the attention of the Chinese populace, has unveiled a brand new section titled Task Force. Countless viewers, engrossed in other battlefield broadcasts, Received an immediate pop-up notification. Wow, a new segment? What is the task force? Let us check it out. It's promoted by the official Changqing Guardian. It must be thrilling. Just the name sounds powerful. Curiosity surged among the users as they flocked in. The first thing that caught their eyes was a densely packed list of names, categorized into 4 grand legions: White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Most names were gray, but among them, 20 names shimmered brightly, marked as live. Qilian, White Tiger Legion; Liv Zhenquang, White Tiger Legion; Liv Huafeng Qinming, Vermilion Bird Legion; Liv Lizenzi Xiang Dong, Azure Dragon Legion; Liv Xian Bing, Black Tortoise Legion; Live Li Qi, White Tiger Legion. Liv. Each illuminated name represented an entrance to a distinct live room. What an incredible lineup. Task Force. Could it be an elite unit with superpowers? Is the nation finally going public? Look, Qilian, my goddess. She is actually live. Zhang Quan, the burly man with the axe. He is here too. Who is this Li Qi? From the White Tiger Legion. His name seems so ordinary. I've never heard of him. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. The audience excitedly selected their preferred live room to enter. In Qilian's live room, she stood still like a pine tree, brandishing a lance, her mask obscuring her features, adding an air of mystery. In Zhang Quang's live room, he impatiently kicked at the sand, his massive axe looming beside him, exuding an imposing presence. Qinming's live room featured him grinning slyly at the camera, seemingly greeting the viewers. Xiang Dong was stretching his limbs, wielding a colossal hammer with ease. Xian Bing's live room was eerily silent, her form resembling a statue, utterly motionless. Li Qi's live room presented a relatively simple scene. He faced away from the camera towards the direction of Abyss 07, revealing only his silhouette and the slanted alloy blade at his side. Is this a rookie? He looks so tense, barely moving. Don't speak nonsense. Who among those who can join the task force is a coward? Perhaps it's his first time in such a grand setting. Let us be understanding. However, that equipment is truly impressive, much better than that of ordinary soldiers. Li Qi sensed the machinery operating behind him. He adjusted his breathing, concentrating entirely on the gap before him. At that moment, comments began to drift through the live chat. Wait, this person looks somewhat familiar? Li Qi? No way. Isn't that the Li Qi from our neighboring class? How did he end up in the army? And in the task force? Are you serious? Which school did he attend? Jiangqing No. 3 High School. It's definitely him. Although it's just a silhouette, that physique is unmistakable. Didn't he say he was going to a regular university? Naturally, Li Qi remained unaware of these comments. The dark purple glow of Abyss 07 seemed to intensify, and the writhing at the edge of the rift grew more pronounced. Something within was on the verge of emerging. Qinming's voice, imbued with mirth, resonated at just the right volume for those nearby to hear. Captain Qilian, your new recruits from the White Tiger Corps display commendable composure, remaining so unperturbed during their first live broadcast. Qilian offered no reply. Zhang Quan scoffed. Less chatter. Manage your own team. Xiang Dong's gaze lingered on Li Qi's silhouette for a moment. Li Qi continued to face away from the crowd, seemingly oblivious to the discussions around him. His focus remained fixed on the rift, poised to unleash the monstrous entities within. The live stream faithfully captured his profile. Amidst a barrage of increasingly animated comments flooding his broadcast. It's really Li Qi. I remember him. He used to be quite introverted. What a surprise. An unexpected hidden powerhouse. Jiangqing No. 3 High School is incredible. They produced a hero for the Special Operations team. Let us get this into the campus group. Whoa. A sharp shriek erupted from within Abyss 07. Chapter 17. This kid has gone mad. It's no concern of ours. Roar. The beast horde, emanating an aura of ferocity unlike anything before, surged forth from the torn rift. Their forms were adorned with strange purple patterns, as if deeply corrupted by some malevolent energy. Twisted aberrations. All units, attention, came the voice of the Xuanwu Corps through the communicator. This is no ordinary aberration. The energy fluctuations they exhibit bear a striking resemblance to those recorded during the fall of Sakura country. Ah, finally, something interesting has arrived. Qinming licked his lips, flames igniting in his hands as he charged headlong into the fray. A fiery whip lashed out, deftly ensnaring a lizard-like beast. Sizzle. The creature writhed in agony amid the flames, emitting a horrid stench before swiftly reducing to a pile of ash. These creatures indeed possess some depth. Qinming flicked his wrist, the flames dancing at his fingertips, the energy fluctuations peculiar and increasingly volatile. Their hides are too tough. Xiang Dong bellowed as his massive hammer, the size of a door, struck down upon a crustacean-like beast with the force of thunder. Bang! The exoskeleton shattered, dark green ichor splattering across the ground. Yet the beast merely shook off the blow, retaliating fiercely with its pincers. Xiang Dong was compelled to swing the giant hammer again and again, delivering 3 crushing blows before reducing it to a pulp. Damn these monsters! Zhang Kuang swung his colossal axe, cutting through a charging wolf-like beast with a swift, slicing sound. However, even severed in two, the body convulsed on the ground, with the front half still attempting to bite. Qilian's spear struck with the precision of a coiled black viper. Each thrust swift and lethal, aiming for the creature's relatively vulnerable eyes or joints. She moved with grace, weaving through the chaos of battle. Her voice cold and commanding over the communication channel. Titan formation. Do not scatter. Prioritize eliminating ranged units. Li Qi stood motionless, unwavering. The live stream continued to faithfully project his silhouette. His mental acuity was extraordinarily sharp, allowing him to discern the movement patterns of these aberrant beasts. The subtle nuances of energy flow, and even the flickering frequency of the purple patterns adorning their bodies. The extraordinary mental power was indeed formidable. A particularly massive spider-like creature nimbly evaded Xiang Dong's hammer strikes and Qin Ming's fireballs, its crimson compound eyes fixating intently on the motionless Li Qi. It seemed to regard Li Qi as the softest target, ripe for an easy conquest. With a rustling sound, the arachnid beast charged towards him like an uncontrollable war machine. In the live stream, Li Qi's audience held their breath in anxious anticipation. Why isn't that newcomer moving? Run. This is it. He has done for. That spider looks ferocious. Hang in there, guys from Jiangqing number 3. Just as the beast's gooey maw was about to make contact with Li Qi, he sprang into action. His body, akin to a tautly drawn bow, unleashed an astonishing force in an instant. With a swift motion, he struck without even glancing, relying solely on his instincts. The enormous spider-like creature was effortlessly cleaved in two, its dark green blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Detected the kill of a contaminated beast. Progress of the Calamity Legacy at 05. Detected the host has slain an elite-level beast. The talent, to live towards death, is triggered. Resurrection count 1, remaining 74. The system's notification resonated clearly in Li Qi's mind. Success. A surge of indescribable ecstasy welled up within him. In the next moment, he plunged into the fray of chaotic beasts. The alloy combat knife in his hand transformed into the scythe of death. Each swing was accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound. No longer fixated on precise strikes to vital points, he relied on extraordinary power to unleash wide, sweeping blows, each aimed at maximizing devastation. With each strike, limbs flew and flesh was mangled. A leopard-like beast leapt from the side, only to have its head severed by a swift counterattack. A mantis-like creature raised its scythe-like forelimbs. But he was quicker, cleaving through its shell with a single blow. Detected the kill of a contaminated beast. Progress of the Calamity Legacy at 03. Detected the kill of a contaminated beast. Progress of the Calamity Legacy at 04. The progress bar of the Calamity Legacy began to rise visibly. The resurrection count continued to fluctuate. Li Qi fully unleashed his potential. Armed with the advantage of resurrection, he adopted a reckless, life-risking combat style. He absorbed attacks that would pose a threat to others, not flinching, merely to secure more efficient kills. To live towards death, activated continually, his body restored to peak condition. The combat knife in his hand moved faster and more ferociously. His live stream chat erupted in a frenzy. Wow, Li Qi is incredible. Is this really a newcomer? He is like a god of slaughter. Are all the students from Jiangqing number 3 this formidable? Coach, I am going to attend Jiangqing number 3 middle school. My mother inquired why I was kneeling while watching the live broadcast. Such skill with the blade, such vigor, absolutely astonishing. On the battlefield, the seasoned veterans began to take note of the unusual happenings. As Qin Ming repelled several beasts with flames, he caught sight of Li Qi darting amidst the horde. And a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Xiang Dong's massive hammer swung with a momentary delay, as he incredulously observed the newcomer, whom he had deemed a liability just moments ago, now exhibiting an extraordinary display of formidable combat prowess. Even the typically frigid and indifferent Qin Bing diverted some of her attention to Li Qi, her expression concealed beneath the heavy helmet. The battle frenzy intensified as Zhang Kuang sent a beast flying with a single strike, witnessing Li Qi's relentless onslaught amidst the blood and chaos. His astonishment gradually morphing into sheer exhilaration and fervor. What a remarkable lad! You've truly concealed your abilities. Haha. Now this is more like it. He bellowed, swinging his giant axe with renewed ferocity. Shi Lian's spear remained steady and lethal, yet her movements unconsciously gravitated towards Li Qi. Beneath her mask, her brow furrowed slightly. This fighting style was exceedingly reckless, as if one were wagering their life for victory. The so-called regenerative ability he possessed was likely far more terrifying than he had casually described. Otherwise, he could not display such fearless audacity. Chapter 18. My mother asks why I bow to the screen as time flowed. Li Qi's combat tempo escalated. With each slash of his alloy blade, a fierce rhythm emerged. The progress bar of Calamity's legacy pulsated in his mind at an enthralling pace. 11, 22, 55. After a prolonged battle, the numbers on the progress bar reached 60 and continued to ascend. This sensation of growing strength sent delightful tremors through every cell in his body. With a resounding crash, the entire beach trembled. From the rift of Abyss 07 emerged a colossal beast resembling an ancient mammoth. Upon its appearance, the massive creature unleashed a sweeping strike with its elongated trunk, sending 3 members of the Xuanwu Legion's special forces flying before they even had a moment to react. They plummeted to the sandy ground several meters away, their fates uncertain. The tension on the battlefield surged to a peak. Everyone, fall back. This is a high-tier beast. Shi Lian's voice echoed through the battlefield communicator, reaching each person's ear. We must unite our strengths to confront it. She exchanged a glance with Qin Ming, and together they charged towards the gigantic mammoth beast. But this was merely a temporary diversion. Its legs, Xiang Dong roared, his enormous hand gripping the massive hammer like a door panel, muscles bulging as he swung down hard at the beast's sturdy front leg. A heavy thud resonated as the hammer collided with the beast's bone, sending forth a shower of purple-black energy sparks. The battle frenzy roared as it launched a fearless attack from another flank. The axe blade successfully penetrated the beast's thick hide, releasing a stream of putrid, purplish-black blood. The colossal creature emitted a mournful wail, its massive body shuddering violently. Yet, to one's dismay, the grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, pulsated with swirling purplish-black energy, visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Li Qi stood at a distance from the epicenter of the battlefield, refraining from immediately joining the assault. Activating his mental prowess, he faintly sensed an intensely fluctuating core, about the size of a fist, nestled deep within the giant mammoth beast's expansive chest cavity. Undoubtedly, this was the creature's Achilles heel. I can draw its attention. Li Qi's voice resonated through the communication device, reaching each team member's ear. Without waiting for a response, he propelled himself forward with powerful legs, resembling a cannonball hurtling toward the titanic mammoth beast. This scene was impeccably captured and transmitted by the personal live-streaming drone hovering above him. In numerous livestream rooms, countless spectators from Huagua clearly witnessed the audacious moment, a young Special Forces member charging single-handedly at the terrifying beast. The barrage of comments erupted in an explosion of disbelief. Is Li Qi insane? Can he truly confront such a monster? No. Come back. It's too dangerous. Has this newcomer lost his mind? That's not how one meets their demise. It's over, it's over. The last hope from Jiangqing No. 3 High is about to fall here. Li Qi maneuvered adeptly in front of the beast, dodging its furious stomps and sweeping trunk with perilous agility. He succeeded in enraging the once violent mammoth, which abandoned its assault on Qi Lian and Qin Ming to charge directly at him, just as the beast was about to collide with him. Li Qi executed a sharp roll to the left at an awkward angle. The beast's head grazed past him, crashing into the spot where he had just stood, gouging a deep trench into the hard sand. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Li Qi thrust his alloy war knife upward, aiming for the mammoth's left eye. Blinding one eye would limit its vision, thus creating an opportunity for his comrades. With a satisfying thrust, the knife embedded itself, causing the beast to bellow in a deafening, heart-wrenching howl. It wildly swung its massive head, flinging Li Qi away. A beam of purplish-black energy erupted from its gaping maw, striking Li Qi squarely in the chest as he landed, still adjusting his stance. The impact was explosive. The combat suit on his chest instantaneously shattered, sending him hurtling back several meters before crashing heavily onto the distant beach. His body twitched a few times before becoming completely still. Fatal injury detected. Activation of the resurrection ability. Resurrection count 1. Current remaining 106. The system's cold and mechanical prompt echoed clearly within Li Qi's fading consciousness. The passive ability, Resurgence from Death, was triggered. With shattered organs and broken bones, Under an incomprehensible force, he rapidly healed to his former self. Under the gaze of all the Special Forces personnel on the battlefield and billions of viewers in the live stream, Li Qi, who had just moments ago been on the brink of death, suddenly leaped up from the sand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Apart from the damage to his combat suit and the lingering stains of blood, he appeared utterly unscathed. He grasped the alloy combat knife that had fallen beside him and turned his gaze once more towards the colossal mammoth beast. The internet erupted at this moment. This is impossible. Am I hallucinating? He was clearly gravely injured just now. My heavens, what kind of divine ability is this? Resurrection on the spot. Super speed regeneration? No, this is even more outrageous than that. This is practically immortality. Mom asks why I'm bowing to the screen. Li Qi, the eternal god. The long spear in Qilian's hand momentarily hesitated, her brow furrowed tightly beneath her mask. Zhang Quan exclaimed in shock, damn, is this kid even human? Seizing the opportunity while the giant beast was momentarily disoriented from the pain in its left eye, Li Qi charged forward once more. Qilian and Zhang Quan reacted almost simultaneously, both launching into a more ferocious attack to firmly distract the giant beast, creating an opening for Li Qi. Like a specter, Li Qi utilized the blind spots created by the beast's massive body, executing a swift kick that propelled him onto the creature's broad back. He anchored himself firmly on the shifting surface, channeling all his strength into the tip of his knife. Then, with a fierce thrust aimed at the energy source he vaguely sensed through extraordinary mental power, he drove the knife down with great force. Puff! The alloy combat knife sank deeply in. With a wail, the colossal mammoth beast's massive body stiffened before crashing down with a thunderous thud, stirring up clouds of dust. Detected host has slain a high-level beast. Calamity progress. 2. Detected host has completed a high-difficulty kill. Resurgence from death. Ability triggered again. Resurrection count. 3. Current remaining 109. A series of system prompts flashed successively in Li Qi's mind. Chapter 19. Subtle movements from the land of cherry blossoms. Another half-hour passed in battle. The small rift on the beach gradually disappeared, and the remaining beasts were completely eradicated. Qin Ming extinguished the flames and approached Li Qi, remarking, "Kid, I must say, you're quite the madman." Xiang Dong planted his massive hammer into the ground, producing a heavy thud. "Indeed, you're far more ferocious than the new recruits in our Azure Dragon Legion." Zhang Kuang plopped down on the sand, breathing heavily. His gaze towards Li Qi mingled with admiration and a hint of confusion. After checking the injuries of the team members, Qilian approached Li Qi, inquiring, "Your recovery ability, does it come with any side effects?" Li Qi did not respond immediately. At that moment, the barrage of comments on various live streaming platforms had already erupted. "This is what we call a battle. 0 casualties. Brothers, we achieved 0 casualties against this level of beast tide. Li Qi, Li Qi, Li Qi. From this day forth, you are my one and only idol." The alumni group from Jianqing No. 3 Middle School is standing in unison. The school forum server has crashed. Finally, the military has shown some backbone. They have presented us with these true heroes. This is the idol we need. This is the backbone of Huagua. An overwhelming wave of praise and astonishment propelled the name of Li Qi and the title of the task force to unprecedented heights. Li Qi's personal terminal incessantly received messages, but he merely cast a fleeting glance before shutting down the interface. This was irrelevant to him. What he required was something more tangible. Host, Li Qi. Legacy progress, 112. Talent, living to die. Remaining revive counts, 154. Skills, unarmed combat, firearms mastery, extraordinary endurance, extraordinary strength, extraordinary mental fortitude, 154 revives. This number instilled within him a subtle sense of unreality. Was there a limit to the number of revives? Or could he continue to accumulate them indefinitely, as long as he kept slaying the aberrant beasts? The progress of the legacy had already surpassed 100. Initiating legacy capture. Capture in progress. Capture successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new ability, extraordinary agility. A warm current surged from the depths of his being. As if his limbs and bones had been infused with newfound vitality, his body felt lighter, and his reaction speed appeared to have undergone a qualitative enhancement. My recovery ability is bestowed by the legacy. At last, Li Qi spoke, stretching his shoulders. Beneath the tattered combat suit, his skin remained unscathed, albeit at the cost of tremendous energy expenditure. He could only offer this explanation. Qi Lian observed him, her expression behind the mask unchanged. Each rapid recovery necessitated a substantial drain on physical stamina, even risking life force. Li Qi carefully chose his words, thus, I can endure multiple severe injuries within a short span of time. This explanation barely concealed a portion of the miraculous effect of living to die. Beside him, Zhang Kuang grinned. Who cares about the cost, as long as he can fight? Well done, kid. At that moment, Qi Lian's communicator buzzed. She answered, listened for a few moments, her expression remaining impassive. Understood. She ended the call and turned to the group. The command center had relayed the latest intelligence. The emergence of the temporary rift known as Abyss 07 and the anomalous enhancement of the aberrant beasts were linked to certain legacy wielders from Sakura Country. Sakura Country? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Had they not already succumbed to paradise? Some rats always managed to find cracks to survive amidst the ruins. Qi Lian's tone carried a hint of derision. Indeed, they even attempt to steal greater power from the rift, ultimately bringing disaster upon themselves. Xiang Dong let out a heavy snort, exclaiming, a bunch of reckless fools. They bring harm to themselves as well as to others. With the mission concluded, preparations for the return journey commenced as Qi Lian issued commands. The team began to gather their gear and clean the battlefield. Qin Ming approached Li Qi, wearing his signature playful grin. Li Qi, my young brother, would you be interested in joining our Zhuke Legion? Li Qi cast a glance at him but remained silent. Qin Ming lowered his voice. The ice-cold beauty of Captain Qi Lian is not easy to deal with. A chilling voice emanated from a short distance away, devoid of warmth. Qin Ming. He shrugged and made a gesture to Li Qi, indicating he was right, before turning away. Xiang Dong approached next, his imposing stature reminiscent of a small mountain, exuding a significant aura of pressure. Kid, don't trust that smooth-talking Qin Ming. Join our Qinglong Legion. We are the true warriors. Such recruitment efforts were anticipated. The value he showcased was sufficient to entice any legion. Thank you for your kind offers, but I prefer to stay with the Baihu Legion, Li Qi replied. Shaking his head, Xiang Dong laughed heartily. All right, you've got guts. However, the doors of the Qilong Legion will always remain open for you. Zhang Kuang playfully hooked his arm around Li Qi's neck. You're quite the catch now, but don't think of escaping. You are a Baihu man in life and a Baihu ghost in death. Li Qi found himself nearly gasping for breath under the pressure. Inside the cargo hold of the transport aircraft, Li Qi closed his eyes to meditate, sensing the changes brought about by his extraordinary agility. Come clean, kid, Zhang Kuang suddenly leaned in. What has to deal with your regenerative ability? Li Qi opened his eyes, his expression unchanged. As I said before, I trade vitality for rapid recovery. Nonsense. Zhang Kuang slammed his palm against the seat's backrest. I've encountered all sorts of peculiar abilities from the cataclysmic legacy, but I've never seen anyone get battered and still bounce back like you. Just then, Qi Lian emerged from the cockpit. Halting Zhang Kuang's words, headquarters has sent news. Qi Lian projected an electronic document onto the cabin wall. Li Qi squinted, catching a few keywords: Sakura Nation, Cataclysmic Legacy Fusionists. Attempting to divert disaster. Someone intends to divert disaster. Qi Lian's tone remained calm. Today's skirmish is merely the beginning. Damn it, Zhang Kuang spat. Those rodents from the Sakura Nation have ruined their own country and still have the audacity to disgust us. Intelligence indicates that fusionists from the Sakura Nation have infiltrated our territory using special abilities, targeting Jiangxing. They plan to ally with the remaining local forces there to establish a permanent rift passage. Li Qi's heart skipped a beat. Jiangxing was his hometown. If they succeeded, Qi Lian's gaze swept over Li Qi. There would be a permanent rift within Huaguo, and the consequences were dire. Chapter 20. It can't be called Xuan to everyone in the cabin understood what this entailed. We already have arrangements. Qi Lian interrupted Zhang Kuang. The three of you will form a team and head to Jiangxing for reconnaissance and extermination missions. She turned to Li Qi. You will be one of the team members. Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, he is merely a candidate, a native of Jiangxing. Qi Lian interjected coldly, emphasizing that his abilities are quite extraordinary. If the intelligence is accurate, the remnants of Sakura Nation may possess mental interference capabilities, and Li Qi's mental fortitude and restorative powers make him the most suitable countermeasure. Of course, Qi Lian added, should you feel the need for further preparation, I accept the mission. Li Qi responded without hesitation. Jiangxing holds countless memories and cherished moments for him. Qi Lian nodded slightly. Very well. You, the Lone Wolf, and Xianbing. Do you have anything to add? Qi Lian cast a glance over the trio. Is there any specific intelligence regarding the infiltrators from Sakura Nation? Xianbing spoke up suddenly, her voice calm. Jillian shook her head. The only certainty is that they have left traces of activity in Jiangxing's Yayan district. Wait, the battle maniac interjected. Isn't Yayan district the one? Yes, Jillian replied. One of the earliest abandoned peripheral cities during the initial outbreak of the rift. Now, it is known as the Gray Zone. The Gray Zone, an abandoned city, is devoid of habitation, making it an ideal playground for those vermin. The cargo doors of the transport plane slid open against the night. A cold wind mixed with dust rushing in. Li Qi was the first to leap down, the gravelly ground beneath him emitting a faint sound. Jiangxing's Yayan district, once ravaged by the first wave of otherworldly beasts from the rift, lay in ruins. TSK, the air here smells like the latrines of our White Tiger Legion. The lone wolf landed second, rubbing his nose, his expression obscured beneath his combat helmet. Xianbing followed closely, landing soundlessly. Li Qi paid no heed to the lone wolf's complaints, his gaze tracing the familiar yet foreign outlines of the streets shrouded in darkness, where former splendor had long been supplanted by decay. He remembered this place. His father had once taken him to the amusement park in Yayan district during his childhood. Have you discovered anything? Xuanbing's voice came through the communicator, imbued with her characteristic chill. The lone wolf closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and pointed toward a partially collapsed building in the southeast. There, a faint yet persistent energy fluctuation emanated, cleverly concealed. Let us proceed to investigate. Li Qi adjusted his neck, the handle of his alloy combat knife feeling icy to the touch. The three advanced in a triangular formation, the lone wolf leading, with Li Qi and Xianbing following closely, their footsteps light as they navigated the abandoned streets. A collapsed low wall obstructed their path, a tangle of rubble and rebar. Xianbing stepped forward, extending her palm covered in dark metal, gently pressing against the wall. Is she attempting to force it open? The thought flickered through Li Qi's mind. The ground trembled slightly, as if an invisible hand was lifting the wall, which then shifted aside, revealing a passage. No frost, no explosive surge of energy. Only the soil and stones quietly acquiescing. The lone wolf whistled through the communicator. Xianbing, your ability does not quite align with your codename, does it? I expected you to freeze that wall into a block of ice and shatter it with a kick. Xianbing withdrew her hand, the dust clinging to her fingertips falling away. We cannot simply call it Xian'Earth. Her tone remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Li Qi's lips twitched involuntarily. The name Xiantu indeed lacked a certain charm. He had initially assumed that Xianbing was an ice element wielder, given the deceptive allure of his armor and codename. It turned out he commanded the earth element. Earth manipulation was advantageous, resilient, and capable of infrastructure development. The lone wolf continued to jest, yet his pace remained unyieldingly swift. Silence, focus on vigilance. Xianbing's tone grew colder. The lone wolf shrugged and ceased his chatter. Li Qi refrained from engaging in their conversation, his attention acutely honed. This gray area was quieter than he had anticipated, which explained why the amalgamators from Sakura country had chosen it as their stronghold. The fluctuations intensified, emanating from the dilapidated building ahead. The lone wolf lowered his voice, gesturing towards a derelict shopping mall with severely peeling exterior walls. The three exchanged glances and swiftly dispersed, approaching from different angles. Li Qi opted for a shattered window on the side, utilizing extraordinary agility to slip inside as silently as a cat. The interior of the shopping mall lay in disarray. Shelves toppled and coated in thick layers of dust. Navigating through cluttered aisles, he was drawn to a faint glimmer of light and a muffled chant emanating from the atrium ahead. Pressing himself against a fractured support pillar, he cautiously peeked out. In the center of the atrium, a makeshift altar adorned with eerie runes emanated an ominous crimson glow. A man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a hood, raised his hands high, muttering incantations in a hoarse, dry voice. At the altar's opposite end, a young woman in tattered kimono was bound by chains, the metal biting into her flesh and drawing blood. She writhed violently, emitting pitiful whimpers. For the glory of the Empire, offer your soul and life. The black-robed man's voice suddenly crescendoed with fervor. He lunged forward, claws outstretched towards a crystal pulsating with a ghostly light at the altar's core. Was this a sacrifice? Utilizing a living being to open a rift? Li Qi's heart sank heavily. He had witnessed the brutality of aberrant beasts, yet this scene of kin turning against kin sent an icy shiver deep within him. Just as the black-robed man's hand was about to touch the crystal, a flicker of despair crossed the bound woman's eyes. The space around her rippled suddenly, resembling undulating water. No, she let out a sharp cry. The black-robed man hesitated, seemingly taken aback by the abrupt spatial disturbance. Foolish woman, do you think your meager spatial power can thwart the grand design? He bellowed, his other hand swiftly reaching for her throat. Chapter 21. Encountering a Sakura maiden, the spatial fluctuations surrounding the woman intensified, her form becoming somewhat ethereal, as if she might dissolve into the air. Spatial translocation ability. This woman possessed such a rare and formidable power. No wonder the black-robed man had infiltrated Huagua so stealthily. It was all thanks to her. Baka. Now you wish to retract? It is too late. The black-robed man sneered, his fingers clawing menacingly towards the woman's throat. The rift must not be allowed to open here. The sound of the alloy battle knife being drawn was particularly jarring in the vast courtyard. The man in the black robe suddenly turned his head. His eyes beneath the hood fixated on Li Qi, who emerged from the shadows. Who? His voice was laced with surprise and ferocity. Almost simultaneously, the lone wolf and Xian Bing appeared from two other directions, encircling him. An unwelcome intruder. The black-robed man rasped, his voice hoarse, as his cloak fluttered without wind. Dark shadows swirling from beneath him like living creatures. The mental energy clearly sensed that those shadows, akin to sentient beings, would pose a significant threat if ensnared. The alloy knife sliced through the air, aimed directly at the black-robed man's face. With a cold grunt, the man advanced rather than retreating. A massive shadowy tendril erupting from the ground to meet Li Qi's blade. The clash of steel against shadow echoed with a dull thud. A chilling, viscous force surged along the blade, attempting to erode Li Qi's body. With a deft flick of his wrist, he dispelled that force, retreating half a step. Intriguing. The black-robed man rasped with a sardonic laugh, as more shadowy tendrils swept in from all directions towards Li Qi and his companions. The lone wolf moved like a specter, darting through the confined space, the specially crafted military dagger striking the shadowy tendrils with a series of hissing sounds. Xian Bing crossed her arms protectively in front of her, the ground beneath her feet abruptly rising to form robust earthen walls that precisely obstructed the advance of the shadowy tendrils. The tendrils collided with the earthen walls, producing a dull thud as corrosive black mist enveloped the area. The surface of the walls quickly became mottled and charred, yet they ultimately held firm. Futile. The black-robed man bellowed, laughing maniacally. With a swift gesture, he shaped the shadows behind him into an even larger and more grotesque form. The woman from the Sakura Kingdom, bound upon the altar, observed as Li Qi and his companions momentarily detained the black-robed man. The previously dim spatial fluctuations around her began to re-emerge, albeit faintly, as they precisely influenced the energy chains binding her wrists. With a barely audible crack, a fine fissure appeared in one of the chains. The black-robed man seemed to sense her movement. His crimson gaze darted towards her. You wretched creature, dare you resist? He summoned a thicker shadowy tendril, striking like lightning towards the Sakura woman. Li Qi's pupils constricted. He could not allow her to perish. This woman, possessing spatial abilities, might be pivotal in accessing the rift. Moreover, he sensed that if she were to die, the black-robed man's sacrificial ritual could unfold in an unpredictable manner. Xian Bing. Li Qi called out sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian Bing slammed her hand against the ground. A more formidable stone wall surged upward, barely interposing itself between the shadowy tendril and the woman. With a resounding crash, the stone wall shattered under the impact of the shadowy tendril, debris scattering. Yet it ultimately bought precious time for the Sakura woman. Seizing the opportunity, she strained fiercely, and the chains binding her wrists snapped apart. She rolled down the altar recklessly, seeking refuge behind a broken stone pillar, gasping for breath. Damn those wretched Huagua pigs. You have thoroughly enraged me. The figure in the black robe was consumed by fury, his cloak billowing violently. The shadows morphed from mere tendrils into various forms of shadowy creatures, emitting silent roars as they lunged at Li Qi-san and his companions. Li Qi-san, while fending off the biting shadow hounds with his blade, remained calm and observant. Although the black-robed man's shadows were strange and corrosive, they were not without weaknesses. He noticed several damaged sections of the shopping mall ceiling, allowing faint moonlight to seep through. The shadows visibly thinned and slowed upon contact with this light. Were they afraid of the light? Or perhaps they simply detested its brilliance. Moreover, the distance these shadows could materialize seemed limited. Li Qi-san's mind raced, analyzing the battlefield. Lone Wolf. Detonate the flashbang you carry. Aim for his true form. Without hesitation, Lone Wolf retrieved a specially designed flashbang from his tactical vest, aimed at the black-robed figure and hurled it with force. The black-robed man appeared to sense the impending danger, attempting to envelop himself in shadows, but it was too late. Boom. A blinding flash erupted, engulfing the entire atrium in dazzling white light. Ah! The black-robed man let out a piercing scream, his shadows dissipating as if confronted by their nemesis, revealing his gaunt and pale body beneath the cloak. Seizing the moment, Li Qisan and Xian Bing launched their most ferocious attacks simultaneously. Li Qisan's alloy combat knife sliced through the air, aimed directly at the black-robed man's head. Meanwhile, Xian Bing brought his palms together, causing the ground to crack open in a deep chasm, resembling the gaping maw of a great beast, ready to devour the black-robed man. You will all die? The black-robed man, racked with pain and fury, unleashed an even more frenzied roar. He bit down on his tongue, a spurt of blood splashing onto the altar's crystal. Instantly, the runes on the altar glowed with a blinding crimson light, unleashing a massive wave of energy. Not good. He going to force a sacrifice. He offering himself. The woman from Sakura country, hiding behind the pillar, gasped in horror. The black-robed man's focus had shifted from her to Li Qisan. In his eyes, this powerful and vital Huawa soldier was a more perfect offering than Yukiko. The crimson energy surged toward Li Qisan like a tidal wave. He felt an overwhelming pull, as if his very soul were being drawn from his body. Can embrace death to live, withstand an attack on this soul level? Li Qisan's thoughts raced. He did not wish to take that gamble. At that critical moment, Yukiko suddenly burst forth from behind the pillar. With a fierce determination, she pressed her hands onto the altar that was ravenously consuming the black-robed man's essence. If you wish to drag me down to hell, then let us go together, she screamed, pouring her remaining spatial energy into the crystal without reservation. The altar, meant to absorb energy unidirectionally, underwent a sudden transformation under the influence of spatial power, resulting in a violent internal clash before erupting outward. At the forefront stood the figure in black robes, closest to the altar. No. The figure let out a howl as his body was struck directly by a torrent of chaotic, violent energy. His skin began to crack, and a terrifying transformation unfolded at a visible pace. His muscles swelled irregularly, tearing apart. After releasing her power, the woman from the land of cherry blossoms weakened and collapsed toward Li Qi. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her. Boom. The altar in the center of the courtyard exploded completely, tearing open a jagged, pitch-black rift in space. It was more unstable and ferocious than Abyss 07. Chapter 22. Envelop me in the bull roar. Before anyone could react, a three-headed, wolf-like creature, covered in a purple-black shell, leaped from the rift. The lone wolf muttered a curse, his form flickering as two beams of cold light precisely pierced the eye sockets of the two creatures. They emerged with astonishing speed, and they were even stronger. He twisted his wrist, shattering the brain of one creature with his military dagger while sidestepping the claws of another beast. Shibing pressed her hands down, and three thick earthen walls rose from the ground, attempting to block the relentless surge of emerging creatures. However, as soon as the walls formed, they were violently shattered by 7 or 8 differently shaped monsters, sending debris and dust flying. No, the monsters keep pouring out. Xuanbing's voice took on a noticeable urgency for the first time. The ground beneath her feet heaved and collapsed, striving to construct a more solid defense, yet was continuously breached in an instant. Li Qi lifted the woman in a horizontal embrace, leaping to Xuanbing's side and gently placing her behind a relatively intact cover. A centipede-like creature crawled out from the rift, its upper body suddenly rearing up, spewing forth a stream of dark green acidic venom. Damn. What in the world are these things? The lone wolf rolled and dodged awkwardly, a splash of venom hitting his combat suit's shoulder, instantly emitting white smoke. Li Qi's pupils constricted. There was no way the three of them could contain all the beasts here. If they allowed these creatures to escape, the entire abandoned Ian district, and perhaps even farther afield. Xianbing. Li Qi's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable resolve. Xianbing, who was maintaining a stone barrier constantly under attack, hesitated slightly upon hearing him. Li Qi's gaze swept over the ever-expanding pitch-black rift. Use your earth abilities to seal me and this rift entirely. He pointed to himself and then to the rift, like an inverted bowl, enclosing both me and the breach within it. None shall escape. Xianbing abruptly turned around. Are you insane? That is suicide. Li Qi, think twice. The lone wolf shouted anxiously, having just dealt with a spider-like creature attempting to flank them. A deep wound, exposing bone, was etched across his arm, blood instantly staining his combat suit. We hold them off and wait for reinforcements. Li Qi did not glance at the lone wolf. His focus remained firmly on Xianbing. You have witnessed my healing abilities. This is the only way to minimize our losses and buy time for reinforcements for Jiacheng and for you. Xuanbing's chest rose and fell violently. She recalled Li Qi's extraordinary self-healing on the training ground and the miraculous recovery he exhibited after confronting a formidable beast on the beach. But at what cost? He had mentioned a depletion of life force last time. How much would it consume this time? What if you perish within? Xianbing's voice was somewhat hoarse. She endeavored to sound resolute, yet her tone betrayed a slight tremor. She was reluctant to execute this plan, as it contradicted her duty as the squad commander to protect her team. Yet reality dictated that Li Qi's proposal was indeed the only feasible solution at present. She had to choose between Li Qi and the citizens of Jiangqing. This is my choice. He stepped closer, nearly pressing against Xianbing's tactical visor. Jiangqing cannot afford to wait. The lone wolf opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. He gazed at Li Qi's calm visage, devoid of any fear. Xianbing closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her expression reverted to its customary coldness and resolve. 2 hours. She extended 2 fingers. Clad in metal, I can maintain this level of containment for a maximum of 2 hours. If you die inside, my barrier will not withstand the onslaught of the beasts. She paused, each word seemingly forced from her clenched teeth. At that point, I will completely detonate the geological structure of this area, burying everything and everyone within it permanently. Li Qi's lips flickered with a slight smile. I will not die. Lone wolf. Xianbing turned to him. Immediately take this woman and retreat to a safe zone. Use your highest authority to call for support from headquarters. Report the situation here in full detail. Inform them that if reinforcements are not visible within 2 hours, preparations must be made for Jiangqing to recover the bodies. Understood. The lone wolf's teeth clicked together as he cast a deep glance at Li Qi. He swiftly scooped up the unconscious Xuezi and vanished into the shadows of the ruins with a few deft movements. In the central courtyard, only Li Qi and Xianbing remained. Are you ready? Xianbing's tone had returned to its usual sternness. Li Qi offered no reply. Instead, slowly drawing the alloy combat knife from his back, he charged towards the fissure, the blade glinting with an icy aura illuminated by the eerie light emanating from the crack. Xianbing raised her hands slowly, palms facing down. A surge of earth element energy, more potent than any previous manifestation, poured from her being into the ground beneath her feet. With a thunderous roar, the entire abandoned shopping center began to tremble violently, the floor rolling and heaving as if alive. Countless steel reinforcements and crumbled walls were drawn together and compressed by an invisible force. Centered around Li Qi in the dark fissure, a colossal and sturdy earthen dome began to rise from the periphery, slowly converging towards the center. Light was gradually stripped away. The beasts surging from the fissure seemed to sense this, frantically battering against the forming dome. Li Qi stood in the last remaining sliver of light before the dome closed, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Finally, I have arrived at my personal arena. Boom! The final massive slab of earth and stone crashed down with tremendous force, sealing the fate of all within. The darkness enveloped Li Qi, the sole source of illumination emanating from an irregular, distorted fissure. With a thunderous roar, a 4-legged beast, its body adorned with bony spikes, surged forth from the crack, fixating on the only living entity beneath the dome. Li Qi's body reacted swifter than his thoughts. The speed granted by extraordinary agility allowed him to glide sideways like a wraith, his alloy blade rising from below to precisely slice through the beast's abdomen. The sickening sound of "ooft" accompanied the eruption of scalding blood and shattered entrails. Host detected kill of mutated, contaminated beast. Progress of the plundered legacy. 08. Resurrection count increased by 1. Chapter 23. I finished my battle before reinforcements arrived. Before he could catch his breath, 3 smaller beasts, resembling enlarged black beetles, swooped in from 3 directions, their thin wings flapping vigorously. Excellent. Li Qi pressed forward rather than retreating, his alloy blade weaving a shimmering silver curtain. He abandoned defense, targeting vital points with each strike. Progress of the plundered legacy. 05. Progress of the plundered legacy. 06. Progress of the plundered legacy. 04. The progress bar climbed slowly, yet resolutely. The resurrection count fluctuated. Not enough. Too slow. Li Qi roared within his mind. 2 hours. The ice-cold deadline set by Xianbing was 2 hours. He not only had to survive here, but also extract every ounce of value from this temporary rift within that time frame. He began to willingly absorb some non-lethal attacks, enduring the claws and bites of the beasts with his body, all to exchange for swifter kills and more efficient harvesting. His combat suit quickly became tattered, blood soaking the fabric, which rapidly crusted over and flaked off in the wake of his terrifying resurrections. The notification tone of rebirth from death became the most melodious background music to his ears at that moment. Each demise signified a complete restoration of his state and a subtle increase in resurrection count. He resembled an insatiable killing machine within the domed space, engaging in primal, bloody struggles against the incessantly emerging beasts. Each flash of his blade was accompanied by the beast's wails and the system's notifications. Plundered Legacy, 253852, time slipped away second by second. Li Qi had long lost count of how many times he had perished or how many beasts he had slain. His mental faculties were intensely focused, perceiving every energy fluctuation emanating from the fissure, anticipating the type and number of the next wave of monsters. Suddenly, a surge of energy, far more potent than any previous, emanated from the depths of the crack. Li Qi sharply raised his head, positioning his alloy blade across his chest. A colossal beast, resembling a mantis and towering over 3 meters, slowly crawled out from the fissure. This is intriguing, Li Qi licked his lips. The giant mantis beast's 6 pairs of thin wings vibrated rapidly, its form vanishing in an instant. Li Qi's pupils constricted, extraordinary mental power, issued a frantic warning. He rolled sharply to the left. Shoo! A streak of silver light, moving with breathtaking speed, grazed his scalp, cleaving a massive stone behind him cleanly in two. The cut is smooth as a mirror. So fast. Li Qi felt a shiver run down his spine. The speed of this creature nearly surpassed the limits of his extraordinary agility. This was becoming quite troublesome, he murmured to himself, a hint of exhilaration mingling with a sinister expression on his face. The more formidable the prey, the more abundant the feedback from the remnants of the calamity. The colossal mantis-like beast missed its strike and vanished once more. Li Qi ceased his attempts to capture it visually, instead immersing himself entirely in the perception of his mental energy. Closing his eyes, everything around him transformed into a flow of energy. The sound of the wind, the noises emitted by the creature, and even the subtle friction of the rocky ceiling resonated clearly in his mind. There, Li Qi suddenly opened his eyes, leaning back at an astonishing angle as the alloy war knife in his hand slashed upward. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew. The alloy blade collided fiercely with the mantis's scythe-like forelimbs, producing a deafening clash of metal. A tremendous force surged through the blade, causing Li Qi's hands to tremble violently, nearly dislodging the weapon from his grasp. The creature's forelimbs proved to be even harder than the alloy itself. Utilizing the momentum, Li Qi retreated, distancing himself from the giant mantis. He glanced at the blade in his hand, discovering a minuscule chip on the edge. This was problematic. Conventional slashing had little effect on this creature. The giant mantis seemed to grow enraged. Its chest heaved, the dark green luminescence on its surface swirling, as its side-like forelimbs crossed before it and then swung forward with force. 2 intersecting silver energy blades, resembling crescent moons, tore through the air, howling as they aimed for Li Qi. With a surge of energy, Li Qi transformed into a blur, narrowly evading the onslaught of the energy blades. The blades struck the rocky ceiling with tremendous force, leaving deep, charred gashes, while debris rained down. The dome trembled. Li Qi's mind raced. The frost had indicated that the dome could only hold for 2 hours at most. How long had it been? He had completely lost track of time. There was no more time to waste. Taking a deep breath, Li Qi resolved to avoid direct confrontation with the giant mantis. Instead, he would exploit its massive size as a disadvantage while leveraging his agility to maneuver swiftly within the confined space. With each evasion came a precise counterattack. His aim was not the indestructible scythe-like limbs, but rather the base of its vibrating wings and its relatively fragile compound eyes. A small piece of carapace was severed. A bloodstain appeared at the wing's root. The giant mantis's attacks grew increasingly frenzied and erratic. It seemed incapable of comprehending why this diminutive human, like a relentless parasite, could repeatedly evade its lethal strikes while inflicting damage. The ability to live as one faces death was triggered once more. Li Qi's body, having been struck at the waist by a scythe and nearly severed in two, instantly restored itself to its former state. Seizing this moment of near demise, he summoned all his strength and hurled the alloy war knife with great force. targeting the left compound eye of the giant mantis. The alloy war blade whirled through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound as it plunged deeply into the left eye of the colossal mantis. A dark green fluid erupted forth, and the giant mantis emitted a chilling shriek, its massive body thrashing wildly and convulsing. Its scythe-like forelimbs flailed uncontrollably, shattering the surrounding rock walls into fragments. Now was the moment. Li Qi lunged forward like a predatory cheetah, his muscular arms straining as he gripped the hilt of the alloy war blade embedded in the creature's eye socket, summoning every ounce of strength. He forcefully pressed downward while simultaneously twisting. The horrific sound of shattering bones and scraping exoskeleton filled the air. Detection. Host has slain a leader-level aberration. Progress of the Cataclysmic Legacy. 15. Detection. Host has accomplished a high-difficulty kill. The talent, from death to life, has been triggered, with 5 revival chances remaining. Current total, 188. The enormous mantis collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Qi gasped for breath as he withdrew the alloy warblade. Now coated in dark green viscera from the beast's head, his progress in the Cataclysmic Legacy surged to 125. Although he had expended several revival chances, they had increased to a total of 264. Suddenly, his communicator crackled to life with a static-laden voice, tinged with urgency. Li Qi, are you still alive? Hold on for 5 more minutes. Reinforcements are on the way. 5 minutes? I've already finished the fight. Chapter 24. The Laughter of Joy. Not of madness with a resounding crash, the massive stone dome shattered amidst a cacophony that grated on the teeth. Smoke and the scent of blood permeated the air. The first to storm into the ruins of the shopping center were the reinforcements from the White Tiger Legion, fully armed and with grave expressions, seemingly prepared for a fierce battle. However, the anticipated onslaught of aberrations did not materialize. Instead, they were met with a mountain of aberration corpses. At the center of this sea of blood and bodies stood a solitary figure, Li Qi. He faced away from the intruders, his combat suit in tatters, the ragged fabric clinging to him, and the blade of his alloy war knife bent from excessive hacking. Beneath his feet, the last scorpion-tailed aberration that attempted a sneak attack was crushed underfoot, its yellow-green ichor splattering up his leg. The entire atrium was enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the late-arriving lone wolf found his usual quips stifled in his throat upon witnessing the scene. Did he do all of this by himself? A young support team member's lips trembled, his grip on his weapon faltering. No one answered him. The truth was chillingly evident. Li Qi slowly turned around, his face smeared with blood and sweat, revealing little emotion. He cracked his sore neck, the bones emitting a faint clicking sound. Legacy, progress, 127. Talent, facing death, remaining revivals, 274. Skills, unarmed combat, firearm mastery, extraordinary endurance, extraordinary strength, extraordinary mental power, extraordinary agility. Li Qi's attention was wholly absorbed by the system panel visible only to him, a subtle smile unconsciously playing at the corners of his lips. The gains from this encounter far exceeded his expectations. The surge in revival counts indicated that Cataclysmic Legacy could once again acquire new abilities. Li Qi. The voice of Qi Lian resonated from behind him. Those eyes, concealed behind a mask, were fixed intently upon Li Qi. Li Qi diverted his gaze from the system panel to Qi Lian. The bloodstains on his face remained unwashed, and the faint smile born from his contemplation of gains lingered, casting an air of inexplicable peculiarity to those observing. Report, Captain. The rift has been cleared, and all internal beasts have been exterminated. Li Qi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Prolonged combat had rendered his throat dry. Qi Lian did not respond immediately. She approached Li Qi, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. How many did you kill? Qi Lian inquired, her tone calm and devoid of emotion. Li Qi paused, taken aback. He had not kept count. His focus had been solely on the progress of Cataclysmic Legacy and the revival counts. A considerable number, Li Qi replied, weighing his words. Qi Lian's gaze traversed from Li Qi's face, gradually descending. It swept over his damaged battle knife. The multitude of scars adorning his body, most of which had healed without him even noticing, and the mountain of beast corpses at his feet. You seem quite exhilarated? Qi Lian spoke once more, this time with a hint of barely perceptible curiosity in her voice. Li Qi's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Exhilarated? Perhaps to some extent. But more so, he felt a profound satisfaction in the growth of his power. How could he articulate this? Should he admit to relishing the process of this upgrade? I merely completed the mission, Li Qi opted for the most prudent response. Qi Lian's face behind the mask revealed no change in expression. Yet her fingers gently tapped the communicator at her waist. Xian Bing, provide the specifics, she commanded, redirecting her attention back to Li Qi. Xian Bing stepped forward and succinctly recounted the events before and after the dome's sealing, including Li Qi's decision to voluntarily remain sealed. Qi Lian listened in silence, her gaze unwavering from Li Qi. Li Qi, she called his name once more. As of now, you have 3 days of leave. Qi Lian's tone left no room for negotiation. Li Qi's body stiffened noticeably. Leave? At such a critical juncture? His cataclysmic legacy had just recharged, allowing him to acquire new abilities, precisely when he needed to consolidate and adapt to this newfound strength. Captain, I don't require leave, Li Qi attempted to negotiate. I feel perfectly fine, ready at any moment. This is an order, Qi Lian interjected, her tone imbued with heightened authority. Excessive slaughter and prolonged extreme combat can inflict irreversible damage on one's psyche. You require a professional psychological evaluation and enforced rest. Li Qi's heart sank as he comprehended the implication. Qi Lian was not concerned about his physical well-being. Rather, she was questioning his mental state. His subconscious smile, while checking the system panel, had been misconstrued as a sign of psychological instability following a massacre. Indeed, who among the virtuous would smile after such death and destruction? It was merely a misunderstanding. He opened his mouth but ultimately chose to acquiesce. The matter of system rewards could not be candidly discussed. Qi Lian seemed somewhat satisfied with his compliance. In 3 days, I shall dispatch someone to contact you. During this period, you are prohibited from engaging in any operations related to the military or exotic beasts. She patted Li Qi on the shoulder. Take good care of yourself and consider visiting your hometown in Jiaqing during these days. Jiangqing does sound appealing, Li Qi mused, contemplating a return. Understood, he responded succinctly. Xian Bing stood nearby, observing the exchange between Li Qi and Qi Lian. She understood Qi Lian's caution. The mental state of the Special Operations Team was of paramount importance. However, Li Qi's demeanor earlier did not suggest any psychological issues. His calmness, his precise control over the battlefield, and even his almost joyous attitude towards combat were telling. She recalled her own internal struggle when making the decision to seal the dome, as well as Li Qi's tranquil assertion that he would not die. An indescribable emotion began to stir within her. Was it guilt? Or something else entirely? She shook her head, attempting to dispel such thoughts. Yet her gaze lingered on Li Qi for a few seconds longer than intended. Qi Lian turned to leave, but paused, as if suddenly recalling something. She glanced back at Li Qi. The woman you saved from Sakura country is named Xuezi. Her identity is somewhat special, and she has already been taken by the Special Operations Team. How much do you know about her? Li Qi recalled the rare spatial abilities of that woman from Sakura country. Not much. I only know she was coerced by that man in the black robe, seemingly intended for some sacrificial ritual to open a rift. He answered truthfully. She possesses spatial-related abilities. Qi Lian nodded, refraining from further inquiry, and departed with the support team. In the ruins, only Li Qi and Xian Bing remained. Chapter 25. The cataclysm has occurred, yet a class reunion? Are you truly unscathed? Xian Bing's tone was softer than usual. Do I appear to be in distress? Li Qi replied, shaking the nearly ruined battle knife in his hand. I might need to acquire a new weapon. Xian Bing remained silent, retrieving a metal spray from her tactical vest side pocket and tossing it to Li Qi. Concentrated nutrient spray. It can swiftly restore your stamina. After she spoke, she seemed to find her concern somewhat abrupt and added, military standard equipment. Li Qi caught the spray and weighed it in his hand. Thank you. The transport aircraft can give you a lift. Rest well. Jiangqing is a delightful city. The transport aircraft swiftly ascended, vanishing into the night sky. Li Qi was dropped off near the deserted roadside, not far from his residential community. As Qi Lian remarked, arriving at the community by transport aircraft would be too ostentatious and disruptive to the residents. He donned a set of casual attire that he had prepared in advance. Dressed in a simple shirt and denim jeans, along with a flat cap, he stepped back onto the asphalt road, heading homeward. A long-lost sense of earthly vitality enveloped him, rendering him somewhat dazed. Just a month ago, I too was a part of this bustling world. The captain of the Red Snake team had generously granted a 3-day holiday. Though he mused quietly to himself, his gaze lingered on the system panel. Host, Li Qi Survivor's Remnant, 127, talent, facing death to embrace life, remaining revives, 274, skills, unarmed combat, firearms proficiency, extraordinary endurance, extraordinary strength. Extraordinary mental power. Extraordinary agility. Current capture available. Finally, the opportunity to acquire new abilities had arrived. He suppressed the immediate urge to initiate a capture, recognizing that the time was not yet ripe. The roar of motorcycle engines grew louder, accompanied by the jarring sounds of metallic music and the boisterous laughter of youths pretending to act tough. A group of 7 or 8 flamboyantly modified motorcycles swiftly encircled Li Qi. At the forefront was a tall, slender figure with dyed yellow hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, surveying Li Qi with a sideways glance. "Hey, buddy, new around here? Which street do you run?" The tone of the yellow-haired youth bore a hint of provocation, yet was predominantly infused with the bravado characteristic of youth. For a brief moment, Li Qi's body instinctively tensed, only to relax again. He recognized the yellow-haired boy and the few individuals behind him. They wore shirts emblazoned with exaggerated designs, chains clanging from their denim pants, and their arms adorned with cheap sticker tattoos. Just a month ago, he had been one of them. They would skip classes for internet cafes, indulge in inexpensive barbecues on street corners, and dream together of futures that seemed out of reach. Now, their concerns likely revolved around where to parade their bravado the next day. Meanwhile, I had just clawed my way out of a hellish battlefield, my hands still stained with the remnants of monsters. Yellow hair, Zhao Gang, and Zhang Peng? Li Qi removed his flat cap, revealing his face. The yellow-haired youth and his companions were momentarily taken aback, forgetting to take a drag from their cigarettes. "What the hell? Li Qi?" Yellow Hair was the first to exclaim, his expression a mixture of disbelief. A previously unfamiliar boy with a buzz cut suddenly pointed at Li Qi's face, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wait. Li Qi, I think I saw you at the Great Wall Lookout." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The buzzcut boy pulled out his phone, swiftly scrolling across the screen before turning it toward the group, comparing it with Li Qi's face. On the screen was a blurred screenshot of Li Qi's silhouette on the battlefield of Abyss 07. Though indistinct, his figure and the iconic alloy combat knife were discernible. "No way. It really is you." Yellow Hair gazed at Li Qi in awe and suspicion. "Aren't you supposed to be in the military? In that, special task force? What are you doing here?" "Wow, Li Qi, you're incredible. A real-life legend." Zhao Gang squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming, Quick, give us your autograph. "Do you realize you've become a sensation in our school? Many girls are clamoring to marry the great hero." In an instant, the group surged around him, chattering excitedly, their enthusiasm palpable. Li Qi found himself in a state of bemusement. Heroes? Would they still think so if they witnessed the carnage beneath the dome? He had never anticipated ascending to fame in such a manner. It was merely a stroke of luck that he had executed a mission. Li Qi endeavored to downplay his fortune. Could good fortune really lead one to an official live broadcast? There was no need for modesty. Huang Mao wore an expression that conveyed understanding. "Li Qi, no, brother Qi. From now on, we shall follow you." Li Qi felt the veins in his forehead pulse with exasperation. "Follow me? To the rift to slay otherworldly beasts? I have returned on leave and shall soon rejoin my unit." Li Qi felt helpless. After all, these classmates were merely 18 years old. Zhao Gang unceremoniously seized the backpack from Li Qi's hands, slinging it over his motorcycle handlebar. "Come on, brother Qi, we'll take you home. It's on our way." Li Qi gazed into their eager eyes, and the words of refusal lingered on his lips, only to be swallowed back. It was not a matter of pride. Taking their ride was certainly quicker than traversing the distance on foot. He had done it before. He mounted the rear of Zhao Gang's motorcycle as Huang Mao and the others cleared the path ahead, the engine roaring back to life. As they sped through the air, Li Qi inhaled the familiar scent of exhaust, listened to the wind whistling past his ears, and the off-key songs sung by the youths. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though he had returned to his carefree student days. Yet, he understood that everything had irrevocably changed. As they approached the entrance of the community, Zhao Gang slowed the vehicle. "Brother Qi, tomorrow at Starlight, we're having a reunion for our Class 3-2. You must come," Zhao Gang called out, turning his head. "A reunion?" "Indeed. Remember our Class S former academic representative, Lin Xiaoxiao? The one from a wealthy family and remarkably beautiful. She organized it, saying that as we all embark on our separate paths, it's vital to maintain connections." Zhao Gang elaborated. Lin Xiaoxiao emerged in Li Qi's mind. A girl who always donned pristine uniforms, sported a ponytail, excelled academically, yet possessed a touch of arrogance. A gathering organized by the wealthy academic representative? It sounded rather tedious. "I understand," Li Qi replied vaguely. Accepting the backpack Zhao Gang handed him before dismounting the motorcycle. Brother Qi, we expect to see you tomorrow. Huang Mao and the others bid him farewell before speeding away, swiftly vanishing around the corner. Chapter 26. The adoration and reflection of old friends in the living room. The television screen emitted a cold light, the sound of the news report slicing through the silence. The female host wore a grave expression. Today, the 176th incursion of the spatial rift has been repelled. Images flashed across the screen depicting a battlefield shrouded in smoke, interwoven with the specters of otherworldly beasts and explosions. Her voice trembled. The Xuanwu Legion infantry suffered 421 casualties. The Air Force lost 27 aircraft, with 15 pilots perishing and 5 missing. She lowered her head, fighting back tears, and upon raising it again, her eyes were red-rimmed. We pay tribute to the heroes. The screen transitioned to black and white memorial photographs as somber music flowed gently in the background. On the sofa before the television, Li Qi sat ensconced in shadows, motionless. The glow of the screen illuminated the sharp contours of his profile, obscuring his expression. He clutched a half-empty can of beer in his hand. After a long pause, he picked up the remote. Click. The screen dimmed into darkness. The darkness enveloped the entire room. In the obscurity, a low murmur resonated. A faint expletive escaped through clenched teeth. He tilted his head back and downed the remaining beer in one gulp. The aluminum can crumpled beneath his grip, producing a jarring metallic scrape that sounded particularly stark in the silence of the room. He longed to dash back to the barracks, to the White Tiger Legion, to that damned front line, to shred those monsters to pieces. Yet, the icy visage of Qilian and her command forbidding any involvement in military or beast-related operations doused him like a bucket of cold water. 3 days of leave. To hell with leave. Initiate cataclysmic inheritance capture. He silently recited. Severe emotional fluctuations detected in the host during capture of cataclysmic inheritance, energy affinity increasing. Capture successful. Congratulations, host has acquired a new ability, Silent Wind Slash. A distinctly different warmth surged through him, swifter than ever before, flooding his entire being. A sharp sensation arose, as if his will could transmute into an invisible blade. Silent Wind Slash, active ability. Consumes mental energy and inheritance energy to unleash silent, intangible wind blades capable of extensive cutting or precise strikes. The strength and range of the wind blades are influenced by mental energy and skill level. An active attack ability. Extensive. Silent. At long last, he possessed a proper active skill. Imagine the scene of wind blades sweeping across the battlefield, dismembering swathes of aberrations. If he were on the front line now, with over 6,000 brothers of the Xuanwu Legion by his side, wouldn't fewer lives be lost? A sudden, urgent ringing pierced the air, awakening Li Qi, who had unknowingly dozed off on the couch. He fished out his phone, the screen illuminating with Zhao Gang's name. As soon as he answered, Zhao Gang's distinctive booming voice erupted from the receiver. Qi Ge, are you awake? We're all waiting downstairs at your place. Hurry up. Today we're treating you to a welcome back. After a quick wash, he stepped into the hallway and spotted a familiar group not far away. The yellow-haired one still sported his signature golden locks, perched on a motorcycle outfitted with an exhaust pipe that seemed ready to take flight, animatedly chatting with Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang retained his simple demeanor, though his face bore a hint of youthful bravado. A few others surrounded them, all old friends from their days of skipping class to gain together. Qi Ge, over here. Zhao Gang, ever observant, was the first to spot Li Qi, immediately waving his arms and shouting. The yellow-haired one turned his head, and upon seeing Li Qi, an exaggerated grin spread across his face. Revving the motorcycle, it emitted a piercing roar as a greeting. Li Qi smirked slightly and walked over. Looking sharp, Qi Ge. Almost didn't he recognize you in civilian clothes? The yellow-haired one dismounted and scrutinized Li Qi's outfit, giving him a friendly punch on the shoulder. You look much more spirited than when you wore the school uniform. Of course, our Qi Ge is now a hero of the Special Forces. How could he not look spirited? Zhao Gang approached, his face filled with admiration. Last night, I sneaked out my father's treasured wine just to celebrate you. Hero? Li Qi pondered this term, recalling the news from the previous night. A bitter taste rising in his throat. Was he truly a hero? He merely relied on his resurrection and the system. The real heroes were those soldiers who forged the Great Wall with their flesh and blood on the front lines. Brother Qi, you have no idea. Our school forum has exploded. It's all about you. Those girls are saying they won't marry anyone else. A boy with green hair winked mischievously. Li Qi felt a sudden headache, pinching the bridge of his nose. All right, enough of this. Didn't we come here to welcome me? Where are we headed? Starlight. Lin Xiaoxiao booked a luxurious private room. Huang Mao pounded his chest with pride. Inside the room, a gigantic screen displayed an unknown couple singing a love duet. Colorful lights flashed wildly, dazzling the eyes. A group of young men and women crowded around the sofa, singing at the top of their lungs, shaking dice, laughing and playing. Chapter 27. I actually want to be a soldier. As Li Qi entered, he was engulfed by a wave of enthusiasm. Brother Qi is here. Quickly, make room for him, Zhao Gang shouted, pushing through the crowd. Huang Mao had already seized the microphone, his voice rising in an exaggerated tone. Let us warmly welcome our national hero, Li Qi, to the stage. The room erupted in applause and whistles. Li Qi's temples throbbed. He felt like a monkey on display. Li Qi, you've arrived. A clear female voice cut through the clamor, carrying a unique chill. Lin Xiaoxiao stood from the shadows of the corner. She wore a light blue dress, her hair casually flowing and her face adorned with subtle makeup. She exuded a mature allure, yet her inherent coolness remained untouched. Holding a glass of juice, she approached Li Qi, her gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds. They're quite loud. Please don't mind them. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled softly, her eyes sparkling. I heard you were back from vacation, and it's such a coincidence that it coincides with this gathering I organized. Thank you, Li Qi responded tersely, accepting the unopened glass of juice she offered. Please, have a seat. Lin Xiaoxiao gestured to an empty spot beside her. After a moment's hesitation, he settled down. The surrounding noise felt like an invisible barrier, rendering him an outsider. He gazed at the once familiar faces, now feeling utterly estranged. They discussed the latest games and celebrity gossip, topics that seemed distant from his reality. His world was filled with the coldness of firearms, the roars of exotic beasts, the blood of comrades, and the numbing experience of clawing back from the brink of death time and again. Brother Qi, come on, drink up. Zhao Gang squeezed through with a full glass of beer, forcefully placing it in Li Qi's hand. We want to leave until we're drunk. I can't drink much. Li Qi pushed the glass away gently. Oh, come on, Brother Qi. Can you really avoid drinking in the army? I have heard that the soldiers there are unrestrained. A boy donning black-framed glasses jested. His name was Zhang Peng. Once a commendable student in class, he had a penchant for flaunting his cleverness. Indeed. Seventh brother, regale us with tales from the military. Is it not exhilarating? When battling those monsters, is it not akin to the movies, where a few shots suffice to vanquish them? Another girl's eyes sparkled with naive curiosity. Li Qi's eyelids twitched. Exhilarating? He recalled the scene of the otherworldly spider beast he had cleaved in two, its dark green blood and entrails strewn across the ground. He remembered the colossal mammoth, capable of turning a person into mere pulp with a single step. He thought of the ceaseless slaughter and repeated deaths beneath the dome. There is not much to recount, Li Qi replied, his voice tinged with resignation. The Great Wall Watch livestream has broadcasted it all. I trust you have all seen it. Uff, you are the protagonist. Your narration must evoke a different sensation, no? Zhang Peng scoffed, gulping down a large swig of beer and burping. I once considered enlisting to defend the homeland. How honorable. Alas, my petite frame is inadequate. Otherwise, who knows? I might have been a hero of the special forces like Seventh Brother. In that case, those monsters would surely scatter in fear at my sight. As he spoke, he struck a pose he fancied was heroic, eliciting giggles from the nearby girls. The special forces are not so easily accessible, Lin Xiaoxiao interjected suddenly, her tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Not everyone possesses the right to confront such beings. Her gaze subtly flitted over to Li Qi. Zhang Pi was momentarily taken aback, his expression awkward, and he fell silent. The music in the private room surged suddenly. A powerful rock anthem filled the air. The flashing colored lights spun wildly, red, green, and purple beams chaotically slicing through the space, casting surreal reflections on everyone's faces. Li Qi was reminded of the news from yesterday, the soldiers on the front lines, and a wave of discomfort surged within him. The jarring music felt like countless steel needles piercing his eardrums. The shifting lights evoked memories of the eerie glow emanating from the rifts. The newly acquired, silent wind slash seemed to sense his pent-up agitation. A faint energy began to stir restlessly. At that moment, directly above Li Qi, a particularly vibrant spinning light suddenly emitted a soft pop and extinguished abruptly. The entire room dimmed slightly, and a high-frequency segment of the music seemed to stutter momentarily. Huh, what is happening? A girl closest to the light looked up, puzzled. Probably a connectivity issue. The equipment in places like this tends to be faulty, remarked the blonde nonchalantly. As he reached for the microphone, A few seconds later, the extinguished light flickered back to life, though its brightness appeared diminished. No one paid heed to this minor incident, except for Li Qi. In the instant the light went out, he distinctly felt a fleeting, icy sharpness brush past him, akin to an illusion. He nearly lost control. Lin Xiaoxiao sat silently beside him, seemingly engrossed in her phone, yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on Li Qi. The instant the colorful lights extinguished, she observed Li Qi's body momentarily stiffen, almost imperceptibly. With an unperturbed gaze, she withdrew her attention, raising her juice to her lips. But the glimmer behind her lenses revealed a hint of contemplation. This classmate was far more intricate than she had initially perceived. The lights in the private room continued to flash in a dazzling display, while the deafening music threatened to lift the roof off. It was unclear how long it had been since Huang Mao had become inebriated. Clutching the microphone and belting out off-key love songs to the image of a sultry celebrity on the screen, Zhao Gang and several other boys surrounded a pile of empty bottles, shaking dice. The losers chugged a drink and emitted exaggerated, bizarre howls. The girls huddled together, animatedly discussing the latest virtual idol or the newest gossip surrounding a male star. Li Qi sat quietly in a corner, untouched juice before him. This cacophony felt utterly alien to him. He observed the youthful faces around him, flushed with alcohol and trivial jokes, animated by fictional idols and distant scandals. Chapter 28. It turns out I am still in the novice village. These were once integral to his life, yet now they lay across an unfathomable chasm. The silhouette of his father, sacrificed before the frigid abyss, formed his most ambiguous yet profound understanding of responsibility in youth. Then came the arrival of the Embrace Death to Live system, with its chilling notifications, repeated near-death experiences, and endless bloody battles. His life had been irrevocably rewritten. So be it. Li Qi exhaled softly. They had the right to savor peace and youth, while he was destined to tread a different path, bearing a distinct burden. At that moment, the atmosphere in the private room suddenly grew more fervent. Truth or dare? Truth or dare? The loser chooses one. Zhang Peng proposed loudly while raising an empty bottle. Great idea. The crowd enthusiastically responded, their attention instantly captivated by this new game. Huang Mao set down the microphone and squeezed in, clamoring to be the first participant. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, Li Qi quietly rose. He gently pushed the heavy door open just a crack, then closed it behind him, isolating himself from the clamor. Outside, the night air was cool, awakening his somewhat muddled thoughts. He had no specific destination in mind, simply meandering along the desolate, silent streets. The night breeze brought a sharper chill, along with a faint touch of malice. Li Qi did not halt his stride. His extraordinary mentality was like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples. At least two gazes were firmly fixed on him from behind. He turned into a secluded alley. The footsteps trailing him were unhurried. Deep within the alley, an area of abandoned temporary structures lay overgrown with weeds. Li Qi came to a stop. Two figures emerged from the mouth of the alley, blocking his retreat. On the left stood a tall and slender man, while the one on the right appeared somewhat stocky. Both donned inconspicuous dark attire, their faces obscured by oversized masks that concealed most of their features. You've been following me for a while. Is there something you need? Li Qi's voice shattered the silence. The tall man let out a light chuckle. Li Qi, someone wishes to invite you for a conversation. Who? We are members of the reverse hijacking group, and someone above is quite interested in your abilities, the stocky man replied in a deep, rumbling voice, taking a step forward to reveal a glimmer of metal at his waist. A large-scale signal jamming device, undetectable by Huagua. If you think to stall for time, I advise you to abandon that notion and comply willingly. Reverse hijacking group? Is that a certain organization? Li Qi pondered. It seemed the live broadcast of Abyss 07 had attracted not just the adulation of the masses. And what if I choose not to cooperate? Then we must regrettably request that you lie down and pass on. The tall man spoke with a flippant tone, yet his words dripped with menace. The directive from above was indifferent to life or death. Li Qi raised an eyebrow and beckoned them with a casual gesture. Seeking death. The stocky man drew a gleaming, short-handled battle axe from his waist, propelling himself into the air. Meanwhile, the tall man produced an oddly shaped handgun, aiming it at Li Qi. Silent wind slash merely required Li Qi to raise his right hand, fingers together, and with a gentle wave directed at the two men. As if brushing away dust, an invisible, formless energy, sharp to the utmost degree, surged forth with his motion, slicing through the air ahead in an instant. There was no sound, no light, nor even the slightest disturbance in the flow of air. The arrogant expression on the tall man's face froze in an instant. The stocky man remained suspended mid-leap, his body rigid in the air. A swift execution. The two men collapsed almost simultaneously, their demise utterly silent. Although it was his first time taking a life, the experiences on the Great Wall had steeled Li Qi. The sight of the two corpses bore no impact on him. The power of Silent Wind Slash exceeded his expectations. The mental energy expenditure was manageable. What mattered most was its stealth and suddenness. These two men had never truly engaged Li Qi in combat before their end. Perhaps they had uncovered some details about him and possessed certain special means. However, the information on Silent Wind Slash, which Li Qi had only grasped yesterday, would not have been revealed to them. One could only say they were unfortunate. As Li Qi turned to report to Captain Qi Lian, instructing them to investigate, the profound silence at the alley's end was replaced by an even deeper sense of oppression. The tension in Li Qi's relaxed nerves tightened once more as his mental perception detected an unprecedented wave of psychic energy. It was vast, like an invisible net that enveloped the entire area. From the shadows at the alley's mouth, the air shimmered slightly, and a man clad in a tawny trench coat materialized seemingly from thin air. He coalesced from the swirling dust, his hat brim pulled low, obscuring his features. He emanated an aura of disdain that seemed to overlook everything. The man casually raised his hand. An invisible wind stirred the dust on the ground, sweeping away the bloodstains left by the two reverse hijacking members as if it possessed a life of its own. The ground returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever transpired. A low, ambiguous hum escaped the man's lips, his gaze surveying with an air of intrigue. "You are Li Qi?" His voice was deep, imbued with a peculiar magnetism. "Are you one of their lot?" Li Qi retorted, the energy of Silent Wind Slash subtly coalescing at his fingertips. "The reversal team?" The man chuckled softly, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous, his tone dripping with unabashed disdain. "A bunch of rodents amusing themselves in the gutter. And you dare to compare yourselves to me?" He stepped forward, the hem of his trench coat swaying slightly with his movements. "We are the Resurrectors. As for you so-called residuals of the Cataclysm," he paused, tilting his face slightly beneath the brim of his hat, "in my eyes, you are no different from those rodents." Individual level? A new term, is it a measure of combat prowess? Li Qi felt somewhat taken aback. The man abruptly raised his hand, not directed at Li Qi, but towards the desolate area of temporary structures. A tempest erupted. Dust, debris, and withered grass in the alleyways were suddenly swept into the air by an invisible force, forming visible, swirling columns of yellowish dust. A sandstorm. This was a pure demonstration of power. Li Qi's pupils constricted in shock, his mental faculties on high alert. Without a second thought, the energy of Silent Wind Slash surged forth from within him, attempting to construct an invisible barrier before him. Yet, before the overwhelming force of the wind and sand, he felt as insignificant as a mosquito thrown into a raging sea, instantly consumed and rendered void. Individual level. Ultimately too weak. Chapter 29. Keep going. The weak of individual level. The man's voice resonated clearly in Li Qi's ears, tinged with a condescending indifference. The prison of swirling sand and wind suddenly constricted inward. Li Qi felt as though he were surrounded by piercing howls. Countless tiny grains of sand and debris battering against him like bullets, his combat suit rapidly tearing apart. A searing pain coursed through his skin. The rapidly spinning sand transformed into tangible blades of wind. He was tossed about helplessly, unable to maintain his footing. Each time he attempted to retaliate, the energy of Silent Wind Slash would barely coalesce before being shattered by the ferocious winds. The disparity was insurmountable. This was not a battle, it was mere mockery. The opponent had not placed him on equal footing at all. Facing death to find life flickered through his mind. Should I employ it? Each resurrection was a chance. Yet, if the opponent truly intended to kill him, with such overwhelming force, would his 200+ chances at resurrection truly suffice? However, it seemed the man had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. Although his wounds were numerous, none were lethal. It felt more akin to a form of training. Perhaps it was a gamble that this enigmatic resurrector harbored no genuine intent to kill. Over the past 2 years, the global invasion of aberrant beasts. The voice of the sandy man echoed once more, imbued with an ancient, somber resonance, cutting through the howling winds with striking clarity. This is merely the harbinger of the true cataclysm. Like the first leaf falling before the storm arrives, Li Qi struggled against the relentless sandstorm, his heart quaking at the words he heard. A portent? So many lives extinguished, so many cities laid to waste, merely a precursor? What then? Could the true cataclysm possibly entail? The military might of the Huagua, as it now presented itself to the world. The man paused, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. It is merely the tip of the iceberg, the superficial manifestation of combat strength, maintained for stability and to deceive those who are far more formidable. These revelations struck Li Qi's mind like a series of thunderclaps. The White Tiger Legion, the Azure Dragon Legion, those valiant soldiers fighting valiantly at the front lines. The heroes who sacrificed their lives to defend the walls, were they all merely FA-aids? Where then lay the real power? During my passage through Jiaqing, I heard whispers of a fascinating new talent emerging here. The man's gaze seemed to rest upon Li Qi. I wished to see for myself. Li Qi's heart sank. He understood that this new talent referred to him. Yet, his rumored resilience did not appear to be as remarkable as claimed. A trace of disappointment lingered in the man's voice. Your potential is commendable, yet your comprehension and application of power remain at the most rudimentary level. As the storm began to abate, the tumult within Li Qi surged ever more violently. The other seemed profoundly knowledgeable about the cataclysmic legacy. Do not be blinded by individual strength. The man's voice faded into an ethereal whisper. The true enemy lies deeper still. Time is of the essence. Li Qi lifted his gaze, yearning to glimpse the man's face. Yet in the shadows of the alley, the figure clad in a dusty yellow trench coat gradually dissolved, merging into the air in the lingering dust as if it had never existed. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Only Li Qi remained, his body riddled with numerous wounds, standing helplessly in place. With a soft thud, his legs buckled, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath. Cold sweat soaked through his already tattered garments. Fear. A primal fear, rooted in the instinct for survival, surged within him only after the battle's conclusion. It was not a fear of death, but a fear of the unknown, of that overwhelming force which could not be resisted. His own repeated resurrections of over 200 times felt like child's play before the other. The silent wind slash had failed to even stir a ripple. Was this the might of the reviver? What despair could the so-called cataclysm bring? He had always believed that by obtaining resurrection, he possessed the means to survive and even thrive in this crumbling world. Yet today, this enigmatic figure amidst the yellow sands imparted a harsh lesson. He realized how far he still had to go. This world was far more complex and perilous than he had ever imagined. The true enemy, Li Qi murmured to himself, digesting the significance of those words. The alley returned to its stillness, with only the wind and sand whispering through the abandoned metal scraps. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and with it, the suffocating pressure faded away. As Li Qi sat there, the pain in his body paled in comparison to the tumult within his heart. At that moment, a series of chilling electronic tones resonated within his mind. Detection of residual high-level spiritual energy fluctuations. The host has encountered a power tier that transcends the current cognitive framework. Detection reveals the host possesses extraordinary power, extraordinary agility, extraordinary endurance, extraordinary mental strength. The overall physical attributes have met the combat rating standards. System module upgrading. Combat rating system initiated. Individual information recognition system activated. The system is currently integrating, analyzing, and calibrating known information of the host. The relentless stream of prompts exacerbated his already tumultuous thoughts. Li Qi braced himself against his swaying body and stood up, momentarily neglecting his physical state as his consciousness plunged into the system panel. At the very top, a brand new tab appeared, Combat Assessment. Instinctively, he clicked on the Combat Assessment module, selecting himself as the target. Host, Li Qi, current, legacy, progress, 27. Talent, life from death, rule level talent. Special status, life anchor point count, 274. Basic physical skills, unarmed combat, firearm proficiency. Level 1 extraordinary endurance. Level 1 extraordinary power. Level 1 extraordinary mental strength. Level 1 extraordinary agility. Active skill, silent wind slash skill power level, extraordinary mental strength 4. Comprehensive combat power level, individual level 6. Individual level 6? Li Qi furrowed his brow tightly. With so many skills, how could he only be at level 6? The term extraordinary turned out to be merely literal, signifying a transcendence over the mundane. The system interface flickered, seemingly indicating progress in the background analysis. Based on the latest calibration data, a reassessment of the host's past kill targets is in order. Elite level mutated pollution beast, bone spike beast individual level 2, advanced beast, giant mantis individual level 5, abyss 07 encountered a giant mammoth beast, individual level 6. Li Qi's pupils constricted sharply. Level 2? Those swarming beasts, merely ordinary flesh and blood, were only rated at level 2? and that colossal mantis, which had nearly driven him to the brink. Requiring multiple sacrifices of his resurrection opportunities to barely defeat, was now rated at merely level 5? The giant mammoth on the beach, towering like a mountain, was also just level 6? What terror might the true calamity, as mentioned by the man of the yellow sands, embody? His previously cherished achievements now appeared trivial in comparison. It seemed they had been relentlessly battling against low-tier entities all along. Chapter 30. The Supreme Commander of Huoguo, Long Xiang, summons him. An indescribable sense of powerlessness surged within him. The voice of the man from the yellow sands echoed in his mind. The global invasion of beasts was merely a precursor to the onset of the true calamity. Like the first leaf falling before a storm, Huoguo's military might, currently on display to the world, was merely the tip of the iceberg, a facade of their actual combat capabilities, coupled with the cold data just provided by the system. These words struck Li Qi's worldview like a heavy hammer. Everything he has endured, the blood-soaked battles and the moments teetering on the brink of death, are merely superficial skirmishes of the impending turmoil. What then should be made of the sacrifices of the soldiers from the 4 legions over the past 2 years? He had always believed himself endowed with the strength to confront calamity, yet he was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Upon returning to his apartment, Li Qi refrained from turning on the lights, allowing the city's neon glow to slice through the room in a dance of light and shadow. Slumped on the sofa, his body trembled slightly from exhaustion, while his mind raced with thoughts. Every word and gesture of the man in the yellow sand replayed in his mind like a relentless nightmare. The true calamity, the ominous sign spoken of by the man in the yellow sand, has already engulfed the world in flames, with millions of soldiers spilling blood on the battlefield. If this is merely the prelude, how shall one withstand the true disaster that lies ahead? The sudden emergence of the anti-robbery group points directly at him. Moreover, that enigmatic man in yellow, who calls himself the Resurrector, has deliberately appeared in Jiangqing solely to observe him. The individual level of power is ultimately too feeble. The casual words of the man in yellow pierced Li Qi's heart like a needle. He had once reveled in his rapid ascension of strength and took pride in slaying advanced aberrations. Now, it seems he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. With each closure of his eyes, he envisioned terrifying scenes of a sandstorm in those eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving all, hidden beneath the brim of a hat. Leave had become a torment. He needed strength. To rise from the dead and the progression of the calamity are his trump cards. With large-scale extermination of aberrations, he could also grow. He must rally himself. The tranquility of Jiangcheng, the defensive line of Huoguo, and the warriors bleeding on the front lines. He retrieved his encrypted communicator, hesitating for a moment over the keys before ultimately dialing the number of Qilian. The instant the connection was made, the familiar yet slightly distant voice of Qilian emerged. Li Qi? What is it? Captain, I've encountered some trouble, Li Qi replied, his voice somewhat dry. He recounted the ambush by the anti-robbery group and the subsequent appearance of the man in yellow in painstaking detail. Silence enveloped the other end for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Li Qi to almost assume the signal had been lost. Could that resurrector truly identify his physical features? Although Qilian's voice betrayed little emotional fluctuation, Li Qi sensed the gravity in her tone. A dusty yellow trench coat. The brim pulled low, obscuring the features. He can manipulate sandstorms, his power far surpassing my understanding. Did you engage him? Not exactly, Li Qi replied with a wry smile. I was utterly defenseless. It seemed he was merely observing. Once more, silence fell over the communicator. This time, he could distinctly hear Qilian's slightly hurried breaths. Have the bodies of the anti-robbery group been dealt with? They were erased without a trace by that resurrector using sand. Li Qi, Qilian's voice suddenly turned serious. You must return to the headquarters of the White Tiger Legion immediately. I will send someone to assist you. Do not mention anything about the resurrector or the anti-robbery group to anyone, including Xianbing and Gulong. Understood. Additionally, regarding the uniqueness of your abilities, the military high command may need to reassess. Prepare yourself mentally. Li Qi's heart sank slightly. The White Tiger Legion camp was traversed by military SUVs through the night. Li Qi occupied the front passenger seat, while Qilian drove in silence. The surroundings blurred past, encompassing unfamiliar military restricted zones. Every few steps, there stood a sentinel. Every few paces, a guard. Each identity verification was a cumbersome ordeal, stifling in its complexity. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Qi caught a glimpse of the system panel, where a minimalist information box silently emerged. Target, Qilian. Combat assessment. Individual level, 8. Energy attributes: fire, primary. Metal, secondary. Skills, unknown, and individual level of 8. And dual attributes. Li Qi's heart raced. He had always assumed that Qilian's strength was comparable to his own. The alloy gate before them gradually ascended, revealing a deeper passage. Qilian placed her palm upon a verification device radiating a ghostly blue glow. Verification passed. Several figures in impeccably tailored military uniforms, adorned with gleaming stars on their shoulders, awaited them. They stood tall, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Leading them was an elderly general with graying hair, yet his spirit remained vigorous and his posture impeccably straight. His gaze swept over, calm yet piercingly perceptive. This must be General Long Xiang, the highest commander of the military in Huagua. There were no pleasantries, no formalities. Qilian saluted respectfully and stepped aside. Li Qi stood at attention and saluted. "Greetings, Commander." "Sit." General Long Xiang gestured towards a nearby metal chair. Li Qi complied, sitting upright. The atmosphere in the command room was tense. "Qilian has already conveyed your preliminary report." General Long Xiang's gaze locked onto Li Qi. "Now, recount in full detail your encounter with the ambush by the reverse robbery group, along with all particulars regarding the mysterious resurrector." Li Qi steadied his breath and meticulously recounted the entire ordeal, from the ambush in the alley to the appearance of the man in the yellow sand. He emphasized the terrifying power wielded by this figure, capable of manipulating wind and sand, and the overwhelming disparity in strength that inspired despair. When Li Qi described how the man in yellow could summon sandstorms with a mere gesture, effortlessly erasing all traces, an expression of grave concern settled on the faces of the military high command present. The air in the command room seemed to solidify. General Long Xiang lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a muffled sound, a group of madmen attempting to seize the power of extraction, pursuing an illusory immortality. Their approach to you is hardly surprising. Your regenerative abilities are their target. As for that resurrector, he paused. Such a being of this caliber has indeed not made contact with the state. Did he refer to himself as a resurrector in your presence? A middle-aged general, also adorned with stars on his epaulets, inquired with a tone of curiosity. Li Qi nodded. Yes, he also mentioned the concept of individual levels. Chapter 31. Whatever you need. We shall provide. This statement prompted a silent exchange of glances among the high-ranking officials. General Long Xiang waved his hand, signaling for the others to remain calm. His gaze returned to Li Qi, heavy with palpable pressure. Now, tell us of your abilities. Particularly remarkable is your astonishing ability to recover. Li Qi felt a sudden tightening in his heart. The question had inevitably arrived. He fell silent for a moment. In the command room, numerous sharp gazes were fixed upon him, awaiting his response. He sensed the complex stare of Qilian lingering on him as well. Slowly, Li Qi raised his head to meet General Long Xiang's gaze. "Reporting, sir." His voice was somewhat halting, yet he managed to articulate. "I can achieve resurrection by slaying the aberrant beasts." As his words echoed, the entire command room fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. The seasoned military leaders, accustomed to the tumult of battle, displayed simultaneous expressions of disbelief and shock. Intermingled with their astonishment was a glimmer of elation, as if they had glimpsed a flicker of hope for a breakthrough. The fingers of General Long Xiang, who had been lightly tapping the table, stilled. He stared intently at Li Qi, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity, yet also merely a fleeting moment. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, General Long Xiang slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the suffocating silence. "Excellent. What a resurrection." The general's eyes sparkled with extraordinary fervor, his tone replete with excitement. "Li Qi, the nation requires warriors like you. From this moment forth, the military shall spare no effort or resources to support your development. Whatever you need, we shall provide. Your existence may very well be the greatest variable in our struggle against the impending calamity." Li Qi gazed at the impassioned general before him, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. He had contemplated the possibility of his resurrection secret being met with suspicion, research, or even imprisonment. Yet the reality proved otherwise. The nation was offering unwavering support. He thought of his father and the valiant soldiers who had sacrificed their lives. Such a country was deserving of their blood. General Long Xiang's gaze burned with intensity as he spoke slowly. "Li Qi, our fight is not solely against the monsters that surge forth from the rifts, but against the advent of the great calamity itself. In its early stages, the calamity manifests as a disruption of the natural laws. The old general's voice was heavy with sorrow. The modern technology we take pride in is gradually becoming ineffective. The constants of physics are shifting, energy forms have become unstable. The potency of weapons of mass destruction is diminishing, and even the ascent of combat aircraft has turned increasingly perilous. A middle-aged general beside him, distinguished by his gold-rimmed glasses and refined demeanor, added, "The latest experimental data indicates that the rate of electromagnetic communication degradation has risen by 37% over the past year. Certain precision weapons reliant on existing physical laws have already begun to deteriorate into scrap metal." Li Qi felt a wave of suffocation in his chest. The failure of technology? What implications did that entail? The cornerstone of modern civilization, which humanity held in high esteem, was being insidiously extracted. General Long Xiang continued to unveil deeper truths. And those rifts did not emerge from nothingness. They exist within the ancient realms of the inner world, such as the primordial chaos and the secret abodes of the demon races from myth and legend. Since the onset of the calamity, the membrane separating the inner world from our reality has thinned, allowing energy to permeate and form points of void seepage. The aberrant beasts originate from those ancient and formidable realms beyond our own. However, at present, what has permeated is the relatively feeble lower realms. The old general's words fell upon Li Qi's heart like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake. Thus, they were confronted by another realm, or rather, countless worlds starkly distinct from their own. This revelation caused General Longxiang's tone to shift dramatically, becoming exceedingly grave, as he warned that, with the passage of time, more powerful and terrifying realms would rend open passages to descend upon their homeland. Li Qi's fists clenched quietly in response. When the man from the Yellow Sands spoke of the dwindling time, it became clear why. The general disregarded Li Qi's reaction and continued, "Our nation, Hua, possesses some ancient practitioners with long-standing legacies, as well as ancient guardians. The initial wave of aberrant beast incursions was swiftly stabilized thanks to their efforts. Yet, the truly formidable forces remained inaccessible." A complex expression crossed the old general's face. Excessively potent energy could exacerbate the volatility of the rift, even thinning the barrier and prematurely awakening ancient entities from the realms that we currently cannot contend with. Moreover, it appears they are engaged with some unknown entity in a particular area, another stalwart commander interjected. The downfall of Sakura Nation serves as a bloody lesson for recklessly wielding forbidden powers that backfire. And you, Li Qi, your abilities are precisely suited to efficiently eliminate aberrant beasts without significantly provoking the backlash of the rift, thereby granting us precious time and a glimmer of hope for the ordinary soldiers of Hua. Our nation requires time. We need time to study the laws of these realms. We need time to cultivate more variables and hopes like you. We need time to discover the true path to withstand the impending calamity." Each utterance weighed heavily upon Li Qi's heart, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. He finally comprehended the deeper meaning behind the Yellow Sands man's warning about the true enemy lurking in the depths. He also grasped the uncontainable excitement and anticipation that surged through the military hierarchy upon learning of his resurrection abilities. This was no mere incursion of aberrant beasts. It was a war between two or even multiple worlds, a battle for the very survival of civilization. Fortuitously, his abilities aligned perfectly with the demands of this phase of combat. An unprecedented sense of responsibility erupted from the depths of his being, enveloping him entirely. Li Qi sprang to his feet, his body trembling slightly with exhilaration. Yet he straightened his spine resolutely. "Rest assured, Commander." His voice, though not loud, conveyed an unwavering determination that resonated with a willingness to face any peril. Li Qi shall not fail in his mission. In the command room, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Several generals regarded him with expressions steeped in complexity, relief, gravitas, and admiration intertwined. The meeting adjourned, and Li Qi followed Qilian out of the command room. Qilian's pace seemed to have slowed slightly. She did not turn back. "Did you understand everything?" "Yes." "Is the pressure immense?" "Not too bad," Li Qi replied succinctly. Qilian halted, finally turning to face him. But the contours of her visage remained obscured beneath her mask. "Take a moment to rest. Soon, you will find yourself exceedingly busy." Chapter 32, Sundaeong, Glorious. Under the night sky, the headquarters of the White Tiger Legion was ablaze with light, yet enveloped in a solemn tranquility. Qilian and Li Qi walked side by side along the path to the advance team's quarters. "Captain," Li Qi broke the silence. "What has become of the ancient inheritors of Huagua, the cultivators?" He carefully selected his words. General Long Xiang has mentioned their existence. I have never encountered them. Never? My clearance does not permit access to that level, Qilian replied curtly, devoid of emotion. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders and fulfill missions. Questions that are not meant to be asked should remain unasked. She paused for a moment, as if recalling something. Your resurrection is a top-secret matter. Aside from General Long Xiang and a select few, it must not be disclosed to anyone, including your former comrades. I understand, Li Qi responded. Yet a ripple stirred within him at her words, never encountered. If even someone like Qilian had not seen them, where could the true guardians be concealed? Or perhaps they exist in another form, akin to the man of yellow sand? Rest well, Qilian's communicator chimed. Tomorrow, new arrangements will be made. She turned and swiftly departed, leaving only her silhouette behind. Li Qi stood rooted in place, watching her vanish at the end of the corridor. What could the new arrangements entail? He hoped to return to the battlefield promptly. The progress bar of the cataclysmic legacy and the ever-increasing count of his resurrection attempts were the true sources of his power. The following day, before dawn broke, Li Qi's encrypted communicator vibrated. The screen displayed Qilian's name. Objective: gather at the Great Wall Heights. Qilian wasted no time with superfluous details. The energy fluctuations are abnormal. A beast tide could erupt at any moment. Understood, Li Qi concluded the communication. A logistics officer awaited him outside, holding a slender metallic case. Comrade Li Qi, this is a specially crafted, breaking army, alloy battle knife for you, made with the latest memory alloy, designed to counter the shells of otherworldly beasts. Li Qi accepted the metallic case, feeling its weight. With a click, the lid sprang open. Inside lay a long knife, dark and flowing with an eerie blue sheen. Its hilt adorned with a menacing wolf's head. Breaking Army. A splendid name. At the Great Wall Heights, massive searchlights pierced the night. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of beasts. A familiar scene, yet perceived through a different lens. The warriors of the White Tiger Legion moved like a silent torrent of steel, swiftly fortifying the edges of the heights. Heavy weapons adjusted their angles, emitting a nerve-wracking clicking sound. They are coming, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. Li Qi turned to see Old Ma leaning against a makeshift barricade, his features appearing increasingly weathered in the flickering firelight. Beside him, Zhou Ping meticulously examined his firearm, his movements precise and deliberate. Squad leader, Zhou Ping, Li Qi approached. Old Ma looked up, offering a brief smile as a greeting. Zhou Ping also glanced up, nodding in acknowledgement. What of Sun Daong? Li Qi surveyed his surroundings, yet failed to spot the figure that always bore a weeping tone. The faint smile on Old Ma's face vanished in an instant. He lowered his head in silence and took a deep drag from his cigarette. Zhou Ping momentarily halted his actions before resuming the inspection of his magazine. The answer was all too evident. Those superficial skirmishes would still result in fatalities. A heaviness settled in Li Qi's chest. In the brief time since the four-man squad was formed, they had already lost a comrade. Such was the brutal reality of the Great Wall Heights. At an unknown moment, Qilian appeared behind them. Follow me. Li Qi trailed after Qilian along the edge of the high ground towards a relatively isolated outcrop. The view here was expansive, directly facing the tumultuous abyss below. This is your area, Qilian indicated the chasm beneath, with special authorization from the military. You may operate independently of the Legion's unified command and hunt freely. Li Qi gazed down at the abyss, reminiscent of the gates to hell, where dense energy seemed to coalesce into a tangible form. Your mission is to reduce the number of high-tier aberrations as much as possible before the beast tide assaults the main defensive line, Qilian stated flatly, of course. This is contingent upon your survival. That need not concern you. Li Qi gripped his weapon, breaking army. His talent, living towards death, along with his revival count, constituted his greatest assurance. Qilian appeared unsurprised by his response. Your abilities are rather unique, thus there will be no live broadcast. Li Qi nodded in understanding. While losing an arm or leg during a live stream would be manageable, the prospect of having his head bitten off and revived while broadcasted would be nothing short of astounding. She produced a small metallic armband and handed it to Li Qi. This is an emergency communicator, as well as a life sign monitoring device. If your vital signs cease for more than 60 seconds, I will assume you have perished. And then? Li Qi inquired. I will report your demise and apply for your death compensation to be raised to the highest standard. Qilian replied with unwavering calmness. Li Qi accepted the armband and donned it. Thank you. Although he understood he would not truly die, this arrangement improved his perception of the military's upper echelons. Suddenly, A piercing alarm shattered the brief tranquility atop the high ground. At the edge of the abyss, a dark red glow surged abruptly. Countless twisted shadows erupted from the chasm like a flood unleashed. They're coming. Old Ma's roar was drowned by the cacophony of beastly howls. On the high ground, a flurry of gunfire ignited instantaneously. The thunderous roar of heavy machine guns and the booming of artillery intertwined to create a symphony of death. Li Qi stood at the precipice of the outcrop, the wind whipping at his clothing. He gazed down at the monstrous tide of aberrations surging forth. With his extraordinary mental force, heightened to a razor-sharp focus, he discerned the individuals within the swarm radiating powerful energy fluctuations. "Captain, how did Sun Daong meet his end?" Li Qi suddenly asked. Qi Lian's body stiffened imperceptibly. "During the last wave, the Qinglong Legion was rotated in for our support," she replied in a hushed tone. "A massive aberration breached the line, and Sun Daong detonated the glory bomb in its maw." Li Qi clenched, breaking army, tightly, veins bulging. Another one. Another soldier whose name might only linger on the casualty list for a fleeting moment. He was very brave, Qi Lian added. Brave? Or merely cannon fodder? Was Sun Daong truly brave? But who can be blamed? The Chinese military? Compared to other nations, the homeland of the Hua Kingdom under the calamity has become a sanctuary. Li Qi's silent wind slash pulsated with anticipation as it merged with the breaking army. He felt an urgent need to unleash his pent-up energy. A colossal creature, resembling a gigantic centipede, broke through the barriers of long-range fire, swiftly ascending towards the high ground. Its target appeared to be none other than Li Qi himself. The system panel automatically provided an assessment, individual level 3. A delightful appetizer. Li Qi tightened his grip on the battle knife, stepping forward and leaping from the edge of the outcrop. The breaking army carved a ghostly blue arc through the air. In Chapter 33, the Battle of the Great Wall High Ground, a swift flash of azure blade light pierced through the air, cleaving the head of the first charging, level 3, giant centipede. Its shattered carapace exploding in fragments. Li Qi's form plunged into the surging tide of beasts below like a meteor. The breaking army seemed to come alive in his hands. With each swing, it left a wake of severed limbs and shattered shells. The invisible blade of silent wind silently sliced through the fragile joints and eyes of the otherworldly beasts. He did not remain defensive, but instead pressed forward, carving a bloody path through the endless horde of creatures towards the gap. On the high ground, all soldiers who witnessed this scene seemed to have their actions frozen in time. "Who is that?" A young recruit stuttered, forgetting to fire his weapon. Old Ma slammed his fist against the cover. "Damn it. It's that kid, Li Qi." Zhou Ping silently loaded a new magazine into his rifle. Qi Lian stood at the edge of the outcrop, as steadfast as when they first met, wielding a spear. "Madman." "He is definitely a madman," an old soldier roared, disbelief lacing his voice. "One person went down? What does he intend to do? Is this melee expert throwing his life away?" The murmurs rose and fell, soon drowned out by the more intense sounds of gunfire and beastly roars. Yet countless gazes remained involuntarily fixed on the figure fighting amidst the tide of beasts below. Though the Great Wall Watch livestream lacked a dedicated camera for Li Qi, the aerial panoramic drone occasionally captured his silhouette as he battled through the throngs of beasts. What the hell? Who is that black dot? Is someone down there mowing down beasts? Zoom in, director. I want to see that tough guy clearly. When did the White Tiger Legion produce such a fierce individual? A solo charge? Look at that knife. It seems specially made. I've never seen that model before. Everyone, quiet down. Whoever he is, the more he kills, the better. Li Qi remained oblivious to all this. His focus was solely on the relentless onslaught of otherworldly beasts and the ghostly blue glow emanating from the blade of the breaking army. The progress bar for Calamity's legacy steadily climbed, with revives being consumed and replenished. Sun Daong flashed through his mind. He recalled the young recruit's terrified expression during his first battle, nearly wetting his pants, and remembered him trembling as he clutched his rifle, saying that Xiao Hua was still waiting for him. Now, he has become a cold statistic of the fallen. Another scorpion-tailed beast was severed by that, its putrid entrails spilling onto the ground. Li Qi's combat suit was already soaked with the blood of the otherworldly creatures, rendering it indistinguishable between dark green and deep red. The wounds on his body continuously appeared and healed instantaneously under the influence of, leaving only traces of battle. Doesn't this lad ever tire? Old Mom murmured to himself, the cigarette but in his hand burning down to the end, singeing him slightly. Zhou Ping remained silent, yet his shots became increasingly precise, attempting to eliminate some peripheral threats to Li Qi below. Suddenly, The communicator of Qi Lian beeped. It was the encrypted line of General Longxiang. Qi Lian. Is that the solitary combat unit below, Li Qi? The voice of General Longxiang carried a barely perceptible tremor. Qi Lian. Yes, General. He is executing a high-level beast extermination mission. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communication. Allow him to operate freely. Ensure the logistics department spares no effort to support Li Qi. Qi Lian understood. She ended the communication and cast her gaze downwards once more. Li Qi's figure was moving further away from the high ground, resembling a sharp wedge ruthlessly driven towards the breach. The density of otherworldly creatures surrounding him was increasing rather than decreasing. Roar! Several beasts, significantly larger than the ordinary ones, charged forward. Yet they were merely classified as Level 2 and Level 3. Ultimately, these creatures are still corporeal beings. Their strength or agility may be somewhat superior, but their overall qualities, especially their mental fortitude, did not meet the rating standards. To possess a level of 23 could be considered as data provided by physical strength. A few Level 34 beasts, abandoning their goal of assaulting the high ground, turned to encircle Li Qi. This is bad. He has attracted the attention of high-level beasts. An astute observer cried out on the high ground command channel. Heavy fire support units immediately attempted to redirect their fire, but Li Qi's position was too deep. Any miscalculation could result in collateral damage to him. Li Qi seemed to sense the danger. Here it comes. Silent wind slash. An invisible blade of wind coalesced before him, expanding instantly to an astonishing range, sweeping out like the scythe of death. The leading few, Level 4, beasts suddenly halted in their tracks. In the next moment, their massive bodies were ripped apart as if by an unseen giant hand, their severed edges smooth as mirrors, and their foul blood gushing forth like a spring. Instant annihilation. Detected host has slain an individual level beast. Calamity progressed 08. Detected host has slain an individual level beast. Calamity progressed 12. A series of system notifications resonated in Li Qi's mind. His feet never faltered. Once again cleaved downward, bringing down a flying beast that attempted to launch a sneak attack from the air. What kind of ability is this? The soldiers on the high ground were rendered utterly speechless. That silent, extensive slicing exceeded their comprehension. Even Qi Lian, concealed behind her mask, could not help but show a hint of astonishment. She knew Li Qi was powerful, but she never anticipated he concealed such an enigmatic and formidable means of attack. Li Qi's objective was exceedingly clear, the breach. He charged toward the nearest location, determined to maximize the slaughter of those advanced beasts attempting to surge forth. General Longxiang's words echoed in his ears. We need time. For the ordinary soldiers of Huagua, let there be a glimmer of hope for survival. What he was doing now was procuring that precious time for Huagua, at the cost of the lives of the beasts and his own countless lives. His figure grew smaller, gradually engulfed by the relentless tide of beasts. The soldiers on the high ground could only glimpse the distant, surging shadows and, occasionally, a faint glint of blade light erupting within that ocean of darkness, or witness a beast suddenly collapsing in an unnatural manner. Is he still alive? A young replacement soldier's voice trembled. No one could provide an answer. Chapter 34. A chunk of flesh bitten off at the valley bottom of the Great Wall high ground. Li Qisha was in a frenzy. The broken army, war blade transformed into streaks of ghostly blue light of death, scattering severed limbs and remnants in its wake. He did not pause or retreat. Each strike was infused with a reckless desperation. The progress bar of cataclysmic legacy surged wildly in his mind. Silent wind slash swept by silently, dismembering the beast without a sound. Above on the high ground, the thunderous roar of gunfire echoed. The soldiers of the White Tiger Legion steadfastly defended their lines. Countless eyes, however, occasionally flickered toward that diminutive figure at the center of the black vortex below, the Butcher of the Rift, swimming against the tide of beasts. He was still killing. A young gunner's hands trembled so violently that he nearly lost his grip on the controls. Is this kid truly human? Old Ma silently observed below, his emotions complex shock, worry, and a tinge of pride he himself had not yet recognized. Zhou Ping's gaze remained fixed on Li Qisha, wordlessly pulling the trigger repeatedly. Qi Lian stood at the outcrop like a statue, showing no intention of joining the melee below. Her communicator screen lit up. General, Li Qisha is making a significant impact beneath the rift. Qi Lian reported to General Longxiang, noting that the number of beasts surging up the Great Wall high ground was dwindling. Good. General Longxiang's voice betrayed an uncontrollable excitement. At all costs, ensure his logistics are secure. Prioritize all necessary weaponry and supplies. Understood. During the battle, Li Qisha sensed the progress of Cataclysmic Legacy beginning to decline in efficiency against the same type of beasts, even with the abundance of lower-level beasts. The contribution to the Legacy's progress was gradually diminishing. He had to locate higher-level beasts. He expanded his extraordinary mental power to the utmost, seeking to capture stronger energy fluctuations amidst the sea of blood. Just then, an unfamiliar aura alerted him, not a brute force of raw strength, but a cunning and stealthy presence. With a swift hiss, a shadow darted toward him from behind, too fast for extraordinary agility to fully react. A chill swept over his left shoulder. In his line of sight, his severed arm had been snatched away by that shadow. In the instant of excruciating pain, from death to life, activated, flesh quivered, and a new arm emerged, fast enough to leave only an afterimage. A slender, jet-black beast, ghost-like, appeared not far away, clutching his severed arm. It possesses neither a colossal physique nor a formidable shell, yet its speed and strength far surpass all previous creatures of its kind. Target: Shadow Cat. Combat Assessment. Individual Level 5. Energy Attributes: Dark, Agility. A Shadow Cat. A new beast. Level 5. Defeating this, Level 5, Shadow Cat would yield a far greater accumulation of legacy than slaying 100 lower-tier beasts. Li Qi licked his lips, a fierce glint evident in his eyes. Breaking Army unleashed Silent Wind Slash in a furious strike against the Shadow Cat. The Shadow Cat reacted with astonishing swiftness, its tail whipping around as its body evaded the wind slash like liquid, though the tip of its tail was grazed, emitting a sharp shriek. More Shadow Cats emerged silently from the shadows of the beast tide, moving like true phantoms, encircling Li Qi. This has become intriguing. He craved a more formidable prey. These Shadow Cats represented a superior hunting ground in his eyes. Silent Wind Slash coalesced once more. This time, he refrained from indiscriminate wide-range attacks, instead compressing the wind blades to their utmost precision, targeting those Shadow Cats attempting to draw near. A delicate control. The Shadow Cats appeared wary of this silent assault. Yet they were cunning, skillfully using the beast tide as cover, persistently striking from tricky angles. The wounds on Li Qi's body multiplied, his revival count fluctuating between depletion and increase. The Shadow Cats moved too swiftly. He resolved to forego a portion of his defense, channeling more strength into his attacks and hunts. What he sought was not mere survival. He yearned for strength. To kill. The brutal melee escalated once more. Li Qi wove through the throngs of Shadow Cats, with each swing of Breaking Army and every release of Silent Wind Slash, accompanied by the extinguishing of life. The progress bar of Calamity Legacy soared rapidly. The battle persisted for a full 3 hours, until the light of the rift began to dim, and the surge of beasts gradually thinned. Li Qi stood drenched in blood, his tattered combat gear riddled with wounds. Yet he remained upright, like a Shura emerging from a river of blood, standing before the rift. He returned along the edge of the high ground, his steps somewhat heavy. Li Qi. The voice of Old Ma rang with surprise and concern. Zhou Ping hastened to meet him. Kid, you're still alive. Old Ma rushed forward, embracing him tightly, the overwhelming stench of blood causing Old Ma to grimace. You went down there alone. What were you thinking? Li Qi managed a weary smile. Well, I survived. Didn't I? Surviving is what matters. Zhou Ping patted his shoulder, the unspoken emotions palpable to Li Qi. Qi Lian approached, a communicator in hand. Zhang Kuang has been injured. Qi Lian's tone was calm. This news sent a jolt through Li Qi's heart. How is he? Qi Lian's expression remained unchanged. A piece of flesh has been bitten off his backside by a Shadow Cat. What? Li Qi was taken aback. Nearby, on a stretcher, Zhang Kuang buried his face in a pillow, and upon hearing the commotion, his body stiffened, seemingly wishing to bury his head deeper. Captain, I beg you. Don't say anything. Zhang Kuang's muffled voice came forth. Kid, are you all right? Zhang Kuang attempted to shift the topic. Concern etched on his face as he looked at Li Qi. The expression on his face, twisted by pain and embarrassment, nearly made Li Qi burst into laughter. I'm fine. Li Qi approached the stretcher, suppressing a smile. Does your rear end hurt? The face of Zhang Kuang instantly flushed crimson, and he buried his head again, emitting a painful groan. All right, take Zhang Kuang to the medical department. Qi Lian waved her hand. Zhang Kuang continued to struggle on the stretcher. Kid, don't mention this to Lone Wolf. Li Qi watched them depart, finally unable to contain his laughter. In this battle, you eliminated the majority of the Shadow Cats, Qi Lian stated as she walked beside Li Qi. The few that managed to escape have also been dealt with. So, Zhang Kuang simply a bad luck? Li Qi raised an eyebrow, smiling. Chapter 35. Sakura Girl requests a meeting. The two walked quietly, as weary soldiers on the high ground gathered in small groups to prepare for their rotation. The wind carried faint sounds of distant artillery, along with a hint of disinfectant. Your performance in this battle has garnered significant attention from the higher-ups. In future beast waves, having you alone could save the lives of countless soldiers. Qi Lian's voice broke the silence. Li Qi paused in his steps. The military department inquired if you have any personal requests. Qi Lian turned her head, her black mask facing him. Li Qi fell silent. Requests? He seemed to have nothing particularly desired. Power could be acquired through the slaying of otherworldly beasts. As for equipment, the military had already provided him with the breaking army gear. He couldn't think of anything else he needed at the moment. None, he finally replied. Qi Lian appeared unsurprised by his answer. Perhaps, in her view, someone like Li Qi should not harbor excessive worldly desires. Ahead, light appeared, revealing a makeshift logistics rest area. Some soldiers rested against the walls, while many others busily transported supplies. Li Qi spotted two familiar figures. Old Ma was squatting on the ground, laboriously cleaning a severely worn rifle, its stock seemingly stained with dried blood. Zhou Ping sat nearby, diligently mending the torn fabric of his combat uniform, his stitches precise. Sun Dayong's face flashed through Li Qi's mind, that young soldier who always spoke with a quavering voice, yet pulled the glorious trigger at the last moment. No remains left behind. Li Qi, you've done well out there. Don't forget your old comrades. The words of old Ma echoed in his ears, spoken when Li Qi had first departed from the machine gun squad. Captain, Li Qi began. Qi Lian halted her steps. I have a request. Qi Lian's demeanor remained unchanged, seemingly awaiting his elaboration. Old Ma, Ma Shangwu, and Zhou Ping, Li Qi gestured towards the two not far away. I would like to request their transfer to the logistics department. His tone was calm. This might be the only thing he could do for those veterans with whom he once fought side by side. Qi Lian fell silent for a few seconds. This does not comply with standard transfer regulations. Li Qi's heart sank. However, your request will be prioritized. Qi Lian added, I will report it. It should not be a problem. Thank you. Are they your acquaintances? We were once in the same squad. Qi Lian chose not to speak further and turned to walk towards the temporary command tent. Li Qi stepped forward towards Old Ma and Zhou Ping. Li Qi. Old Ma lifted his head and, upon recognizing him, forced a smile. He attempted to stand, but stumbled slightly after crouching for too long. Zhou Ping also set aside his needle and thread and rose to his feet. You too. Come with me, Li Qi beckoned them. Old Ma and Zhou Ping exchanged glances, filled with bewilderment, yet they followed Li Qi to a relatively secluded corner. The captain of the Red Snake team has just given his approval, Li Qi informed them. Gazing intently, you two are being transferred to the logistics department. The smile on Old Ma's face instantly froze. Zhou Ping stood there, stunned. The logistics department? Old Ma's voice trembled slightly. You're not joking with us, are you? The orders will arrive shortly, was Li Qi's succinct reply. Old Ma's eyes reddened immediately. He raised his hand, intending to pat Li Qi on the shoulder, but halfway through, he lowered it instead, striking his thigh with considerable force. Good lad. Good lad. He repeated, his voice choked with emotion. The logistics department. This meant they would no longer have to confront those ferocious beasts. No longer live in fear of becoming the next Sun Daong. For these seasoned soldiers who had long struggled on the brink of life and death, this was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. Li Qi, Old Ma wished to express something but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately just sniffing deeply. From now on, we need not count the days. Li Qi looked at them. Damn it, Old Ma suddenly exclaimed, wiping his face with his hand. I owe you another life. Zhou Ping turned to Li Qi and bowed deeply, a gesture of profound respect. Li Qi steadied him. You deserve this. Old Ma grasped Li Qi's hand with surprising strength. Come on, lad. Today, I insist on treating you to a feast. The night air was slightly cool, yet Li Qi declined Old Ma's enthusiasm. Brother Ma, I appreciate the gesture, but I'm too exhausted today. Let me treat you another time. He waved his hand at Old Ma and Zhou Ping. Old Ma's fervor remained undiminished as he nodded emphatically. Good lad. Brother will be waiting for you. We won't return until we're drunk. Zhou Ping remained silent, merely nodding slightly in Li Qi's direction. As they walked away, arms around each other's shoulders, Li Qi made his way toward the temporary barracks assigned to him. He pushed open the rudimentary metal door, revealing a room furnished with merely a military cot and a table. His consciousness sank deep into his mind. Progress of the Calamity, 279. Skill acquisition initiated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skills Unmoving as a Mountain and Extraordinary Mental Strength. System panel activated. Host, Li Qi. Current, Legacy Progress, 79. Talent. Embrace of Death, Rule Level Talent. Special Status. Life Anchor Point Count, 709. Physical Base Skills. Unarmed Combat. Firearm Mastery. Extraordinary Endurance. Extraordinary Strength. Extraordinary Mental Power 1. Extraordinary Agility. Active Skills. Silent Wind / Power Level. Extraordinary Mental Power 2-4. Passive Skills. Immovable as a Mountain. Power Level. Extraordinary Endurance 3. Current Legacy Energy Affinity can be activated. Comprehensive Combat Power Level. Individual Level 7. His gaze fell upon the newly acquired skills and level changes. Extraordinary Mental Power 2. The foundation relied upon in the description of Silent Wind / had also transformed into 2. This signifies that the wind blades he now conjures possess a potency surpassing the previous level. Next, there was the new passive skill. Immovable as a Mountain, passive skill. Significantly enhances individual physical and energy defense capabilities. A defensive skill. Moreover, it is a rare passive trigger. The devastating sandstorm conjured by the Sandstorm Man flashed through his mind. The sense of powerlessness he experienced provided him with a profound understanding of the importance of defense. Immovable as a Mountain, arrived just in time. Comprehensive Combat Power Level, Individual Level 7. Transitioning from Level 6 to May 7th seemed like a mere single-tier advancement. However, Li Qi understood that, combined with the upgrade of extraordinary mental power and the acquisition of new skills, his current combat prowess far exceeded a simple doubling. The Giant Mantis, Individual Level 5, the Giant Mammoth, Individual Level 6, and Qi Lian, Individual Level 8. What about the Sandstorm Resurrector? The system offered no assessment, or rather, based on his current authority and understanding, an evaluation was utterly unattainable. Not nearly sufficient. He closed the system panel, and the room remained dim. Outside, faintly echoed the sounds of soldiers' calls and the engines of vehicles being mobilized. A new round of duty rotations was underway. Each beast tied represented a brutal meat grinder. All he could do now was to draw strength as swiftly as possible within this grinding wheel. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his contemplation. Li Qi rose to open the door. Qi Lian stood outside, her combat attire more streamlined than his, outlining her taut figure. Her face still concealed beneath an unchanging tactical mask. Is there something you need? Li Qi stepped aside to allow her entry. Qi Lian entered the cramped room, showing no intention of sitting. General Long Xiang instructed me to inform you. The woman from Sakura country whom you saved last time has requested to see you. Li Qi furrowed his brow. Why would a woman from Sakura country specifically desire to meet him? The reason? She did not elaborate. Merely stated that there is a matter of utmost importance that must be discussed in person. General Long Xiang has approved this meeting. Chapter 36 Entering the Inner World Alone. Qi Lian led the way, with Li Qi following closely behind. After passing through layers of security verification, a heavy alloy gate silently slid open. The room was modest in size, its walls painted a monotonous shade of gray-white. Furnished only with a metallic table and 2 metallic chairs, it held little else of note. A young woman clad in an oversized hospital gown occupied one of the chairs. She was Xuezi. She appeared significantly better than when she had been in Jiangqing. Upon seeing Li Qi enter, Xuezi struggled to rise, but he waved a hand in dismissal. She settled back into her seat, her head slightly bowed. Thank you, Li Jun, for your assistance regarding the matters in Jiacheng, she said, her Mandarin tinged with a slight accent. Li Qi took a seat opposite her. Qi Lian mentioned that you have something of great importance to convey to me. Xuezi nodded. Indeed, I possess spatial abilities that, under specific conditions, allow me to open a passage to the other end of the rift. Li Qi leaned forward slightly. Those places you refer to as the inner world, Xuezi added. The inner world aligns with what General Long Xiang has indicated. That figure in a black robe from Jiangqing. What exactly did he intend to do? Li Qi's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table. He did not seek to establish a link to the Sakura nation's rift, Xuezi replied, shaking her head. That gray area already contains an extremely unstable seepage point. He aimed to exploit my spatial capabilities as both a key and a stabilizer to forcibly open the passage in Jiangqing. He belongs to an organization known as the Devouring Serpent, seemingly intent on siphoning the power of the inner world in Jiangqing. Li Qi recalled the Reverse Calamity Group. It seemed that the objectives of such organizations were invariably linked to the calamity in the inner world. What do you know of the calamity? He inquired. From what I have gathered in the Sakura Nation, the invasion of the aberrant beasts is merely a facade. The true essence lies within the inner worlds themselves. They are awakening, or rather, being roused by the forces of calamity. Their membrane with our reality is thinning, even merging. The outbreaks of aberrant beasts are becoming increasingly frequent, and the creatures themselves are growing stronger. Simply sealing the rift and hunting the aberrant beast will not resolve the issue at its core. Researchers in the Sakura Nation speculate that the only viable countermeasure is to enter the inner world and extinguish the source of the aberrant tide. In Li Qi's mind, the imposing figure of the man from the desert and General Long Xiang's grave expression surfaced. Xuezi's words resonated with certain warnings they had issued. I have a plan, Xuezi said, taking a deep breath, a peculiar flush creeping onto her pale face. Utilizing my abilities, I can open a passage at an existing rift. Li Qi remained silent, awaiting her elaboration. The crux of this plan centers on you, Li Jun. I have witnessed your combat prowess in Jianqing and subsequently gathered insights into your performance at the Great Wall Heights through special channels. Only your near-immortal capabilities could ensure survival during such an exploration and enable the retrieval of genuinely useful intelligence. Li Qi understood and inquired, what are your conditions? I require the military of Huan Nation to grant me a relatively free status, even under surveillance, Xuezi articulated her terms. I do not seek your complete trust. I only desire a conducive environment to live. You saved me, so I trust you. At that moment, Qi Lian appeared at the doorway, leaning against the frame without entering. The high-ranking officials of the military have conducted an urgent assessment. The voice of Qi Lian shattered the silence in the room. They have approved Xuezi's proposal. This decision came faster than Li Qi had anticipated. This operation, codenamed Exploration of the Boundary, has been classified as a top priority confidential project. Qi Lian turned to Xuezi, her tone devoid of warmth and strictly businesslike. Your identity issue will be properly addressed upon the successful completion of the mission. Xuezi's tense body relaxed slightly as she nodded in response to Qi Lian. Qi Lian then directed her gaze toward Li Qi. Do you have any questions? Li Qi rose to his feet. No questions. Should he continue hunting the visible beasts on the heights of the Great Wall, steadily improving himself, or step into an entirely unknown realm that could be more horrifying than the monstrous tide? The weeping voice of Sun Dayong's flower still awaited him. The relieved expressions of Lao Ma and Shou Ping when they were reassigned to logistics lingered in his mind. The words of the man from the Yellow Sands. Individual level ultimately proved too feeble. The hopeful gaze of General Long Xiang remained vivid. These images flickered through his thoughts. Merely adopting a passive defense was insufficient. Some responsibilities, once shouldered, could never be relinquished. At the Valley of the Great Wall Heights, the entrance to the boundary revealed an improved version of Breaking Army. Its blade infused with memory metal and a small quantity of core fragments from the boundary, providing additional lethality against energy entities. Theoretically, it could self-repair to a certain extent. An officer introduced it, opening one of the boxes to reveal the glinting new Breaking Army. Another box contained a specially designed individual combat suit, high-compression energy rods, a multifunctional tool, and a uniquely shaped beacon. This was an emergency evacuation beacon. With a firm squeeze, Xuezi received the signal and reopened the passage. However, the rate of success could not be guaranteed. Standing at the edge of the platform, Xuezi's face was pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Before her, the previously stable energy of the boundary was being forcibly distorted and shaped by a more powerful force. Are you ready? Xuezi's voice was somewhat frail. Li Qi gripped the new Breaking Army, feeling the coldness radiating from the hilt. Ready at any moment. Xuezi closed her eyes, her hands thrusting forward with sudden force. The space around her began to vibrate violently, emitting a series of resonating hums. A visible torrent of energy surged from within her, converging at a single point in the boundary. The surrounding darkness began to recede, replaced by a shimmering curtain of light, reminiscent of rippling water. Beyond the curtain, the scenery gradually became clear. The dark red sky was stifling, making it hard to breathe. The ground was adorned with twisted and grotesque vegetation, presenting a bizarre blend of metal and flesh. In the distance, towering mountains composed of gigantic crystals emitted an ominous glow. Is this the underworld? A stable portal, radiating a gentle white light, slowly began to take shape before Xuezi. The time for the passage to remain stable was limited. Xuezi struggled to speak, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qi Lian steadied her wavering form. Without hesitation, Li Qi firmly grasped the Breaking Army, stepping forward with the supplies into the portal. As his body passed through the curtain of light, the gateway emitted a blinding flash before rapidly contracting and vanishing. Chapter 37. The Onslaught of Terrifying Beasts. Warning. Host has entered an unknown dimension. System regulations are being calibrated. High-intensity unknown energy field detected. World coordinate anchoring in progress. Anchoring failed. Efficiency of the cataclysmic legacy capture significantly enhanced. The system's notifications echoed continuously in his mind. Significantly enhanced. Li Qi felt a surge of excitement. Danger coexisted with opportunity. Here, perhaps, was his true arena. Hiss. A sharp sound sliced through the air from the side. Instinctively, Li Qi parried with his blade. Clang. A tremendous force reverberated through the blade, sending a jolt up his arm. A creature, entirely encased in dark red exoskeleton and resembling a mantis, pressed down fiercely with its scythe-like limb against breaking army. Target. Blood Scythe Mantis. Combat Assessment. Individual Level 7. Energy Attributes. Blood, Malevolence. Right off the bat, it was a Level 7. Li Qi's heart skipped a beat. With a flick of his wrist, the energy of Silent Wind Slash instantly merged with Breaking Army. Slash. One of the scythe limbs of the Blood Scythe Mantis was severed, dark green blood gushing forth. Infuriated, it swung its remaining limb with a vengeance. Li Qi ducked to evade, and with a swift motion, Breaking Army struck upwards, opening a gash in the mantis's relatively vulnerable abdomen. Detected host has slain an individual level exotic beast. Cataclysmic legacy progress, 57. Life anchor count, 8. This single kill yielded rewards comparable to the prolonged battle he had endured on the heights of the Great Wall. Yet the fight was far from over. More blood scythe mantises emerged from the shadows of the twisted flora, their sights set squarely on Li Qi, the intruder. Silent Wind Slash. Invisible blades of wind swept forth, severing the limbs of the two leading blood scythe mantises. However, the tenacity of these creatures was remarkable. Even with several limbs lost, they continued their frenzied assault. Li Qi noticed that Silent Wind Slash was somewhat suppressed here, its cutting power not as formidable as it had been on Earth. The laws of this inner world were indeed different. His agility also seemed to be slightly impeded. The air resistance was greater than on Earth, and each dodge consumed more stamina. A fierce battle ensued. Breaking Army danced in his hand, forming a veil of ethereal blue light as he felled more blood scythe mantises. Yet, wounds began to appear on his body. His combat suit was torn, flesh exposed, while toward death and life operated frantically, mending his injuries. The number of revivals dwindled but was also replenished rapidly. The nutrients provided by these level 7 monsters were exceedingly rich. In the brief moments between clashes, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The distant crystalline mountains pulsed with energy waves that sent a shiver down his spine. There, perhaps, lay even more formidable beings. He needed information. He needed to comprehend the rules of this world. Just as he dispatched the last of the attacking blood scythe mantises and prepared to catch his breath, an energy wave far more terrifying than that of the blood scythe mantises emanated from the direction of the crystalline mountains. It felt as if a slumbering giant was awakening. The sky over that region deepened into a dark crimson, as if blood were poised to drip from the heavens. A colossal shadow slowly ascended from behind the crystalline mountains. Li Qi's pupils contracted sharply. What in the world is that? Even with his extraordinary mental prowess, he could only discern a vague silhouette, imbued with a sense of brutality and annihilation. Warning: ultra-high energy response detected, far beyond the host's current capacity for resistance. Suggestion: immediate evacuation recommended. The system's alarm blared urgently. Li Qi danced on the edge of a blade. The terrifying behemoth, emanating such a high-energy response, had already caused him to teeter on the brink of death multiple times with its mere awakening pressure. Ultimately, he managed to withstand the aftershocks several times, thanks to his unwavering resolve, narrowly escaping at a great cost, nearly 100 revivals. Yet, the rewards were equally immense. Over the past 2 days, he had relentlessly hunted various otherworldly beasts, causing the progress of the Calamity's legacy to surge, replenishing his revival count to an astonishing figure. The enhancement of his extraordinary mental prowess elevated the power of the Silent Wind Slash to new heights, allowing him to rend formidable foes silently and effortlessly. At this moment, he stood amidst a valley strewn with enormous bones. Swoosh! The blade of the broken army sliced through the air, cleaving the hardened skull of a level 7 crystalline scorpion, a foul-smelling liquid splattering forth. Detected host has slain a level 7 beast. Calamity's legacy progress at 61. Life anchor count, 9. These level 7 monsters no longer posed a significant threat to him. Suddenly, his extraordinary mental prowess surged. A massive energy convergence emanated from the distant horizon. Li Qi's pupils narrowed as he flickered several times, scaling the peak of a jagged bone mountain adjacent to the valley. From this vantage point, he beheld an incalculable number of level 78 beasts converging from all directions, forming a terrifying torrent that blotted out the sky. Their target was unmistakably the rift portal connecting to Earth, the very direction from whence he had come. This was no chaotic migration. Those level 78 beasts moved with an eerie orderliness, as if guided by an invisible hand, their intentions clear and murderous. Should this deluge breach the defenses of the Great Wall's high ground on Blue Star, the Flesh and Blood warriors would stand no chance against such a tide of beasts. In the temporary command platform at the Great Wall high ground, Xuezi suddenly opened her eyes wide, her face turning as pale as paper, a mouthful of blood erupting from her mouth and nose, staining the ground before her. Xuezi. Qilian stepped forward to support her. Xuezi trembled violently, her voice trembling and fragmented, filled with sheer terror. The energy fluctuations of the beast tide are horrific. They are coming. She attempted to reach out to Li Qi through their tenuous connection with the rift, but a powerful energy interference abruptly severed all her senses. Unable to contact Li Qi, Qilian's body went rigid. From Xuezi's disjointed descriptions, she instantly grasped the dire level of the situation far exceeded her imagination. Report to General Longxiang immediately. The voice of the serpent was unwavering as she commanded the signalman beside her, declaring a state of the highest war readiness on the Great Wall heights. She paused momentarily, her tone growing gravely serious. Simultaneously, request Apocalypse-level support from the Supreme Command. Apocalypse level? The signalman hesitated for a brief moment, his fingers pausing on the keyboard. He had only encountered this code name once in the most classified documents. Execute the order. Yes. Chapter 38. General, the heights have fallen. In the underworld, Li Qi stood atop Bone Mountain, his garments fluttering violently in the howling wind. To single-handedly confront the suddenly escalated tide of beasts reaching a terrifying level of 78 was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. He would be torn to shreds in an instant. In the distance, the beast tide had begun to surge into the rift, and Li Qi dared not delay. He swiftly retrieved the emergency evacuation beacon from his bosom. With a firm squeeze, the beacon flickered weakly, yet it failed to establish a stable spatial fluctuation. An invisible, formidable energy field enveloped the area, disrupting the beacon's transmission function. He was trapped. The beacon had failed. Escape? And then watch everything be destroyed? No. This was certainly not an unconscious beast tide. There must be a core, a commander orchestrating this chaos from behind the scenes. If he could locate it, eliminating it might dismantle this overwhelming tide. Li Qi tightened his grip on the breaking army. He turned and charged towards the suffocating tide of beasts, determined to swim against the current in search of the command core hidden deep within the surge. Simultaneously, he aimed to reduce the number of high-level aberrations within the tide, striving to secure even the slightest opportunity for respite for Huagua. Li Qi's figure resembled a streak of lightning in reverse. Silent wind slash raged around him, each invisible blade of wind precisely severing those high-tier aberrations attempting to close in. Roar. After advancing several hundred meters against the tide, thunderous roars erupted from ahead. As a small group of 7 or 8 blood-soaked, 5-meter-tall demon apes barred his path. These demon apes wielded hefty bone clubs, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Target: Blood-Prisoned Demon Ape. Combat Assessment: Individual Level 8. Energy Attributes: Blood, Power. Li Qi's nerves instantly tensed. Level 8. And an entire squad at that. Excellent. The blade of Breaking Army hummed, eagerly advancing to meet them. A brutal clash ensued in an instant. The energy of Silent Wind slash surged forth from within him without reservation, transforming into exquisitely refined beams of death, aimed at the blood-prisoned demon apes. Clang, clang, clang. The demon apes swung their bone clubs with such ferocity that they managed to block most of the wind blades, leaving only a few to inflict wounds upon them. Remarkable defense. Yet, they were not invincible. Utilizing the agility bestowed upon him by his extraordinary swiftness, Li Qi weaved through the assault of the demon apes, each swing of Breaking Army, resulting in a splatter of blood. The passive defense, as unyielding as a mountain, enabled him to narrowly escape death beneath the heavy club of the demon ape on several occasions, though he merely managed to preserve his life. The violent shocks still caused his blood to surge. With a swift move, he seized an opportunity, driving his weapon, the broken army, into the armpit of one demon ape, shattering its heart. Yet, simultaneously, another demon ape's bone club struck him fiercely on the back. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable, as, towards death and life, activated. His injuries were instantaneously mended. He then retaliated with a swift slash, vanquishing the last demon ape that had attempted a sneak attack. To eliminate this small squad of blood-prisoned demon apes, he had paid the price of 28 revivals, fully exposing his whereabouts. A far more potent and sinister aura from the depths of the beast tide locked onto him. In Huagua, at the heights of the Great Wall, a piercing alarm resonated through the skies. "Hold the gate," Qi Lian commanded fiercely, brandishing his spear in an attempt to intercept the grotesque limbs protruding from the rift. However, all efforts were in vain. With a thunderous roar, the entire rift gate erupted. An endless torrent of dark red energy surged forth, accompanied by countless grotesque shadows, cascading down upon the heights of the Great Wall like a breached dam. "Open fire!" A commander bellowed as the order was given. A barrage of gunfire illuminated the night sky, the roar of heavy weaponry deafening. Countless shells and energy beams struck the beast tide, exploding into gruesome displays of flesh and blood. Yet, the number of emerging aberrant beasts was overwhelming, fearless in their advance. A colossal mantis, exceeding 5 meters in size and draped in bone-like armor, with its scythe-like limbs glimmering ominously, was the first to charge onto the heights of the Great Wall. Its individual level, 7, terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the nearby positions. "It's the Bloodscythe Mantis," a sharp-eyed soldier screamed in despair. The mantis's scythe limbs, as swift as lightning, easily tore through the defenses of a heavy armored vehicle, cleaving both soldiers and steel asunder. Agonized screams erupted in waves. More, level 7 aberrant beasts followed, mercilessly slaughtering along the human defensive line as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. Despite their superior equipment and training, the soldiers atop the heights faced a staggering disparity against these high-tier beasts from the inner world. "Hold the line. Stand your ground," a frontline soldier shouted, attempting to rally a counterattack, but before he could finish, a flying aberrant beast descended from above, seizing half of his body. Blood stained the ground. Qi Lian's expression was as cold as ice. Her spear moved with the grace of a startled swan, each thrust piercing the vital points of high-tier aberrant beasts with precision. Her strength at individual level 8 was laid bare in that moment. Yet, she was but one person. More aberrant beasts circumvented her, charging towards the ordinary soldiers behind. "Captain, the right flank has fallen. The left is barely holding." The communications channel was filled with the desperate cries and dying wails of soldiers. Shiwezi sat paralyzed on the ground, her face ashen, gazing at the hellish scene unfolding before her, her body trembling uncontrollably. She yearned to assist, yet the excessive drain of her energy rendered even standing a formidable challenge. Why? Oh, why was this the case? General Long Xiang's encrypted communication connected to Qi Lian's channel. "Qi Lian, what is the situation on the high ground?" The voice of the elder general was imbued with an unprecedented urgency. Qi Lian thrust her spear, sending a level 7 wolf-like beast soaring through the air, the flames at its tip scorching its fur. "General, the high ground is on the verge of capitulation." Her voice was somewhat hoarse, the number and level of the beasts far exceeding their estimates, requesting the activation of the highest contingency plan. Silence enveloped the communication for several moments before General Long Xiang's voice emerged, strained with suppressed anguish. "Order. The 4 great legions, White Tiger, Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, along with their respective combat units, must immediately converge on the Great Wall high ground. At all costs, we must prevent the beast tide from breaching the wall." "Understood," Qi Lian affirmed resolutely. In that moment, the 4 legions, the most elite armed forces of Huagua, received the supreme directive simultaneously. An innumerable torrent of steel surged from all directions, hastening towards the Great Wall high ground. However, the advance of the beast tide was far swifter than they had anticipated. A chilling roar echoed from the depths of the rift. Soon after, 3 colossal shadows, suffocating in their enormity, emerged from the energy surge. Chapter 39. Target: Extermination. Each shadow exuded a terrifying pressure far surpassing level 8. Individual level 9. 3 in total. One resembled an upright giant bear, each breath it took conjuring a localized energy storm. Another was a giant centipede, exceeding 30 meters in length, its countless appendages sharp as blades, effortlessly slicing through cover and soldiers alike. The last was the most bizarre, resembling a massive, writhing mass of flesh, its surface adorned with countless crimson eyes, each movement emitting a nauseating psychic shock. Target's energy response exceeds previous beasts by dozens of times, a technician stammered into the headset channel. Had Li Qi been present to assess the three beasts' ranks, he would have discerned that they were all indeed level 9 entities. Despair spread like a plague across the entire Great Wall high ground. It's over. We are doomed. Even the most steadfast veteran, upon witnessing the terror of the three beasts, could not suppress a shiver of dread. Concentrate all firepower on those three high-level beasts. Qi Lian's voice resonated through the command channel, tinged with resolve. She understood that if they did not prioritize the elimination of these top-tier threats, the entire defense would crumble in an instant. An unrelenting barrage of artillery and energy beams rained down upon the three level 9 beasts. Yet, those attacks, potent enough to effortlessly rend the defenses of level 7 beasts, merely sparked a flurry of flashes upon impact, failing to breach even their outer layers. Their defenses are far too strong, a cannon commander muttered, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The crystalline giant bear let out an impatient roar and stomped its foot. Boom. The earth trembled violently, a visible shockwave radiating outward from its epicenter. The foremost artillery positions were instantaneously reduced to rubble, with the soldiers atop them unable to emit even a cry of despair, transforming into mere flesh and blood. The colossal centipede writhed its massive body, effortlessly breaching a section of the alloy blast wall, as if toppling a stack of blocks with ease. The grotesque creature, a mass of flesh, possessed countless eyes that simultaneously glinted with a sinister red light. Ah, my head. Do not look into its eyes. In a vast area, soldiers suddenly clutched their heads, writhing on the ground in agony, blood streaming from their orifices, clearly victims of a ferocious mental assault. Yet, some soldiers, undeterred by the specter of death, threw themselves into battle, striving to halt the tide of beasts with their own bodies. However, confronted with such an overwhelming disparity in power, all resistance appeared tragically futile. Waves of soldiers fell, their ranks decimated. The stronghold, a symbol of humanity's resolute defiance, was visibly collapsing at an alarming rate. General, we cannot hold on any longer. A commander of the Xuanwu Legion, drenched in blood, issued a final, anguished cry into the communicator. The beasts are too powerful. The defense line has completely collapsed. On the other end, General Longxiang clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with the strain. After a protracted silence, he finally issued the harrowing command in a hoarse voice. Retreat. Order all units to abandon the Great Wall Heights and regroup towards the city. Qi Lian, listening to the command emanating from the communicator, felt her spear tremble slightly in her grasp. She surveyed the battlefield before her, a veritable hellscape. Watching his comrades continued to fight valiantly, yet fell one after another. Retreat? Where could they possibly withdraw to? How long could they hold out away from the city? Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction shrouded in dark red energy. Li Qi, where are you? Gritting her teeth, she thrust her spear once more, impaling a creature that sought to ambush a medic. Vanguard, follow me in the rear. At the periphery of the Great Wall Heights, the vanguards, under Qi Lian's command, formed the final line of defense, covering the retreat of other units. The crystalline giant bear roared once again, its massive paw descending, reducing several soldiers who could not escape to mere pulp in an instant. Qi Lian clenched her teeth, her spear poised like a dragon, confronting the giant bear. Just then, the sky abruptly darkened. It was not a shroud of clouds, but an indescribable pressure descending from the heavens. Three figures had appeared above the three level 9 beasts, seemingly out of nowhere. One was clad in pure white, wielding an ancient sword that shimmered with a flowing light. Another was enveloped in a dark robe, surrounded by faint ink-like currents, obscuring their visage. The last was a towering figure, bare-chested and adorned with enigmatic runes, brandishing a colossal axe. Their arrival was silent, as if they had always existed in that space. Command. The figure in white issued a sharp command, pointing with his sword. A beam of pristine white light, honed to perfection, pierced through the head of the crystalline giant bear in an instant. Boom. The colossal bear's immense form crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The once impregnable crystalline defense crumbled like fragile parchment beneath the force of a single strike. On the battlefield, every soldier and beast engaged in combat momentarily froze. Qi Lian halted her advance, gazing up at the three figures in the sky, her mind reeling. Was this truly the ancient guardian of Huagua, as mentioned by General Longxiang? The figure in the dark robe moved. With both hands forming intricate seals and incantations flowing from his lips, an invisible wave radiated outward from his center. The colossal centipede, measuring over 30 meters in length, charged at the retreating troops, but abruptly stiffened. Its numerous limbs began to attack each other uncontrollably, tearing itself apart. The sickening sound of its body fracturing echoed as it was gruesomely ripped into segments, foul-smelling fluids gushing forth. The burly practitioner wielding a massive axe let out a thunderous roar, his voice resonating across the battlefield. He hurled his axe with great force, and it spun through the air like a shard of frozen light, accurately cleaving into the writhing mass of flesh that was the beast. As countless eyes on the creature's surface exploded simultaneously, a piercing shriek filled the air, and its vast form was brutally severed, dark green blood cascading like a waterfall. Within an instant, the three marauding, level 9, beasts were severely wounded and vanquished by the thunderous methods of these enigmatic practitioners. The objective was clear: to eradicate. The voice of the practitioner in white was cold and devoid of emotion, echoing over the battlefield. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of beams of multicolored light shot forth from the distant horizon, hovering at various points across the battlefield. As each beam dissipated, a powerful practitioner emerged, wielding an array of magical artifacts, their expressions indifferent as they commenced an efficient hunt against the chaotic tide of beasts below. Chapter 40. This calamity is beyond your mortal strength to resolve. Flying swords, talismans, spells. These forces, once deemed mythic in modern warfare, now manifested vividly before the eyes of the surviving soldiers. An urgent communication from General Longxiang pierced the air. Qi Lian's communicator buzzed, announcing that the highest command had activated the Apocalypse Plan, and the strategic missile forces would unleash saturating firepower across the highlands to the rift. Coordinates had been dispatched to all Guardians terminals. Qi Lian looked up to see the white-robed practitioner nod slightly. In the next instant, a piercing whistle sliced through the sky. Dozens of missiles, trailing long flames, descended like an angry meteor shower, tearing through the atmosphere and striking the most densely packed core of the beast horde with precision. The earth shuddered with a series of thunderous explosions, mushroom clouds rising in succession. A devastating shockwave swept through, instantly vaporizing and tearing apart countless beasts. Even the formidable Level 7 and Level 8 creatures fell in droves under the combined assault of modern technology and ancient heritage. On the outskirts of the Great Wall Highlands, the battlefield, which had recently been a scene of human hell, visibly saw the tide of beasts being quelled and disintegrated. The remaining soldiers of the White Tiger Legion stood in a daze, many of them forgetting to continue their retreat. Hope, in the most desperate of moments, descended upon them in a manner they had never envisioned. Yet, the flames of war did not subside. "Captain," a communications soldier urgently reported to Qi Lian, "we have detected a multitude of life signals rapidly departing from the main battlefield, spreading towards the surrounding cities." Qi Lian's heart sank. The main beast tide had been shattered. But those cunning and formidable stragglers began to scatter in all directions. On the command center's screen, the red dots representing the aberrant creatures spread like a virus from the heights of the Great Wall, with several particularly large red dots heading straight for densely populated urban areas. In Jiang City, at the temporary command center, General Longxiang gazed at the incessantly blinking alarms on the sand table, his complexion ashen. He commanded the garrison forces in each city to immediately organize civilian evacuations and activate the highest-level defense protocols. All second- and third-line combat units were to transition to urban defense at once. He instructed the Guardians to allocate personnel to intercept and pursue the high-level escaping aberrant creatures. Orders streamed from the command center, and alarms rang out across the heartland of Huagua. Panic spread online like a contagion. Has the Great Wall Heights fallen? Those monsters have breached our defenses. I saw something enormous flying overhead. Where's the army? Where's our military? Jiang City is in crisis. Aberrant creatures have invaded the urban area. This is the end. Will we return to those initial days of despair? Desperate messages, blurred videos, and heart-wrenching cries filled every communication channel still capable of connection. It felt as if Huagua had, overnight, returned to that dark moment at the dawn of the Rift's arrival, when order collapsed and all lived in fear. Qi Lian stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, gazing towards the city where thick smoke billowed and distant explosions echoed. The long spear in her hand, stained with the blood of aberrant creatures, felt unbearably heavy. The white-clad monk mysteriously appeared by her side. This calamity cannot be resolved by your mere mortal strength, he spoke with an icy tone. Qilian turned to him. Then what shall we do? The monk's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, as if he could pierce through layers of obstruction. Wait. Retreat from the city. The fortress city nearest to the Great Wall Heights was currently engulfed in blood and flames. The piercing alarm was drowned out by deafening explosions. Towering buildings collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust clouds soaring and obscuring the dark red sky. On the streets, twisted remnants of vehicles burned fiercely. Thick smoke billowing into the air. Run. Monsters. It's the creatures that broke free from the Great Wall Heights. Cries, screams, and desperate roars intertwined, composing a prelude to doom. A slightly smaller individual-level rift bear crashed through the outer wall of a residential building, its crimson eyes scanning the panicked crowd. It opened its gaping maw, emitting a soul-chilling roar, drooling foul saliva. A mother clutching her child stumbled and fell to the ground, the child letting out a terrified wail. The colossal shadow of the earth-shattering bear enveloped them. A dull thud echoed as a specially designed armor-piercing round struck the creature's eye, erupting in a mist of crimson. The earth-shattering bear, in pain, let out a furious roar, though its movements were merely momentarily hindered. Not far away, a young soldier clad in the uniform of the city's garrison trembled as he attempted to pull back the gun's bolt. Beside him, several comrades lay lifeless in a pool of blood. The earth-shattering bear abandoned the mother and child before it, abruptly turning its attention to the soldier, its massive paw. Like a fan, crashing down with a gust of malevolent wind. The soldier and the ground beneath him collapsed together. The mother, narrowly escaping, erupted into a heart-wrenching cry, scrambling to clutch her child as they disappeared around the corner. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the city outskirts. The monstrous beasts infiltrated every nook and cranny, rendering ordinary citizens as fragile as mere paper in their presence. Abominations. Die. In an abandoned industrial area to the east of the city, an elderly man clad in a robe held a peachwood sword, reciting incantations as a yellow talisman ignited spontaneously. Before him, an individual-level shadow cat watched him mockingly, its sharp claws screeching against the concrete floor. The yellow talisman transformed into a feeble glow, shooting towards the shadow cat. The creature swiftly dodged, and in the next heartbeat, its claws pierced through the elderly man's chest. His eyes widened in shock as the peachwood sword fell from his grasp. Master. In a corner, a teenager witnessed this despairing scene, trembling uncontrollably. The shadow cat licked the blood from its claws, its eerie green eyes shifting toward the boy. I will fight you. The boy roared like a beast, seizing a half-buried steel pipe and charging at the shadow cat. Chapter 41. He is the variable in the southern part of the city. A grand bridge spanning the river had descended into utter chaos. Countless vehicles were jammed together as people abandoned their cars, shoving and trampling one another in panic. An individual-level corrosive worm climbed up from beneath the bridge, attempting to intercept the fleeing crowd. Its acidic spittle corroded the sturdy bridge surface, creating gaping holes. Get the hell out of the way. A burly, bald man, bare-chested with a menacing dragon tattoo across his shoulder, wielded a lamppost he had torn from the roadside, bellowing as he charged at the corrosive worm. The lamppost struck the creature's head with a resounding crash, bursting forth a spray of green ichor. The corrosive worm emitted a shrill scream as its massive body tumbled off the bridge. The bald man gasped for breath, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn. That was quite a fight. He glanced at the acid-burned skin on his arm, grinned, and hoisted the lamppost once more, continuing his charge towards the city outskirts. Yet, such extraordinary individuals were few and far between. The majority were engulfed in desperate flight. The roads were blocked by abandoned vehicles, forcing people to rely solely on their legs. The command center on the Great Wall Heights was enveloped in an eerie silence. General Long Xiang's figure appeared particularly hunched beneath the flickering red warning lights. Before him lay a sand table, upon which the model of the city had been completely engulfed by crimson markers, signifying the invasion of monstrous beasts. Report, General. The eastern defense line has utterly collapsed. The western district has fallen as well. The garrison troops have been annihilated. Requesting reinforcements. We can scarcely hold out any longer. The final voice on the communicator was soon drowned out by screams and the crackling of static. Qilian stood on the ruined rooftop of a high-rise building, the cold wind stirring the blood-soaked tips of her hair. The spear in her hand remained sharp, yet her grip trembled slightly. Below her lay a city reminiscent of hell. She could distinctly see a flying beast of individual level 7 effortlessly tearing through the roof of a makeshift shelter, snatching soldiers within as if they were mere chicks. Anger, helplessness, and an indescribable restlessness churned within her chest. How much longer must we wait? Though she did not turn around, her voice brimmed with suppressed inquiry. The white-clad monk stood a short distance behind her, his attire as pristine as fresh snow, starkly contrasting with the apocalyptic scene before them. He gazed calmly at the blood-red sky, as though all that transpired was of no concern to him. "The time has not yet come," he replied, his tone perpetually cool and devoid of emotion. "The time? Look below." Qi Lian whirled around, her voice rising in desperation. "Those who have perished, will they live to witness your so-called timing? Their sacrifices are not in vain." Vain. Qi Lian's nails nearly dug into her palms. "Trading the lives of millions for an elusive moment? Is this your way as guardians?" Finally, the white-clad monk withdrew his gaze from the horizon and directed it towards Qi Lian. "What you perceive is merely the surface. Under calamity, all beings suffer. Without great resolve and immense sacrifice, a glimmer of hope cannot be attained." Qi Lian gripped her spear tightly. She could not comprehend these profound truths. All she knew was that her soldiers were falling, her compatriots were wailing, and yet she was told to wait. If Li Qi were here, he would never wait. The monk fell silent for a moment. "He is the variable. We await another inevitability." With that, he turned his gaze back to the distance, choosing silence once more. After a night of relentless battle, the beasts that breached the defenses were finally subdued. Qi Lian observed as weary soldiers withdrew from the front lines. Their faces were smeared with blood and soot, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had been drained. The inevitability spoken of by the monk was lost on her. The aloof guardians came and went like the wind, disappearing without a trace. Everything seemed to return to square one. No, it was even worse than the beginning. Captain Qi Lian, a communications soldier, approached briskly, his voice hoarse. "The new garrison roster has been released from the Great Wall Heights." Qi Lian took the list, her eyes scanning it, her brow furrowed tighter with each passing moment. Yesterday, the beasts had broken through, resulting in heavy casualties among the ordinary soldiers, their bodies piling like mountains. Of those who survived, scarcely 1 in 10 remained. New recruits? The supply of fresh troops was woefully inadequate to replenish the losses incurred. Many familiar names appeared on the list, drawn from various legions, hastily assembled. A name made her pupils constrict sharply. Ma Shangwu, Zhou Ping. Qi Lian's breath quickened suddenly. She abruptly lifted her head, gazing at the assembled troops not far away. This newly formed garrison was preparing to head towards the heights of the Great Wall. Among the ranks, 2 figures stood out vividly. Old Ma, hunched with age, held a low-quality cigarette between his lips, smoke curling around him, obscuring the expression on his face. His well-worn rifle, polished to a shine, was slung over his shoulder once again. Zhou Ping stood beside him, still taciturn. Hadn't they been reassigned to logistics? Now, they stood conspicuously in the line heading to the front. She strode purposefully towards them. "Old Ma, Zhou Ping." Upon hearing Qi Lian's voice, Old Ma's murky eyes flickered. Turning to see Qi Lian, he tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. "Captain Qi Lian," Zhou Ping nodded in acknowledgement, lifting his head slightly. "What are you doing here?" Qi Lian's voice brimmed with restrained fury. "Who allowed you to return?" Old Ma took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt on the ground, extinguishing it with the tip of his shoe. "No one brought us back," he rasped. "We chose to return ourselves. Yesterday, the casualties from the beast breakout were severe. The logistics department is equally unsafe. Rather than counting the dead there, we might as well come back to save a few lives." Zhou Ping remained silent, forcefully slamming a magazine filled with bullets into the chamber, producing a sharp metallic sound. That noise struck Qi Lian's heart like a heavy hammer. She looked at them, noting the bloodshot eyes that reflected their harrowing experiences. All her questions, all her fury, were momentarily supplanted by a deeper sense of helplessness. "I had no choice before," Old Ma suddenly grinned, exposing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Now, I want them to live. At the very least, let me die in front of them." He gestured towards the noticeably youthful faces in the troop, some even younger than his own children. Qi Lian's fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. She wished to say something, yet found herself rendered speechless. This was the resolve of the soldiers of Huagua. This embodied the fearless spirit of the defensive line formed by her, Li Qi, Xian Bing, and others, confronting life and death without trepidation. Chapter 42, The Domain Lizard King. A tremendous harvest in the inner world, Having just dealt with several blood-red magic apes, Li Qi was suddenly enveloped by an indescribable wave of terrifying psychic energy. The sensation was frigid, sinister, and bore an air of lofty scrutiny. Li Qi activated his extraordinary psychic power to its fullest extent, attempting to break free from this lock. Damn it, not this again. He felt his very soul quiver. This psychic lock, aside from the encounter with the Yellow Sandman, was far more formidable and tyrannical than any he had faced before. Just then, the ground began to tremble. In the distance, a colossal shadow slowly rose on the horizon, obscuring a portion of the crimson sky. It was a beast that defied description. The creature was so immense that it took one's breath away. Its entire body shrouded in a thick, dark blue armor of scales, each glinting with a metallic sheen. It resembled a lizard magnified countless times, with sturdy, powerful limbs and a long tail that resembled a colossal whip forged of steel, capable of carving deep furrows into the ground with a mere flick. Most terrifying of all, its surface would occasionally bulge with fleshy sacs, which would rupture, giving birth to smaller lizard-like aberrations that would roar and join the fray. It possessed the uncanny ability to split and continuously spawn these creatures. Target: Domain Lizard King, Original Form. Combat Assessment: 10 Body Level, 12. Energy Attributes: Source. Colonization: 10 Body Level, 12. Li Qi inhaled sharply. 10 Body Level. This creature was on an entirely different tier compared to the previous Blood Scythe Mantis and Blood Abyss Demon Ape. But in the next moment, his eyes ignited with terrifying excitement. He had found it. At last, he had located the source of the relentless lizard aberration. By vanquishing it, he might eradicate a significant threat lurking within the chasms of the Great Wall Highlands. Kill. Li Qi growled softly, advancing rather than retreating. Wielding his azure blade like a comet streaking against the tide, charging straight at the lizard's original form. Silent wind slash. Dozens of finely honed, invisible wind blades tore through the air, viciously striking toward the giant beast's head. Clang, clang. A series of jarring metallic clashes echoed. Those wind blades, capable of slicing through level 8 aberrations, merely sparked feebly against the scales of the Lizard King. What the hell? So tough. Li Qi's pupils constricted. No breach in defense. Roar. The Domain Lizard King emitted a thunderous roar, seemingly enraged by the provocation of this insignificant foe. Its enormous head swung violently, a foul wind rushing toward Li Qi. A massive, slime-covered tongue lashed out, aiming to ensnare him. Li Qi, relying on extraordinary agility, narrowly evaded, as the gigantic tongue crashed against the earth, creating a pit several meters deep. Again, the ferocity in Li Qi's eyes intensified. Breaking Army whirled as he attempted to strike various parts of the beast's body, its eyes, joints, and mouth. However, the outcomes were consistently the same. Thud. One of the beast's massive claws came crashing down, and Li Qi, unable to dodge in time, had half his body pulverized into a pulp. To live is to die activated. Flesh writhed and instantly regenerated. Again. Crack. A sweep of the colossal tail shattered his bones. Revive. Again. Assailed by the smaller lizards, he was torn into shreds. Revive. 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 Each demise brought excruciating agony, yet every resurrection deepened his understanding of the giant beast's attack patterns and defensive traits. His, unmoving as a mountain, was nearly rendered ineffective against such formidable assaults. 147, 148, 149. Li Qi silently counted his revivals, his gaze growing increasingly bright as he observed the beast's attack frequency. Gradually, he discerned that although this colossal beast possessed invulnerable defenses, each time it spawned smaller aberrations. A momentary dullness would flicker across a specific area of its scales. Though exceedingly subtle, it did not escape the grasp of extraordinary mental power too. There, on the 150th revival, Li Qi, without the slightest hesitation, compressed all the energy of Silent Wind Slash to its utmost limit. Affixing it to the tip of the Breaking Army blade, he focused intently on the instant the giant creature split anew, at the very moment when those scales dulled. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. Exerting every ounce of strength, he thrust the Breaking Army deeply into the beast. Puff. This time, it was no longer the sharp clang of metal colliding. Instead, it was the muffled sound of blade piercing flesh. The blade of Breaking Army sank deeply into the beast. Roar. The Domain Lizard King emitted a heart-rending roar. A surge of violent energy erupted from within, attempting to hurl Li Qi away. Die, you bastard. Li Qi's eyes blazed crimson, his grip on the hilt unyielding, channeling all his mental power into the strike. He unleashed the Silent Wind Slash in a frenzy, and upon depleting his mental resources, he directly revived from death. The cutting force of Silent Wind Slash rampaged within the beast's body. Beneath that dull scale lay its energy core. The massive form of the domain Lizard King trembled violently, and the numerous smaller lizards it had spawned erupted uncontrollably. Moments later, boom! The enormous creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a tempest of dust. Detected host has slain a Tier 10-12 aberration source body. Cataclysmic progress at 857. Life anchor count 120. Gasping for breath, Li Qi withdrew the breaking army from the beast's carcass and collapsed onto the ground. The fetid winds swept past, tugging at the tattered edges of his combat attire. 150 deaths had culminated in the obliteration of this Tier 10-12 source body. Worth it. He wiped the viscous substance from his face, inhaled deeply, and delved into his mind. System. Cataclysmic progress at 5127. Meeting phase growth requirements. Skill capture automatically activated. A series of notifications erupted in his mind like popping beans. Extraordinary stamina has been elevated to 2. Extraordinary strength has been elevated to 2. Extraordinary agility has been elevated to 2. Active skill, Silent Wind Slash enhanced. Power tier elevated to Extraordinary mental power 3. 5. Acquired passive skill, Indomitable Battle Spirit. Li Qi's breath momentarily caught in his throat. Having been preoccupied with slaying aberrations since entering the inner world, he had yet to examine the system panel. Unbeknownst to him, the cataclysmic progress had indeed surpassed 500. He accessed the system panel. Chapter 43. Here lies the Qin dynasty of Huagua. A soft blue light curtain unfolded before his eyes. Host, Li Qi. Current progress of Cataclysmic Heritage. 127. Talent. Embrace of Death. Rule level talent. Special status. Life anchor point count. 2094. Physical fundamental skills. Unarmed combat. Firearm proficiency. Extraordinary endurance 2. Extraordinary strength 2. Extraordinary mental power 2. Extraordinary agility 2. Active skill. Silent Wind Slash. Power level. Extraordinary mental power 2-5. Passive skills. Immovable as a mountain. Defense level. Extraordinary endurance 2-3. Indomitable warrior spirit. Upon resurrection through Embrace of Death, overall combat power temporarily increases by 30, lasting for 60 seconds. This passive can only be activated once at a time and does not stack. Overall combat power level. Individual level, 9. Li Qi's gaze swept across the lines. Extraordinary endurance 2. Extraordinary strength 2. Extraordinary mental power 2. Extraordinary agility 2. The comprehensive enhancement of his fundamental attributes signified that his physical prowess had ascended to an unprecedented level. The multiplier of Silent Wind Slash rose from 4 times the mental power 2 to 5 times. Its power surged dramatically. Immovable as a mountain also rose in tandem with the enhancement of Extraordinary Endurance. The newly acquired passive skill, Indomitable Warrior Spirit. With each resurrection, his overall combat power increases by 30%. This was tailor-made for his Embrace of Death talent, growing stronger with each death. The overall combat power level escalated from individual level 7 directly to individual level 9. A leap of 2 levels. Li Qi slowly clenched his fist, feeling the exhilarating surge of newfound strength coursing through his body. An unprecedented sensation of power filled his limbs and bones. If he were to face the Domain Lizard King now, he would undoubtedly be far less beleaguered. Li Qi rose to his feet, the bloodstains on broken army having solidified. Exuding a potent, sweet metallic scent, he gazed down at the massive corpse of the Domain Lizard King beneath him. 10 body level, 12. Origin entity. Li Qi mulled over these 3 words. The system assessment had marked it as an origin entity. This creature served as the breeding ground for low-level aberrations, a factory continuously generating them. Eliminating one could sever a tide of beasts at its source. More importantly, the progress towards cataclysmic heritage gained from slaying such an origin entity was comparable to the slaughter of thousands of ordinary aberrations at the Great Wall Heights. The efficiency was worlds apart. Previously, he had merely encountered and hunted passively. Now, he was aware of the existence of these origin entities. It was akin to discovering untapped gold mines. Here, not only were there endless aberrations, but also these origin entities capable of catalyzing a qualitative transformation in power. Memories of the bloody battle at the Great Wall Heights, General Long Xiang's hopes, and the frailty of Xuezi as she opened the portal flashed through his mind. Merely guarding the breach and slaying the ordinary aberrations pouring forth was merely a stopgap measure, a drop in the bucket. To truly alleviate the pressure on Huaguo, one must delve into this bizarre inner world, locate, and annihilate these origin entities. Only in this manner can he attain strength at an accelerated pace. Yet, it remains insufficient. Confronted by that terrifying entity capable of triggering a high-energy reaction alarm within the system, he is still but an ant. He yearns for greater power, an overwhelming force. Li Qi's gaze sharpened. Risks? Indeed, they abound. That domain lizard king has claimed his life a staggering 150 times. Were it anyone else, they would have perished long ago. But he is Li Qi. He possesses the ability to be reborn through death. For him, death merely serves as a catalyst for strength. These primordial entities are tailored superlative experience packages, crafted specifically for him. Henceforth, there exists but a single objective. Li Qi clenched his weapon, the Breaking Army. Its blade glinting with a chilling aura beneath the dim crimson sky. The hunt for primordial entities begins. A figure wove through a desolate expanse littered with colossal bones. These remains did not belong to any creature he had previously encountered. They were far more ancient, exuding a raw, desolate essence. Li Qi sought the traces of new primordial entities. His extraordinary mental power, too, acted like an invisible radar, scanning every suspicious corner. Suddenly, he halted. His mental acuity detected a peculiar life wave. It was not strong, even somewhat feeble, yet it imparted an ineffable sense of antiquity and weight. Target, unknown life form. Combat assessment, unable to analyze. Energy attributes, unable to analyze. Unable to analyze? Li Qi furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had encountered such feedback from the system. Cautiously, he stealthily approached the source of the wave. Parting a thicket of bizarre shrubs, he beheld a relatively flat clearing. At the center of this clearing sat a figure, cross-legged upon a slab of black rock. It was termed a human due to its human-like torso and limbs, yet its back bore an enormous and ancient tortoise shell, intricately adorned with arcane patterns as if inscribed with the secrets of time. Its dark blue skin was lined with wrinkles, and its eyes were tightly shut, as if it had been in deep meditation for millennia. Is this the unknown life form? You have arrived. A hoarse, ancient voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the clearing. The tortoise being remained with its eyes closed, not even moving its lips. The words seemed to echo directly within Li Qi's mind, gripping his Breaking Army tightly. He spoke in a hushed tone. Who are you? The tortoise being did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, it slowly articulated, its voice imbued with unfathomable weariness. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have come here. Where is here? Li Qi pressed for answers. The system could not decipher it. He could only glean information from this enigmatic tortoise being. The tortoise being's voice faltered momentarily. In terms you might comprehend, perhaps it could be referred to as the inner world. I call this place a fragment of forgotten historical realm bubbles. Historical realm bubbles? This was the first occasion Li Qi had encountered such terminology. Indeed, the tortoise being affirmed. To express it in terms you can understand, it pertains to the era of your Huaguo's Qin dynasty. The Qin dynasty. Chapter 44. The terracotta warriors of the Great Qin. Li Qi's heart was shaken profoundly. The illustrious Great Qin, which once thrived, met its demise due to insufficient resistance. The voice of the tortoise man echoed softly, revealing the true cause. The forbidden powers wielded by the foreign tribes beyond the Great Wall, who summoned the beasts you refer to. These creatures, brutal and savage, descended from the heavens, and the elite soldiers of Great Qin fought valiantly against them at the borders of the Great Wall. Li Qi's breath quickened. This secret knowledge shattered his understanding of history. And then, the sorcerers of Pre-Qin. In a bid to prevent this despairing history tainted by the invasion of the beast from contaminating reality, united their utmost powers to forcibly sever this history imbued with the beast's might, thus creating this fractured world. The tortoise man slowly opened his eyes, murky yet seemingly all-seeing. And I, too, have existed in this rift world for millennia. Millennia. Li Qi gazed at him, this living relic, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the information conveyed. And you? I was once a guardian spirit crafted by a sorcerer of that era. The tortoise man appeared to see through Li Qi's question. As that sorcerer invoked the great displacement technique to sever the space-time, I was consequently swept into this historical realm. Li Qi was astounded. Beasts had invaded during the Qin dynasty. Sorcerers had severed space-time. He had always believed that the inner world was a parallel dimension to Earth, never realizing how these dimensions had come to be. And what of the soldiers of Great Qin? What of the sorcerers? Li Qi's voice was somewhat hoarse. For the first time, a ripple of emotion stirred in the tortoise man's tranquil eyes. To quell the source that commanded countless beasts, the most elite iron army of Great Qin clashed bloodily with the otherworldly demons upon this severed land for a century. The sorcerers, consuming their very souls, laid down in astonishing array, and only through immense sacrifice were they able to seal that source at the cost of all their lives. The tortoise man's voice was somber, each word resonating with gravity. Li Qi could almost envision, over 2 millennia ago, countless soldiers clad in black armor, fighting valiantly, their flesh and blood forging the defenses against the savage beasts. Those enigmatic preaching sorcerers summoned winds and rains, harnessing the forces of nature to engage in a desperate struggle with that dreadful source. Senior, Li Qi suppressed the turmoil within the present world. The era from which I have come is beset by calamities. Countless beasts surge forth from the rifts, bringing devastation to the land of Huagua. And life hangs by a thread. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze fervent as he looked at the tortoise man. Since you are a guardian left by the sages of old, might you have insights to share? The tortoise man fell silent. The intricate patterns on his carapace seemed to flicker momentarily, then quickly dimmed. After a lengthy pause, he slowly shook his head. My mission is to guard this place, ensuring that the seal on that source remains unbreached. I cannot depart. Li Qi's heart sank gradually. Just as hope ignited, it was doused with cold water. However, the tortoise man's tone shifted unexpectedly. Though I cannot leave, I possess a method to assist you. Li Qi's eyes brightened instantly. Please, Senior, enlighten me. The ancient visage of the tortoise man appeared to bear even deeper wrinkles. The master alchemist who forged my being had, in addition to creating me, conjured a genuine immortal legion for the king of Qin. This legion is none other than the Terracotta Warriors. The Terracotta Warriors? A thunderclap resounded in Li Qi's mind. He was certainly aware of the Terracotta Warriors. They constituted a magnificent army buried beneath the soil of the Huagua nation. Could it be that the master alchemist, employing celestial techniques, had sealed the battle spirits of 100,000 Qin soldiers within the clay figures, using secret arts to prevent their reincarnation, rendering them fearless of death? Immortal and indestructible? Immortal and indestructible? Just like me, impervious to death? Li Qi pondered in silence. That legion of terracotta warriors still lies dormant beneath the earth of your era. However, they lack the token required to awaken and command them. Token? What token? A tiger talisman. The tortoise man explained that, while painstakingly creating the Terracotta Warrior Legion, the master alchemist also forged a corresponding tiger talisman. With the talisman in hand, one could command the 100,000 clay soldiers, sweeping all before them. Li Qi's fists instinctively clenched. 100,000. An immortal and indestructible army of terracotta warriors. If he could procure this tiger talisman and secure the breach atop the Great Wall, it would be. Wait. Li Qi suddenly realized a pressing question. Senior, since this legion of terracotta warriors is so formidable, why did they allow that source of calamity to wreak havoc back then, leading to the sacrifice of so many Qin generals and alchemists before they could barely seal it? The tortoise man sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. Though the terracotta warriors are powerful and fearless, their strength ultimately has its limits. Against ordinary aberrant beasts, they can indeed crush them with ease. However, they were insufficient against that source of calamity. That source is no being of this realm. Its power transcends the ordinary, something human strength cannot easily contend with. Li Qi understood. The Terracotta Warrior Legion resembled a superforce tailored for conventional aberrant beasts. Yet, they fell short against a higher-tier calamity. Suddenly, Li Qi's eyes sparkled with realization. This was precisely what he needed. A force capable of systematically eradicating ordinary aberrant beasts and solidifying the defensive line. As for those more formidable entities, such as the individual level 12, Domain Lizard King, or even more terrifying beings, he could handle those himself. Where is that tiger talisman now? Li Qi's voice quivered with excitement. This item must be obtained. The tortoise man fell silent for a moment, his perceptive gaze fixed upon Li Qi. Before your arrival, I sensed the aura of the tiger talisman. It appears to have fallen into the hands of a powerful source beast. Source beast? Li Qi recalled the Domain Lizard King he had vanquished, marked by the system as a primal entity. It was a blood simian source beast, exceptionally fierce and not lacking in intelligence. The tiger talisman rests with it. The blood simian source beast. Images of the previous encounter with that small squad of individual level 8 Blood Abyss demonic monkeys flashed through his mind. Senior, I have one more question. Li Qi took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. If I were to eliminate all those source beasts, would that eradicate the root of the beast tide? The tortoise man slowly shook his head in response. On that ancient visage, a grave expression emerged. No, it said. Why? Li Qi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, these source beasts are a significant root of chaos. However, they are merely secondary entities birthed from the polluted temporal bubble, catalyzed by the aura of calamity. Each day, they absorb the dissipating power of the source, consequently splitting into smaller aberrations. To some extent, this maintains a balance. If we were to eradicate them entirely, the tortoise man paused, his tone growing unusually heavy. It would likely awaken the calamity that was sealed away years ago. The tortoise man's voice resonated in Li Qi's mind like thunder. Should it fully awaken, the consequences would be unimaginable. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Qi's back. Damn it. After all this, these formidable source beasts are merely a few suppressing the awakening? This situation is quite the predicament. Chapter 45. Apologies to my brothers, Senior. In which direction might the blood ape source beast be located? Li Qi suppressed the turmoil within and asked in a solemn tone. No matter how arduous, he was determined to obtain that tiger talisman. The tortoise man closed his eyes, and the runes on his shell began to glow. After a brief moment, he slowly raised a finger to indicate a direction. The journey is perilous. Take care. Li Qi gazed toward the direction indicated. In the distant sky, it seemed as if an endless pool of blood was gathering and swirling. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. May I inquire your name? Li Qi respectfully clasped his fists toward the tortoise man. The tortoise man remained silent, closing his eyes once more, as if sinking back into slumber. Noticing the tortoise man's indifference, Li Qi did not press further. With a flicker of his figure, he swiftly darted toward the blood-soaked expanse. In the highest command center of Huaguo, a colossal holographic sand table hovered in the center of the conference room. Ahem. An elderly man with graying hair coughed heavily several times, breaking the silence. He was the supreme leader of Huaguo, Elder Xia. Elder Xia's gaze swept across the core high-ranking officials present. You have all seen the latest battle report from the Great Wall Heights, correct? The casualties among the city's populace are severe. No one responded. Each face bore an expression of distress. General Leng Xiang, the assessment of the contingency plan has been deduced. The dry-voiced general stated. Saturation fire coverage has shown effectiveness. However, the energy levels of the aberrations emerging from the rift are escalating at an astonishing rate. According to the transmitted monitoring data, the energy fluctuations at the rift's entrance have not diminished, indicating that the forthcoming tide of aberrations will be on par with the last. A collective gasp filled the meeting room. Our warriors are risking their lives to fill the gap. His voice trembled slightly. What are the Guardians? A general responsible for intelligence inquired solemnly. Did they not intervene? Is it possible the Guardians? General Leng Xiang forced a bitter smile and shook his head. They are remarkably powerful, effortlessly dispatching those 9-level aberrations as if they were mere trifles. Yet what then? They simply walked away, claiming that the secrets of heaven must not be divulged, and that each calamity has its own destiny. We cannot place all our hopes upon the Guardians. Elder Xia's fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. They symbolize the profound heritage of Huaguo, serving as the final bastion, yet they do not constitute conventional combat forces. Furthermore, it appears that the Guardians are engaged in operations within another realm. Ultimately, our military is lacking in elite combat prowess. Pausing momentarily, he slowly spoke. In order. All level 7 and above fusionists converge at the Great Wall Highlands. After a brief pause, Elder Xia turned to a military research director. What stage is your Xingtian project currently at? The research director trembled slightly, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. Elder Xia. The Xingtian serum, the fragments extracted from the ancient tomb, remain incompletely deciphered in terms of their sequence origins. The serum indeed possesses the capability to instantaneously awaken human potential, forcibly elevating an ordinary soldier's combat power to the terrifying level of individual grade 8. However, he swallowed hard. The cost is life. Post-injection, it has only a 30-minute efficacy. Once this period elapses, the injector will inevitably perish, without exception. This is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Elder Xia, hands clasped behind his back, wore a grave expression, his gaze devoid of any tumult. What is the progress of mass production? The research director shuddered. The first batch, sufficient to equip 3 fully staffed divisions, has already been secretly transported to the frontline warehouse. Should the subsequent production line operate at full capacity, we can produce 5 times that amount within 3 days. However, Elder Xia, is this truly adequate? Elder Xia interrupted him. Notify all corps commanders. A high-level encrypted meeting will convene in 30 minutes. Transmit all data concerning the Xingtian serum, including the side effects you just mentioned, in their entirety, without omission. His command was cold and devoid of emotion. Inform them that the tide of alien beasts may breach the rift once more. We are out of time. How to utilize it, or whether to use it, is for them to decide. However, I do not wish to witness another disaster befall the city. The Guardians will not always be available to spare personnel. At the Great Wall Highlands, the temporary command center, General Longxiang reviewed the documents uploaded to the encrypted terminal, the title merely 2 characters, Xingtian. The content of the file was alarmingly concise. Efficacy, individual grade 8. Duration, 30 minutes. Side effects, immediate death upon expiration. Source, unknown ancient tomb. Production status, mass production achieved. General Longxiang closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. Although he had gleaned some understanding during the meeting, he found it impossible to calm his emotions. Once the orders were issued, it felt as if he would be directly responsible for the soldiers' demise. After a considerable pause, he commanded, "Relay my orders. All officers of school rank and above, assemble in the operations conference room in 15 minutes. He hesitated momentarily. Furthermore, distribute this document to every battalion. All soldiers must be informed of what they are about to face. The communications officer hesitated, fingers hovering over the keyboard, incredulously looking up at General Longxiang. General, this. General Longxiang's eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. Execute the orders. Tell the brothers that Longxiang is sorry for them. Chapter 46. The Old Horse, Glory. Hua Nation, various military camps. The chilling electronic document was dispatched to every soldier's terminal. A brutish squad leader, his face a mask of fury, slammed the military tablet to the ground, shattering the screen into countless fragments. What in the blazes is this nonsense? 30 minutes at individual level 8. Then we are to perish? What do they take us for? Mere expendables. Around him, the soldiers displayed a spectrum of reactions. Some turned ashen, while others clenched their fists in silence. Damn it, are they sending us to our deaths? A young soldier's voice quivered with despair. What does it matter if we reach level 8 in 30 minutes? It's still a one-way ticket to doom. I was hoping to retire, not to die. In another tent, the atmosphere was equally tense. A cluster of veterans sat together, shrouded in swirling smoke, the ground littered with cigarette butts. Let us speak up. What is your take on this? Croaked a veteran, missing a finger. Silence engulfed the group. Only the glowing embers flickered in the darkness. The document stated that participation was voluntary. Another veteran muttered darkly. What, do you wish to withdraw? The first speaker scoffed, releasing a cloud of smoke. Where could we possibly go if we retreat? Those beasts rush in while we cower behind, watching our loved ones be torn apart? But this is literally trading lives for 30 minutes. Someone could no longer contain the outburst. What alternatives do you propose? The veteran retorted, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you have any other means to keep those level 9 monstrosities at bay? Another silence ensued. I will take it. A soldier, his head bowed, his expression obscured, suddenly stood up. All eyes turned towards him. Are you mad, Ma Zi? Have you thought this through? Ignoring the protests, Ma Zi quietly adjusted his uniform and stepped outside. More and more soldiers emerged from their barracks, silently heading toward the logistics department. The line grew longer and longer. At the logistics department, the medic responsible for distributing the potions trembled slightly beneath his gloves. He gazed at the silent soldiers before him, opened his mouth, and ultimately released only an inaudible sigh. Name, rank, unit number. The cold, procedural tone echoed. Wang Ming, Private, White Tiger Legion. Zhang Tiniu, Sergeant, Vermilion Bird Legion Heavy Weapons Team. Li Zhou, Private, White Tiger Legion Machine Gun Team. Li Ergo, Private, Xuanwu Legion Cook Team. A visibly youthful soldier, his voice trembling yet resolute, managed to report his information. In the interim, restlessness surged once more. Footage captured by drones flooded every operable mobile device within Hua Nation, every illuminated screen. The images shook violently. Countless grotesque shadows surged amidst torrents of energy toward the defensive line of the Great Wall. Heavens, they're coming again? This time, it seems there are even more. Even larger. After a brief, suffocating silence, The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. On the Great Wall Heights, soldiers donned heavy individual combat gear, gripping their cold weapons with unwavering resolve. At the forefront of the high ground stood Qilian, her figure upright and commanding, her scarlet battle attire billowing fiercely in the howling wind. Her gaze was fixed intently on the tumult below. Suddenly, several monstrous beings, far larger than ordinary beasts and dragging their robust tails, surged forth from the horde, their speed astonishing. Open fire. In an instant, countless tongues of flame erupted from various positions along the line, mercilessly engulfing the foremost creatures. The thunderous roar of heavy artillery reverberated, energy beams slicing through the air. Explosions erupted amidst the tide of beasts, dismembered limbs, and blood mingling with the chaos. Yet, those creatures clad in obsidian scales withstood the initial barrage of concentrated firepower. With renewed ferocity, they charged forward. "Stop them!" a commander bellowed. The heavy machine guns on the line unleashed a frenzied hail of bullets, desperately seeking to carve a breach in their ranks. With a sudden burst of speed, an obsidian beast barreled forward, its massive form crashing through a section of the metallic barricade. The soldiers sheltered behind it had no time to scream before they were overwhelmed by the onrushing tide of beasts. Right flank. A breach has formed. The monsters are coming in. The soldiers' panicked shouts echoed through the communication channel. The live feed revealed the defensive line, composed of steel and flesh, melting away as a gap opened. Countless grotesque creatures surged through this opening, flooding into the interior of the position. "Help! Save me!" The cacophony of anguish cries. The thunder of gunfire and the roars of the beasts intertwined, creating a symphony of hell on earth. A soldier, having just obliterated one of the attacking beasts with a shoulder-fired rocket launcher, had no time to catch his breath before another creature lunged at him from the side, severing his neck. Blood gushed forth, and in his wide-open eyes, the savage fangs were reflected. His body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. A comrade nearby howled in fury, emptying his weapon into the beast, yet he could only watch helplessly as more creatures descended upon him. The comments in the live stream, at that moment, became eerily sparse, replaced by an overwhelming tide of crying emoticons. "We can't hold them off. These monsters are too powerful. Soldiers, please, don't fight anymore. Retreat." "Retreat? Where to?" "Behind us lies our home. It's over, it's all over." The spear in Qilian's hand had long since been stained a deep crimson. She swung it with mechanical precision, thrusting and sweeping. Each strike claimed a beast. A flying creature swooped down from above, its sharp claws leaving gaping wounds on her arm, exposing bone. Pain surged through her. With a muffled grunt, Qilian retaliated, impaling the creature into the ground. Yet, more beasts had encircled her from all sides. Captain Qilian, not far away, Lao Ma, witnessing her peril, attempted to rush to her aid. However, a larger obsidian beast blocked his path, its claws whipping up a ferocious wind as it lunged for his face. Lao Ma tumbled backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, the combat suit across his chest was torn open, and blood instantly stained the lining crimson. "Old Ma." Zhou Ping frantically fired his weapon, attempting to provide cover for Old Ma. The bullets struck the dark-scaled beast's armor, but failed to inflict any significant damage. "Get away," Old Ma roared, retrieving an object from his waist. It was a cold metallic syringe. "Xing Tian." "Old Ma, no." Qilian cried out in horror upon seeing what Old Ma held. Old Ma grinned, revealing a mouth stained with blood, his smile gruesome. "Captain, I'll go first. After surviving for so long, I truly envy the melee prowess of your advance team." He murmured to himself, "Today, I shall also be a hero for 30 minutes. Without hesitation, he plunged the syringe's needle deep into his neck. Puff. The serum was instantly injected. Roar. Old Ma let out a howl that was anything but human, his once stooped frame swelling at a visible rate. Muscles bulged, veins writhed beneath his skin like worms. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, brimming with ferocity and a sense of annihilation. The dark-scaled beast before him seemed to sense the impending threat, emitting a low, uneasy growl. "Die." Old Ma's voice became hoarse and distorted. He propelled himself off the ground, becoming a blur as he charged at the dark-scaled beast. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded. The once invulnerable dark-scaled beast was struck as if by a battering ram, its massive body sent soaring by Old Ma's forceful impact. The sound of shattering scales and broken bones echoed clearly. Landing without missing a beat, Old Ma lunged once more. He discarded his rifle, engaging with bare fists. each punch and kick infused with terrifying power that tore through the air. Crack! A single punch obliterated the beast's skull. Puff! He forcibly ripped off one of its forelimbs. Blood, entrails, and shattered bones flew in all directions. Old Ma, drenched in blood, resembled a demon emerging from hell, slaughtering the surrounding beasts with reckless abandon. Oh, I will fight these brutes. Witnessing Old Ma's madness, more soldiers on the battlefield made the same choice. They pulled out Xing Tian from their chests and plunged it into their own bodies. For Huaguo, 1 kill to break even, 2 kills to profit. Even if I die, I will take you filthy scum with me. Roars of fury rose one after another. A surge of ferocity erupted across the corners of the battlefield. Dozens, hundreds of soldiers who had injected Xing Tian transformed into makeshift human weapons. They abandoned ranged weapons, engaging in the most primal and bloody manner in close combat with the beasts. Fists shattered bones. Teeth tore through flesh. The entire Great Wall high ground became a gruesome meat grinder. The originally precarious defense line, miraculously stabilized in the face of a ferocious force unleashed at the cost of lives, held firm. The onslaught of the bizarre beasts was repelled. Countless carcasses of these creatures piled high before the battleground. Soldiers infused with the Xingtian serum, like madmen, relentlessly pursued the beasts, tearing them apart one by one. Chapter 47, Untitled Time. The coldest and most impartial executioner. 30 minutes. The body of Old Ma, swollen to its limit, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. The frenzied power bestowed by the Xingtian serum ebbed away like a receding tide. He emitted a muffled groan. Time is up. Old Ma grimaced, blood frothing from the corner of his mouth. He attempted to raise his fist, only to find he lacked the strength to lift his arm. Roar! A dark-hued beast, sensing the sudden decline of his aura, let out an excited roar and lunged at him. Old Ma! Qi Lian's eyes widened in fury as he swept his spear to fend off several beasts in front of him, attempting to rescue his comrade. Yet, it was too late. Thud! The sharp fangs easily pierced Old Ma's chest, now devoid of protective strength. In the live broadcast, the previously suppressed cries surged back with an overwhelming intensity. No. Old soldier. For the greater good, for the greater good. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, those soldiers who had previously slaughtered the beast with the power of Xingtian, akin to gods of war, began to reach their limit one by one. The strength within them dissipated. My body one team move. Damn it. We've only slain so few. The defense line, which had just been miraculously stabilized, was once again torn open, gaping with bloody wounds. The beasts surged forth like a black tide, overwhelming the position. Hold the line. Hold it, I implore you. A commander, his eyes bloodshot and voice hoarse, clutched a gun barrel that had turned red hot from firing. The position collapsed once more. Qi Lian's heart sank to the depths of despair. Is it over? I'll take over, Captain. A somewhat juvenile voice, even tinged with a sob, rang out not far from her. Qi Lian turned abruptly. It was a young soldier, tears still glistening on his face, youthful innocence evident. At that moment, he pulled out a crimson Xingtian serum from his pocket. His eyes were filled with fear. Indeed, who does not fear death? Little Zhang? Qi Lian recognized him. A fresh recruit from the White Tiger Legion. No, she instinctively shouted. Yet the young soldier offered her a smile more grotesque than tears. Captain, I want to be a hero too. And Captain, you're really beautiful, with such long legs. Trembling, he aimed the cold needle at his neck. My mother said that when you join the army, you must protect your homeland. Thud. The serum was injected. Roar. To protect our homeland. A roar erupted from the young soldier's throat. His body swelled once more with the same ferocity. The wild aura surged skyward from the heights of the Great Wall. And he was not alone. More individuals emerged, among them a veteran with hair as white as snow, yet a spine that remained resolutely straight. Silently, he retrieved a weapon left behind by a fallen comrade. In his eyes, there was no fear, only a profound tranquility. He cast a glance towards the heart of Huaguo and then injected the serum into his arm. My dear wife, I miss you, uttered a soldier who had lost an arm, using his teeth to tear open the vial, and with his remaining left hand, forcefully plunged the needle into his thigh. Ha! Come on, beasts. I shall fight you to the end. One after another, both the aged and the young, even a few grievously injured soldiers who could barely stand, struggled to administer the serum. Their faces bore tears, smiles, and boundless fury. Yet in that moment of injection, their gazes transformed into a shared resolve. The second wave, the third wave, A ferocious power fueled by life surged forth like an unrelenting tide, crashing against the relentless onslaught of beasts. With their inevitable demise, they sought to shield against the encroaching darkness. Boom! Another violent collision. Chilean braced herself against her long spear, standing precariously as her combat attire was drenched in blood. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, reminiscent of a hellish arena. The young soldier known as Xiao Zhang had returned to his former state, albeit in a grotesque manner. Chilean's lips moved, yet no sound escaped. Why? Why were they doing this? Trading their certain demise for a fleeting surge of strength? She recalled a question posed by an instructor long ago at military school. Why do you study history? At that time, their youthful answers varied widely. To understand the past. To learn from mistakes, too. The instructor merely shook his head, regarding them with an expression they could not comprehend. Because history will reveal to you. His voice resonated deeply. What is inscribed within the essence of the people on this land, our ancestors. It would unveil the choices made when calamity struck. When formidable foes approached. It would explain why, despite millennia of tribulation, this nation consistently rises from the ashes, enduring through time. Chilean's breath quickened. She began to grasp why the soldiers of Huagua feared not death. They understood that behind them stood their parents, spouses, and children. The homeland they cherished and vowed to protect with their very lives. They knew that even in their fall, history would remember them. Each name, each sacrifice, would never be forgotten. They would become the bedrock, forging the indomitable spine of this nation. They recognized that the words home and country were never mere hollow slogans. This, indeed, is Huagua, eternal and unyielding, a legacy passed down through bloodlines. Chilean's fist slowly clenched. This was also her reason for standing here. She recalled the white-robed monk once more. He recalled the chilling indifference in his voice. This calamity cannot be resolved by your mere mortal strength. Chilean lifted her gaze towards the sky, where the dissipating smoke began to clear. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting down threads of tattered gold. Is it truly insurmountable? A faint smile curved the corners of Chilean's lips. Yet, our mortal strength in Huagua has indeed prevailed. The energy fluctuations emanating from the other side of the rift seemed to diminish. The tide of beasts had finally subsided. Chapter 48. The warm-up concludes in the underworld. Li Qi stepped into the area guided by the Turtle Man, where a thick, metallic scent of blood mingled with a nauseating aura of violence, striking him head-on. By heavens! This place is intense. Having ventured less than 100 meters, a series of ferocious roars erupted from the shadows. 3 muscular, blood-red giant apes of individual level 8 charged forth with a thunderous roar. This was a patrol team, arriving just in time. Li Qi, at individual level 9, unleashed a formidable aura. With a swift motion, he executed the silent wind slash. Invisible blades of wind interlaced and cleaved through the air, rendering 2 of the blood-red giant apes into mere fragments before they could even react. The remaining blood-prisoned demon ape narrowly evaded the lethal strike. With a piercing, ear-splitting roar, the blood-prisoned demon ape issued a warning. Attempting to alert others? Too late. Like a flash of lightning, he struck down with the breaking army. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as the demon ape's head burst apart, splattering crimson and ivory across the ground. Shaking the blood from his weapon, he furrowed his brow. Troublesome. He pressed deeper into the heart of the area. As he advanced, the ground and surrounding rocks began to reveal an increasing number of bizarre blood-red totems. These totems, painted with an unknown pigment, emanated an unsettling energy. Li Qi sensed that these totems appeared to subtly enhance the combat prowess and regenerative abilities of the blood ape beast in this region, channeling his full mental strength. He keenly detected that the energy flow of these totems was vaguely directed towards a central area. The tiger talisman must be over there. As he drew closer to the core, he encountered increasingly higher-level blood apes, their numbers swelling. Sporadically, elite blood prison demon apes of level 10 began to appear, proving to be more cunning and difficult to handle than their ordinary counterparts. At the entrance of a narrow gorge, Li Qi halted. Before him stood a towering totem pillar, soaring several dozen meters high, situated at the gorge's heart. This totem pillar was constructed entirely of countless beast bones and desiccated flesh, haphazardly piled together, exuding a fierce aura of bloodshed. At its pinnacle, a faint, unusual glow flickered. That must be it. Li Qi's mental perception detected that the special aura emanating from the totem pillar was indeed the source of the tiger talisman. Dozens of formidable blood-prisoned demon apes patrolled vigilantly, among them several elite specimens of level 10. Li Qi's expression sharpened as he refrained from acting impulsively. He silently lay in ambush behind a massive blood-red rock, meticulously observing the situation within the canyon, seeking an opportunity to infiltrate. Soon, the blood apes in the canyon began to stir. They halted their patrols and collectively knelt before the towering totem, emitting incomprehensible yet fervently worshipful howls. It was as if they were participating in some ancient and bloody ritual. An aura more potent and savage than that of the elite blood abyss demonic apes gradually permeated from behind the totem. Is the creature about to emerge? Li Qi licked his parched lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. I cannot wait any longer. The tiger talisman must be seized. With a swift movement, he transformed into a specter gliding close to the ground, utilizing the cover of rocks and shadows as he made a beeline for the ominous totem. The night served as the perfect veil. Li Qi crouched low, his toes lightly brushing against the jagged blood-colored stones and twisted deadwood. These beasts are more cunning than anticipated. Their patrol routes crisscrossed, with fixed lookout points responding to one another, forming an invisible net. Intriguing. A cold smirk played at the corners of Li Qi's lips. He held his breath, his mental energy attuned to every subtle fluctuation in the surroundings. A lone blood ape sentinel was vigilantly sniffing the air. An opportunity. Silent wind slash. Without a sound, the blood ape sentinel's movements abruptly froze, its massive head rolling onto the ground, dark red blood gushing forth, instantly absorbed by the arid earth. Not pausing to glance at the corpse, he continued stealthily toward the totem. The closer he approached, the more palpable the terrifying pressure emanating from the blood ape source beast became. Heavy, brutal. That creature seemed to be slumbering in a nest beneath the totem. His gaze fixed upon the pinnacle of the totem. There, an ancient, palm-sized tiger head seal glimmered with a faint golden hue. The tiger talisman. I have found it. Li Qi's heart rate quickened slightly. However, surrounding the talisman was a visible dark energy barrier. The aura irradiating from the barrier bore some resemblance to the source of calamity, yet carried a sense of confinement. A seal. Li Qi's brow furrowed as he attempted to probe with his mental energy. Buzz. A powerful backlash surged from the black barrier, causing a sharp pain akin to needles piercing his mind. Damn. Cursing softly, he steadied his thoughts. An elder blood ape, coiled beneath the totem and tasked with its protection, suddenly opened its previously half-closed murky eyes. Two terrifying beams of light shot forth, like drawn swords, piercing the shadow where Li Qi concealed himself. An intruder. An incomprehensible roar echoed like thunder throughout the blood ape camp. Damn, I've been exposed. In an instant, the entire blood ape camp erupted into chaos. Countless blood apes, with eyes aflame, surged frantically toward the totem. Li Qi took a deep breath. Now that I've been discovered, I must seize the chance. The elder blood ape, a formidable being of the 10th tier, brandished a black bone staff thicker than Li Qi's thigh as he charged toward him. Li Qi sought not to engage in a protracted struggle with this ancient beast. His sole objective was the tiger talisman. With a sudden shift in his form, he exerted force beneath him, attempting to circumvent the enraged blood ape and seize the tiger talisman perched atop the totemic pillar. With a roar, the elder blood ape, possessing formidable intellect, discerned Li Qi's intent with a glimmer of disdain in its murky eyes. The massive black bone staff swept horizontally, blocking every conceivable path forward and compelling Li Qi to confront the blow head-on. With a fierce gaze, he resolved to meet the challenge. The blade of breaking army surged with a ghostly brilliance, advancing rather than retreating, and met the monstrous strike head-on. The clash of breaking army against the black bone staff resounded with a thunderous clang. Li Qi felt an overwhelming, irresistible force surge through the hilt of his weapon, tearing through his flesh at the tiger's mouth and causing blood to gush forth. The tremendous impact forced him back several meters, barely allowing him to regain his footing. The sheer power of a being at the 10th tier was undeniably overwhelming. Although immovable as a mountain too mitigated some of the force, Li Qi still felt a tumultuous upheaval within his chest. Before he could catch his breath, the surrounding blood ape warriors, roused by the commotion, closed in with ferocity. Their vicious fangs bared, sharp claws poised to strike, and even some hurling bone spears from a distance, overwhelming him with a torrent of attacks. Li Qi found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. "Begone!" he exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of silent wind slash that cleaved through the air, instantaneously clearing a small sector before him. Several blood apes at the forefront were reduced to disarray. Yet, more blood apes, eyes ablaze with fury, relentlessly trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing their reckless advance. The elder blood ape's onslaught followed swiftly, the enormous bone staff whistling through the air. Each strike carried immense force, creating deep craters upon impact. Li Qi could only rely on the utmost limits of his extraordinary agility to evade the storm of attacks. Despite his efforts, he soon bore numerous grievous wounds that revealed bone beneath the flesh. Realizing that without eliminating this powerful elder blood ape, he would stand no chance of approaching the tiger talisman atop the totemic pillar, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. No longer hesitating, he resolved to alter his strategy and dispatch this accursed old monkey first. The elder blood ape seemed to sense the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Li Qi, and its assault grew even more ferocious. The bone staff danced in a relentless barrage, while the elder emitted a series of unintelligible growls, orchestrating the surrounding blood apes to coordinate their attacks. In that moment, Li Qi felt besieged by threats from all directions, an inescapable peril. In a moment of miscalculation, the massive black bone staff struck his back with tremendous force. The unmistakable sound of his vertebrae fracturing echoed in his ears. His body was propelled as if struck by a speeding train, hurtling uncontrollably, crashing into the nearby rocky wall with a thunderous impact. The mountain trembled in response, and debris cascaded down. As life surged forth, flesh writhed, and shattered bones swiftly mended. Li Qi, as if unscathed, stood up and stretched his limbs. Heh. Warm-up is over. The elder blood ape, astonished to see Li Qi withstand a heavy blow and still rise, exhibited a flicker of surprise in its murky beastly eyes. Yet, that surprise was soon eclipsed by a more ruthless intent to kill. It would not permit any being to lay claim to the vital tiger talisman. Chapter 49. The Tiger Talisman in Hand. System notification. The passive skill, Indomitable Battle Spirit, has been activated. The host's overall combat power level has temporarily increased by 30, lasting for 60 seconds. A familiar surge of strength enveloped Li Qi's entire being. His overall combat power soared instantaneously from individual level 9 to individual level 11. Let us go. Li Qi's eyes sparkled with intensity as he boldly approached the elder blood ape. Speed, power, an explosive surge in all aspects. The elder blood ape, with its murky eyes, revealed astonishment. How could this mere insect, which had just been under its dominance, suddenly experience such a dramatic increase in aura? It dared to confront it head-on. Roar. The elder blood ape, possessing a degree of intelligence, was thoroughly provoked, its fury igniting as it swung the massive black bone club down upon Li Qi with ferocity. Li Qi stood undaunted. Clang, clang, clang. The bone club collided violently with the blade, creating shockwaves that rippled outward. The ordinary blood apes attempting to swarm in were sent flying by the aftermath of this titanic clash. With the formidable strength granted by the indomitable battle spirit and his reckless, fearless fighting style, Li Qi gradually gained the upper hand. Thud. The blade of breaking army carved a gruesome wound into the elder blood ape's arm, exposing bone beneath. Blood gushed forth. Ack. The elder blood ape howled in pain, its assault growing even more frenzied. Bang. A dull thud echoed as Li Qi failed to block in time, the edge of the bone club striking his chest. He soared backward like a kite severed from its string, his ribcage collapsing, organs instantly crushed. Once more, death had claimed him. The elder blood ape roared, preparing to crush this accursed human entirely. However, in the next instant, Li Qi's body reassembled in midair. Toward death, life. System notification. The passive skill, Indomitable Battle Spirit, has been activated. The host's overall combat power level has temporarily increased by 30, lasting for 60 seconds. The familiar power flooded through his limbs once more. Have you not eaten, old beast? Li Qi flipped gracefully and landed firmly. The blade of breaking army aimed directly at the elder blood ape, a bloodthirsty grin stretching across his face. The elder blood ape's roar was abruptly silenced, fear flickering for the first time in its enormous beastly eyes. It cannot die. This human cannot be slain. Seizing the moment of its bewilderment, Li Qi sprang into action. His figure darted like a specter, the breaking army, leaving a trail of ethereal blue afterimages, his assault even more ferocious than before. He intended to shatter the elder blood ape's psychological defenses with this reckless, fearless approach. Clang, clang, pshhh. The elder blood ape, besieged by the relentless onslaught of Li Qi, found itself retreating steadily, succumbing to an ever-increasing number of wounds. Each clash of the bone club against the blade only exacerbated its already grievous injuries, as its strength ebbed rapidly. Despair began to weave its way into its heart. With a defiant growl, the elder blood ape attempted to raise its bone club to block another strike. But the cumulative effects of its injuries and blood loss rendered its movement sluggish. An opening. Now was the moment. A fierce glint ignited in Li Qi's eyes. As the elder raised its arm to defend, a fleeting gap appeared beneath its thick, fur-covered armpit, the most vulnerable point in its otherwise formidable defense. Die! Li Qi roared, channeling all his mental energy into the blade of Breaking Army. The silent wind slash reached its zenith. In an instant, Li Qi's figure materialized at the elder's left side. The Breaking Army, thrusting with an almost impossible angle into the exposed armpit. This time, there was no resistance from the resilient fur. Instead, the blade pierced through with a dull, unimpeded thud. The blade of Breaking Army, along with a portion of Li Qi's arm, plunged deep into the elder's chest. A mournful wail erupted from the elder blood ape as it lowered its head, gazing at the blade protruding from its chest. Its heart had been shattered. Grasping the hilt, Li Qi twisted violently. The energy of Silent Wind Slash erupted within the elder's body. The ferocious Tier 12 elder blood ape, filled with unrelenting rage, crashed heavily to the ground. System notification. Host has slain a Tier 12 beast, elder blood ape. Cataclysmic Legacy Progress 838. Life Anchor Count 98. The notification echoed in his mind. Around him, the previously raging ordinary blood apes froze in their tracks the moment their elder fell. Li Qi had no time to attend to the system panel. His focus was solely on the Tiger Talisman. With a sudden surge of power, he propelled himself upwards like a cannonball. The blade of Breaking Army shimmered with an ethereal blue light, striking down with immense force against the dark energy barrier enveloping the Tiger Talisman. With a deafening roar, the energy barrier trembled violently, ripples cascading across its surface. Yet it remained resilient and unbroken. Instead, a chilling and sinister force rebounded along the blade. Ugh! A wave of icy malice invaded Li Qi's chest, gnawing at his vitality. It was the essence of that source of calamity, from death to life. Without hesitation, Li Qi activated his innate ability, a surge of life energy erupting forth, instantly dispelling and purifying the malevolent essence that had infiltrated his body. This presence was indeed insidious. With a steely gaze, Li Qi summoned his mental strength to its peak, raising Breaking Army once more and unleashed a flurry of strikes against the bizarre energy barrier. Clang, clang, clang. Revive, revive, revive. Li Qihong's eyes were tinged with red as he resolutely bore the chilling aura of calamity that threatened to consume him, resurrecting over a dozen times. Finally, a crisp sound of shattering echoed through the air. The resilient black energy barrier displayed spiderweb-like cracks before collapsing with a resounding crash. Li Qi's eyes sparkled with triumph. His hand shot forth, grasping the ancient Tiger Talisman that floated in midair. The talisman felt frigid to the touch. System notification. Acquired special item. Damaged Tiger Talisman contaminated. Detected a special binding restriction within the talisman. Would you like to attempt initial bonding? The bonding process may incur backlash from the aura of calamity. Please choose cautiously. At that moment, a sudden upheaval occurred. The entire blood ape forbidden ground trembled violently without warning, as if a dragon were stirring beneath the earth. An overwhelming pressure, far more terrifying than that of the blood ape elder, surged forth like a reawakened ancient beast from the depths of the colossal totem's lair. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The blood ape source beast. It sensed the shattering of the talisman's seal. It had awakened. With a deafening rumble, the ground beneath the totem erupted violently, sending debris flying. A massive blood ape, towering over 10 meters, its body draped in crimson fur, burst forth from the earth. Its colossal form exuded a terrifying momentum capable of crushing everything in its path, as it charged directly at Li Qi. Li Qi felt his scalp tingle with dread. The blood ape source, individual level, 16. Damn it! He had stirred up a hornet's nest. The panic surged through him, leaving no room for hesitation. He turned on his heels and fled. Chapter 50. The Qin-era armament platform. The blood ape source beast moved with incredible speed. Its palm, as large as a fan, descended upon Li Qi. Damn! Li Qi's pupils constricted as he desperately rolled to the side. Boom! The massive palm barely grazed his afterimage, crashing heavily onto the ground where he had just stood. The earth shook violently. Debris flew, grazing his combat suit. Roar! Failing to strike its target, the blood ape source beast erupted in fury. Dark energy coalesced around it, forming a visible crimson shockwave that surged outward with ferocity. Li Qi felt like a fragile leaf tossed in a tempest, buffeted by the tangible waves of force. Damn it! How could he escape like this? Gritting his teeth, He seized an opportunity and unleashed a silent wind slash aimed at the beast's grotesque visage. Swish. The invisible wind blade struck the beast's monstrous face with precision, leaving only a faint white mark, barely breaking the skin. What the hell? This defense is utterly insane. There was no way to fight back. The intelligence of the blood ape source beast was evidently high. It discerned Li Qi's intent to flee, swiftly maneuvering its massive body to sever any potential escape routes. At the same time, it let out a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the blood ape forbidden ground. Responding to the command, ordinary blood apes, their eyes aflame, surged from all directions, converging upon Li Qi's position like a relentless tide. Damn! Li Qi cursed under his breath. He was completely overwhelmed. The casual strike from the primal beast bore an awe-inspiring force capable of annihilating everything. Crack! As its massive claws swept through the air, half of his body was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Toward death and rebirth activated. Resurrection. Indomitable battle spirit engaged. Bang! He was flung away by the tail. His bones shattered. Resurrection. Li Qi felt as though he were a solitary boat caught at the heart of a tempest. A voice, ancient yet vaguely familiar, suddenly resonated deep within his mind. Young one, to the southeast lies the broken dragon stone. It was once a stronghold of the Qin army. If you make your way there, I can transport you to my side. It was the turtle man. Li Qi's spirit surged with renewed vigor. Damn it, a savior indeed. This is a true chance for survival. Seizing a moment while being flung away, he rose and sprinted desperately towards the southeast. Roar! The blood ape primal beast sensed Li Qi's intent to flee, its fury intensifying. Its colossal form conjured a tempest as it pursued relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains and ancient trees along its path crumbled like fragile paper, exploding into a haze of debris. Damn it! It's pursuing me relentlessly. The howling wind roared in his ears as shadows of trees sped past. He dared not glance back, fearing that a mere moment's delay would lead to being torn apart by that monstrous creature. Several times, the beast's lethal claws grazed his back, the gusts they created stinging his skin. With a sudden miscalculation, a massive rock struck his left arm, sending searing pain through shattered bones. Toward death and rebirth, Li Qi gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and, harnessing the explosive vitality of his resurrection, propelled himself forward several meters, creating a brief respite. He had no idea how long he had been running. Li Qi had resurrected numerous times. Suddenly, on the horizon, a silhouette resembling a stone wall cleaved by divine weaponry emerged. The broken dragon stone. He had arrived. Li Qi gazed at the imposing stone wall, as if severed by the axe of a celestial being. He crashed against the cold, unyielding surface. The wall loomed high, nearly insurmountable. Yet his gaze was fixed firmly on a narrow fissure at its base. This crevice was so slim that it barely allowed passage for a single person. There is always a way out. Li Qi had no time for hesitation. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he forced his body into the narrow gap. Just as half of him squeezed through the fissure, boom! The enormous, blood-red palm of the blood ape primal beast, imbued with a terrifying force capable of obliterating everything, slammed down onto the broken dragon stone wall. The ground trembled violently. Li Qi felt the entire world around him shake as debris rained down from above. Inside the wall, the terrifying shockwave threatened to shatter his very insides. Clenching his teeth, he pushed through the fissure. Roar! Outside the stone wall, the furious roar of the blood ape primal beast echoed, shaking the heavens. Its enormous form was utterly incapable of squeezing through the narrow crevice. Thud, thud, thud. The massive hand relentlessly battered against the dragon stone wall time and again. The wall trembled violently, and more debris and dust cascaded from above. Yet, the dragon stone lived up to its name, steadfastly enduring the frenzied assaults of the blood ape source beast, remaining unmoved. Damn, that nearly scared me to death. Li Qi leaned against the cold stone wall, panting heavily, overwhelmed by the relief of surviving the ordeal. The roar of the blood ape source beast continued to reverberate outside. At that moment, the ancient voice of the turtle man echoed once more in his mind. Young one, do not rest. Proceed deeper along this crevice. This place was once a stronghold of the Qin army, and within lies a military altar for transporting troops. Hurry, I will guide you. Li Qi's spirit surged. Thank you, Senior. Without further hesitation, he touched the icy tiger talisman in his pocket and ventured into the depths of the crevice. The passage was narrow and deep, allowing only a single person to pass sideways, and the further he ventured, the dimmer the light became. The roar of the blood ape source beast gradually faded into the distance, becoming increasingly remote. All Li Qi could hear were the sounds of his own labored breathing and the echo of his footsteps in the silent passage. It was uncertain how long he had walked when suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Li Qi quickened his pace. Before him, the surroundings opened up. He found himself in a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cavern stood an ancient and weathered stone platform. Countless intricate and profound runes were engraved upon it, with faint traces of energy circulating. The troop transport platform. This must be the military altar spoken of by the Turtle Man. Chapter 51. Top Secret Mission Young One, Ascend. The Turtle Man's aged voice resonated in Li Qi's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qi stepped onto the stone platform adorned with enigmatic runes. The instant he steadied himself, the runes on the platform blazed to life, and azure energy lines swiftly spread forth, outlining a complex formation. Li Qi felt a blur before his eyes. The surrounding space began to warp violently. An indescribable sensation of being pulled from all directions enveloped him. He fought against the dizziness, centering his mind. In the next moment, all sensations of disorientation dissipated. Li Qi found himself standing in a different location, once again in the clearing where he had previously encountered the Turtle Man, who still sat cross-legged on the black stone with eyes closed. Senior. Li Qi clasped his hands in greeting. The Turtle Man slowly opened his tranquil eyes and nodded. Li Qi eagerly retrieved the fragmented tiger talisman from his pocket. The chilling touch and the subtle power it contained ignited a fervor within him. Senior, I need to find a way to leave here swiftly and return to Blue Star. Li Qi's tone was laced with an irrepressible urgency. His comrades on the Great Wall were fighting valiantly every moment. He had to return. My emergency evacuation beacon has failed. Li Qi's gaze was fixed intently on the Turtle Man, infused with a glimmer of hope. Senior, with your vast knowledge and experience, do you possess any other means to allow me to return? The Turtle Man paused for a moment, and as his shell illuminated, his aged voice resonated once more. Your beacon must have been temporarily rendered ineffective due to the disruptive violent energies from the abyss when the rift opened wide. This was to be anticipated. Hearing this, Li Qi furrowed his brows. What about now? Is there still a way? The Turtle Man slightly tilted his head, and the runes on his shell flickered. The rift had just closed, and the energy fluctuations in this area were stabilizing. You may attempt your beacon once more. Try again. Li Qi was taken aback, hastily retrieving the emergency evacuation beacon from his pocket. With a firm squeeze, the faint, nearly imperceptible energy fluctuations of the beacon stabilized this time. No longer did it flicker intermittently, threatening to extinguish at any moment, but rather, it established a continuous resonance of energy. It worked. It truly worked. In Huabua, at the height of the Great Wall, within the temporary medical tent, Xuezi sat against a military cot, her eyes now brimming with renewed vigor. Suddenly, a faint sensation of spatial energy pierced through her mental defenses like an electric current. It was that beacon. It was Li Qi's beacon. He was attempting to return. Li Qi sprang from his cot. Master Qilian! Master Qilian! He stumbled out of the tent. At the temporary command post, Master Qilian was coordinating defense handovers with several officers when he heard Xuezi's frantic cries, his brow furrowing in concern. What is it? Li Qi. It's Li Qi's beacon. Xuezi rushed to Master Qilian, her excitement rendering her speech nearly incoherent. I sensed it. His beacon signal. He is on the other side of the rift. Master Qilian's tall figure trembled visibly. Are you certain? Absolutely. The sensation may be faint, but it cannot be mistaken. He is on the other side of the rift, and he wishes to return. For a brief moment, Master Qilian's breath halted. Without uttering a single word, she turned and bolted from the command post. Follow me. Our destination is the Great Wall Heights, the rift, in the abyss. Li Qi felt the steady energy waves emanating from the beacon, the faint guiding sensation pointing towards the rift's entrance. Esteemed elder, Li Qi bowed deeply to the Turtle Man. Thank you for your guidance. Such kindness is beyond words. The Turtle Man merely nodded slowly, his eyes betraying no emotion. Li Qi hesitated briefly but could not resist speaking again. Esteemed elder, if I may be so bold, could you share your esteemed name? Should the opportunity arise, I shall repay your kindness. The Turtle Man remained silent for a moment. Finally, the ancient voice echoed in his mind. The soldiers of the Qin era have long been forgotten. If you must have a name, call me Qinjia. Qinjia. Esteemed elder, Li Qi once again performed a solemn bow. I am Li Qi, bidding you farewell. With that, he wasted no time and swiftly set off in the direction indicated by the beacon. He was going home. In Huabua, at the Great Wall Heights. On the edge of the rift, Xuezi sat cross-legged, her hands weaving intricate seals, her pale face glistening with beads of sweat. Before her, a flickering energy gate struggled to maintain its form. Steady yourself, Yukiko. Just a little longer. Qilian's voice, laced with urgency, resonated beside her. Never had Qilian imagined that one day she would yearn for any sign of activity from this rift. Suddenly, Yukiko's eyes flew open. He's here. Her voice was hoarse yet brimming with uncontainable excitement. Before the words could fully escape her lips, a disheveled figure burst through the violently swaying energy gate, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Qi. Li Qi shook his slightly dazed head and, propping himself up with his broken spear, looked up to see Qilian and Yukiko. A grin spread across his face, revealing his teeth. Captain Qilian. Yukiko, I'm back. Yukiko gazed at Li Qi, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. As the architect of this plan, the consequences of Li Qi's absence were unimaginable. Li Qi. Li Qi waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine. He wiped his face. Damn it, I almost didn't make it back. Captain Qilian, look at this. Li Qi, ignoring his disheveled appearance, carefully retrieved a cold, broken tiger talisman from the pocket of his combat uniform. What is this? Qilian's voice held a hint of curiosity. The talisman of the Qin Terracotta Army. Qin? Qilian's body jolted in surprise. Yes, the very Qin you were thinking of. Li Qi spoke rapidly, succinctly yet clearly recounting the tale of the tortoise-man Qin Xia and the 100,000 undying Qin soldiers. An ancient elder from the underworld, who has lived for millennia, informed me that this artifact can summon the 100,000 immortal army buried beneath our homeland. 100,000. Immortal. For the first time, a look of incredulous joy broke through Qilian's normally icy visage, yet her military composure forced her to suppress the tumultuous emotions. Is the information reliable? Qilian's gaze fixed intently on Li Qi. Absolutely. Li Qi stated with conviction that Elder Qin Jia, a guardian spirit crafted by the alchemists of the Qin dynasty, could not be mistaken. If we can truly summon the 100,000 Qin soldiers, Qilian's eyes sparkled with hope. The soldiers on the Great Wall, the precarious state of our homeland. Li Qi, come with me. She grasped his arm with such force that it felt as though she might drag him along. This matter is of utmost urgency. Within the temporary command center, Qilian forcefully pushed aside the guard obstructing her path and rushed to a red encrypted communicator, pressing the call button with fervor. After a sharp crackle of static, a hoarse, weary yet authoritative voice responded. Speak. General Longxiang. Qilian's voice trembled with extreme excitement as she introduced herself. I am Qilian. Highest level emergency military situation. On the other end of the line, General Longxiang paused momentarily before responding in a deep tone. Proceed. Li Qi has returned from the underworld. Qilian took a deep breath. He brought back a tiger talisman. According to him, this talisman can command the 100,000 Qin soldiers lying dormant beneath our homeland. The immortal Qin soldiers. What did you say? General Longxiang's voice suddenly rose, and after a pause that felt like an eternity, he exclaimed, Qin soldiers. 100,000. Yes, General. Where's Li Qi? Where's the talisman? General Longxiang's voice was nearly a roar, filled with fervor. He is right beside me. The tiger talisman is here too. Splendid. 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 General Longxiang exclaimed thrice. Qilian, I shall immediately report to the Supreme Dragon Head. Activate the highest authority. Mobilize the Kunping Special Transport Aircraft. You and Li Qi. Proceed to the helipad at once. Destination, the Qin Emperor's tomb. Remember, this is a top-secret mission. I repeat, top secret. The communication abruptly ended. Chapter 52. The Dragon Gate. Qilian set down the communicator, suppressing her excitement. Li Qi, the Supreme Command has issued orders. The Kunping is en route. We must depart immediately for the Qin Emperor's tomb. Li Qi grinned widely. Damn it, we finally get to do something monumental. On the helipad, the wind howled fiercely. A colossal, entirely black aircraft, with a menacing design reminiscent of a slumbering ancient beast, lay silently at rest. The Kunping Special Transport Aircraft. Li Qi craned his neck, mouth slightly agape. Can this thing actually fly? This behemoth dwarfed any aircraft he had ever seen, exuding an aesthetic of technological might. Qilian cast him a sidelong glance, the corner of her mouth twitching ever so slightly. Such naivete. She was the first to ascend the extended boarding ladder. Inside the cabin, Li Qi's eyes widened in awe. The space was exceedingly vast, filled with intricate instruments he did not recognize, their indicator lights glowing softly. A dozen crew members donned in specially designed combat uniforms sat at their stations, their expressions grave. Li Qi smacked his lips and dutifully found a seat. The Kunpeng gradually ascended, its thunderous roar muffled by the thick cabin walls. Before long, the aircraft began its steady descent. Through the window, Li Qi beheld an area surrounded by high walls and barbed wire, where guards stood at every third step and sentinels patrolled every fifth. The level of security reaching an extreme. This was the secret military base near the Qin Emperor's tomb. As the plane came to a halt, the hatch swiftly opened. Armed soldiers were already lined up on the ground. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, with graying hair and a round face, approached slowly. Flanked by a group of officers, Comrades Qilian and Li Qi, he extended his hand, his voice robust. "I am Chen Cha-Qing, the guardian of the tomb." Qilian saluted promptly. "Professor Chen." Li Qi followed suit. Professor Chen's gaze lingered on Li Qi for a few moments. "The tiger talisman, did you bring it?" Li Qi pulled out the cold, fragmented talisman from his pocket. Professor Chen took the tiger talisman, examining it closely for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing. "It does resemble the indentation on the Dragon Gate." He turned to Li Qi and Qilian, his expression grave. "The unexcavated areas of the Qin Emperor's tomb are far more perilous than you might imagine, according to fragments of lore passed down through generations. And our clandestine investigations over the years." Professor Chen paused, lowering his voice. "Deep within the catacombs, it is rumored that there are living statues guarding the tomb." "Living statues?" Qilian and Li Qi exchanged astonished glances, their surprise evident in their eyes. Indeed, Professor Chen's expression was serious. Those entities cannot be comprehended by ordinary reasoning. However, they remain merely a legend. Li Qi smirked. "Sounds quite thrilling." Professor Chen cast a profound glance at him, choosing to say no more. "Follow me," he instructed, turning to lead Li Qi and Qilian deeper into the base, towards an unremarkable structure. Inside the building, a dark passageway descended into the depths. On either side of the corridor, dim yellow explosion-proof lights flickered every few meters, barely illuminating the path ahead. The air was thick with a damp, earthy scent, intertwined with a faint metallic tang of rust. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a heavy bronze door loomed ahead. Its surface was adorned with grotesque beast heads, exuding an ancient and chilling aura. Professor Chen felt along a section of the wall, pressing a hidden switch. With a creaking sound that grated on the senses, the heavy bronze door slowly swung open. Beyond it lay an even more profound darkness, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of decay mingled with an acrid odor. Li Qi's nose twitched. "Mercury?" Professor Chen nodded. "This is merely the beginning." He stepped inside, with Li Qi and Qilian closely following. The sight before them caused their pupils to constrict. They stood in a wide corridor, flanked by massive bronze gears embedded in the stone walls, interlocking and shimmering with a dim glow. The sweet, metallic aroma of mercury intensified in the air, almost suffocating. Above, enormous stones hung precariously, along with intricately designed crossbow mechanisms glinting ominously. The stone slabs beneath their feet were uneven, with obvious signs of instability in certain areas. Each step was fraught with peril. "Goodness, did our ancestors play such elaborate games over 2,000 years ago?" Li Qi murmured softly. The two followed Professor Chen to the end of the corridor, where an even more magnificent bronze door stood before them. Towering high and spanning dozens of meters, it was entirely cast from bronze, its surface adorned with intricate and fearsome dragon motifs. These dragon patterns appeared so lifelike that one could imagine them breaking free from the door at any moment, eager to devour. An indescribable weight and pressure emanated from the door, making it hard to breathe. "Is this the dragon-suppressing gate?" Qilian's voice carried a subtle gravity. Professor Chen's expression was more serious than ever. Gently caressing the cold bronze door, his gaze was complex. According to the records passed down through generations, this dragon-suppressing gate had not been opened since the completion of the Qin Emperor's tomb. It was not a matter of desire, but rather an impossibility. Professor Chen spoke in a low tone. "To open this gate, a special token is required." He paused, his eyes shifting to the tiger talisman in Li Qi's hand. "That token bears a striking resemblance to your tiger talisman." Understanding dawned upon Li Qi as he stepped forward, presenting the tattered tiger talisman to Professor Chen. Instead of taking it, Professor Chen pointed to an inconspicuous recess at the center of the colossal bronze door. The shape of the groove astonishingly aligns with the profile of the tiger talisman, resembling it by 7 or 8 parts. In ancient times, The sorcerers employed celestial means to construct this tomb, establishing layers upon layers of prohibitions. The Dragon Gate serves as the final and most critical barrier. According to legend, beyond this gate lies the resting place of the 100,000 terracotta warriors. Professor Chin's breath quickened, his eyes glinting with excitement and trepidation. Comrade Li Qi, this tiger talisman may very well be the sole key to unlocking this grand door. Come, give it a try. Li Qi nodded, took a deep breath, and, clutching the cool talisman, approached the colossal dragon gate with measured steps. An invisible pressure bore down upon him, heavy as a mountain. Aligning the talisman with the ancient groove on the door, he pressed down slowly. With a faint click, the talisman fit seamlessly into the groove. Suddenly, an extraordinary change occurred. A torrent of pitch-black malevolent energy surged forth from the tightly shut bronze door, akin to a flood breaking its dam. Li Qi, at the forefront, felt an irresistible and terrifying force envelop him in an instant. The dense black energy swiftly coalesced before him, transforming into several fearsome, shadowy dragons. Each dragon, as thick as a barrel, bore a grotesque visage, with menacing fangs and blood-red gleams in their inky eyes. With a thunderous roar, the shadowy dragons charged towards Li Qi with earth-shattering ferocity. Their speed was breathtaking. Li Qi had no time to react. "Damn," was all he could mutter before he was ensnared by the fierce shadowy dragons. A tremendous pulling force ensued, making him feel as though the world had spun around him. His body uncontrollably dragged towards the bronze gate, thrusting him inside. Li Qi, Qilian's exclamation echoed behind him, swiftly cut off. Chapter 53. The Trial of the Talisman Bearer. As the world spun chaotically, Li Qi felt as if he had been tossed into a washing machine. Suddenly, he landed heavily on a cold surface. Spitting and scrambling to his feet, he shook his dazed head. Before him lay an immensely grand underground plaza, vast beyond sight. The dome overhead was adorned with countless peculiar crystals radiating a ghostly light, resembling a suspended river of stars. In the plaza stood thousands upon thousands of soldier figures. Arranged in meticulous rows and columns, their banners like a forest, their spears towering like mountains. These figures differed from those Li Qi had seen in museum footage. They were taller and more robust, each exceeding 2 meters in height. Clad in terracotta armor glinting with a metallic sheen, they stood resolutely, wielding bronze pole arms, sharp swords, and powerful crossbows, as if poised to spring to life and charge at any intruder. Is this truly the terracotta warriors of Qin? How utterly magnificent! Not far from where I stood, a half-human tall ancient stone tablet loomed, its surface adorned with the marks of time, seemingly inscribed with characters. Li Qi approached with measured steps, brushing away the thick layer of dust that cloaked the tablet. Lines of archaic Qin script came into view. Assessment of the great Qin general. All who enter this place bearing the tiger tally must undergo the trials of the 3 armies, infantry, chariots, and cavalry, guarded by 3 generals. Only upon their victory may one issue commands. Li Qi squinted at the inscription. Infantry, chariot forces, cavalry? Ah, a time-honored tradition of the military, tackling them one by one. Is it? His gaze shifted to the center of the square, where 3 towering stone platforms, constructed from massive stones, stood tall, each seemingly housing a significant presence. Li Qi's attention was drawn to the first platform. At its center sat an imposing figure, clad in heavy armor, the Qin fierce soldier figurine, sitting upright with an air of authority. It was grander than the surrounding terracotta warriors, its armor more intricate and finely crafted, cradling an ancient bronze seal shaped like a tiger's head. In that very moment, as Li Qi's eyes met the figurine, it slowly opened its eyes. 2 deep red beams shot forth from its eye sockets. Li Qi's system panel promptly provided an assessment. 10 body level, 13. The eyes of the Qin fierce soldier, glimmering with red light, locked onto Li Qi. Its bronze-cast lips parted slightly, emitting a series of indistinct, raspy sounds, yet imbued with a metallic resonance. Bearer of the tally. Trial, infantry dress. The voice was fragmented, yet exuded an undeniable authority. A trial? Li Qi raised an eyebrow. He sensed that although this Qin fierce soldier was formidable, it seemed to have no immediate intention to attack. Rather, it appeared to be adhering to some ancient directive. So, a fight is necessary for subjugation, is it? Li Qi licked his lips, a glimmer of combativeness flashing in his eyes. 10 body level, 13. A perfect opportunity for practice. However, before engaging, Li Qi glanced at his system panel. The defeat of the Blood Ape and the Blood Ape Elder had propelled his cataclysmic legacy, progressed to 2127. A grin spread across Li Qi's face. Time to level up first. System, initiate 2 captures of Cataclysmic Legacy. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Cataclysmic Legacy capture in progress. Current progress, 2127. Cost, 200. Capture successful. Boom. Congratulations, host. Extraordinary Strength 2 has been upgraded to Extraordinary Strength 3. Congratulations, host. Extraordinary Endurance 2 has been upgraded to Extraordinary Endurance 3. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through Li Qi. He swung his fist with a resounding crash. Host, Li Qi. Current progress of Cataclysmic Legacy, 127. Talent. Life from Death, a rule-level talent. Special status. Life anchor point count, 3223. Physical foundational skills. Introduction to swordsmanship. Hand-to-hand combat. Proficiency in firearms. Extraordinary Stamina 3. Extraordinary Strength 3. Extraordinary Willpower 2. Extraordinary Agility 2. Active skill. Silent Wind / Power level. Extraordinary Willpower 25. Passive skills. Immovable as a mountain. Defense level. Extraordinary Stamina 33. Unyielding Battle Soul. Upon resurrection through Life from Death, overall combat power level temporarily increases by 30 for 60 seconds. This passive can only take effect once at a time and cannot stack. Overall combat power level, 10 body level, 10. Stamina and strength have both advanced to level 3. The defense level of Immovable as a Mountain has also surged. Overall combat power has jumped from 9 directly to 10. Haha. I have also reached the 10 body level. Furthermore, I possess 3,223 chances for resurrection. With a sudden burst of force, I propelled myself upward like a cannonball, leaping towards the towering stone platform. Boom. My feet landed heavily on the stone platform, causing the solid surface to tremble slightly. This platform was far more expansive than it appeared from below, spanning the size of several basketball courts. The Qin Sharp Soldier figurine remained seated, its 2 eerie red eyes locking onto Li Qi as if they were tangible. Li Qi's gaze returned to the stone platform and the imposing Qin Sharp Soldier figurine. So, you are the infantry figurine? The Qin Sharp Soldier figurine did not respond, maintaining its timeless posture. Li Qi retrieved the cold, damaged tiger talisman, corrupted, from his bosom. The moment the talisman appeared, the bronze tiger head seal held by the Qin Sharp Soldier figurine trembled slightly, emanating a shared aura with the talisman. The 2 energies resonated, resembling long-lost comrades silently communicating, or the instinctive connection between ruler and subject, awaiting the final command. Come forth, Li Qi called out softly, tightening his grip on the breaking army. The hollow eye sockets of the Qin Sharp Soldier figurine flared with a surge of crimson light. Battle! A hoarse yet bloodthirsty roar erupted from its bronze throat. The previously motionless Qin Sharp Soldier figurine suddenly blurred. In the next instant, it appeared before Li Qi without granting him a moment to react. The ancient bronze longsword, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, unleashed a chilling intent to kill. Aimed directly at Li Qi's face. Even before the blade arrived, the fierce sword energy had already stung Li Qi's cheek painfully. Damn! Li Qi's pupils constricted sharply, his scalp instantly tingling. This creature was even more ferocious than he had anticipated. Chapter 54. Qin Sharp Soldier, heed my command. Clang. The breaking army collided with the bronze longsword, producing a shrill metallic clash. An unparalleled force surged from the blade, numbing his grip and causing his arm to tremble violently. Extraordinary Power 3 proved utterly ineffective. What manner of monster is this? Li Qi gritted his teeth, utilizing the recoil to drift backward. He sought to outmaneuver his opponent with agility, hoping to uncover a flaw. Yet, the combat prowess of this Qin Rue Soldier figurine was honed to perfection, seamless and unyielding. Both offense and defense were impenetrable. Li Qi's Silent Wind / struck against the opponent's heavy armor, merely igniting a shower of sparks, failing to inflict any substantial damage. This is hopeless. I cannot land a blow. The onslaught from the Qin Rue Soldier figurine intensified, its swordplay wide and fierce. Li Qi's maneuvering space continued to shrink. With a moment's attention, puff, the bronze longsword pierced his shoulder at an awkward angle. Agony surged through him. Ugh! Li Qi stifled a groan as the Qin Rue Soldier figurine flicked its wrist, swinging the sword horizontally. Darkness engulfed his vision. The Towards Death and Life activated. A familiar warmth enveloped him, instantly mending his wounds. Simultaneously, Indomitable Battle Soul was triggered. A violent surge of power erupted within him. His overall combat level temporarily increased by 30. Duration, 60 seconds. His battle prowess at 10 body level 10 soared to an entirely new echelon. Come, I shall confront you head on. Li Qi's eyes flared crimson as he roared. Advancing rather than retreating, the blade of Breaking Army surged with a ghostly luminescence. The Qin Rue soldier figurine seemed to sense the shift in Li Qi's aura, yet its relentless assault showed no signs of abating, remaining as fierce and lethal as ever. Another sword descended upon him. This time, Li Qi did not evade. His arm muscles tensed, and he met the blow of Breaking Army head on. Clang! His arm shook violently, but this time, he did not falter. He had held his ground. I can strike back. Elation surged within him, igniting his battle spirit to its zenith. The power boost from Indomitable Battle Soul finally granted him the means to confront this individual level 13 figurine directly. Kill. The Breaking Army manifested as a series of afterimages, charging towards the Qin Rue soldier figurine. Break for me, Li Qi bellowed, channeling all his strength into Breaking Army. The blade sliced through the air, even emitting a faint scent of char. Silent Wind Slash seamlessly merged with his attack. With this strike, he bypassed the opponent's heavy armor, targeting the gap at the junction of the Qin Rue soldier figurine's neck armor. The Qin Rue soldier figurine seemed to sense the lethal threat of this blow and attempted to block with its sword. However, Li Qi's speed, augmented by Indomitable Battle Soul, reached its zenith. Puff. The tip of Breaking Army plunged deep into that gap. The Qin Rue soldier figurine's attack faltered abruptly. The red glow in its eye sockets dimmed at a visible rate. The trial was passed, and a sound akin to metal grinding emerged from the mouth of the Qin warrior figure. It slowly knelt on one knee, resting the heavy bronze sword against the ground. With its other hand, it respectfully presented the ancient bronze tiger head seal to Li Qi. The crimson glow in its eyes extinguished completely, and the overwhelming aura dissipated, transforming it into an ordinary, cold terracotta figure. Li Qi gasped for breath as he accepted the infantry general seal. A chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the infantry general seal. It can be fused with the corrupted tiger talisman, granting control over the infantry figurines, and the binding of the talisman will be lifted by 50. The infantry general seal in his hand transformed into a stream of light and merged with the corrupted tiger talisman cradled in his arms. The talisman shuddered slightly, its layer of subtle corruption dissipating somewhat, and its aura grew more substantial. Li Qi distinctly felt a faint connection between himself and the immobile infantry figurines standing in the square, as if he could summon them with a mere thought. This sensation was wondrous. He raised the corrupted tiger talisman high, aiming it at the silent, densely packed array of infantry figurines below the stone platform, and shouted, "Warriors of the Great Qin, heed my command. Awaken! Awaken!" The resounding echoes reverberated through the silent underground square. The talisman responded. A gentle bronze light emanated from it, rippling like water. In the next moment, a sudden transformation occurred. The figurines touched by the bronze light, which had lain dormant for millennia, suddenly glimmered with a steady, profound bronze sheen in their eye sockets. The brilliance flowed, quickly filling the entirety of their eye cavities. They began to move. These 2-meter-tall, armored figurines synchronized their necks and rotated their wrists. The system assessment clearly displayed before Li Qi, Qin warrior figurine, individual level 8. Spiritual fire returns to the talisman. As long as the talisman endures, the figurines shall not perish. A mighty and commanding military spirit surged from these awakened figurines, instantly enveloping the infantry area. The revived figurines turned in unison towards Li Qi, who stood on the high platform holding the talisman. Then, they knelt on one knee. Their bronze spears and swords struck heavily against the hard stone floor with a resounding thud. The cacophony of clashing weapons harmonized into a powerful, unified clang. The wind. The wind. A great gale. An ancient, desolate battle cry, filled with the essence of iron and blood, erupted from the chest of these Qin figurines. This sound was not human. It resembled the clash of metal and the thunder of war horses. The roar resonated throughout the underground space, causing the starry crystal ceiling to tremble slightly. 10,000 figurines, bowing in reverence to him alone. Li Qi stood atop the platform, his garments billowing in the fierce, martial energy that surged around him. He gazed down at the vast expanse of black, the Iron Army kneeling on one knee, and felt an indescribable surge of excitement and fervor rise from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. This was truly exhilarating. Form ranks. Li Qi suppressed the tumult in his heart, his thoughts crystallizing as he issued the first command. Engage the enemy. Below, the 60,000 newly awakened soldiers, without a moment's hesitation, rose in unison the instant they received the order. Bronze halberds and long swords stood erect like a forest, and the massive standardized shields swiftly coalesced in their hands, forming an impenetrable array of steel. Their movements were swift, their coordination flawless, like a meticulously crafted war machine. Operational for a millennium, it roared back to life. Li Qi gripped the breaking army tightly, his gaze fixed on the formidable military formation below, a surge of pride swelling in his chest. This, indeed, was the true Iron Army of the Great Qin, sweeping across the realms, imposing through the ages. Chapter 55, Charioteer and the Yunzhou Gap. Li Qi quelled the tumult within. His gaze slowly shifted towards the second stone platform at the center of the square. Without further hesitation, he propelled himself forward with great force towards the second stone platform. This platform was significantly broader than the first. At its center stood an ancient chariot, cast in bronze, standing silently. A single yoke, drawn by 4 mighty steeds. The 4 magnificent bronze war horses, their muscles taut and defined. Upon the chariot, 3 towering armored figures stood, clad in heavy metal armor, exuding an aura of majesty. In the center was a charioteer, hands firmly gripping the bronze reins, his eyes tightly shut. To his left was a left-side warrior, wielding a massive bronze bow, an arrow nocked, its glinting tip aimed menacingly at Li Qi. To the right stood a right-side warrior, firmly grasping a long-handled bronze halberd, emanating a bloodthirsty ferocity. The chariot, the steeds, and the warriors were a seamless entity. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of the previous Qin Sharp Soldier General, bore down upon Li Qi like a mountain. The system interface provided information. Qin Chariot General Cluster Unit, Comprehensive Combat Power Level, 10 Body Level, 15. 15 levels. Li Qi's lips twitched. A cluster unit. This was no trivial matter. It meant that this entity, while singular, required the strength of 3, 10 Body Level, 15 behemoths to combat. Damn it, let us go for broke. Fear. When has Li Qi, who had resurrected 3,000 times, ever known fear? The tougher the challenge, the greater the sense of accomplishment in overcoming it. He once again retrieved the tiger talisman from his bosom, raising it high. Buzz! The motionless bronze chariot suddenly trembled violently. The 4 bronze steeds, within their tightly shut eyes, erupted with 2 pools of blood-red ferocity. Thud! The hooves thundered upon the hard stone platform, causing the entire structure to quake. Upon the chariot, the 3 armored figures simultaneously opened their eyes. The left side archer's armor produced a cacophony of clashing sounds, and the massive bronze bow in his hands was drawn back tauter, vibrating ominously, aimed directly at Li Qi. The soldier on the right, wielding a long spear, had already assumed a combat stance, gripping the weapon with both hands. The emotionless voice of the bearer of the symbol echoed from the mouths of the 3 armored figures simultaneously. Outside the Dragon Gate, Qi Lian fixed her fiery gaze upon the intricately patterned bronze gate, standing in silence. Beside her, Professor Chen Chongqing paced anxiously, muttering incantations under his breath. There cannot be any trouble. That young man must not encounter any mishap. Suddenly, a rapid series of footsteps approached from the distance. A young messenger, clutching a military encrypted communication device, rushed forward, nearly tumbling in his haste. Captain Qi Lian, urgent communication from General Longxiang. Qi Lian turned and snatched the device, pressing it to her ear. This is Qi Lian. After a crackling sound, General Longxiang's voice, laced with fatigue, emerged. Where's Li Qi? How is the mission progressing? Reporting to the general. Li Qi has entered the Dragon Gate, but the current situation remains unclear. She endeavored to maintain a steady tone. Silence lingered on the other end for several moments. Understood. Longxiang's voice grew grave. Qi Lian, there is trouble in Yunzhou. A heavy weight settled in Qi Lian's heart. In the primal jungle region of the Long'an mountain range, we have detected energy leakage points in the monitoring barrier. What? Qi Lian gasped. Preliminary assessments indicate the formation of a minor rift. It has not yet fully erupted, but worse still, we have discovered traces of the reverse robbery group's activities in that mountainous area. The reverse robbery group? Qi Lian's grip on the communicator tightened. The Shike Legion and the Qilong Legion are rushing to assist and will establish the first line of defense before the rift fully erupts. General Longxiang's tone turned severe. Qi Lian, You and Li Qi must return before the beast tide erupts beneath the Great Wall. This is a direct order. There was a brief pause on the line. Our nation's advanced combat capabilities have yet to mature. Yunzhou cannot become another Sakura country. Yes, General, Qi Lian affirmed. Before the rift beast tide erupts. If Li Qi does not return, I will proceed to the Great Wall Heights. After concluding the communication, she lifted her gaze to the still and silent Dragon Gate. Her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Li Qi, you must hurry. In the primal jungle of the Longan mountain range in Yuzhou, a massive Kunping special transport aircraft circled low beneath the thick clouds, resembling a colossal beast of the deep sea. Inside the cabin, Qin Ming was idly rubbing flames together. I say, old Xiang, I've heard this rift is of the miniature variety. Xiang Dong did not raise his eyes, merely snorting in acknowledgement. TSK, isn't that a wasted trip? Can't they let the new integrators have a practice? Qin Ming pouted. Orders from above. Xiang Dong finally opened his eyes. The signal light at the hatch shifted from red to green. Prepare for airdrop. A rugged voice commanded. The advanced team members swiftly stood, checking their equipment with practiced efficiency, leaving no room for delay. The belly hatch of the aircraft slowly opened. A gust of cold wind infused with the moist scent of the primal jungle rushing in. Qin Ming whistled, seizing the rapid descent rope, and gracefully leaped out of the hatch, with Xiang Dong closely following. Two elite task force members descended rapidly along the ropes, akin to dumplings cascading down, towards the verdant expanse of the forest below. Thud! Qin Ming landed firmly, disturbing a shower of decayed leaves. He glanced upward at the ominous dark purple rift, not far off. Goodness, it truly is a miniature version. He smacked his lips and surveyed his surroundings. The fog in this wretched place is utterly excessive, isn't it? Visibility is woefully poor. Xiang Dong paid no heed to his complaints. His gaze focused on the area nearby. The soldiers from the two elite legions, having arrived first, were laboriously toiling away, sweating profusely. Sturdy trees were being swiftly felled, the sounds of chainsaws and shouts rising and falling without pause. Makeshift defensive heights were being erected at a visibly rapid pace. An officer with a military insignia stood atop a massive stump, his hoarse voice booming through a loudspeaker, rallying the troops. For heaven's sake, put in more effort. Move swiftly. Intelligence indicates that the beast tide at the last Great Wall Highland Rift erupted 7 days later. You must establish a garrison point here, akin to the Great Wall Highland, before the rift fully erupts. 7 days, or perhaps even less. Do you understand? The officer's voice echoed through the forest. The soldiers' movements noticeably quickened, sweat soaking their battle gear, yet not a single soul complained of fatigue. However, no one noticed the wisps of white miasma gradually seeping from the edges of the dark purple rift. This miasma was exceedingly faint, like gossamer, soon merging with the already dense fog of the jungle. Chapter 56. Anomalies at the Yunzhou Rift. Yunzhou, at the edge of the Panlong mountain range. Lingmu village resembled a beehive that had been disturbed. On a hastily constructed earthen platform, village chief Wang Xuanju's voice had become hoarse, rasping like a broken gong. Gather your belongings. The valuable ones. Those you can carry. Hurry. The elderly and children first. The young will bring up the rear. Below the platform, a throng of villagers displayed a myriad of expressions. An elderly woman, her hair white as snow, leaned on a cane, trembling as she pushed forward. What on earth is the chief doing? Are bandits descending the mountain? Beside her, a man in a sleeveless shirt wore a face etched with despair. Chief, my few acres of corn are just about ready to be harvested, and my old sow has just given birth to a litter. Wang Xuanju stamped his foot with frustration. Bandits? If only it were merely bandits. His cracked lips quivered, and he could hardly muster the effort to speak proper Mandarin. Panlong Mountain. Something sinister is brewing over there. An order has come down to evacuate. Whoever dares to stay, let them try. He took a deep breath, recalling the large loudspeaker in his possession, raising it towards the crowd. Do you know about the Great Wall Highland? At this, the crowd fell into a noticeable hush. The Great Wall Highland. The bloody scenes from the news, the live broadcasts, those monstrous roars. A young man from Panlong Mountain turned pale, his voice trembling. Wang Xuanju's expression grew gravely serious. Panlong Mountain, damn it, has also sprouted such ghastly things. It is akin to a gap meticulously carved from the very essence of the Great Wall. If those entities emerge, we shall all meet our doom. The crowd erupted into chaos. What? A gap? How could such a calamity befall us? Wang Xuanju surveyed the frenzied villagers, a sense of dread weighing heavily upon his heart. He bellowed, his voice cutting through the cacophony. The government will not abandon us. Evacuate now. Provisions for shelter, food, and water are being prepared for you. He gestured emphatically towards the mountains, his tone resolute and unyielding. At this moment, survival is paramount. What are chickens and ducks worth when one's life is at stake? Just then, a gaunt figure parted the crowd and approached slowly. Clad in a tattered gray hemp robe that hung loosely on his frame, he bore a shiny gourd at his waist. Wang Xuanzhu's eyelids twitched in recognition. He knew this old man well, the village's high priest. Though he held the title of high priest, it had become little more than a nominal role over time. During festivals, he would lead the villagers in murmured incantations for good fortune. The old man reached the edge of the earthen platform, standing silently, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Xuanzhu. That look sent a shiver down Wang Xuanzhu's spine. Uncle, do you have any instructions? Wang Xuanzhu leaped down from the platform, his tone considerably more respectful. The old man commanded great esteem, possessing a few rudimentary medical skills. The villagers held him in high regard. The old man's lips moved silently before he raised a hand to point at the gnarled old locust tree nearby. Wang Xuanzhu understood and hurriedly followed him to stand beneath the tree's shade. Xuanzhu, the old man finally spoke. If the trouble were to arise from elsewhere, we could simply evacuate. But if it pertains to Panlong Mountain, he paused, the gravity of his words hanging in the air. It would not merely be a matter of our evacuation. It would be prudent for the military to avoid stationing there as well. A chill coursed through Wang Xuanzhu's heart. Uncle, what do you mean? The high priest lowered his voice. Every generation of high priests has passed down a secret regarding Panlong Mountain. Wang Xuanzhu's heart skipped a beat, an instinctual dread brewing within him. The legend speaks of the Jiuli tribe sealed within Panlong Mountain. Should a dark sorcerer employ their cunning, the military may not withstand the onslaught. Dark sorcerer? Wang Xuanzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle, do not just at such a critical moment. The high priest ignored his protest and continued. If this gap is indeed linked to that legend, the situation will become exceedingly dire. Ordinary folk who come into contact with the dark sorcerer's miasma are bound to face grave calamities. The old man's expression bore an unprecedented seriousness. A chill ran from Wang Xuanzhu's feet to the crown of his head. He was not one to dismiss the supernatural. Those from the mountains held a certain reverence for such matters. Yet, this he gazed at the high priest's weathered face, throat dry with apprehension. Uncle, is this truly the case? The high priest nodded slowly. One ought to trust in the existence of danger rather than dismiss it as non-existent, thought Wang Xuanzhu. He felt as if a colossal weight had descended upon his shoulders, oppressive and unyielding. If this matter were reported and turned out to be false, what consequences would befall him? As a village secretary, to speak falsely and sow discord among the troops would be a grave offense. Yet, if he chose silence and the threat proved genuine, the repercussions were too dire to contemplate. Night enveloped the temporary encampment at the Panlong Mountain Range in Yuzhou. Outside the rudimentary command post, Qin Ming stood with a furrowed brow, the air thick with an indescribable, unsettling aroma. It was damp and decaying, laced with a certain sickly sweetness that made his skin crawl. Damn this cursed place, he muttered under his breath, rubbing his arms in an attempt to dispel the inexplicable irritability that consumed him. The soldiers of the Zhuge Legion assigned to perimeter watch also exhibited signs of unease, frequently scratching at their necks and arms. Captain, the mosquitoes in this forest are absolutely vicious, a young soldier murmured, drawing closer to voice his complaint. Qin Ming shot him a sidelong glance but remained silent. Suddenly, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated urgently, an encrypted communication of the highest priority. The change in his expression was immediate, and he swiftly connected the call. This is Qin Ming. The crackling sound of static accompanied the voice on the other end. Captain Qin, urgent intelligence. According to a delayed report from a village secretary in the Panlong Mountain area, there may be a connection between the chasms in the mountains and the ancient lore of the Jiuli tribe's Black Goo Master. Beware of the poisonous miasma. What? The Black Goo Master? Qin Ming's heart raced at the mention. The voice continued. The miasma is colorless and odorless, but it has an incubation period. Once it manifests, it induces uncontrollable itching leading to festering sores. Damn it. Qin Ming cursed vehemently. It was too late. He abruptly raised his head, scanning the soldiers who were still scratching themselves frantically. It itches. I'm starting to itch too, Captain, cried one soldier. Me as well. It feels as though insects are burrowing into my bones. Panic spread like wildfire among the troops, initially affecting only a few, but soon more soldiers were groaning in agony, tearing at their combat uniforms, their skin erupting in alarming red rashes that even began to ooze yellow fluid. Everyone, calm down. Qin Ming bellowed, striving to quell the burgeoning chaos. Veins bulged on his forehead as he faced the cursed affliction. We cannot delay. If we wait any longer, both our legions will be lost here. With a fierce motion, he raised his wrist to the communicator and shouted, Command Center. Zuke Legion Qin Ming. There is a spread of miasma in the Yunzhou Chasm. Requesting urgent support from Kunping. Repeat. Requesting immediate evacuation. All units, prepare to abandon positions. Now. Immediately. Chapter 57. Barbarians invade our territory. Must be punished. Within the gates of Longmen, Li Qi rose once more, his form twisted yet restored in an instant. Time lost its meaning. He was only aware that he had died 500 times. 500 times had transformed him from Li 3000 into Li 2723. The war chariots were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Their defense, an absurd level 15, rendered his breaking army sword ineffective against their bronze armor, merely sparking upon impact. The only source of harm lies within the vulnerable nape concealed beneath the seams of armor. The three charioteers, any one of whom, if slain, would swiftly resurrect amidst the thunderous roar of the chariot. Truly, they could not be vanquished. The wheels crushed the high platform, subjecting him to 500 deaths and rebirths. Gradually, Li Qi discerned a pattern. The heads of the three charioteers would align in a straight line at a fleeting moment. That was a transient opportunity. A plan formed within his mind as he fixated on the oncoming chariot. It approached with ferocity. One charioteer rolled away to evade the chariot's charge. The chariot made a sudden, sharp turn, causing the charioteer to instinctively lean back, perfectly aligning with the heads of the two soldiers positioned behind. Strike. His body surged forward like a released arrow, channeling every ounce of mental energy into the breaking army, or blade. Speed reached its zenith, and strength was fully committed. The breaking army, or blade, infused with the fury and frustration of 500 lifetimes, thrust forward. The tip accurately pierced the first charioteer's head, showing no hesitation as it continued its trajectory, penetrating the second. A crisp crack echoed, followed by the dull thud of a bronze skull shattering. One strike, three heads pierced. The roar of the chariot fell abruptly silent as the heads of the three charioteers simultaneously exploded, scattering bronze fragments. The immense bronze chariot slid forward several meters, coming to a halt at the edge of the high platform. As the dust settled, a hoarse voice emerged from the chariot. Trial passed. You shall hold this seal. No sooner had the words been spoken than a charioteer's seal, adorned with a totem of a dual-wheel chariot, slowly materialized from the chest armor of the charioteer. Li Qi extended his hand, cradling the seal in his palm. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the charioteer seal. It can be fused with the damaged tiger tally contaminated, allowing you to command the infantry charioteers. The restrictions of the tally are lifted by 80. Upon merging the charioteer seal with the black taint of the tiger tally, only a faint trace remained. Bronze chariot, heed my command. Lift weapons. Draw bows. Drive forth. With the instant the commands were issued, a brilliant bronze light swirled, and hundreds of bronze chariots in the square emitted a profound engine roar. Upon the chariots, the previously statuesque infantry soldiers suddenly glimmered with a bronze radiance identical to that of the infantry charioteers. They moved in perfect unison, raising their bronze halberds, drawing their long bows, and creating a resonant clash of metal. Raise the chariots. Conquer the realm. The roar of 10,000 Qin charioteers resonated as one, a tide of sound and momentum capable of overturning this subterranean expanse. The palpable aura of slaughter surged forth, igniting a fervor within Li Qi's veins. He cast his gaze upon the final stone platform, stepping forward. A robust and imposing cavalry charioteer sat astride an exceptionally magnificent bronze warhorse, gripping a chilling bronze spear tightly in hand. Before Li Qi could offer the tiger tally he held, he was met with a daunting presence. In the eyes of the terracotta cavalry general, the bronze hue suddenly intensified, revealing an ethereal glimmer. The system promptly conveyed information. Qin Cavalry General, level 16. What is the origin of the object you hold? A voice, raspier and clearer than any previous terracotta warriors, resonated. Why does it carry the taint of calamity? Li Qi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the cavalry general would speak. Without concealment, he responded in a deep tone. This tiger talisman was seized from a formidable blood ape source beast in the world of the Qin era. That blood ape source beast is a creature birthed from the very essence of disaster. Upon hearing this, the malevolent aura surrounding the Qin cavalry general intensified. Li Qi continued, Esteemed elder, A calamity has descended upon the world. Otherworldly beasts surge forth from the rifts, ravaging our vast land of Jiuzhou. Countless compatriots have perished. The source of disaster remains unextinguished, leaving behind a legacy of misfortune for a millennium. The Qin cavalry general abruptly lifted his head, the bronze gleam in his eyes nearly bursting forth. Barbarians invade our territory. They must be punished. Holders of the talisman, if you harbor the desire to save the people from peril. He paused, his voice resolute. Then there shall be no need for further trials. The terracotta cavalry of the Qin shall follow the tiger talisman and battle alongside you at the Great Wall. As his words faded, a medallion engraved with the image of galloping cavalry, the cavalry general's seal, floated toward Li Qi. Without hesitation, he reached out to grasp it. The cavalry general's seal felt warm and weighty in his hand. Merge. The previously fragmented tiger talisman radiated a brilliant bronze luster, an ancient and overpowering aura enveloping the air. The bond of ownership was established, unlocking 100 seals. In that instant, Li Qi sensed his spirit forging a connection with the 100,000 Qin terracotta warriors within the subterranean palace. Lines of information vividly appeared before him. The great Qin tiger talisman, complete, has been claimed. Characteristic: eternal military spirit. Units of Qin terracotta warriors controlled by the tiger talisman can be reassembled after destruction by expending a substantial amount of the holder's mental power, with the reassembly time and expenditure depending on the level of the Qin warrior unit. Command units: 100, 000, Great Qin Sharp Soldiers, level 860, 000, deaths, 0. Commander, Qin Sharp Soldier General, level 13, status, deceased. Great Qin War Chariots, level 1010, 000, deaths, 0. Commander, Qin War Chariot General, level 15, status, deceased. One chariot contains 3 souls. Great Qin Iron Cavalry, level 1110, 000, deaths, 0. Commander, Qin Cavalry General, level 16, status, alive. Li Qi gazed at the 2 glaring deceased units. With a thought, his mental power surged like a tide into the great Qin tiger talisman. A resonant hum echoed as the once ordinary terracotta figures of Qin Sharp Soldier General and Qin War Chariot General flickered with renewed bronze brilliance in their eyes. Reviving 2 level 10 terracotta generals simultaneously demanded a staggering amount of mental energy. Even with extraordinary mental power too, he felt waves of dizziness, as if his mind were being hollowed out. Without hesitation, he activated From Death to Life. A familiar and overwhelming vitality surged throughout his body, instantly replenishing his parched mental sea. Embracing the end to embrace life. The moment the innate talent was triggered, the debilitating sensation brought forth by mental exhaustion dissipated entirely, and his gaze regained its clarity and sharpness. Warriors of the Great Qin, heed my command. Assemble the 3 armies. His voice echoed throughout the underground palace. In an instant, a formidable torrent of 100,000 Qin warriors, animated by Li Qi's will, began to advance slowly. The clash of bronze armor resonated, their footsteps harmoniously synchronized, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, not the sound of weapons unsheathed nor armor scraping, but a profound chant emanating from countless chests. Initially faint, it seemed to arise from deep within the earth, imbued with the weight of history's endless melancholy. Gradually, this murmur coalesced, transforming into a singular, powerful voice. Brave old Qin, we shall face the national peril together. The next lines surged forth, even more impassioned and grand. Brave old Qin, protect our homeland. As they advanced towards the bronze gates, they continued to chant, Brave old Qin, united against the national crisis. Brave old Qin, safeguard our mountains and rivers. Their voices reverberated through the magnificent underground palace, shaking loose the dust from above. 100,000 Qin warriors, spirits of those who once guarded the Great Wall, were once again ready to defend it after a millennium. Chapter 58. The drums of war resound once more outside the Dragon Gate. Professor Chen paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the colossal bronze doors. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, the Dragon Gate trembled violently, without warning. Dust cascaded down as the door hinges groaned under the immense strain. Professor Chen abruptly halted, his pupils dilating in shock as a fierce aura of impending conflict enveloped the air. He sensed it even through the heavy door. Something was about to emerge. With a resounding crash, the 2 bronze doors, each weighing thousands of pounds, began to cave inward, fully opening to reveal what lay beyond. A figure stepped forth, brandishing a battle knife, and it was none other than Li Qi. Following closely were three towering figures of warriors, and behind them loomed an endless army of Qin warriors. The infantry held polearms with icy stares, while the cavalry rode upon their steeds, their long spears forming a forest of weaponry. A dark mass surged forth, embodying an unstoppable military might. Professor Chen gasped in astonishment, his throat emitting incoherent sounds. He extended his hand, pointing at the iron torrent that had stepped out from the pages of history. My heavens, our ancestors have manifested. The Huaxiao is saved. We are saved. Observing the professor's ecstatic state, Li Qi spoke. Professor Chen, immediately report to General Longxiang. 100,000 Qin warriors are now at my command. Professor Chen, forcibly pulling himself from the depths of his overwhelming emotions, responded, Yes. Yes. I will report it. Right away. The communication was established almost instantaneously. Professor Chen, what is the situation? General Longxiang's hoarse voice rang out. Professor Chen tightened his grip on the communicator, his voice breaking with emotion. General, it has succeeded. Li Qi has succeeded. He has brought forth 100,000 Qin warriors. After a tense pause of several seconds, General Longxiang's incredulous voice echoed back. What did you say? 100,000. Are you certain? Absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes. General, 100,000 Qin warriors. Like mountains, like oceans. Professor Chen shouted. Good. 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 General Longxiang repeatedly exclaimed 3 words of approval, his voice brimming with uncontainable ecstasy. Professor Chen, immediately instruct Li Qi to mobilize all available terracotta warriors and rush to the heights of the Great Wall at the utmost speed. The beast tied at the Great Wall is about to erupt, and neither the Vermilion Bird nor the Azure Dragon can participate. Professor Chen suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting. General, the 10 Kunping aircraft we previously prepared are far from sufficient. There are too many troops. I understand. The military will deploy all available flying resources. All helicopters. All transport planes. Coordinate with Comrade Li Qi to transport the troops. Let Comrade Li Qi lead a contingent of terracotta warriors to the Great Wall heights first. We must act swiftly. Yes, General. The communication was cut off. Professor Chen hastily wiped his face, casting a complex gaze at the silent torrent of steel behind Li Qi. Steadying himself, he quickly approached Li Qi. Comrade Li Qi, the military has urgently dispatched all transport capabilities and is en route. Professor Chen paused, his expression growing grave. The situation is dire. In the 2 days you've been through the Bronze Gate, some events have transpired outside. Let us discuss as we move. Li Qi sat within the cabin of the Kunping Special Transport aircraft, absent-mindedly tapping his knee, his mind flooded with the information Professor Chen had just imparted. Yinzhou. Another damned rift. Black Goo Master? Sounds troublesome. Troublesome incidents seemed to follow one after another, leaving no room for respite. Through the porthole, the swiftly passing mountains and land were visible. The rift at the Great Wall heights was roiling, and the Scarlet Serpent was urgently summoned back. May the beast tide delay its eruption. At the Great Wall heights, the windswept sands remained blinding. Zhou Ping stood at a shattered battlement, gazing at the increasingly menacing dark purple rift in the valley below, his palm instinctively stroking a cold metal tube in his pocket. Used by Old Ma. Countless comrades had wielded it. In the official live stream of the Great Wall Watch, billions of spectators were glued to their screens, observing the battlefield shrouded in the shadow of death. The barrage of comments flowed rapidly. What is happening? It seems like there are fewer people on the heights today. Where are the banners of the Azure Dragon Corps and the Vermilion Bird Corps? Why can't we see them? What the hell? The 2 main corps are missing? Casualties during such a critical time? What a global joke. This time, the energy fluctuations of the rift seem even more intense than last. Suddenly, a thick, crimson comment streaked across. Brothers, I'm from Yunzhou's Panlong Mountain, and we've heard that a rift has appeared here too. The troops have all been dispatched there. There's a rift in Yunzhou too? Is that true? Damn, I need to relocate. I'm from the Jiangshui River in Yunzhou. Absolutely true. It's right in the Long'an mountain range. We've already begun organizing evacuations. This news detonated like a bomb in the hearts of all who were following the war. My heavens, another rift? How can one survive this? Then why isn't there a live stream for the rift in Yunzhou? What is the official narrative hiding? Such things cannot be concealed. You can't cover fire with paper. Just then, a loud siren blared. The piercing sound of alarms shattered the sky. From the rift, a dark violet energy suddenly surged forth. A deafening roar echoed, reminiscent of a beast's ferocious cry, crashing upon us like a tidal wave. A relentless tide of monstrous creatures, dark as the ink of a flooded river, surged wildly from the rift. Fire! A temporarily appointed major shouted hoarsely. Yet, against these level 8 beasts, ordinary firearms could merely delay their advance. Alas, a young soldier was impaled by the claws of a level 7 beast. In agony, he drew out the Xingtian serum and injected it into himself, transforming to engage the beast in combat. Blood stained the sandy ground. Hold the line. Stand firm. The veterans, eyes ablaze, fired their weapons until the barrels glowed red-hot. Shell casings clattered to the ground. The defense crumbled under the onslaught of the level 9 beasts. As fragile as parchment, the special forces of the Xuanwu and White Tiger legions, despite having improved through national resources, could barely contend with the level 8 beasts. The vast expanse of the Great Wall heights rendered them unable to create significant waves on the battlefield. The sheer number of beasts led to mounting casualties. One soldier after another fell. Zhou Ping watched helplessly as a newly arrived recruit beside him had his face bitten off by a wolf-like beast. Damn it! He pulled out a metallic tube from within his clothing, the Xingtian serum. The fierce visage of old Ma and the goofy smile of Sun Daong flashed before him. To hell with it. Zhou Ping's eyes hardened as he twisted the cap off the serum. Even if it bought him but a second, it was worth it. Just as he prepared to inject the lethal serum into his body, an ancient, solemn song resonated, echoing with boundless iron-blooded will. It pierced through the cacophony of battle. As though it reverberated deep within each soul, Zhou Ping's movements froze. All the soldiers drenched in blood and all the terrified viewers in the live broadcast were momentarily stunned. What was this sound? The song continued, resonating with the clang of weapons and the thunder of hooves. When the king raises an army, I will repair my spear and halberd, united in vengeance. The melody swelled, becoming increasingly passionate and vigorous, as if 1,000 troops were chanting in unison. Boom! From above, a tremendous roar of engines filled the air. Dozens of Kunping transport aircraft tore through the clouds, appearing over the Great Wall heights. Suddenly, the rear doors of the aircraft swung open. They were not paratroopers, nor supplies being airdropped. Rather, armored cavalry figures donned in black, wielding bronze halberds, astride bronze warhorses. Chariots of bronze emerged, upon which 3 towering armored figures drew taut their bows, exuding an imposing presence. They descended like a dark torrent from the skies, ready to crush the enemy below. Leading them, a figure brandished a battle knife, towering like a mountain. The scars of past arrows remain, now the drums of war resound. Soldiers of the Great Qin, heed my command. Let us vanquish evil. Kill! The man roared, raising his blade high. In the wake of the myriad iron cavalry, a resounding roar echoed, shattering stone and piercing the clouds. Kill! Exterminate the malevolent. Chapter 59. Li, the 2700, solely conquering high-level battles. Boom. As he landed, a cloud of dust erupted, and waves of energy surged forth. The man was none other than Li Qi. Almost instantaneously upon his descent, the aura surrounding Li Qi underwent a dramatic transformation. The host activated, Live to Die, and the passive ability Indomitable Battle Soul surged to life, enhancing his overall combat prowess by 30%. A torrent of overwhelming power erupted from within him, propelling his battle strength to an astonishing level. With a single hand gripping his blade, he swept forward with ferocity. Silent wind slash. Buzz, the intangible blade of wind, akin to the scythe of death, instantaneously enveloped a vast expanse ahead, effortlessly tearing through the ranks of level 7, 8, and even 9 monstrosities. They crumbled like paper before Li Qi's terrifying level 10 energy storm. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh resonated intensely, sending shivers down one's spine. In mere moments, corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood flowed freely. The once formidable beasts that had exacted a heavy toll on the soldiers now lacked even the qualification for a fleeting glance from him. Li 2700. Resurrected to conquer only high-level battles. My goodness. Zhou Ping, poised to inject the Xingtian serum, froze mid-action. What did he just witness? A miracle. Kill. Following closely behind Li Qi, the countless bronze cavalry figures of Qin descended like an unleashed torrent, crashing fiercely into the throngs of beasts. The bronze warhorse's iron hooves trampled the earth, producing a thunderous roar. Each swing of the bronze halberd wielded by the cavalry figures unleashed a tempest of blood and carnage. These Cold War machines seemed to recognize their ancient foes from a millennium past. They advanced like searing iron slicing through butter, unstoppable, wherever the cavalry figures passed. The beasts fell in droves, reduced to mere pulp. Bloody paths were carved through the tide of monsters. Wind, wind, a great wind. The ancient and blood-soaked battle cries resounded through the heavens. Boom. The bronze chariots hurtling down from the heights of the Great Wall bore an astonishing momentum. Trampling towards the beast horde. Charge. No grass shall grow where the chariots tread. Upon the chariots, the archers on the left drew their bows to the maximum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy-infused bronze arrows, slicing through the air, accurately struck the aerial monstrosities attacking from above. Bang, bang, bang. Like a roll call, each shot found its mark. The entire Great Wall heights witnessed an instantaneous reversal of fortune. The once despairing tide of beasts now appeared utterly ludicrous before this iron-blooded legion that had emerged from history. In the live stream, billions of viewers gasped. I wept. Good heavens! What is this? Celestial soldiers? The iron cavalry of the Great Qin. Surely, I am not dreaming. My mother asks why I am watching the live stream on my knees. It ignited. My blood is ablaze. The soldiers atop the heights also awoke from their initial stupor. In Huagua, the frontline command center brimmed with discarded cigarette butts in the ashtray. General Long Xiang's bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on the radar display of the Chongqing Heights battlefield. He was uncertain of the strength of Li Qi's army of warriors. Yet it was evident that the situation at Chongqing Heights was precarious. The elderly generals beside him, each bearing the weight of their stars, shared the same tense expressions. At that moment, the main screen's radar, representing the Chongqing Heights, began to flicker violently. Countless red dots, symbolizing the monstrous beasts, vanished in great swathes. In their place surged a vast, pitch-black torrent of energy, crashing into the battlefield. What was happening? Had a new rift erupted? No. This energy response was not from the beasts. Inside the conference room, all the generals sprang to their feet, leaning forward, their gazes riveted on the screen. The image zoomed in, transforming the radar's red dots into vivid video footage. They beheld the descending black cavalry. They witnessed the bronze chariots that trampled all in their path. They saw the figure wielding a battle blade, a demonic presence wreaking havoc amidst the tide of beasts. A roar, even through the screen. The blood-curdling battle cry pierced the air, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Wind, wind, a tempest. General Long Xiang's tiger-like eyes widened in astonishment. His heavy breaths echoed clearly in the hushed command center. It was Qin Xiong. Li Qi had arrived with the Qin Xiong Legion. My heavens! How powerful the Qin Xiong are! An elderly general, adorned with spectacles, abruptly removed them, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then replaced them. On the screen, the relentless slaughter continued. The terrifying tide of beasts that had once plagued them was now as fragile as paper before that iron army. Splendid! Splendid! A thunderous clap resounded as General Long Xiang slammed his palm against the table, his weathered face flushed with excitement. Damn it! What a thrill! So utterly exhilarating. He could no longer contain himself, letting loose a string of expletives. For 3 years, for 3 long years, had they not danced on the edge of a knife? Was there ever a battle that did not yield a bitter victory? When had they experienced such a satisfying and overwhelming triumph? Ha 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 ha. Kill. Kill with fervor. Another general, renowned for his iron will, could not help but burst into laughter, tears welling in his eyes. These 3 years had been utterly stifling. Finally, today, they could breathe a sigh of relief. This lad Li Qi truly is a blessing for our Huaxia. 100,000 Qin Xiong. Our nation possesses a formidable 100,000 Qin Xiong. Ha ha ha. The entire command center erupted with jubilation. The tension, anxiety, and indignation that had been suppressed for far too long transformed into unbridled ecstasy. The generals, typically stoic and burdened with immense responsibilities, resembled children at that moment, some vigorously pumping their fists, others excitedly patting their comrades' shoulders, and some even weeping tears of joy. They watched the unstoppable black torrent on the screen, witnessing the monstrous beasts fall one by one. Never before had they felt such exhilaration. General Long Xiang took a deep breath, though his voice trembled. Relay my orders. All reserve transport forces, at any cost, expedite the transfer of the remaining Terracotta Army to the heights of the Great Wall. Furthermore, from this moment onward, the safety of Comrade Li Qi shall be elevated to the highest strategic level of national importance. He is the stabilizing force of our nation, the ace among aces. Any individual or entity that dares to threaten the safety of Comrade Li Qi and his family, upon verification, shall be dealt with ruthlessly, without mercy. This declaration resonated with a chilling intensity, commanding the silence within the command center. Every individual comprehended the weight of these words. This was the nation's will, erecting an impenetrable barrier to protect Li Qi. Additionally, General Long Xiang's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. An immediate directive was issued to establish a special task force to provide round-the-clock, top-tier security for all of Comrade Li Qi's relatives and friends, ensuring absolute safety. He has bled for the nation. We must alleviate his concerns. Henceforth, all resources shall be directed towards Comrade Li Qi, and all actions will prioritize his strategic directives. Several seasoned generals nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding. General Long Xiang spoke rightly. Comrade Li Qi is deserving of our utmost efforts. With these 100,000 terracotta warriors, our nation possesses newfound confidence. General Long Xiang slightly nodded, the tension at the corners of his mouth easing ever so slightly. He turned to his communications officer and instructed in a deep tone, "Immediately contact Qi Yin and have her come to see me at once." "Yes, General." The communications officer straightened his posture and swiftly executed the command. Chapter 60. Look at that brother, how joyfully he smiles. At the entrance of the Great Wall Heights, the terracotta cavalry charged like black lightning. Li Qi cleaved a level 9 shadow leopard attempting to ambush the cavalry's flank in half, yet his brow furrowed slightly. He cast a glance at the system panel. The progress bar for Cataclysmic Legacy was advancing at an agonizingly slow pace. Damn it, Li Qi muttered under his breath. These terracotta warriors exhibited commendable combat prowess, dispatching the exotic beasts with remarkable efficiency. The issue was, they were too efficient. The moment the beasts revealed themselves, they were pierced by the cavalry's long spears or shot through the head by the chariot's arrows. He scarcely had the opportunity to take action himself. Wasn't this merely robbing him of his chance at glory? His precious experience points. Watching a squad of cavalry dismantle a clearly formidable scorpion lion in an instant made Li Qi's heart ache. This won't do. If this continues, he would be left with nothing. He bore the weight of over 2,000 resurrection opportunities. How could he be content with mere scraps? A thought flashed through his mind. Li Qi focused his intent and issued new commands to the terracotta warriors engaged in battle via the Great Qin Tiger Tally. All units, take aim to incapacitate the target. Leave it with a breath. Yes, that's the idea. Do not kill it outright. Wait for me. The valiant Qin Chariot General and Qin Cavalry General, amidst their blood-soaked combat, halted their actions in unison, their eye sockets, gleaming with either a bronze or crimson luminescence, seemed to cast a fleeting glance in the direction of Li Qi. Although there was no response, in the next moment, the rhythm of the battlefield underwent a sudden transformation. A formidable 8th-level beast, clad entirely in bone armor, surged forth from the rift, only to be pierced through its limbs by the long spears of several cavalry soldiers, impaling it to the ground. It emitted a pained roar, yet it lingered on the brink of death. A spark ignited in Li Qi's eyes as he darted forward like a flash of lightning, swiftly positioning himself in front of the bone-armored beast. Silence wind slash. With a swift thrust, the progress of Cataclysmic Heritage surged to 0-4. Now, this felt right. Though the beast provided diminishing returns in terms of heritage progress, every little bit accumulated. A grin spread across Li Qi's face, revealing a set of white teeth that appeared somewhat menacing against the backdrop of blood. A professional team indeed makes a difference. Like a diligent scavenger, he weaved through the remnants of bloodied monsters torn apart by the terracotta army, efficiently harvesting cataclysmic heritage. The progress bar finally began to joyfully leap forward at a perceptible pace. On the defensive line of the Great Wall, the soldiers who had just been preparing to inject the Xingtian serum and face annihilation alongside the beasts were now petrified. More accurately, they were transfixed. Observing how the ancient army descending from the heavens executed a spectacular display of dominance over the very beasts that had driven them to the brink of despair. "Oh my God," stammered a young soldier beside Zhou Ping, his grip on his rifle faltering. Are they our reinforcements?" Zhou Ping swallowed hard and tightened the cap on the Xingtian serum. "Reinforcements? This is divine intervention." The usually reticent Zhou Ping let an expletive slip. At another position, an old soldier plopped down onto the ground, fumbling through his sweat-drenched pocket for a pack of cigarettes, trembling as he lit one. Taking a deep drag, he erupted into a violent coughing fit. "Damn it, I've even written my last will, and now this happens?" I was hoping for a glorious end. He pointed at the terracotta warriors below, his tone laced with the absurdity of having survived a catastrophe. Had I known this would happen, I should have eaten 2 more bowls of rice last night. Who could argue with that? Chimed in a nearby artilleryman, slumped at his post, his helmet tossed aside, revealing hair soaked with sweat. I was just wondering if the few $1,000 I stashed under the bed would be discovered by my wife. The observer next to the artilleryman rubbed his eyes repeatedly, murmuring, "Is this the terracotta army? Alive? Who cares what kind of soldiers they are? If they can bring these beasts down, they're like family," bellowed a heavy machine gunner, his voice bursting with uncontainable excitement. The shadow of death receded like a tide, replaced by immense joy and a tinge of surrealism. Some soldiers even began to converse quietly, discussing the armor styles of the terracotta warriors and the specifications of their weapons. Li Ergo from the Cook squad also set down the metal pipe he was holding. Watching Li Chi below as he scavenged, he muttered softly, "Is that big brother over there stealing kills?" An experienced veteran, upon hearing this, patted his shoulder, chuckling heartily. "Ah, young comrade, you merely misunderstand. That is not called stealing kills. It is a strategic optimization of battlefield resources. Just look at that chap over there. How joyous he appears." The atmosphere atop the heights shifted rapidly from a desperate solemnity to a peculiar levity. Soldiers congregated in small groups, some cleaning their weapons, others tending to minor wounds, while many engaged in light-hearted banter. It was as though the horrific battle, marked by mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, had been nothing more than a vivid nightmare. And now, the dream had dissipated. "Goodness gracious," the battle maniac exclaimed, turning to his companion, Chilian. "Those old-timers up there are quite adept at hiding, aren't they? Who would have thought we could unearth an entire legion right from the ground? Ancient ancestors from thousands of years ago, no less." Chilian regarded his demeanor, a rare smile gracing her lips. The support from Li Chi had invigorated the entire atmosphere of the Great Wall Heights. Just then, a series of rapid electronic beeps rang out. Chilian's expression turned serious as she raised her wrist. It was her military communicator. Once again, dozens of Kunping transport aircraft tore through the clouds, roaring above the battlefield. A deluge of black surged downward. More of the great Qin Sharp warriors arrived at the Great Wall Heights. The sheer volume was overwhelming. The entire battlefield was nearly engulfed by this descending ancient legion. My heavens, how many could there possibly be? The soldiers on the heights were utterly taken aback. The initial shock had yet to settle when a new wave of astonishment followed. Combat? Could this still be deemed a battle? This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. In the live stream, the barrage of comments had transformed from mere words into a vast ocean of excited exclamations and astonished interjections, as the rifts gradually closed, signaling the battle's conclusion. Li Chi had not yet had the chance to review the system panel to ascertain his gains from this encounter when a fiery red figure landed beside him with a gust of wind. It was Chilian. "Li Chi, follow me. General Longxiao summons you." Reluctantly, Li Chi sheathed his battle blade. "Understood." He nodded, turning to face the boundless Qin terracotta army, which continued to efficiently eradicate the remaining monstrous beasts. With a raised tiger talisman, he commanded, "Soldiers of Great Qin, heed my orders. Establish a defensive position. Eliminate all intruders. No retreat without my command." A resounding roar echoed from the 100,000 terracotta warriors in unison. The palpable aura of battle once again sent a shiver through the soldiers who had just begun to catch their breath. After issuing the military orders, Li Chi turned his attention to Chilian. "Let us go." Chilian cast a deep glance at the obedient terracotta warriors and nodded. The two hastened towards the command center, while the soldiers left behind, initially filled with awe, began to feel a burgeoning sense of courage as they regarded the cold yet reassuring presence of the terracotta soldiers beside them. "Hey, buddy, do you think we could take a photo with them?" A young soldier whispered to the veteran next to him. The veteran's eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh. "What a brilliant idea. This is a legacy from millennia ago. Alive. Such an opportunity is truly a once-in-a-lifetime event." Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the battlefield. Some intrepid soldiers began to cautiously approach the terracotta warriors stationed near their defensive perimeter. Tentatively, they greeted the figures. And upon observing that the warriors merely maintained their cold gaze without any further reaction, one soldier retrieved a military communication device and switched it to camera mode. Click. "Hey, Lao Wang, step to the side. Make sure to capture both me and this general in the shot." Yes, just like that angle." "Squad leader, hurry. Help me take a picture with this battle tank. It's so incredibly majestic." In an instant, the ramparts of the Great Wall were illuminated by a flurry of flashes. The surviving soldiers wore smiles of relief, eagerly posing for photographs with these silent guardians. The pride and honor emanating from them seemed almost palpable, deeply inscribed in the hearts of every soldier of Huaxia. Li Qi was oblivious to the starstruck fervor behind him. Following Qilian, he dashed onward and soon arrived at the hastily assembled underground command center. Chapter 61. The Legend of Longpan Mountain. As Li Qi stepped into the temporary underground command center alongside Qilian, the atmosphere was starkly different from his expectations of solemnity. It was, in fact, vibrant and lively. A group of seasoned generals, adorned with the insignia of their rank, engaged in animated conversation. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating. I told you. How could our ancestors of Huaxia be anything less? 100,000 terracotta warriors. Goodness. Let us see how those beastly creatures dare to be arrogant now. Upon noticing Li Qi and Qilian's entrance, a gray-haired yet sprightly general's eyes lit up. He clapped a large hand on Li Qi's shoulder. Ah, so you are Li Qi? Well done. Another general, sporting gold-rimmed spectacles and appearing more scholarly, chimed in with a grin. Long Xiang, I see that Comrade Li Qi is young and accomplished, having achieved remarkable feats. Surely, this individual deserves our attention. He then shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, I have a granddaughter who just graduated from military academy. She is quite lovely and possesses a good temperament. How about enough of that? Old Su interrupted a dark-faced general with a wave of his hand. Is this the time for such discussions? Cough, cough. Another general cleared his throat, stating, Comrade Li Qi is a treasure of our nation. Such talent must be nurtured with the utmost care. The generals exchanged words, their conversation drifting further afield, creating an atmosphere that was remarkably animated. Li Qi found himself somewhat bewildered by this unexpected commotion, his lips twitching as he pondered how to respond. General Long Xiang observed the jubilant chatter with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. He cleared his throat twice, signaling for silence. All right, let us rein it in. We have pressing matters at hand. Turning to Li Qi, his smile softened into a more serious expression. He said, Comrade Li Qi, this time, the primary credit belongs to you. On behalf of the military in Huaxia, I extend my gratitude. With that, he rendered a formal military salute to Li Qi. The remaining generals also ceased their light-hearted banter, adopting solemn expressions as they saluted Li Qi. He promptly returned the gesture. General Long Xiang lowered his hands, his demeanor shifting back to one of gravity. Comrade Li Qi, while the situation at the Great Wall has stabilized for the time being, we face an even more daunting challenge. He paused, his tone heavy with concern. Yunzhou has encountered a crisis. The previously relaxed atmosphere in the command center plummeted to freezing tension. The Zhuge Legion and the Qinglong Legion, along with their task forces comprising tens of thousands of soldiers, encountered an unknown miasma while executing their mission in the Long'an Mountains of Yuzhou. Currently, all affected soldiers have been urgently evacuated and are receiving treatment. However, we have exhausted all means. Various serums and medications have proven ineffective, merely sustaining their lives for the moment. Li Qi furrowed his brow at the mention of the miasma. He had gleaned some understanding from Professor Chun, but he had not anticipated the severity of the situation. General Long Xiang's complexion turned ashen. According to the latest monitoring reports, the miasma's range in the Longpan Mountains continues to expand relentlessly. If this miasma spreads beyond the Longpan Mountains, it could engulf all of Yunzhou and even further. General Long Xiang refrained from elaborating. Yet the implications were clear to all present. It would be a catastrophe more terrifying than any beast tide. The military has already devised a preliminary plan. General Long Xiang turned to an elderly man beside him and solemnly introduced him. This is the High Priest of Lingmu Village. The High Priest has consulted the ancestral secrets passed down through generations and made some astonishing discoveries. The military has specially invited him to share certain revelations regarding the Long'an Mountains. The old man, clad in simple hemp garments with a small gourd hanging from his waist, slowly rose upon hearing General Long Xiang's introduction. He fixed his gaze directly on Li Qi before sweeping his eyes over the assembled generals. Young hero Li, esteemed generals. Our ancient texts from the priesthood of Lingmu village contain accounts about the Long'an Mountains. Long ago, it was not known as the Long'an Mountains, but rather as the Mist Valley. Mist Valley? One of the generals frowned slightly, sensing an air of mystery and foreboding surrounding the name. The high priest nodded and continued. Legend has it that a vast tribe resided within the Mist Valley, calling themselves the Jiuli tribe. The Jiuli tribe was formidable, skilled in both sorcery and medicine, and once thrived in their glory. However, due to differing ideologies, the tribe eventually split into two factions. He paused, his withered fingers gently caressing the gourd at his waist. One faction revered nature, adhering to the principles of balance and restraint, known as the White Sorcery. The other faction pursued ultimate power without scruples, referred to as the Black Sorcery. White Sorcery and Black Sorcery. Li Qi felt a stirring within, sensing an undeniable connection to the miasma in Yunzhou. Initially, although the two factions occasionally clashed, they maintained a delicate balance. The high priestess voice bore a weight of sorrow. Until a remarkably gifted sorcerer emerged from the Black Sorcery faction, a person who concocted a Mother Sorcery claim to grant eternal life. Eternal life, Mother Sorcery? A gasp of disbelief echoed throughout the command center. Eternal life. A hasty general abruptly rose to his feet. No wonder. No wonder that band of lunatics from the rebel group appeared at Longpan Mountain. They must be after this so-called power of immortality. Another general, suddenly enlightened, slapped his thigh with fervor. The emergence of the rift is likely connected to them. Those wretched scoundrels would do anything for the elusive allure of eternal life. General Longxiang's expression was so grim it seemed as though water could drip from it. The term immortality holds a fatal allure for certain individuals. The high priest sighed. Although the mother goo of immortality is formidable, it also carries side effects. Nevertheless, the temptation of immortality continues to draw countless dying souls, and even many impressionable youths, to its beckoning call. Gradually, the influence of the Black Goo faction grew increasingly formidable, their actions becoming more erratic and ruthless. Meanwhile, the White Goo clan dwindled, struggling to survive. Ultimately, after a climactic battle that swept through the entire Mist Valley, both the White and Black Goo factions mysteriously vanished from history, leaving no trace behind. The command center fell into a profound silence, all present stunned by this forgotten history. The high priestess, Qi Lian, could not help but speak, as she sensed something amiss. The high priest turned his gaze towards Qi Lian and nodded slightly. Our priestly lineage in Lingmu village has some ties to the White Goo clan. However, due to the passage of time, many of these connections have been severed, leaving only scattered records and whispered secrets. Had it not been for the recent anomalies at Longpan Mountain, I would have regarded it merely as a tale. Chapter 62. Entering the rift of Long'an Mountain, General Longxiang took over the conversation. The military has already formulated an emergency plan regarding the rift at Long'an Mountain in Yunzhou. The atmosphere in the command center grew increasingly tense as he spoke. First, there is the rift on the outskirts of the Long'an Mountain range. General Longxiang turned to Li Qi. The military has assessed that your terracotta army, with its unique structure and energy attributes, is highly likely to be immune to the bizarre miasma. Li Qi nodded in agreement but remained silent. He had come to a similar conclusion previously. Those warriors composed of metal and battle spirits indeed differ from flesh and blood. Thus, the first directive from the military is as follows. You are to immediately dispatch an elite unit of terracotta warriors to swiftly assist in Yunzhou. Their mission is to construct an ironclad defense on the outskirts of the Long'an Mountain range, completely sealing the rift and preventing any potential anomalies from escaping. This arrangement is reasonable. As for the already pervasive miasma and the resulting crisis faced by the thousands of soldiers from the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon legions, General Longxiang's voice lowered. We have tried every known serum and potion, even employing the High Priest's methods to dispel the goo. The results have been minimal. This harsh reality caused the generals present to wear grim expressions. Thousands of elite soldiers fell without cause, an unbearable loss for the military of Huaguo. Therefore, the second core plan, General Longxiang continued, is that we must send personnel deep into the heart of Longpan Mountain, entering the newly emerged rift to thoroughly investigate the source of the miasma. Delving into the rift? A general furrowed his brow, recognizing that the level of peril in that region likely surpassed any battlefield encountered thus far. Indeed, another general solemnly concurred, questioning who could shoulder such a daunting task. For an ordinary soldier to venture forth would be akin to a moth drawn to the flame. Even seasoned fusion practitioners, when confronted with this unprecedented miasma of venomous toxins, would likely face a near-certain demise. The military's preliminary plan was to leverage Comrade Shuezi's extraordinary talent in spatial energy manipulation to establish an exceedingly brief, yet relatively concealed temporary spatial corridor, allowing a top-tier combatant to be directly deployed into the crevice of Longpan Mountain. The identity of this candidate was momentarily halted by General Longxiang, who surveyed the room filled with generals. The once fervent voices had now succumbed to silence. Each individual acutely aware of the daunting challenge that awaited this elite warrior, a path fraught with peril and seemingly devoid of any chance for survival. In the command center, one could hear a pin drop. The generals exchanged glances, quickly averting their eyes, none daring to speak. The source of the miasma, the Black Goo Master. The Eternal Mother Goo, each word resonated with an eerie chill. Who would dare to undertake this mission? Who among them could return alive? General Longxiang's gaze instinctively lingered on Li Qi for a fleeting moment, but it was just that, a moment. Li Qi had become the steadfast anchor of Huagua and the sole commander of the Qin Figurine Legion. To send him into such a life-threatening situation was an impossibility. Both in public and private terms. The fingers of Qilian curled slightly. She glanced at Li Qi, her lips moving silently, yet no sound emerged. In the suffocating silence, a figure shattered the stillness. Li Qi stepped forward. I will go. The simplicity of his words resonated with authority. All eyes swiftly converged upon him. Comrade Li Qi. An elder general could not restrain himself from speaking. Do you comprehend what this entails? Li Qi met his gaze with unwavering composure. I understand. He was no fool. Delving into an unknown crevice that had already ensnared the Zhuge and Qinglong legions in their snares, to seek the source of the miasma was to invite certain doom. For anyone else, it would be a death sentence. Yet he was different. Gentlemen, Li Qi surveyed the assembly, his voice steady and unhurried. At present, I am the most suitable candidate. This statement was not born of arrogance, but rather a declaration of undeniable truth. His transcendent physique, coupled with the unyielding as a mountain defense, and most crucially, he could afford to die. Others did not possess that luxury. Your Qin Figurine Legion. Another general interjected, his brow knitted with concern. Li Qi shook his head slightly. I will ensure that Captain Qilian retains sufficient command authority. Containing the crevice surrounding Longpan Mountain should pose no significant challenge. General Longxiang cast a deep, contemplative glance at Li Qi, his expression reflecting both admiration and a heavy sense of responsibility. Approaching the expansive strategic map, General Longxiang regained his customary demeanor of calm decisiveness. Since the candidate has been determined, commence the Dawn Project at once. He pointed to the map, indicating the region marked in crimson within the Longpan Mountain range of Yunzhou. The objective, the core of the Longpan Mountain Rift. A battalion of armored terracotta warriors, clad in ebony, descended with a thunderous roar, striking with precision around the rift. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the billowing clouds of dust, those towering figures swiftly assembled, their cold bronze spears directed towards the dark violet rift, forming an impenetrable iron circle. A chilling aura of menace enveloped the entire valley in an instant. Li Qi stood within the confines of the encirclement, his gaze sweeping over the silent terracotta warriors. He turned to his side to address Qilian, the captain. After I depart, I entrust these 40,000 elite terracotta warriors to your command. You must hold this position steadfastly and ensure that no foreign entities escape from the rift. Qilian's expression was complex as she regarded Li Qi, nodding solemnly. Rest assured. Li Qi acknowledged with a simple nod, then turned his attention to another figure. Xuezi stood there, donned in a specially crafted silvery protective suit. Xuezi, are you prepared? Xuezi pressed her lips together and nodded vigorously. Mr. Li Qi, I am ready to commence at any time. She raised her hands, palms facing each other, positioned before her chest. Threads of spatial energy began to gather between her palms, emitting a low, resonant hum. The air visibly distorted around them. Now, Xuezi commanded, thrusting her hands forward with force. A rift of shimmering, ethereal energy materialized before them. Li Qi stepped forward, entering the warped energy rift. In an instant, his figure was engulfed by darkness. Chapter 63. The Enchanting Woman After a Fierce Sensation of Spatial Tearing. His feet finally touched solid ground. Li Qi steadied himself, immediately surveying his surroundings with vigilance. Before him lay an expanse of impenetrable fog, visibility exceedingly low, perhaps not even 5 meters. The silhouettes of ancient trees loomed in the mist, their gnarled branches resembling the claws of slumbering behemoths. Warning. High concentrations of unknown toxic miasma detected, continuously eroding. Passive skill immovable as a mountain has been activated automatically. A layer of earthy yellow energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, flickered around his surface, effectively isolating the insidious miasma attempting to infiltrate. Li Qi paused, realizing this was the miasma that had ensnared Qin Ming and the others. It possessed a certain degree of menace. Since immovable as a mountain could withstand it, he was temporarily safe. He decided to halt his advance, refraining from recklessly exploring further. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, especially in such a perilous environment. With a thought, the system panel materialized. Current cataclysmic heritage progress, 4887, 488.7. The efficiency of scavenging at the Great Wall Highlands surpassed his expectations. System, activate heritage capture. Heritage capture initiated. Each capture will consume 100-foot cataclysmic heritage. Please confirm. Host. Confirmed. Execute for consecutive captures. Li Qi acted without hesitation. Commencing capture. Congratulations, host. The passive skill, immovable as a mountain, has been enhanced. Immovable as a mountain. Defense level increased to 4 times that of extraordinary endurance 3. Excellent. The defense has ascended to a new echelon. In this realm shrouded in ghostly mist, a fraction more defense translates to an added layer of security. Congratulations, host. The passive skill, Indomitable Battle Spirit, has been enhanced. Indomitable Battle Spirit. After resurrection via death and rebirth, comprehensive combat power level temporarily increases by 40. With an extended duration of 90 seconds. This passive can only be activated once at a time and cannot stack. A boost of 40. Li Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This signifies that his explosive power post-resurrection is significantly amplified, as is his sustained combat capability. What a treasure! The third legacy capture is commencing. Congratulations, host. The level of extraordinary mental power has been elevated. Extraordinary mental power 2 has been upgraded to extraordinary mental power 3. Boom. Li Qi felt as though the entire world had sharpened into clearer focus within his perception. The power of Silent Wind Slash would also be augmented. The fourth legacy capture is commencing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a brand new passive skill, Eagle Eye Vision. Eagle Eye Vision, a passive skill that significantly enhances visual range and dynamic tracking ability. Eagle Eye Vision. A spark ignited within Li Qi. This skill is tailor-made for the dense fog environment. The world before him transformed instantaneously. The thick mist seemed to peel away a layer. Still present, but no longer able to completely obscure his sight. The distorted outlines of distant trees became vivid, even allowing him to discern the rough texture of the bark. Impressive. Once again, he accessed the system panel to review his latest status. Host, Li Qi. Current, Cataclysmic Legacy, Progress, 887. Talent, Death and Rebirth, Rule Level Talent. Special Status, Life Anchor Point Count, 3423. Physical Basic Skills, Intro to Swordsmanship, Unarmed Combat. Firearm Proficiency, Extraordinary Endurance 3, Extraordinary Strength 3, Extraordinary Mental Power 3. Extraordinary Agility 2, Active Skill, Silent Wind Slash, Power Level, Extraordinary Mental Power 35, Passive Skills, Immovable as a Mountain, Defense Level, Extraordinary Endurance 34. Indomitable Battle Spirit, after resurrection via death and rebirth, comprehensive combat power level temporarily increases by 40, lasting 90 seconds. This passive can only be effective once at a time and cannot stack. Eagle Eye Vision. Comprehensive combat power level, 10 body level, 11. Li Qi nodded in satisfaction. His strength had surged once more. Feeling the tumultuous power within him, a confident smile graced his lips. I, Li, have returned after 3,000 resurrections. With the enhancement of Eagle Eye Vision, the surrounding mist influence was reduced to a minimum. Selecting a direction, Li Qi ventured deeper into the jungle, unaware of what lay ahead. Above his head, on a towering ancient tree, amidst the dense foliage, a pair of remarkably animated eyes observed his every move without blinking. It was a small azure bird, its feathers radiating an almost surreal brilliance, standing out vividly against the drab, lifeless world. Tilting its tiny head, the bird's dark eyes reflected a hint of human-like scrutiny. After a moment of observation, the azure bird flapped its wings lightly, vanishing like a flash of blue lightning into the swirling mist. Deeper within the fog, the light appeared to be somewhat brighter than in the outside world, and the strange miasma seemed to have thinned considerably. A massive banyan tree, its canopy sprawling like clouds, rose majestically, its gnarled roots burrowing deep into the loamy earth. Perched upon one of its branches was a slender figure, draped in a delicate feathered robe that fluttered gracefully, resembling a celestial being. Her long, lustrous black hair was loosely held up by a rustic wooden hairpin, while the rest cascaded down her waist like a dark waterfall. Her straight, Elongated legs would render any onlooker speechless. Chirp, chirp. A flash of azure swept by as the bird alighted lightly on her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her snow-white neck and chirping urgently, as if reporting something of great importance. The woman extended her finger, gently tapping the bird's head, her voice ethereal and cool, akin to the purest spring water flowing through a valley. You say he is not affected by the miasma? The bird nodded vigorously, its glossy eyes sparkling with confirmation, chattering animatedly. And he's the only one? The woman mused, lowering her gaze thoughtfully. He is quite different from those who entered before. Her voice was soft, almost swallowed by the thick fog, resembling a soliloquy or a whisper to the azure bird on her shoulder. Chapter 64. I am a government official. Li Qi walked in the chosen direction for approximately half an hour. Suddenly, the dense fog ahead thinned, and with a few more steps, the surroundings opened up. An almost imperceptible transparent barrier separated a lush valley from the deadened miasma of the outside world. Within the barrier, the miasma was so thin it was nearly negligible. In the center of the valley, upon a boulder adorned with vibrant green moss, a slender figure sat cross-legged. The woman had her eyes tightly shut, exuding an otherworldly aura, as if she were an ethereal being untouched by mortal affairs. Her hands gracefully formed intricate seals, with emerald green light emanating from her fingertips. Several small, vividly colored healing butterflies danced around her, gently infusing pure life energy into the scorched earth below. The arrival of Li Qi shattered the valley's inherent tranquility. Slowly, the woman opened her eyes. Emerald-hued orbs, they resembled the finest jade, clear and profound, yet exuding a piercing coldness that suggested an air of aloofness. Outside her halt, as her voice faded, several snow-white serpents, their eyes a haunting green, silently slithered forth from beneath the massive stone on which she sat, their tongues flickering as they fixated intently on Li Qi. He halted abruptly, acutely aware of the formidable energy emanating from the woman before him. This energy was unlike anything he had previously encountered, distinct from any beast or fusionist. Target individual, Feng Shi, comprehensive combat level, tier 10, 18. A wave of astonishment washed over Li Qi. He endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, stating, I harbor no ill intent. I am here to. You carry a heavy aura of slaughter, Feng Shi interjected. She rose slowly, her delicate hand gesturing gracefully. The healing butterflies that had danced around her, along with the lurking moonlight serpents, transformed into streaks of light, lunging directly at Li Qi. You misunderstand. Li Qi furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. He had no desire to engage in conflict with this seemingly formidable woman. Yet, she clearly had no intention of granting him an opportunity for explanation. The healing butterflies flitted about him rapidly, showering him with a cascade of faint luminescence. While the moonlight serpents approached with a more sinister intent, they struck from all directions like phantoms, each attack imbued with a peculiar corrosive force that left his flesh tingling. Li Qi realized that these spiritual insects moved with remarkable agility and coordination, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with, compounding his troubles. The glow from the healing butterflies seemed to subtly affect his mental acuity, inducing waves of mild dizziness. He had no choice but to promptly activate, immovable as a mountain. A layer of earthy energy enveloped his form, bracing against several bites from the moonlight serpents in the onslaught of the healing butterfly's luminescent barrier. However, the effect was less than satisfactory. The corrosive force began to seep through his defenses. This woman possesses considerable prowess. If I do not retaliate soon, I may find myself in dire straits. Silent wind slash, Li Qi called out, his mental energy surging to life. Invisible blades of wind erupted around him in an instant. He intentionally moderated the range and intensity of the wind blades, aiming not to assault Feng Shi herself, but to disperse the bothersome spiritual insects, granting him a moment of respite. Swoosh! The wind blades sliced through the entwined healing butterflies and moonlight serpents, sending them reeling back in a tumultuous rush. Feng Shi stood atop the stone, observing this scene, and a flicker of intrigue crossed her gaze. This bold and unrestrained method of attack was wild and direct, starkly contrasting with the insidious tactics typically employed by the black insect masters she was accustomed to. Who exactly are you? Li Qi reined in the residual force of silent wind slash, and replied gravely, I hail from the official government of Huagua. Tens of thousands of our soldiers are being eroded by the miasma that seeps from your realm, their lives in jeopardy. I have come to seek a means to save them. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi's previously taut demeanor relaxed imperceptibly. The government of Huagua? She softly repeated a phrase, her voice still chillingly cold, Yet the hostility had noticeably diminished. Just a few days prior, a group of outsiders had intruded upon the Mist Valley. Their actions were brazen and their methods ruthless, and they now occupied the territory of the Black Goo Masters. These individuals were formidable, causing great trouble for our White Goo lineage. There was a hint of barely perceptible fatigue in Fengxi's tone. Li Qi's heart stirred, and he promptly inquired, "Are those individuals self-proclaimed as the Reversal Group?" According to the attacked clansmen, they indeed referred to themselves as the Reversal Group. Fengxi nodded, stating that these intruders had assaulted her kin several times since their arrival. "That confirms it," Li Qi affirmed. "The Reversal Group employs unscrupulous means. Their every action solely in pursuit of so-called immortality." A wave of gravity washed over Fengxi's eyes, now openly displaying her seriousness. The Reversal Group sought immortality, but it was ultimately for the Goo Mother. Fengxi's gaze drifted into the depths of the valley, where the mist thickened, and the vague outline of a colossal tree could be discerned. In ancient times, our ancestors had sought to prevent mortals from coveting the ethereal power of the Goo Mother, which led to untold suffering, thus utilizing the might of the divine tree to forcibly sever this mist valley, creating the realm we know today. Who could have imagined that? After a millennium, these individuals would still be able to find their way here? Chapter 65, Xiangdong, you should really wash your feet. The miasma of the outside world indeed originated from this mist valley. Li Qi raised an eyebrow, listening intently without interruption. Fengxi delicately pinched her fingers, and several healing butterflies landed upon her fingertips, their wings fluttering gently. This mist valley was originally suppressed by the divine tree, preventing the miasma from dispersing. However, that group of outsiders had colluded with the Black Goo within the valley. It was unclear what nefarious means they employed, but they had managed to suppress part of the divine tree's power. It was precisely due to the waning strength of the divine tree that the previously restrained miasma spiraled out of control and began to dissipate. Suppressing the divine tree? Li Qi was taken aback. The tactics of the Reversal Group were indeed unexpectedly cunning. Fengxi continued, "The Goo Mother of Immortality has been long sealed by the divine tree. Given your mention of the Reversal Group's pursuit of immortality, they must be after the Goo Mother." Indeed, Li Qi recalled the secret knowledge imparted by the High Priest of the Lingmu village. "Is there an antidote for the miasma's poison?" "There is," Fengxi replied nonchalantly. "The poison can be resolved by our White Goo clan. Within our lineage lies a spiritual spring, whose waters possess remarkable efficacy in purifying the miasma, even granting immunity to its toxins with prolonged consumption. There is hope." Li Qi suppressed his excitement and asked, "What do you need me to do?" He understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. "I hope your government can assist our White Goo clan," she stated. "Help us repel those outsiders, as well as the treacherous Black Goo traders, as long as we can safeguard the divine tree and prevent the Goo Mother from emerging. The Mist Valley can return to tranquility, and the source of the miasma from the outside world can truly be severed." Agreed. Li Qi hardly hesitated. Although it was unrealistic to have Shiwezi teleport the Qin Yang army here, commanding the three armies should pose no issue. Where's the spiritual spring? We must save lives first. If it means rescuing the lives of our soldiers, I will not hesitate to turn this mist valley upside down, even if it means facing the Reversal Group. Fengxi gazed into Li Qi's eyes, where unwavering confidence resided, momentarily taken aback. She then nodded gently, instructing, "The spiritual spring lies within the sacred valley. Follow me." In Huaxia, at the military medical camp, the pungent scent of disinfectant permeated the air. "It itches terribly. Doctor, just give me some relief." A young soldier was firmly bound to a field cot with a specially designed strap, his eyes bloodshot and frantic. He writhed violently, desperately attempting to break free, his skin marred with horrifying scratches, in some places oozing droplets of blood. "Endure it. Just hold on a little longer. The medication will arrive shortly." A masked doctor, sweat beading on his forehead, hoarsely reassured him. The syringe in his trembling hand hesitated, as he feared administering the potent concoction to this soldier, already on the brink of collapse. Such a remedy merely masked the symptoms without addressing the root cause, hastening the body's decline. Nearby, the conditions on several other cots were similarly grim. Once indomitable warriors who faced fearsome beasts on the battlefield without flinching, now writhed in torment, overwhelmed by this insidious itch and bone-deep agony. "I can't go on. Just kill me, please. Give me a shot, doctor." Despairing groans and cries echoed throughout the tent. In a separate isolation tent, Qin Ming and Xiangdong lay side by side on two beds, similarly bound. Qin Ming's face, typically adorned with a mischievous grin, was now ashen and devoid of color. His eyes were sunken, lips cracked, and the once vibrant spark in his gaze now dulled. "What the hell is this?" Qin Ming croaked weakly, his voice raspy. "I'd rather grapple with the beast than endure this torment." He strained to turn his neck, attempting to glimpse Xiang Dong. With his eyes tightly shut, Xiang Dong's forehead was veined with tension, his robust arms trembling slightly as he seemed to be enduring some profound struggle. The tent flap was lifted, and Qi Lian entered, her gaze sweeping over the two men. "Ah, Captain Qi Lian has come to visit us, the two useless ones?" Qin Ming attempted a smile, though it was more pitiful than humorous. "If you have something to say, just say it instead of standing there like an eyesore." Ignoring his banter, Qi Lian strode directly to their beds. Her gaze lingered on Qin Ming for a moment before shifting to Xiang Dong. "How are you?" Her voice remained icy, yet bore a hint of concern. Xiang Dong slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head in pain, remaining silent. "What else can we do but wait to die?" Qin Ming interjected with a groan. "I feel like I'm rotting away. The itch is driving me to the brink of skinning myself alive. Do you think we might be the first batch of merged beings to perish from this incessant itch? What a pathetic way to go." "Li Qi has already entered the Dragon Panshan Rift," Qi Lian suddenly announced. Qin Ming's previously dim eyes flickered with a spark, only to dim again. "Is he going to his doom? Hurry and contact him to come back. That cursed place is rife with miasma. Isn't it even more perilous for him to go in there?" Xiang Dong abruptly turned his head, the veins in his thick neck standing out prominently. "Qi Lian." His voice was hoarse, tinged with an uncontainable anxiety and a hint of concern. How could he possibly endure the concentration of the miasma alone? Before he could finish his thought, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. This was the decision of the military. Qi Lian paused momentarily. It was also his choice, so please endure as best as you can. Rest well. With that, she turned and exited the tent, the curtain falling behind her. Inside the tent, only Qin Ming's heavy breathing and Xiang Dong's suppressed coughs remained. Neither spoke again, and the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. An indescribable emotion silently spread through the air, mingling with the smell of foot odor and medicinal scents, making it hard to breathe. "Xiang Dong, you really should wash your feet." Chapter 66. The purification ritual. Feng Shi led the way, her figure light and graceful, like a blue butterfly flitting through the forest. Li Qi followed silently behind her. As they ventured deeper, the fog thickened, yet this mist was in stark contrast to the poisonous miasma outside. Here, the fog was pure, infused with the fragrance of flora, and inhaling it brought a refreshing clarity to the mind and body. Our Baigu lineage has dwelled in this spirit-wood city for generations. Feng Shi's voice resonated, lacking some of its usual detachment. Li Qi nodded, offering no further inquiries. He was solely focused on obtaining the spirit spring. The soldiers of the Qinglong and Zhuge armies were enduring great torment. Before long, the dense fog parted as if manipulated by an unseen hand, revealing a peculiar settlement built atop towering ancient trees. Countless sturdy branches intertwined, forming natural platforms and corridors, with exquisite wooden houses nestled among them, reminiscent of a mythical realm inhabited by sprites. In the heart of the settlement, a colossal ancient tree seemed to pierce through the mist, its apex adorned with a grand totem. The totem featured a crescent moon radiating a gentle silver glow, beneath which countless verdant vines and herbs intertwined, cascading down with vibrant life. Dressed in simple, elegant linen garments, the Baigu tribespeople moved about the tree city. Upon seeing Feng Shi, they bowed respectfully. However, their expressions shifted to one of vigilance, scrutiny, and even palpable hostility when their gazes fell upon Li Qi. At the center of the tree platform, several elderly men with white hair and beards sat around a fire pit burning with strange incense, seemingly engaged in discussion. "The saintess has returned," exclaimed a sharp-eyed tribesman. The elders looked up, and upon seeing Li Qi, one elder's face transformed dramatically. He fixed his gaze on Li Qi, his gnarled fingers trembling as they pointed towards him. "Saintess, how could you bring an outsider into our sacred grounds?" Feng Shi frowned slightly. "Elder, this Mr. Li Qi is here to assist us." "Assist?" The elder leapt to his feet, an aura of violence emanating from him. "How could someone like him possibly be here to help us?" His voice rose sharply. The tranquility of the Fog Valley was already precariously threatened by these outsiders. "Saintess, now you bring yet another individual reeking of malevolence. He will bring calamity, a far greater calamity. Our White Gu clan can no longer endure any turmoil." Upon hearing this, the surrounding members of the White Gu tribe cast increasingly hostile glances toward Li Qi, their whispers rising in a cacophony. Feng Shi turned slightly, whispering to Li Qi. The Great Elder is the clan's fog speaker, capable of manipulating the pure mists of the forest, and is exceptionally sensitive to the aura of slaughter. Her voice was low, yet distinct. Li Qi maintained an expressionless visage, inwardly scoffing. The aura of slaughter? He had slain countless fierce beasts. The old man had quite the nose. Nevertheless, he found no inclination to explain. Saintess Feng Shi, the Great Elder, incensed by Feng Shi's continued discourse with the outsider, struck his staff heavily upon the ground. Are you willing to jeopardize the safety of our entire clan for the sake of an unknown outsider? Great Elder, your words are too harsh. Feng Shi raised her voice. Indeed, you fog speakers are sensitive to the aura of slaughter. But do not forget that my beast-speaking talent allows me to sense the heart as well. This Mr. Li Qi is sent by the authorities from the outside world. And while his aura may be heavy with the scent of slaughter, I can perceive that his heart is pure. The authorities? The elders exchanged glances, their anger somewhat abated, replaced by intrigue. He has come to seek the spiritual spring to aid the thousands of soldiers afflicted by miasma in the outside world. Feng Shi continued. Once he obtains the spring water, he shall depart and not linger here. She paused to add, furthermore, he will return to assist us in fending off the black goo and those outsiders. Our white goo clan is in dire need of external assistance. Upon her declaration, the previously tense atmosphere eased slightly. The elders exchanged glances, their hostility and vigilance still present, yet no longer as fervent as before. A relatively younger elder, stroking his sparse beard, murmured, though the spiritual spring is indeed a sacred object, it is not exceedingly rare. We have long consumed it and developed resistance to the miasma. Another elder nodded in agreement, if he is indeed a person from the authorities seeking merely some spring water to save lives. Can we trust him based solely on a few words? Their voices were hushed, yet Li Qi's keen hearing captured every word with clarity. The Great Elder's expression remained grim. The authorities, he reiterated dryly, his tone laden with skepticism. Who can ascertain the truth? Whether he is truly from the authorities is of no concern to me. The Great Elder slammed his staff down fiercely. But do you not sense the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from him? He surveyed the assembly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. To enter our sacred grounds and utilize the spiritual spring is permissible. However, he must first undergo the purification rite of our white goo clan. The purification rite? Feng Shi's countenance shifted slightly. Great Elder, that ritual, Saintess. The Great Elder interrupted her decisively. This is a tradition passed down by our ancestors. It is specifically designed to cleanse those burdened by excessive slaughter and malice. If one harbors benevolence, the rite is merely a formality. But should one possess ulterior motives and be steeped in bloodshed, under the rite, the lightest consequence is damage to the soul, the gravest, instant obliteration of the spirit. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Li Qi, his eyes brimming with unyielding resolve. This is the bottom line of our white goo clan. It is non-negotiable. Feng Shi still wished to persuade further, yet several elders lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of the Grand Elder. The clan rules were as solid as mountains, and ancestral teachings were not to be violated. Li Qi observed the old man's stubborn demeanor and could not help but smirk inwardly. Purifying the soul? He had slain only beasts. What need had he for your purification? However, for the sake of the spiritual spring and the countless lives outside, a mere formality would suffice. With the assurance of rebirth through death, he was untroubled by any tricks this old fellow might conjure. Very well, I shall partake in this ritual. Feng Shi cast a worried glance at Li Qi, only to find him composed, even exhibiting a glimmer of eager anticipation. The Grand Elder, surprised by Li Qi's unexpected acquiescence, emitted a cold snort. You possess great courage. Follow me. Chapter 67. The Siren's Call. In a moment, Li Qi was led deep into the heart of the Tree City. Arriving at an expansive altar, the altar was constructed from massive stones, adorned with intricate and twisted totems, seemingly steeped in ancient lineage. Surrounding it was a dense mist of purity, so thick it appeared almost tangible, swirling as if alive. Stand at the center of the altar, the Grand Elder commanded in a stern tone, pointing to the altar's core. Complying, Li Qi stepped onto the altar, and at that instant, the mist began to converge upon him. The ritual commenced. The Grand Elder's staff struck the ground forcefully. Boom. The totems on the altar blazed to life, and a surge of even more potent mist coalesced from all directions, as if summoned by an unseen force, instantly engulfing Li Qi. Ugh! Li Qi let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his very soul was being torn and crushed by the essence of this mist. Visions of the beast he had slain, along with the bloody remnants of battle, flashed through his mind like a frantic lantern, assaulting his consciousness. Humph. The weight of slaughter breeds inner demons. I wonder how long you can endure. The Grand Elder observed Li Qi, shrouded in mist, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Fengxi clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. She understood the formidable nature of the soul-purifying ritual better than anyone. Yet, just as all believed Li Qi was on the brink of spiritual ruin, a sudden transformation occurred. The once violent and chaotic mist, upon contact with an indescribable quality deep within his soul, seemed to find solace. The fierce tearing sensation abruptly vanished, replaced by a nurturing warmth, flowing like a gentle stream, beginning to nurture his spirit. Li Qi's previously tense body relaxed slightly. He could distinctly feel his mental strength gradually enhancing under the mist's nurturing embrace. What is this? A warm gift? Outside the altar, the Grand Elder's south smirk froze in place, his aged eyes fixated on the dense mist at the altar's center. His mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. How is this possible? The mist does not reject him. Instead, it appears to be embracing him. The other elders nearby wore expressions of sheer disbelief. The aura of slaughter emanating from this individual was so oppressive that the mist upon the altar not only failed to inflict any harm upon the outsider, but instead enveloped him in an unprecedentedly gentle embrace. Nurturing him. Was there a mix-up with the script? Can the purification ritual be conducted in such a manner? A young elder stammered. I have lived nearly 2 centuries, and I have never witnessed such a spectacle. Another elder murmured, his worldview profoundly shaken. Fengxi was also taken aback, and then, her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, gradually settled. Time passed slowly. The mist upon the altar began to dissipate, revealing Li Qi's figure once more. He stood there, calm and composed, though his gaze appeared even more profound and luminous than before. The entire assembly fell into a hushed silence. The Grand Elder opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. This is an unexpected slap in the face, akin to a whirlwind. What of the promised disintegration of the soul? What of the anticipated damage to his spirit? How has he emerged rejuvenated instead? Li Qi stretched his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, his eyes sweeping towards the Grand Elder, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Grand Elder, has the ritual concluded? The Grand Elder's face flushed with a mix of red and white, and after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a response. It seems you have passed. Despite the lingering doubts in his heart, the evidence was irrefutable, and he had no choice but to concede. Fengxi exhaled softly, approaching Li Qi. How do you feel? Not bad, Li Qi shrugged, quite comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring. Uffed. Several elders nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Comfortable? A hot spring? Are you equating our tribe's most sacred and rigorous purification ritual to a mere hot spring? The Grand Elder's beard bristled in indignation. Yet he could only huff heavily and turn away, preferring to ignore the matter. Since you have successfully endured the trial, follow me to collect the spirit spring. Fengxi suppressed a smile and addressed Li Qi. Li Qi nodded. Under Fengxi's guidance, he traversed several concealed pathways through the trees, arriving at a heavily guarded spring. The spring was not large, yet the water was crystal clear, exuding a refreshing vitality, with wisps of white mist rising from its surface, creating a dreamlike ambience. This is the spirit spring, Fengxi indicated. It can purify toxins. A single drop is sufficient. Li Qi, without hesitation, produced a specially crafted large water pouch and began to collect the spring water. With tens of thousands to serve, this is no jest. The sound of water splashing resonated distinctly in the tranquil valley. Fengxi observed his unabashed demeanor, her lips twitching slightly, yet she refrained from comment. Within the tree city of the Baigu tribe, in the apothecary pavilion, a young member named Amu was diligently tending to a rare dew grass. Typically quiet and somewhat timid, rendering him inconspicuous. At this moment, his slender fingers delicately caressed the grass blades, as if handling the most precious of treasures. Unnoticed, as he twirled a withered leaf between his fingers, a minuscule black insect, smaller than a gnat, silently took flight, merging into the morning mist that enveloped the arboreal city. Vanishing from sight, deep within the fog valley lies the Blackstone city of the Black Gu lineage. This place stands in stark contrast to the White Gu spiritwood city, exuding an aura of foreboding darkness, with glossy black vines entwining the lifeless giants of the forest. At the heart of the encampment, Within a structure crafted from beast bones and black stone, the enigmatic figure known only as Doctor was manipulating a peculiar device. One half of the apparatus gleamed with pulsating, eerie runes of bronze, while the other half writhed with dark, sinewy flesh. A hum resonated as the device trembled. A faint black light flickering momentarily. The Doctor raised his gaze, a portion of his chin revealed beneath the hood, and his lips slowly curled into a chillingly cold smile. Outsiders have arrived at the Spirit Spring. We can no longer delay. It is time to teach those ancient beings a lesson. In the next instant, he extended his withered fingers, gently tapping the enigmatic device. Within the Spiritwood City, Li Qi was filling his water flask and bidding farewell to Feng Shi and others. Suddenly, an indescribable whisper, like an invisible tide, quietly swept over the entire tree city. The sound fluctuated, at times resembling the gentle admonitions of a wise elder. At others the sweet murmurs shared between lovers, and occasionally imbued with an enchanting allure. Eternal life is within reach. Children, abandon your futile struggles and embrace true power. The Fog Valley shall welcome a new order, becoming an everlasting part of our master. Li Qi's brow furrowed sharply, his mental fortitude expanding to resist this strange psychological intrusion. He surveyed his surroundings. Some of the busy White Gu clan's people had frozen mid-action. Their expressions turned bewildered, their gazes gradually hollow, as if their very souls had been siphoned away. What is happening? Feng Shi's complexion paled, as she too sensed the insidious whisper permeating the air. It is a mental assault, Li Qi declared, his eyes sharp as blades. Nearby, an elder of the White Gu, who had been meditating, abruptly spat a mouthful of blood, his face blanching instantly. What sorcery is this? I cannot maintain my mental defenses. An increasing number of White Gu clan's people were affected. Some began to mumble incoherently, repeating the gospel of eternal life, while others displayed fervent gazes, as if entranced by an ultimate temptation. Chaos erupted within the tree city. You wretched fiend! The Grand Elder roared, his staff striking the ground with force. Pure mist surged around him, attempting to shield against the beguiling whispers. Mist speech, pure spirit. However, this time, his once infallible mist speech failed to provide any semblance of protection. Impossible. The Grand Elder's expression turned to one of horror. His mist speech could typically nullify most mental energies. Yet this direct assault upon the deepest desires of the soul rendered his defenses futile. The whispers disregarded his barriers, burrowing into the minds of every White Gu clan's person. The voices continued to resonate. The Grand Elder trembled violently. His bloodshot, murky old eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on an unseen point in the void. His face etched with incredulous terror and confusion. The voice trembled from his lips, rendering him nearly incapable of articulating a complete sentence. How could it be so similar? Beside him, Li Qi felt his previously taut nerves jolt violently at the realization. This voice, astonishingly reminiscent of that of the high priest from Lingmu village he had encountered in the military conference room, bore a striking resemblance. Chapter 68. This bird is named Tracking. A sinister whisper infiltrated the minds of every member of the White Gu tribe. Ah, my head. It feels as though it will explode. The once serene Lingmu Tree City descended into utter chaos in an instant. Many White Gu tribespeople clutched their heads, wailing in agony, their gazes vacant. Some, driven to madness, began to attack those around them indiscriminately. They have all gone mad. Feng Shi's complexion turned pale. This was no ordinary bewitchment. If the Black Gu lineage possessed such sorcery, they would have employed it long ago. This mental whisper exceeded her knowledge of any Gu technique. Steady yourself. Feng Shi bit her tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding her senses. The excruciating pain momentarily sharpened her awareness. She leapt, her figure slicing through the air like a flash of azure lightning. Soaring toward the treetop, her delicate hands flew through intricate hand seals. With my blood, I beseech the sacred tree. The ancient tree possesses a spirit. Protect my kin. The archaic incantation rolled off her tongue. Buzz. The totem at the pinnacle of the sacred tree erupted in a blinding emerald radiance. A colossal, semi-transparent energy shield descended like a miracle, enveloping the entirety of Lingmu Tree City in an instant. The insidious whispers that had seeped into their minds vanished. Within the shield, the White Gu tribespeople, who had succumbed to confusion, gradually shed their madness, replaced by profound fear and dread. Li Qi remained tense, his mental faculties racing. Just moments ago, he had distinctly captured it. The voice that bewitched the masses was unmistakably similar to that of the high priest from Lingmu village. What in the world is happening? Li Qi's mind was a tempest of uncertainty, tumultuous and chaotic. Feng Shi, harnessing the power of the sacred tree to form a grand barrier, found her mental energy waning. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body plummeting like a kite severed from its string. "Saintus!" several elders exclaimed, rushing forward. In a flash, Li Qi appeared behind Feng Shi, catching her deftly. A faint fragrance enveloped him, warm and inviting. Feng Shi leaned against him, feeling somewhat weakened. "This place is not safe. The barrier can only hold for 3 days. We must swiftly take the spiritual spring and evacuate. Saving lives is paramount." Li Qi steadied her, speaking earnestly. "Thank you, Saintess. Once I resolve the matters outside, I shall return to assist you." Feng Shi nodded gently, her emerald eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. She removed a jade-green bird-shaped hairpin from her hair, which trembled in her palm before transforming into a small, palm-sized emerald bird. With a delicate touch, she tapped the bird's head, and it nuzzled against her fingertip before gracefully taking flight to perch upon Li Qi's shoulder. "This bird is name tracking. Take it with you. If you are in need, it shall guide your way." Li Qi nodded slightly, while the kingfisher perched on his shoulder tilted its little head, gazing at him with curiosity. "Take care," he said, and in an instant, he vanished into the thick fog like an arrow released from its bow, carrying a water pouch brimming with spiritual spring. Time was of the essence. He sped forward with remarkable haste. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Misty Valley's chasm. He retrieved the beacon from his pocket and squeezed it forcefully, causing it to emit a resonant pulse of energy. The wait was not prolonged. Buzz! The space ahead twisted violently, and a shimmering energy rift appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, Li Qi stepped through it. The world spun around him. When his feet once again touched solid ground, he found himself back in the chasm of the Longan mountain range. Lord Li Qi, amidst a circle of terracotta warriors, Shiwezi, clad in protective gear, appeared somewhat pale, clearly drained by the strenuous effort of activating the spatial passage twice in succession. In the Huaxia military medical camp, Qin Ming and Xiang Dong remained bound to their beds, their consciousness fading, emitting unintelligible moans, while the state of decay on their skin had worsened, releasing a foul odor. Shui has arrived. A medic briskly approached with a diluted vial of spiritual spring water. "Hurry, administer it to them." The nearby doctor, disregarding everything else, pried open Qin Ming's mouth and carefully began to feed him the spiritual water drop by drop. The same procedure was followed for Xiang Dong. Within just a few minutes, a low groan escaped Qin Ming's throat, and his previously vacant gaze regained a hint of focus. The unbearable itch and pain coursing through him began to recede like a receding tide. "No, it's not itchy anymore." Qin Ming's voice remained feeble. I can't believe it. I'm really not itching anymore. Quickly, release me. I can't breathe." He attempted to move his fingers, although still weak. The deep-seated torment had indeed vanished. Beside him, Xiang Dong slowly opened his eyes. "This water is miraculous." Upon witnessing the astonishing effects of the spiritual spring water, cheers erupted throughout the medical camp. Li Qi observed this scene, his taut nerves finally loosening a bit. Qin Ming and Xiang Dong were released from their restraints and sat up on their beds. Although the wounds on their skin had not healed, the agonizing discomfort had completely dissipated. "Goodness, Li Qi, you truly saved my life." Qin Ming grasped Li Qi's hand tightly, nearly smearing his snot on him in his excitement. "From now on, you are my brother. Whoever dares to harm you, I shall be the first to fight back." Xiang Dong also displayed a gentle expression, which appeared somewhat incongruous on his fierce visage. He patted Li Qi's shoulder with unprecedented solemnity. "Li Qi, this life is yours to thank. In the future, if anything arises, just let me know." Li Qi looked at these two lively figures, feeling a sigh of relief within him. "All right, we are brothers. There is no need for such formalities." He waved his hand, signaling for them to rest well, then stepped out of the tent, where he instantly spotted Qi Lian standing not far away. "Captain Qi Lian, there is something urgent I must inform you about," he said. Qi Lian nodded, gesturing for him to step aside to speak. Two individuals approached a secluded corner at the edge of the camp. Li Qi recounted in detail the bizarre psychological assault encountered by the White Gu clan, along with the unsettling resemblance of the enchanting voice to that of the Grand Priest of the Lingmu village. With each word spoken by Li Qi, Qi Lian's expression grew increasingly grave. By the end of his account, her youthful visage was as frigid as winter's frost. The implications of the Grand Priest's potential involvement were monumental. If the Grand Priest of Lingmu village were indeed compromised, what would that signify? The high-ranking officials of Huaxia, particularly those generals who placed their trust in the Grand Priest, would be entirely exposed to a lurking, colossal conspiracy. A shiver coursed through her spine as her fingertips grew slightly cold. Li Qi, are you certain that voice bore such a striking resemblance to the Grand Priest's? 7 parts similar. I could not have misheard, Li Qi asserted with unwavering certainty. Qi Lian inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. I must report this immediately to General Longxiang. Beep, beep, beep. The military communicator on Qi Lian's wrist emitted a signal, preempting her actions. She swiftly connected the call. An anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Captain Qi Lian. Urgent situation. Just moments ago, the rift at Longpin Mountain expanded, and the rate of miasma diffusion surged dramatically 5 minutes ago. We have detected a massive influx of goo insects assaulting the Qin Terracotta Army's defenses. Although they have been temporarily repelled, the goo insects may breach the rift once more. General Longxiang commands you and Comrade Li Qi to report to the Military Command Center immediately. The communication was abruptly severed. Qi Lian's countenance darkened considerably. The miasma was surging again? Goo insects breaching the rift? This was a calamity upon a calamity. Li Qi bore a heavy heart, sensing that some distressing event was unfolding within the Fog Valley. It seemed imperative for him to return to the Fog Valley without delay. Chapter 69. Re-entering the Yunzhou Rift at the command center, Qi Lian and Li Qi hurriedly entered, one after the other. General Longxiang stood before a vast military map, his brow furrowed in concentration. General, Qi Lian spoke with a hint of urgency, recounting Li Qi's harrowing experience with the White Gu clan in the Fog Valley. General Longxiang listened intently, his expression grave. The situation at the Yunzhou Rift is more dire than we anticipated. You are aware of the miasma diffusion from the Long'an Mountain Rift. If we do not address the source, once the miasma spirals out of control, it could threaten not only Yunzhou but the entire heartland of Huaxia. As for the Grand Priest of Lingmu Village, we shall establish a covert investigation team, with Qi Lian at the helm. Spare no effort, and uncover the truth. Gather every piece of information regarding the Grand Priest. All contacts. Leave no stone unturned. Understood. Qi Lian stood tall. General Longxiang's gaze shifted to Li Qi, his tone tinged with fatigue yet trust. Comrade Li Qi, it appears you will need to endure further trials in the Fog Valley. Rest assured, General, Li Qi affirmed, readying himself for another journey to the Fog Valley. Before the Yunzhou Rift, the miasma thickened, visibly expanding outward. Snowy's delicate face turned ghostly pale as she struggled to maintain her breath. Lord Li Qi, I am prepared. She raised her hands, once more tearing open the spatial passageway. A sudden spurt of fresh blood erupted without warning, splattering onto the ground before him. Xuezi. Li Qi swiftly caught her as she staggered. I'm fine. Xuezi waved her hand, attempting to break free from Li Qi's support, but her body felt weak and drained. Clearly, the exertion from consecutively opening 3 stable spatial passages had pushed her beyond her limits. Li Qi furrowed his brow. Initially intending to transport Xuezi along with the 3 most powerful general-level Qin statues into the Mist Valley for support. However, it now seemed utterly unrealistic. Attempting to transport them together would likely result in Xuezi's immediate demise. You should rest well, he said gently, observing her pale face. Once she recuperates, he would ensure the 3 general-level Qin statues were sent to the Mist Valley at the earliest opportunity. Remember not to push yourself. Xuezi bit her lip and nodded. From the pocket of her combat suit, she retrieved a beacon resembling a glowing stick, featuring a long rectangular screen, and handed it to Li Qi. Lord Li Qi, this is a newly developed spatial beacon that allows for simple information transmission. Li Qi accepted the beacon and tucked it away, patting Xuezi on the shoulder. My lord, please be cautious. After a familiar wave of dizziness, he regained his footing. The thick fog remained, while the kingfisher named Xuanzhong on his shoulder stirred restlessly, its small head swiveling cautiously. Chirp! Xuanzhong emitted a sharp cry, its feathers bristling. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air resonated from all directions within the dense fog. Countless shimmering poison needles, energy blasts, and dark green venom cascaded towards Li Qi like a torrential downpour. Seeking death, he activated Immovable as a mountain in an instant. Clang! Clang! The barrage of attacks struck the energy layer but failed to inflict harm. The mist swirled ominously as dozens of figures draped in tattered black robes emerged from the fog, encircling Li Qi. Target: Black Gu Master, Elite. Comprehensive Combat Power Level, 10 Body Level, 12. Target: Black Gu Master, Elite. Comprehensive Combat Power Level, 10 Body Level, 14. Target: Black Gu Leader. Comprehensive Combat Power Level, 10 body level, 17, 16 levels. Li Qi clicked his tongue, noting they were 6 levels above him. Yet, he relished high-stakes encounters. Without further ado, he launched into action. With a powerful push of his feet, he shot forward like a cannonball, the breaking army battle blades slicing through the air in a brilliant arc. Aimed directly at the nearest Black Goo Master. The Black Goo Master screeched, and 2 pitch-black venomous spiders, each the size of millstones, leapt from his side, baring their fangs as they lunged at Li Qi. Get lost. Li Qi pivoted his blade, unleashing silent wind slash. The invisible wind blades erupted. Splat! Splat! The 2 venomous spiders and the Black Goo Master were instantly shredded into pieces, black blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Kill Black Goo Master, Elite. Cataclysmic Legacy, Progress, 22. Kill Blackshaw Venomous Spider X2. Cataclysmic Legacy, Progress, 05. Life Anchor Point Count, 23 Growth. Li Qi's eyes sparkled. Kill him. The 16th level Black Goo Master issued a command, pointing towards Li Qi. In an instant, a horde of bizarre goo creatures, flying centipedes, 3-headed venomous pythons, and man-faced demon spiders surged forth from the mist. Undaunted, Li Qi brandished his breaking army battle blade, each swing conjuring a tempest of bloodshed. Yet, the strength of one man could scarcely contend against the multitude. These black goo practitioners exhibited uncanny coordination, their goo insects seemingly endless and fearlessly aggressive. Particularly, the 16th level Black Goo Master intermittently unleashed insidious curse-like goo techniques, hindering Li Qi's movements with their malevolent influence. Suddenly, a 10-level black creature, resembling a ghostly claw, seized the opportunity while Li Qi was parrying, clawing fiercely at his arm. The immovable energy layer quivered violently, nearly torn asunder. Meanwhile, the Emerald Kingfisher, which had been poised to strike, abruptly spread its wings, darting through the fog like a flash of green lightning, vanishing into the horizon. In the Spirit Wood Tree City, Feng Shi sat cross-legged, recuperating from the exertion of forcibly channeling the strength of the tree. Surrounding her were the Elder and other guardians. A green figure, accompanied by urgent chirps, plummeted into her palm. It was the Kingfisher. Its feathers were disheveled, and its breath appeared labored, having evidently endured a harrowing ordeal. Feng Shi gently caressed the bird's plumage, and an influx of information surged into her mind through their remarkable connection. An ambush by the Black Goo. The treachery is intolerable. She sprang to her feet, her attire billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Chapter 70. The Fall of Spirit Wood Tree City. Feng Shi's delicate visage hardened, her aura sharpening ominously. Mr. Li Qi has come to assist our white goo. We cannot allow him to come to harm. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she turned to summon her kin. Holy Maiden, do not. The elder stepped forward, his countenance grave. We are surrounded by formidable foes. If you lead our people away, the Tree City will be left vulnerable. Should the remnants of the Black Goo seize this chance to strike, our clan would be in peril. Feng Shi's piercing gaze met the elder's, laden with inquiry. Mr. Li Qi is risking his life for whom? For our white goo lineage. Now that he is ambushed, can we simply stand by and do nothing? The elder's lips parted, poised to counter her, yet the words eluded him. He understood well the principle of mutual dependence. However, the safety of their clan weighed heavily upon his heart. Calm yourself, Holy Maiden. The elder paused, deep in thought. Mr. Li Qi must not be forsaken. But, Holy Maiden, you cannot leave Spiritwood Tree City. I shall personally lead a team to his aid. Elder, Feng Shi began to protest. Words are unnecessary. The elder waved his hand, scanning the faces of several elders and elite clansmen. You few, accompany me. The rest, hold the Tree City steadfastly, and follow the Holy Maiden's commands. Understood. A chorus of voices responded. The elder wasted no time. His staff struck the ground, and with his followers, they swiftly vanished into the fog. In but half a stick of incense's time, the elder and his party departed from Spiritwood Tree City. On the outskirts of the Tree City, a gaunt figure cloaked in black appeared atop a great tree, resembling a specter. It was the enigmatic figure known only as the Doctor. He gazed down at the Spiritwood Tree City, enveloped in the protective barrier of the Tree of Creation, murmuring to himself beneath his hood. Ah, the plan has failed. What a pity, that old man still meddles too much. However, he chuckled, but a minor flaw does not affect the grand scheme. The Doctor in the black robe suddenly raised his hands high. Black Goo disciples, indulge in this feast. Thousands of ragged black-robed Goo masters emerged from the misty woods, commanding an unfathomable multitude of grotesque Goo insects, surging towards the verdant barrier upheld by the divine tree, launching an assault. black beetles gleaming with metallic hues. Bizarre worms with razor-sharp mandibles, and flying venomous scorpions trailing long stingers exuding dark green poison. Countless grotesque goo insects crashed against the Tree of Creation's barrier like frenzied battering rams. Enemy attack. Those black goo scoundrels are back. Quick, go support the barrier. Hold the line. Everyone, stand firm. Within the Spiritwood Tree City, alarms echoed in every corner. The white goo clansmen, despite their panic, summoned their innate spirit goo. Moonlight snakes, healing butterflies, and pest-repelling toads. Instantly, a multitude of white goo, radiating soft and pure energies, collided fiercely with the surging tide of black goo at the barrier's edge. The swarms of white goo and black goo clashed like two irreconcilable torrents, viciously biting and entangling at the barrier's fringe, shattered carapaces flying in all directions. Fengshi stood at the highest point of the Spiritwood Tree City, her exquisite face cold as ice. The elegant azure dress billowed in the wind as she swiftly formed hand seals. A dazzling emerald brilliance erupted around her, continuously infusing the now dimming barrier beneath her feet. Swarms of healing butterflies fluttered around her, their wings casting glimmers of restorative light, replenishing her rapidly depleting spiritual energy. The power of the Tree of Creation transformed the vines into whips. With her commanding shout, ancient vines thicker than barrels erupted wildly from the branches of the divine tree. These vines, akin to enraged giant serpents with a life of their own, whipped through the air with a deafening roar, striking fiercely at the black goo attempting to breach the barrier. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the vine whip struck, swathes of black goo were left with shattered carapaces, their fluid spraying everywhere. Yet, the sheer number of black goo was overwhelming. Like an endless tide of darkness, they surged wave after wave, fearlessly assaulting the barrier. On the battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries resounded. The wails of goo insects mingling with the sounds of flesh being torn apart, creating a chaos akin to a hellish nightmare. Unnoticed, the young white goo clansman, Amu, who had previously been in the medicinal chamber, seized the opportunity when all the clansmen were valiantly resisting the invaders at the city wall, slipping away like a fish, silently avoiding the crowd. Moments later, Amu appeared like a phantom before the Spirit Spring. The guardians of this place had long been dispatched to the front lines, leaving the spring's vicinity eerily deserted. He carefully retrieved a palm-sized, entirely black porcelain vial from his bosom and dripped a drop of ink-like liquid into the Spirit Spring. The drop of black poison dissolved instantly in the water, spreading wildly. Once a pristine spring, radiating with vibrant vitality, the waters began to cloud at a visible pace. Simultaneously, the divine tree, the Jianmu, which had been tirelessly channeling immense life energy to the barrier, shook violently. The leaves that had enveloped the entire tree began to wither, curl, and fall at an astonishing rate. The withered vines that had battled the dark insects shriveled instantaneously, becoming desiccated and devoid of all strength. The vast energy supply sustaining the barrier was abruptly severed. The verdant barrier enveloping the entire Spiritwood City dimmed sharply, becoming thin and translucent, as if it were on the brink of shattering into oblivion. The Spirit Spring. Fengshi's fair visage drained of color as she gasped in horror. The only possible cause for such an anomaly in the Jianmu was a disturbance in the Spirit Spring that nourished it. Quick, Miss Speaker, go check on the Spirit Spring at once. Her voice carried a note of urgency as she issued the command. Outside the Tree City, the figure cloaked in black, known as Doctor, noticed the distinctly dimming green barrier. A silent, sinister smile crept across his lips beneath the hood. The moment had arrived. Crush them. The ground trembled violently. A gargantuan, grotesque insect, suffocatingly massive, pushed aside countless low-level insect minions, revealing itself. Its body was covered in a dark green, heavy exoskeleton, crowned with a menacing, glowing horn, and its face contorted into a ghastly visage, exuding an aura of brutality. It was the Horned Demon Insect King. Boom, boom, boom. The Demon Insect King advanced with its robust limbs, its blood-red compound eyes fixated on a point within the Jianmu barrier, suddenly accelerating. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated. Crack. A heart-wrenching, brittle sound echoed. Beneath Fengshi's feet, the Jianmu barrier cracked open with a massive gash under the horrific impact of the Demon Insect King. An overwhelming miasma, thick and unyielding, surged forth, accompanied by countless grotesque minuscule insects, like a black deluge breaching a dam, flooding in through the fissure. We cannot withstand it. Cries of despair and alarm erupted within the Spiritwood City. Fengshi gazed at the gaping crack, gritting her teeth. All elders, Stand guard at the breach with me. The rest of the clan, protect the women and children, and retreat to the inner city around the divine tree at once. As her words fell, Fengshi summoned a verdant whip fashioned from Jinmu branches, grasping it in her delicate hand, her figure darting towards the ever-widening fissure. Chapter 71. The divine tree weeps blood as the mother insect descends. She wielded the emerald whip with fervor, striking the encroaching dark insects and splattering their juices. The surrounding white insect elders also unleashed their own insect arts. Some launched solid moon-white blades from their fingertips, piercing through the attacking venomous scorpions. Others summoned miasma-dispelling toads, releasing large clouds of white mist that temporarily stalled the onslaught of the dark insects. However, the influx of dark insects was overwhelming, fearlessly rushing forth in waves. The crack in the Jinmu barrier widened further under the relentless assaults of the demon insect king. More dark insects surged in like a torrent unleashed, recklessly pouring forth. The Spirit Wood City stood on the brink of catastrophe. Fengshi's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as her breathing became more rapid. The power within her was rapidly depleting. The forceful invocation of the Jinmu's strength was already a tremendous drain, and now it was exacerbated. A deafening roar erupted. The Jinmu barrier shattered completely. Countless tiny specks of light scattered like shattered stars. No, the barrier has fallen. Despairing cries erupted from the mouths of the Baigu clan. A dark tide of goo surged forth, overwhelming the outer defenses in an instant, akin to a swarm of locusts. The sounds of battle and screams filled the air, mingling with the shrill cries of the goo creatures, resonating throughout the entire Spiritwood City. Fall back to the sacred tree. Fengshi clenched her teeth, her eyes brimming with unwillingness. Accompanied by a few remaining elders and a portion of combat-ready clansmen, she fought while retreating towards the ancient and colossal Jinmu at the heart of Spiritwood City. There lay their final bastion. Fengshi wielded her long whip, its emerald glow flickering as she continuously struck down the ferocious black goo that lunged at her. Many ordinary Baigu clansmen, though unskilled in direct combat, were now red-eyed with fervor, brandishing rudimentary weapons to defend their homeland with their very flesh. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed that Amu had shed his usual timidity, replaced by a morbid fervor. He murmured incessantly, "She is mine." He stealthily navigated through the collapsed wooden houses and the throng of combatants, avoiding scattered pockets of resistance, and soon slipped into a hidden altar. The altar was ancient, etched with intricate patterns of arrays. Amu plunged a rune-inscribed bone dagger into the altar's center with force. Crack! The array patterns shattered in response. Almost simultaneously, dark red liquid began to seep from the stout trunk of the Jinmu, as if the great tree were weeping blood. At the entrance of the Fog Valley, Li Qi beheaded a Black Goo master with a single stroke, casually flicking the blood droplets from his breaking army battle blade. Killed Black Goo leader, Disaster's Legacy, Progress 58, Life Anchor Count 31. These Black Goo pests truly linger on like vengeful spirits. The Grand Elder cursed bitterly beside him. Just then, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting, resonated from the direction of Spiritwood City. The ground trembled violently. Li Qi and the Grand Elder's expressions shifted simultaneously, and they abruptly looked up towards the direction of Spiritwood City. There, the once gentle emerald green dome, upheld by the Jinmu, was suddenly crushed as if by an invisible giant hand, dimming and collapsing. Not good. Spiritwood City. Li Qi's pupils contracted, a surge of intense unease washing over him. The Grand Elder's gaze was fixed on Spiritwood City, his face drained of color. Who is he? Li Qi furrowed his brow, grasping the unsteady Grand Elder's arm, pressing him for answers. Quick! We must return to assist. The Mother Goose Seal is in danger. The Grand Elder violently shoved Li Qi's hand aside, rushing madly towards the direction of Spiritwood City. Li Qi and several clansmen immediately followed. The group hurriedly traversed through the fog-laden forest. Grand Elder, who did you mean by him? Li Qi sprinted forward, pressing for answers. The wind howled in his ears, and the voice of the Grand Elder, laden with profound regret, intermittently reached him. The Black and White Goo factions of the Mist Valley, long ensnared in a millennium of stagnation, had ceased their conflicts, only experiencing occasional friction. 30 years prior, an outsider arrived in the Mist Valley, proclaiming himself a lost traveler. We, the White Goo clan, welcomed him. He wed a woman from our lineage and became one with us. Everyone trusted him, even I, the elder, until he attempted to approach the Forbidden Seal, and steal the power of the Mother Gu. A heavy weight settled in Li Qi's heart, and then he pressed on. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth in fury. He vanished. After his disappearance, there had been no further disturbances until recently when another group appeared. He is the root of all this evil. That wretch. Surely, he conspired with those outsiders. If I had not insisted on believing him back then, how could he have survived? Li Qi's mind buzzed. The outsider from 30 years ago? No wonder the Grand Elder reacted so vehemently upon seeing him. But what of the High Priest of Lingmu Village? Could it merely be a coincidence? In the military command center, Qi Lian stood before General Long Xiang, her face ashen. Report, General. The High Priest of Lingmu Village, Li Jiuxiao, has escaped control and fled into the depths of the Dragon Pan Mountains miasma forest half an hour ago. The muscles on General Long Xiang's face twitched violently. Escape control? That High Priest indeed poses a problem? Qi Lian nodded, continuing her report. General, we reviewed the records of Lingmu Village. The data indicates that Li Jiuxiao had gone missing for a time 30 years ago, claiming to have traveled abroad. Although he returned seemingly unchanged, villagers reported that his temper had become volatile, occasionally uttering strange phrases, his gaze even appearing somewhat askew. After hearing this, General Long Xiang closed his eyes and vigorously rubbed his temples. So, Li Jiuxiao may have become someone else. The general furrowed his brow, immediately conveying this intelligence to Li Qi, urging him to exercise caution. Additionally, he dispatched a vanguard team to don protective gear, equipped with the Spirit Spring, to enter the Dragon Pan Mountains and conduct a thorough search for the High Priest of Lingmu Village. In the tree of Lingmu City, deep within the roots of the sacred tree, a chilling and terrifying energy throbbed wildly, as if some ancient behemoth, long dormant, was on the verge of breaking free. The Spirit Spring altar had been destroyed. There was a traitor among us. A blood-soaked elder of the White Gu burst forth from the forbidden area behind the sacred tree. The Mother Gu, weeping blood, is about to descend upon our world. Feng Shi's fair visage turned pale. She struggled to maintain her balance, her once vibrant green whip now dimmed. Wielded only by instinct, the Spirit Spring and altar were in peril. Today, the White Gu clan faces a calamity. The onslaught of the Black Gu surged like an unending tide of darkness, crashing relentlessly against their final defenses. Around her, clan members fell one by one, their blood staining every inch of earth surrounding the sacred tree. Hold the tree. Feng Shi gritted her silver teeth, her voice hoarse. Chapter 72. Li Jiuxiao. Level 10-20 kill. Li Qi cleaved the Black Gu practitioners, encircling the outskirts of the tree of Lingmu in two with a single stroke. He and the Grand Elder, along with their companions, finally burst back into the city of the Spirit Wood Tree. The sight before them plunged them into an abyss of despair, leaving their limbs icy cold. Corpses lay scattered across the ground, and blood flowed like a river. The once vibrant Spirit Wood Tree city had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. The sacred tree that had sheltered the Baigu lineage for a millennium was now weeping blood, its vast canopy withered and lifeless. With a gasp, the Grand Elder trembled violently, a mouthful of old blood spewing forth, his eyes suddenly aflame with rage. "Ah, my kin, my city," he cried. "You wretched beast. It is you." The Grand Elder's face, etched with deep wrinkles, was a mask of unbridled fury. "You vile beast. Indeed, it is you." He pointed accusingly at the figure of the doctor hovering above, his voice a roar. "Li Jiuxiao, you treacherous fiend. We, the Baigu lineage, have treated you well. Why have you done this?" Not far away, Li Jiuxiao turned his hooded visage toward the Grand Elder upon hearing the accusation. "Why, old man, you remain as naive as ever," he replied, his disdain palpable in his tone. The Grand Elder trembled with rage, his lips quivering. Yet he could utter not a single word. At that moment, the spatial beacon in Li Qi's arms began to vibrate violently. Startled, Li Qi quickly retrieved it, and the screen illuminated with a concentrated red light, revealing a line of crimson text. "Emergency intelligence. Li Jiuxiao disappeared 30 years ago and has just defected. Currently being pursued." Qilian. Li Qi was taken aback. The information regarding Qilian intertwined with the Grand Elder's accusations. Two Li Jiuxiaos? One had just defected, while the other was present, wreaking havoc. He looked up at the black-robed figure in the sky and inquired, "You are Li Jiuxiao. Is there another Li Jiuxiao outside?" Upon hearing Li Qi's question, Li Jiuxiao let out a derisive chuckle from beneath his hood. That waste. Has he been exposed?" He retorted with utmost contempt. "He is the leader of the He Gu lineage. He exchanged the loyalty of the entire Higu clan to my reverse robbery group for a chance to use the spatial treasure in my possession. That is how he managed to escape to the outside world and assume my identity. Li Qi felt a twinge of confusion. Why did the Li Jiuxiao outside disclose information about the miasma to the authorities? However, there was no time for contemplation. Feng Shi was on the verge of collapse. The talent, to live by facing death, activated instantly. Unyielding battle spirit was unleashed. The fervor of battle surged like a tidal wave. The breaking army battle blade hummed, and the silent wind slash summoned an invisible storm of cutting winds. Unreservedly targeting the airborne Li Jiuxiao. Target, Li Jiuxiu, Doctor, Comprehensive Combat Power Level, 10 Body Level, 20, Level 20. Holy smokes. A warning bell rang in Li Qi's mind. But with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Li Jiuxiao, confronted with Li Qi's ferocious strike, merely raised a hand nonchalantly. An eerie energy shield, as dark as ink, materialized out of thin air, effortlessly deflecting the violent wind blades. His cold gaze locked onto Li Qi. As a member of the military, Li Qi, your legacy ability is of great interest to our reverse robbery group. As the words lingered in the air, several chains forged from pure darkness coiled around Li Qi like venomous serpents poised to strike. Despite his attempts to deflect them with his blade, he quickly realized these chains were remarkably resilient, possessing an eerie adhesive force that rendered him immobile. Abomination, the Grand Elder, witnessing the tragic demise of his kin and the destruction of the Tree City, was further incensed by the shameless words of Dr. Li Jiuxiao, and fury clouded his judgment. He abruptly lifted his head, ancient and intricate white totemic patterns beginning to manifest upon his body. Forbidden art, white goo devouring the soul. The Grand Elder transformed into a radiant beam of white light, recklessly lunging towards Dr. Li Jiuxiao. Today, I shall cleanse the house. Countless minuscule white goo insects erupted from his frail body in a frenzy. These insects swiftly coalesced in the air, forming a visible wave of spiritual shock aimed directly at Dr. Li Jiuxiao. In the wake of the shockwave, the totemic glow on the Grand Elder instantly dimmed, and he fell helplessly from the sky like a kite severed from its string, his fate uncertain. Dr. Li Jiuxiao was struck head-on by the unexpected spiritual shockwave, his form momentarily halting in midair, his hooded visage contorting in evident pain. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Shi, despite the injuries coursing through her body, summoned the last vestige of the Jinmu's power, transforming it into a verdant vine whip in an attempt to ensnare the dark chains binding Li Qi and free him from peril. Overestimating her strength, a fierce glint flashed in Dr. Li Jiuxiao's eyes as he retaliated with a swift palm strike. A solid black palm imprint slammed brutally into Feng Shi's chest. With a gasp, she was struck down, blood spurting from her lips as her delicate form hurtled to the ground, her breath fading rapidly. At that moment, boom! The ground shattered violently. A multitude of deep, bottomless fissures spread across the Lingmu Tree City. From within these crevices, a terrifying aura that sent shivers through the very soul surged forth. Dark red blood light soared into the sky, casting an eerie glow over the entire firmament. The colossal form of the Mother Goo began to emerge from the blood light, resembling a gigantic maggot. Simultaneously, shadows clad in modern combat attire flickered into view amid the thick fog surrounding the Tree City. They swiftly began to arrange a formation adorned with strange, flickering runes around the Jinmu Divine Tree. Members of the anti-heist group, the Mother Goo, now partially revealed, seemed disturbed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless dark red tendrils of flesh erupted from the Mother Goo, resembling the claws of hell reaching out. These tendrils, indiscriminate in their fury, lashed out at all living beings nearby, whether they were white goo clansmen, black goo masters, or members of the anti-heist group just beginning to set up the formation. All fell prey to its indiscriminate assault. Caught off guard, many were pierced by the tendrils or had their bones shattered, cries of agony echoing through the air. Even the imperious Dr. Li Jiuxiao was taken aback by this sudden upheaval, evading frantically and appearing somewhat disheveled. He gazed at the Mother Goo, whose tentacles writhed madly in the crimson light, his eyes shimmering with a morbid fervor and obsession. It has awakened. At last, it has awakened. I shall be bestowed with this formidable power of immortality. Li Jiuxiao spread his arms wide, as if to embrace this apocalyptic spectacle, erupting into a maniacal laughter. Chapter 73, The Mantis Catches the Cicada, While the Yellow Sparrow Lies in Wait begin. The members of the Reverse Calamity Group, who had just completed the formation of the array, simultaneously uttered a low command, their hands forcefully pressing against the ground. Congeal, around the sacred tree of Jinmu. The bizarre runes that had long been inscribed suddenly erupted with a blinding, blood-black radiance. The light soared into the heavens, swiftly sketching and intertwining in midair, forming an immense energy cage that ensnared the frenzied tentacles of the Mother Gu's embryonic form. Wah! The trapped embryonic form of the Mother Gu emitted a sound reminiscent of a wailing infant, infused with boundless savagery. Countless flesh and blood tentacles thrashed violently against the barriers of the energy cage, creating visible ripples that spread outward. The cage quivered violently. Yet the intertwined light of the formation proved remarkably resilient, managing to suppress the furious energy of the Mother Gu's embryonic form, albeit slightly. Li Jiuxiao observed this scene with a grin that spread across his face, revealing a sinister satisfaction beneath his hood. Struggle. His voice was hoarse, laced with a sickly delight. This dragon-locking divine prison array was meticulously prepared by my reverse calamity group, just for you. Li Qi, bound by dark chains, coldly regarded the unfolding chaos. These madmen had indeed come well prepared. Now all he could do was hope that Qin Yong would arrive swiftly. Dr. Li Jiuxiu laughed maniacally, his arms thrusting outward as his palms faced the imprisoned embryonic form of the Mother Gu. Come forth, the power of immortality, he bellowed, as dark energy surged from his palms, transforming into countless slender black threads that pierced the energy cage, entwining themselves around the Mother Gu's embryonic form. The cries of the Mother Gu's embryonic form grew increasingly piercing, the flesh and blood tentacles thrashing in desperation. Yet those black threads clung to it as if they were maggots, resolutely affixed to its being. Streams of dark red energy were relentlessly siphoned away along the black threads, flowing into Li Jiuxiao's body. His form began to tremble violently, his face contorted with ecstatic fervor beneath his hood, emitting gluttonous moans. Ah, this power, this feeling of eternal existence. At that moment, a frail figure stumbled out from the ruins of a collapsed wooden house. It was Amu. His face was smeared with dust and blood, yet his eyes gleamed with an eerie intensity, brimming with fervor. Father. Amu staggered to Li Jiuxiao's feet, his voice sharp with excitement. The plan has succeeded. I destroyed the spiritual spring. The altar is shattered. He lifted his head, gazing at Li Jiuxiao with eager anticipation, his voice quivering with a hint of flattering trepidation. Is the holy maiden Fengxi mine now? Li Jiuxiao looked down at this pawn he had nurtured, and surprisingly, a trace of gentleness colored his tone. Good child, she belongs to you. Once this matter concludes, my father will take you away from this wretched place, to relish in genuine grandeur and opulence. Thank you, father. Thank you, father. Amu was beside himself with joy, nearly leaping into the air. He abruptly turned, fixating intently on the ailing Fengxi lying not far away, his eyes brimming with possessiveness. Saintess, Saintess, he muttered neurotically, advancing toward Fengxi with a distorted smile. Fengxi struggled to lift her head, gazing at the approaching Amu. Amu, you shameless traitor, a wretched ingrate. Have you forgotten who rescued you from those who tormented you in your youth? Have you forgotten who secretly provided you sustenance when you were on the brink of starvation? My clan has treated you with kindness. How could you commit such despicable acts? Amu's steps faltered. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling distortion and madness. Thus, he chuckled softly, his laughter escalating into a frenzied cacophony. I must possess you, Saintess. His gaze was obsessive, fixated on Fengxi. Only I am worthy of you. You are mine. Only mine. He spread his arms wide, eyes glazed in ecstasy, as if yearning to embrace something. At last. You belong to me. Li Qi, bound tightly by dark chains, witnessed this nauseating scene, his inner fury nearly consuming him. This bastard. He fervently summoned the power within, attempting to break free, yet the chains constricted tighter, causing his bones to creak. Damn it. Just as Amu, grinning menacingly, was about to touch the hem of Fengxi's garment, a deep voice resonated from above. Marvelous, simply marvelous. What a pity, though, that I am pressed for time. Everyone paused, instinctively looking upwards. In midair appeared a man clad in a sharp suit, his imposing figure and jovial demeanor giving the impression of a wealthy bodyguard, while he held an elderly man in tattered clothing. Li Qi's pupils constricted. The old man, resembling a fragile chick, was none other than the Grand Priest of Lingmu Village. At that moment, the Grand Priest's eyes were vacant, drool cascading from his lips, as if his mind had been shattered. As the suited man descended, he casually discarded the Grand Priest. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Li Qi and Li Jiuxiao, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. TSK, this old fellow has ensnared you all. He pointed at Li Qi. You were lured into this misty valley by his deception, awaiting your fate as a vessel. Then he gestured toward Li Jiuxiao. You are even more unfortunate. 30 years ago, he planted a curse within you. Have you not noticed how you increasingly resemble him? Even your voice has become akin to his. How tragic, how lamentable. The face of Li Jiuxiao, concealed beneath his hood, twitched visibly, and the dark energy surrounding him momentarily faltered. He had indeed realized something was amiss, which was why he donned the black robe and hood, and why he had shown such affection toward AMU, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self. The man in the suit, noticing the lack of attention from those around him, appeared somewhat bored and shrugged his shoulders. A grin spread across his face as his gaze shifted to the bound Li Qi, ensnared by dark chains. Well, young man. I've heard tales of you from Huang Sha. You ought to express your gratitude to me, an old-timer. Huang Sha. A sudden image of the enigmatic figure who had ensnared him amidst swirling sands flashed through Li Qi's mind. This man in the suit was acquainted with him? System notification, unknown high-level psychic energy fluctuations detected. Current permissions do not allow for a detailed scan of the target. Indeed, this individual was a terrifying entity of the same caliber as Huang Sha. Li Qi inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the tumultuous waves of his emotions. Predecessor? Haha. The man in the suit casually waved his hand, seemingly indifferent. There's no need for such formalities. Just call me Old He. I'm merely an inconsequential resurrector, hardly worth mentioning. He glanced down at the fallen grand priest of Lingmu Zhai, now resembling a scattered puppet, and clicked his tongue in astonishment. This old fellow truly possesses a black heart. While the three of us dare only to occasionally venture to the fringes of the forbidden grounds for training, he actually dreams of excavating the entire place. His schemes are truly ruthless. I despise those who manipulate others. 30 years ago, he fled using someone else's spatial jumper and left behind a vicious curse. Now, with the calamity upon us, he emerges again, seeking to unearth some grave. How unfortunate for him that he crossed paths with us three brothers while we were training. The so-called Eternal Mother Gu, which you all are fighting over, is, in essence, a grotesque entity birthed from a fragment of that being's original blood. According to his plan, he intended to excavate the flesh and bones and wait for the leader of this so-called anti-calamity group. Old He pointed to Li Jiuxiao. Once you laboriously extract the original blood of the Mother Gu, he would then lay in wait, using the curse to control you, and with your extraordinary regenerative abilities, he could craft a perfect vessel to contain that being's essence. Blood, bones, flesh, and a vessel who knows what he would create if he succeeded. Li Jiuxiao could no longer maintain his composure, shaking his head vehemently. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That old fool is timid and cowardly. How could he formulate such a scheme? Old He chuckled at this. Oh, but can he not perform? Does he not possess the acting skills of an Oscar-worthy actor? Chapter 74. The terrifying Old He. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. After lying in wait in the Mist Valley for 30 years, he was now told that everything had been orchestrated by someone he had always considered a pawn. Li Jiuxiao could no longer hold himself together. The sensation was akin to believing oneself was playing chess, only to discover that someone was playing him instead. You deceive me. You seek to ruin my plans. I will see you dead. Dark energies surged around him, coalescing into a gigantic, menacing claw that lunged toward Old He. Old He regarded the oncoming claw with an air of nonchalance, a mocking smile still gracing his lips. As if swatting away an annoying fly, he waved his hand dismissively. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The monstrous claw, capable of rending steel, along with the entire body of Li Jiuxiao, was abruptly obliterated, transforming into a cascade of flesh and blood. Father, Amu collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed with fear and despair. Nearby, the fallen Fengxi seemed to catch a whiff of the chaos, furrowing her beautiful brows as she struggled to drag her injured form several meters away. Old He adjusted the collar of his impeccably tailored suit, his tone laced with disdain. Damn it, you've sullied my limited edition attire. The members of the reverse robbery group, who had once upheld the dragon-locking and god-capturing array, witnessed their leader's swift demise and were consumed by a frenzy, rushing towards Old He. Avenge the doctor. Kill him. Yet, none dared to take action. Old He scoffed, appearing somewhat impatient. The rodents of the reverse robbery group were indeed troublesome. With a slight stomp of his foot, a silent shockwave emanated from him, expanding outward. Those charging members were struck as if by an invisible giant hand. Uft, uft. A series of explosive sounds echoed as their bodies burst apart, blood mist swirling. In an instant, all members of the reverse robbery group were reduced to mere dust. The dragon locking and god capturing array, bereft of energy, crumbled into oblivion. Wah! The suppressed maternal goo's embryonic form let out a more anguished and piercing cry. Countless dark red, fleshly tendrils lashed out with greater ferocity and density, wildly thrashing and spreading in all directions. Old Hay raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "TSK, little creature. You possess quite the spirit." In a flash, he appeared above the maternal goo's head and unleashed a single punch. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor dazzling spectacle. Boom. The massive body of the maternal goo, akin to a small mountain, suddenly stiffened. Moments later, it erupted as if detonated from within by tons of explosives. Scattering flesh and blood in all directions, Old Hay reached out and grasped the air, extracting a drop of dark red essence from the disintegrating mass, which pulsed gently like a heart, suspended in his palm. "TSK, this little thing is rather troublesome." Returning to his original position, he contemplated the drop of primal blood for a moment. Then, his gaze shifted to the nearby Feng Shi. "Little girl," Old Hay's voice carried a playful tone. "You and this drop of essence share a common origin. Consider yourself fortunate. Today, I am in a good mood and shall grant you a stroke of fortune. If your esteemed companion happens to reminisce about old times, do not forget about me, Old Hay." With Li Jiuxiao's death, the dark chains that had ensnared Li Qi shattered into fragments, dissipating into black smoke. Li Qi regained his freedom and stretched his limbs, which had become numb from restraint. He then turned towards the feeble Feng Shi not far away, his brow knitting into a frown. "Senior, if this essence is truly given to Feng Shi, wouldn't she become a monster like that maternal goo?" A sly grin appeared on Old Hay's rugged face. "What's the matter, kid? Have you taken a liking to that little girl?" With a couple of clicks, the brazen gaze of the old black man swept over the alluring figure of Feng Shi. Noting her ample bosom and curvaceous hips, a clear indication of her fertility. "What a splendid figure," he mused. "You." Li Qi, his face as unchanging as ever, suddenly flushed a vibrant red, even his ears burning with embarrassment. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, merely scratching his nose in silence. Not far away, Feng Shi, whose face had been as pale as paper from blood loss, now bore an unusual flush. She glanced at the blushing Li Qi before turning to the old black man, her voice barely above a whisper. "Senior, please guide me. Feng Shi of the White Gu clan will comply with your instructions." Upon hearing this, the old black man raised his eyebrows dramatically, his tone exaggerated. "As if I were coercing you." He waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. "Enough of this. I'm in a hurry. Let us get on with it." Feng Shi took the pulsating drop of essence, feeling its warmth in her palm. She looked at the old black man with curiosity. "How should I use this?" He made a gesture of placing his palm over his mouth and casually replied, "Just like this, understand?" "Li Qi," he interjected, "we can't dawdle. The boss will be furious." Before he finished speaking, his figure began to blur, leaving behind a graceful wave as he vanished into thin air without a trace of energy disturbance, as if he had never existed. Li Qi gazed in the direction of the old man's disappearance, an inexplicable sense of helplessness swelling within him. How powerful? Who exactly are these individuals? He recalled General Long Xiang's words, remarking on how, in just 2 short years, the official forces of Huaxiao remained woefully inadequate against these ever-emerging anomalies. If these individuals were so formidable, what kind of terrifying adversaries were they destined to confront? Meanwhile, Feng Shi stared at the drop of essence in her palm, momentarily lost in thought. Mimicking the old black man's earlier action, she brought the essence to her lips and swallowed it in one swift motion. Moments later, Feng Shi shuddered, a visible aura radiating from her, causing her garments and hair to dance wildly in the air. The already frightened Amu, paralyzed on the ground, was overwhelmed by the surge of energy, rolling his eyes back and losing consciousness entirely. A foul stench permeated the air. Yet, at this moment, no one paid any attention to the fallen traitor. All eyes were fixated on Feng Shi. With her eyes closed and delicate brows furrowed, she remained still for a brief moment before suddenly opening her eyes wide. Her exquisite jade-like gaze now shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow as she surveyed her surroundings. Her entire demeanor exuded an ineffable, celestial air. Ding! Feng Shi's current overall combat power level, 10 body level, 21. In Li Qi's mind, The system's notification resonated at the perfect moment. He couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Wow, in such a short span, she has surged 3 levels? This is even more astonishing than my own progress. Chapter 75. The night of Spiritwood City is enchanting. The delicate beauty of Finchie's face regained its rosy hue as she gazed at Li Qi, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Mr. Li Qi, I am deeply grateful for your gallant assistance this time. Li Qi waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat awkward. In truth, I did not lend much aid. It was that enigmatic old figure who truly turned the tide. Fengxi gently shook her head. No, sir, your words hold weight. Moreover, it was you who dealt with those black goo masters on the periphery. Otherwise, our clansmen would have succumbed to their lethal assaults. Fengxi extended her pale, delicate hand. Palm upward. A few even more solid emerald spirit butterflies materialized in her hand, playfully fluttering around her slender fingertips. This drop of essence is indeed powerful, she remarked, marveling at the surging strength within her. I feel that, having merely begun the fusion and absorbed a minuscule fraction, my prowess has already seen a considerable enhancement. As she spoke, Fengxi turned to observe the clansmen groaning amidst the ruins. A look of compassion graced her exquisite features. With a graceful lift of her hand, hundreds of shimmering, emerald-hued spirit butterflies surged forth like summoned sprites from her surroundings. They danced gracefully, transforming into streams of verdant light that precisely descended upon the feeble white goo clansmen. The warm life energy radiated with every beat of the butterflies' wings. The once agonized expressions of the clansmen gradually softened, and their wounds began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. The previously unconscious elder now lay on the ground, a spirit butterfly gently alighting on his brow. His fingers twitched slightly, and his eyelids fluttered open, revealing the sight of Fengxi and Li Qi, followed by a glance at the surrounding devastation, which culminated in a visage of profound sorrow. As the emerald energy enveloping Fengxi began to subside, the flurry of spirit butterflies gradually diminished in number. The ruins, once saturated with the aura of death, now bore a hint of vitality. Just then, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed from afar, drawing nearer and resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Li Qi raised an eyebrow, a few dark lines crossing his face. Oh, they have finally arrived. The puppets, he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with a hint of disdain, as if to say that they were late to the party. No sooner had he spoken than 2 imposing figures emerged at the tattered entrance of Spiritwood City, exuding an aura of iron and blood as they boldly stepped forward. On the left was a Qin cavalry puppet, riding a bronze warhorse and wielding a long spear. On the right stood a grander 3-soul war chariot puppet, its body adorned with flickering runes, emanating a fierce killing intent. The appearance of these 2 war puppets seemed to lower the temperature of the entire area. Li Qi had sensed the arrival of the Qin puppet long before, so he was not the least bit concerned about being ensnared by Li Jiaoxiao. The earlier level 20 Li Jiaoxiao, facing these 2 formidable close combat puppets with a level of 15-16, left the outcome uncertain. He may possess means that surpass the power of level 20, but how many times can he wield them? Let us not forget the undying nature of the war golems, which also require coordination. However, he truly did not anticipate the high priest of the Spiritwood village. That old fellow had been suspect from the very beginning. A mere ordinary elder of a bandit tribe, upon receiving a retreat order, knew that the military had stationed troops. His initial proposal of that information clearly indicated he had calculated the military's available strength, relying solely on himself as the vessel. Fengxi and the Grand Elder gazed at the 2 war golems at the entrance, radiating an aura of iron-blooded combat, their faces a canvas of astonishment. Particularly the Grand Elder, who had just been pulled back from the gates of death, was on the verge of having his eyes pop out. It turned out that Li Qi had long prepared such a card. The mere presence of these 2 golems, standing there, emanated a killing intent far beyond that of ordinary elites. Li Qi paid no heed to their astonishment. He withdrew his gaze and surveyed the surrounding survivors of the White Goo tribe. He turned to Fengxi and the Grand Elder, his voice calm. What are your plans moving forward? Fengxi looked upon the wasteland, strewn with corpses and flowing with blood, her eyes filled with sorrow. We must clear the ruins and bury our kin. We need to purify the spirit spring once more. She lifted her gaze to the lifeless, desiccated sacred tree. We cannot allow it to perish. The Grand Elder's aged face was etched with grief as he leaned heavily on his cane. The Saintess speaks true. Our homeland may be lost, but it can be rebuilt. As long as we are alive, hope remains. Li Qi observed the elderly and the young, feeling a twinge of discomfort within himself. That girl, Shuezi, had been teleporting continuously. She was likely feeling drained and would not be returning anytime soon. Moreover, the toxic miasma within the Mist Valley had yet to be resolved and continued to spread outward. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi spoke. I can remain and assist with what I am capable of. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, quickly transforming into profound gratitude. Mr. Li Qi. The Grand Elder was taken aback as well, his murky old eyes moistening, as he patted Li Qi's shoulder with fervor. Well done, lad. I did not misjudge you. Li Qi's lips curled into a smirk. You certainly did not say that back then. As for that traitor, AMU, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Seeing several white Gu tribesmen with blood-red eyes emotionlessly dragging him away, disappearing behind the collapsed wooden structure. There was no need for a trial. Only a cold conclusion awaited him. The others ceased their chatter, beginning to quietly tend to their devastated homeland. The night in the Mist Valley was imbued with a silence that followed the calamity. The once brutal battlefield had been tidied to a considerable extent. The white Gu tribesmen, having endured successive battles, sank into a deep slumber, rendering the night particularly tranquil. Perched upon a branch of the sacred tree, Li Qi leaned casually, his gaze cast downward. A thin mist intertwined with fireflies danced in the woods, flickering in and out of sight. The kingfisher on his shoulder busily preened its emerald feathers, occasionally nuzzling against his neck. Mr. Li Qi. A voice, cool and ethereal, echoed through the air. Feng Shi had, unbeknownst to him, taken her place atop a high branch of the sacred tree. She gazed down upon the twinkling lights of the tree city. The moonlight, like a gentle stream, cascaded down upon her elegant azure gown, causing the hem to sway ever so slightly. In the silvery glow, she appeared almost ethereal, like a celestial being. Isn't the night in the tree city enchanting? Feng Shi murmured, her eyes drifting away from the city. After a brief silence, a single syllable escaped Li Qi's throat. MHM. Feng Shi gracefully descended to stand beside Li Qi, and together they silently beheld the splendor of the tree city. The air was filled solely with the whispering of leaves stirred by the night breeze, punctuated occasionally by the distant sounds of patrolling soldiers. Chapter 76. A further ascension. As the night wind caressed her hair, Feng Shi gathered the strands that had been lifted by the breeze. Mr. Li Qi. What is the world beyond like? Li Qi turned his head, and in the moonlight, her exquisite profile appeared soft and delicate. It's vast, with a multitude of people. Towering buildings stand tall, and the streets are bustling with activity. His description was succinct, devoid of ornate language. Yet it vividly painted a world starkly different from the Mist Valley. Feng Shi listened intently, a glimmer of yearning gradually surfacing in her gaze. Are the buildings taller than the divine tree? And is the bustling activity akin to a river of carriages? Li Qi pondered for a moment before nodding. That is approximately the idea. The nights there are unlike this serene place. They are filled with lights, even brighter than during the day. Feng Shi envisioned such a scene. Her lips slightly parted as her eyes brimmed with longing. I long to see it with my own eyes, she whispered, infused with youthful yearning. Li Qi acknowledged her desire with a gentle MHM. Once your matters with the Baigu clan are resolved and the Mist Valley stabilizes, I can take you to see the outside world. At his words, Feng Shi abruptly turned to Li Qi, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Really? Meeting her gaze. Li Qi nodded earnestly. Indeed. A smile blossomed at the corners of Feng Shi's lips, resembling a freshly unfurled lotus in the moonlight. Thank you, Mr. Li Qi, she said softly, her voice imbued with genuine gratitude. Li Qi gestured dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary. Saintess Feng Shi, now that the miasma is spreading beyond the Mist Valley, does your Baigu clan have a way to completely eradicate it? Feng Shi's smile faded, and she nodded gently. My Baigu lineage possesses methods to purify the miasma. However, our purifying power is limited. It addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. To entirely suppress the miasma from the Mist Valley, we must rely on the strength of the divine tree. She cast a worried glance at the withered tree behind her. The divine tree has been harmed, and the spiritual spring has been tainted. It may require considerable time to recover. Furthermore, remnants of the Black Goose sorcerers may still be lurking within the Mist Valley, and my kin, having endured battle, also require rest. Li Qi pondered for a moment. In that case, I shall leave 2 Qin soldiers behind. Their strength is formidable, and they can assist you in purging the remnants of the Black Goose sorcerers and ensure the safety of the Tree City. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly the case? I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Li Qi, she exclaimed, bowing slightly before hastening to consult with the Grand Elder about this matter. I shall speak with the Grand Elder at once. Li Qi gazed at Feng Shi's retreating figure, her azure dress flowing gracefully in the moonlight, resembling a sprite of the night. As he withdrew his gaze, memories of Lao He and the combat prowess of the Yellow Sand crew weighed heavily on his mind, akin to a mountain pressing upon his heart, instilling a sense of pressure within him. The tide of exotic beasts at the Great Wall Highlands, although the current progress of cataclysmic heritage had dwindled, still offered some gains. Even the smallest morsel could be of benefit. Moving forward, he must actively participate in the Highland warfare. It was imperative to elevate his abilities swiftly. With a resolute thought, the system interface unfurled before him. Current cataclysmic heritage, progress, for 1073. Throughout the day, at the rift entrance, and later while eliminating the black goo masters and goo insects surrounding the tree city, his efficiency had indeed been commendable. A smirk tugged at Li Qi's lips as he prepared for the box opening phase. System, initiate, heritage capture. Heritage capture, initiated. Each capture will consume 100 cataclysmic heritage. Please confirm. Host. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed and executed for consecutive captures. First, heritage capture, commencing. Congratulations, host, your extraordinary agility level has increased. A buoyant sensation surged through his legs, radiating throughout his body. Li Qi could distinctly perceive an escalation in his reaction speed and explosive power, ascending to an entirely new echelon. Excellent. Second, heritage capture, commencing. Congratulations, host, your active skill, Silent Wind Slash, has been enhanced. Silent Wind Slash, power level elevated to extraordinary spiritual power 36 with the newfound trait, Demon Breaking, that inflicts additional damage on energy shields and ethereal targets. Li Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The power level had risen once more, amplifying its potency. More importantly, the Demon Breaking trait. Previously, when confronting foes with energy shields or similar tactics that had ensnared him, the effectiveness of Silent Wind Slash had been compromised. Now, with Demon Breaking, it was undoubtedly akin to adding wings to a tiger. Third, heritage capture, commencing. Congratulations, host, your extraordinary spiritual power has increased. Fourth, heritage capture, commencing. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a new active skill, Shadow Assault. Shadow Assault. Active skill, consuming spiritual power, instantaneously unleashes speed, transforming into a shadow to execute a high-speed thrust slash against a target with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Power level, extraordinary power 34. Li Qi felt a surge of excitement. This skill possessed remarkable potential. While Silent Wind Slash was formidable, it leaned more towards mid-range slashing. In contrast, Shadow Assault was purely an explosive thrusting execution technique. High speed, high damage, with a certain area effect, whether for pursuit, aggressive assault, or critical moment bursts. It proved exceedingly practical. A 30-second cooldown was entirely acceptable. His combat arsenal had become significantly more diversified. Elated, Li Qi could not suppress a soft exclamation. Each of these 4 captures had yielded tangible enhancements. He reopened the system panel to review his latest status. Host, Li Qi, current progress of Cataclysmic Legacy, 73, talent, Embrace of Death, rule level talent, special status, life anchor point count, 4688, base physical skills, introduction to swordsmanship. Unarmed combat, firearm proficiency, extraordinary stamina 3, extraordinary strength 3, extraordinary mental power 4, extraordinary agility 3, active skills, Silent Wind Slash, power level, extraordinary mental power 46. Trait, Demon Breaking, Shadow Assault, power level, extraordinary strength 34, passive skills, immovable as a mountain, defense level, extraordinary stamina 34, indomitable war spirit, after resurrection through embrace of death. Comprehensive combat power level temporarily increases by 40 for 90 seconds. This passive can only take effect once at a time and cannot stack. Eagle Eye Vision, comprehensive combat power level, 10 body level, 12, Chapter 77. Return to the heights of the Great Wall days later, as dawn began to break. A delicate veil of golden light draped over the ruins of the Spiritwood Tree City. Li Qi stood beside a massive, fractured tree trunk, his gaze cast into the distant, misty morning. After several nights of rest, Xuezi must have regained her previous energy. Mr. Li Qi. A clear and ethereal voice came from behind him. Finchi, clad in simple azure robes, had quietly approached him. Under the morning light, her exquisite face seemed to radiate an even more elusive sparkle. Are you truly not staying a few more days? There was a genuine plea in Fengshi's voice. With the two formidable Qin Terracotta generals guarding, coupled with her own significant enhancement in strength, it was merely a matter of time to cleanse the remaining black sorcerers in the Mist Valley and protect her clan. Li Qi shook his head, his expression remaining calm and undisturbed. No, he paused, his voice resonant. There are matters outside. Feng Shi, astute and perceptive, understood his resolve and nodded gently, refraining from further persuasion. Taking a step forward, she solemnly bowed to Li Qi, her tone imbued with profound sincerity. The gratitude of the Baigu clan for your assistance will never be forgotten. Li Qi turned slightly, replying with steady composure. Take good care of yourself and your kin. Feng Shi lightly nodded. As Li Qi turned, his figure moved with remarkable agility, akin to a hawk merging with the morning mist, swiftly vanishing beyond the contours of the Spiritwood Tree City. Only a voice, carried by the gentle breeze, drifted back from afar. Once your affairs in the Mist Valley are settled, I shall take you out to see the world. A captivating smile blossomed on Feng Shi's enchanting face, reminiscent of a lotus flower unfurling in the early morning, pure and radiant. She stood silently, gazing intently in the direction Li Qi had departed until his figure completely faded from view. The familiar sensation of slight dizziness ebbed away like a receding tide. Li Qi, accompanied by Xuezi, returned to the heavily guarded heights of the Great Wall. After bidding farewell to Xuezi, he briefly oriented himself. For reasons unknown, it felt as if an invisible force was guiding him. His steps, almost instinctively, began to lead him in a specific direction. The battered remnants of a bunker lay scattered across the charred earth, pockmarked with craters of varying sizes, the air seemingly infused with a faint scent of gunpowder. A metal sign, "Askew from the Blast," stood solitary yet resolute at the edge of the ruins. The number 12 district, sprayed in red paint, was largely obscured by soot, yet remained discernible. He stood upon this land, once stained with the blood of him and his comrades, enveloped in silence. This was the very battlefield where he first truly entered the realm of blood and fire, marking the inception of his journey of slaughter and growth. The wind swept past, whispering eerily in his ears. Not far away, Zhou Ping had taken up smoking, a cigarette dangling from his lips, its ember flickering in rhythm with his words. He was vociferously reprimanding a young recruit, evidently a novice. The recruit fumbled to polish the bronze weapons of several Qin Terracotta warriors, standing sentinel at the edge of the high ground, resembling ancient guardians. Xiaozhong, Zhou Ping's voice boomed, causing the recruit to flinch. How many times have I told you? After polishing the weapons, you must use a dry cloth to wipe them down thoroughly. Are you just going to leave them damp like this? These are treasures left by our ancestors. If you let even a speck of rust form on them, I swear I'll flay you alive. Xiaozhong shrank back, nearly dropping the wet cloth in his hands, fervently nodding in response. Yes, yes, squad leader, I'll do it right away. I'll use the dry cloth immediately. Zhou Ping shot him a fierce glare, cursing as he continued. In a squad of 4, one says his mother's pig is giving birth and needs leave, and another, I still don't know where the hell he has gone off to. Look at you all, acting like a bunch of slackers. If it were 2 months ago, if you had been in the same batch as me, those damn beasts wouldn't even have to come charging in. The execution squad would have already taken you out. The young recruit, Xiaozhong, dared not lift his head, nodding incessantly in agreement. Li Qi stood quietly at a distance, observing the scene unfold. Zhou Ping had become the squad leader, and the once reticent man now spoke with much more fervor. In a fleeting moment, Li Qi found Zhou Ping's figure merging with the memory of Lao Ma in his mind. The chastised Xiaozhong bore a subtle resemblance to the timid Sun Daong of the past. Li Qi chose to remain undisturbed, silently turning away and heading towards the outpost of the advance team. Meanwhile, in the Chongqing Guardian live broadcast, a segment showcased the daily maintenance of the Qin Terracotta Warrior Battalion, drawing countless gazes. In the comments section, viewers fervently discussed the majesty and mystery of these silent warriors, speculating about their origins. These soldier figurines are simply magnificent. They are like gods of slaughter stepping out from history, walking pieces of art. I can hardly wait for the next wave of beasts to arrive. I long to witness their prowess in battle once more. During the last battle against the monstrous tide, I was overwhelmed with goosebumps, my blood boiling with excitement. By the way, does anyone know the whereabouts of General Li Qi? He was notably absent during such a large-scale beast tide, and I find myself missing him greatly. Just then, as the live broadcast panned over the distant scenery, it inadvertently captured a familiar, upright figure walking past a row of solemn terracotta warriors. Oh my goodness! Look, is that person General Li Qi? Indeed, the way he walks, that stern profile, it must be General Li Qi, a living legend. I can hardly believe my eyes. I've finally seen him again in the live stream. The general seems a bit thinner, yet he remains as handsome as ever, his aura still commanding. In the livestream chat, the unexpected glimpse of Li Qi ignited a fervor akin to oil splashing onto a roaring flame, causing the comments to flood the screen in a torrent of astonishment. In the forward Team S dormitory, Li Qi hastily completed his grooming, donning a sharp, pristine black combat uniform that accentuated his tall frame and cold demeanor. Buzz. The military communicator vibrated slightly. Li Qi, Command Center. Now came the succinct and decisive words from Qi Lian. Li Qi raised an eyebrow, casually severing the communication before striding outward. Chapter 78. Card Swipe Experience. Upon entering the command center, Li Qi's presence filled the expansive operations conference room, shrouded in a haze of smoke that cloaked each serious visage in a veil of obscurity. Around the long conference table, several venerable elders adorned with brilliant military stars bore expressions of grave concern. The moment Li Qi appeared, all eyes converged upon him. General Long Xiang gestured for him to forego the salute. Comrade Li Qi, please take a seat. What is the situation in the Fog Valley? Li Qi pulled out a metallic chair and sat down. Li Jiushao is dead. He was instantaneously eradicated by a mysterious powerhouse who calls himself Old Black. The Mother Gu that incited the chaos has also been dealt with. The White Gu clan has suffered severe losses, yet their lineage remains intact. Saintess Feng, she has managed to stabilize the situation and is currently in the process of rebuilding. In just a few sentences, he outlined the events that had transpired in the Fog Valley over the past few days. Qi Lian interjected. No wonder our people have been searching the outskirts of the Longpan mountain range for days without finding any trace of the defected Li Jiushao. General Long Xiang wearily rubbed his throbbing temples. Two Li Jiushaos, one lurking in reality, the other causing turmoil in the interstice. His voice was low, laced with suppressed fury. Those damn scoundrels. An elderly general with graying temples pondered aloud. That Old Black possesses formidable capabilities. To easily eliminate someone like Li Jiushao and to eradicate a threat akin to a strategic-level disaster, the Mother Gu. Comrade Li Qi, what do you think his attitude towards our Wagwa is? Thus far, in our two encounters, that group has shown no hostility towards our Wagwa. In fact, there seems to be a hint of camaraderie. Li Qi responded calmly. Another venerable general, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and exuding an air of refined elegance, nodded slightly and added, in light of the outcome, he has objectively alleviated a monumental dilemma for us. As for the Yellow Sandman mentioned by Comrade Li Qi, individuals of such caliber merely require our acknowledgement as allies rather than adversaries, without delving too deeply into their affairs. We are not privy to the machinations of such powerful entities. A brief silence enveloped the conference room, punctuated only by the silent ascent of smoke. After a considerable pause, the iron-willed general who had spoken first resumed. The Fog Valley White Gu clan, though beset by calamity and significantly weakened, possesses secret techniques of spirit Gu that have been passed down through millennia, especially their remarkable skills in detoxification, healing, and enhancing cultivation, which hold immeasurable strategic value for us. In this era of widespread calamity, while the high grounds of the Great Wall and the Yun province have momentarily stabilized, no one can predict when, where, or how the next perilous rift will rend the fabric of reality. Our military's extraordinary reserves are still woefully inadequate in the face of these incessant and bizarre disasters. He fixed his intense gaze upon General Longxiang. I propose that we spare no effort in cultivating a strong alliance with the Fog Valley White Gu clan. Let them become our most steadfast allies. General Longxiang nodded gravely, clearly in agreement. He turned his gaze to Li Qi, his eyes brimming with expectation and trust. Li Qi slowly rose, facing General Longxiang, and rendered a precise military salute, standing tall as a pine. General, the matters concerning the Fog Valley have reached a conclusion. I wish to seize this rare moment of respite to delve deeper into the rift at the Great Wall high ground, further augmenting our strength. Only with greater power can we confront the harsher challenges that lie ahead. A flicker of approval and satisfaction crossed General Longxiang's eyes. Very well. Ensure your safety above all else. The National Military Department will support all your endeavors. Understood. The group continued to discuss various deployments until the meeting concluded. As Li Qi stepped towards the exit, he hesitated momentarily at the threshold. In his mind's eye, the solitary figure of the tortoise man, Qin Jia, emerged, a being who had endured millennia of desolation. That elder, alone in the silent historical realm. Had battled the suffocating weight of eternal solitude for thousands of years, he must have grown weary of it by now. Contemplating this, Li Qi altered his original course and turned to visit the logistics department first. Half an hour later, Li Qi emerged with several boxes, meticulously sealed with military-grade moisture-proof materials. Inside were his carefully selected modern electronic chess and Go games, capable of both single-player and online play, and featuring various difficulty levels. Additionally, he carried a few bottles of high-quality military rations of potent liquor, rich and spicy. These modern diversions were uncertain to please the ancient elder who had lived for millennia. But as the saying goes, no gift is unwelcome. It is the thought that counts. Xuezi. Li Qi used a specialized military communicator to reach out to Xuezi. Lord Li Qi. Xuezi's surprised voice immediately resonated from the other end of the communicator. Open the door, Great Wall High Ground, same old place. Li Qi's instructions were succinct. Yes, Lord Li Qi. As the sensation of vertigo faded, time and space shifted, stepping once more into the realm of the Qin dynasty. Shrouded beneath a dark crimson sky, Li Qi was now well acquainted with the surroundings. He deftly evaded the powerful auras of wandering beasts and, relying on his acute perception, swiftly located the iconic black rock. The turtle man, Qin Jia, remained seated in a meditative posture like an ancient boulder, his back adorned with an archaic shell. The intricate patterns upon it appearing even more profound and enigmatic under the dim twilight. You have returned, a voice, aged and rasping, resonated deep within Li Qi's mind. Just came to see you, Senior, Li Qi smiled, placing several boxes beside the rock. I also brought some trinkets from the outside world to alleviate your boredom. Qin Jia's eyes, devoid of emotional fluctuation, seemed to flicker slightly upon seeing the packaging adorned with modern Chinese characters and exquisite designs. These are mere diversions. Li Qi casually explained, unwrapping a chessboard to display it to Qin Jia. Chess, Go, and a few bottles of fine spirits. If you find yourself weary, you may explore them or enjoy a drink. Qin Jia fell silent for a moment, lingering over the novel items. You are thoughtful. Without further preamble, Li Qi articulated the primary purpose of his visit. Senior, I have returned to hunt beasts and enhance my strength as swiftly as possible. Qin Jia nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised. In this historical realm, aside from the source beasts that serve as the sealing nodes of calamity, you are free to hunt the remaining beasts. He paused, his tone carrying a subtle gravity. Remember, do not disturb those source beasts until you are absolutely certain of your capability. Should they face significant mortality, it could destabilize the sealing of calamity, leading to unimaginable consequences. I understand, Li Qi grinned. I am well versed in gaining experience. These source beasts are the crucial fuses that stabilize the ultimate seal of calamity. Disrupt them, and chaos will ensue. Thank you for your guidance. Li Qi clasped his fists in gratitude. In the next instant, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. By the heavens, as his words fell, he vanished in a flash, darting away like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the direction where the aura of the beasts was most potent. The breaking army battle blade was already in hand. A fierce killing intent, palpable as a storm, erupted from him. The hunt had commenced once more. Chapter 79, The Eastern Mountain Tian Mountain Rift, the Reversal Calamity Group. In a hidden stronghold beneath the earth, cold and damp, a muscular bald man, as towering as a mountain, sat with closed eyes upon a chair fashioned from bizarre stones. Upon his gleaming head, a horrific black demon mask tattoo loomed. The tattoo seemed almost alive, its dark lines subtly twisting and writhing beneath his scalp, evoking a sense of dread. Below, an organization member clad in black knelt on one knee, his head bowed deeply. Report to the chief. The second in command, Dr. has, his sole lantern within the organization has completely extinguished. All members dispatched to the Fog Valley have lost contact, their soul lamps shattered. The bald, muscular man closed his eyes, listening intently. His robust fingers absently caressed a skull-shaped ornament on the armrest of his chair. The kneeling subordinate struggled to swallow, continuing his report. Moreover, on the other side of the Yunzhou Rift, there are bronze military figurines patrolling. Our people are unable to infiltrate or ascertain any specific information. Humph. The bald man let out a disdainful snort from his nostrils. Useless. Lacking the requisite strength yet foolishly aspiring for instant success. A complete waste of the spatial leap resources I invested in him. The bald man slowly opened his eyes. However, the combat prowess of those military figurines is indeed somewhat troublesome. Give the orders to have everyone below keep their heads down for the time being. Temporarily scale back all unnecessary actions to avoid direct conflict with those iron clumps. Yes, Chief. How is the setup on Tyne Mountain progressing? The bald man changed the subject. His subordinate straightened up, excitement evident in his voice as he replied, Chief, your wisdom shines. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The East Mountain operations are unfolding methodically according to your prescribed steps. Excellent. A smile finally graced the fierce visage of the bald man. Prepare me for spatial migration. In 1 month, I shall make the entire East Mountain the true foundation of my rise with the reverse robbery group. He pulled out a palm-sized, ghostly token from the depths of his wide robe, slowly raising it to his eyes, greed and madness flickering within. What of the military figurines? Hee. A chilling and deranged laughter echoed within the dim stronghold. In the Great Wall Highland Rift, it has been 3 days since Li Qi entered the rift. The distortion of the rift is growing increasingly severe, boiling like water in a cauldron. This heralds a terrifying beast tide that is about to rip a bloody aperture into the real world. The atmosphere in the military live broadcast room has long been ignited. It's coming. It's coming. Something big is approaching. Front row, selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. With such a great distortion in the rift, it seems this beast tide will be unprecedented in scale. The barrage surged like a tide, each character pulsating with excitement and anticipation. Roar! Finally, a thunderous roar shattered the heavens, erupting from deep within the rift. The sound was filled with endless brutality and bloodlust. Immediately after, colossal dark figures burst forth from the roiling rift. The live broadcast camera zoomed in instantly. The audience widened their eyes. And then there was nothing more. A dozen or so bizarre beasts landed, their size comparable to armored vehicles. They roared to the sky, scanning their surroundings as if searching for enemies. Yet behind them, there was no further movement. The rift continued to fluctuate violently, but no second wave of beasts emerged. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Only those solitary beasts remained, flaunting their might. In the live broadcast room, there was an initial stillness. A few seconds later, the barrage erupted like a volcano. Is this it? Just this. I have removed my trousers, and you present me with this? Wasn't it promised to be a beast tide? Where is my grand beast tide? What on earth are you doing with your trousers down? It's laughable. The atmosphere has been built up to this point. And in the end, only a handful appear. Is this some form of performance art? What if this is merely the vanguard, with the main force trailing behind? However, several minutes have passed. Aside from the dozen or so aberrant creatures still milling about, occasionally scratching the ground, there remains a disconcerting stillness from the rift. Alas, it seems I am indeed the sole survivor. Has this beast tide dwindled so severely? Is it a case of cutting corners? If foreigners were to witness this, they would presume we in Huagua cannot muster a proper defense. Speaking of foreigners, have you seen the news? It appears that several new rifts have recently emerged in the land of cherry blossoms, and the commotion is quite significant. Cherry blossom paradise? You wouldn't believe it. I just came across a rumor suggesting that things are bustling over there. Pray, elaborate. Please, dear brother, share more. It is said that in the new rifts in the land of cherry blossoms, monsters have emerged and immediately clashed with the aberrations already occupying their territory, leading to chaos. Is that for real? Are the aberrations engaging in infighting? Absolutely true. The conflict is described as utterly brutal, with rivers of blood flowing. It is rumored that some of the previously pursued survivors from the Cherry Blossom Nation, who were treated like dogs by the aberrations, have seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to establish a few small safe zones. What a spectacle! Such a tactic is truly unprecedented. The clam and the snipe contest. While the fisherman benefits, those who have been living comfortably indeed have some remarkable luck. What good news is this? When aberrations fight aberrations, it is the ordinary people who ultimately suffer. Yet, the establishment of safe zones is preferable to complete annihilation. Alas, safe zones. Such unfortunate tidings indeed. Returning to the matter at hand, what is the situation here at the Great Wall? With merely a dozen aberrations, could it be that they are constipated? On the heights, the commanding officer appeared equally perplexed. Those aberrations had already been swept away by the Qin cavalry. The rift continued to riot violently, yet no new aberrations emerged. At the military command center, the old comrades expressed a rare sense of ease. The tension has finally eased a bit, remarked General Long Xiong with a hint of relief. A veteran general, his hair graying and adorned with stars on his shoulders, sipped from his thermos, nodding in agreement. Indeed, With the Qin Terracotta Army stationed at the Cloud Prefecture Rift, there were no substantial disturbances expected. Yet, one could not help but fear that this peace would not last long. Qilian, how long has Comrade Li Qi been in the Highland Rift? Qilian swiftly responded, reporting, General. It has been over a month. General Long Xiong nodded slightly, letting the ash from his cigarette fall lightly. Over a month. Has there been any communication? Yes. There has been. The special beacon he carries transmits information back regularly, and all is well. General Long Xiong replied, that is good. Ensure that communication with Comrade Li Qi remains unimpeded. He is our ace. There must be no errors. Indeed, General. General Long Xiong suddenly recalled something. Furthermore, you must engage more with the people from Mist Valley. Their abilities are crucial to us. Qi Lian nodded slightly. Understood. Just then, a piercing alarm blared throughout the command center, a cacophony that sent a jolt through the air. The red warning lights flashed wildly, casting a crimson hue upon every face, signaling the highest level of crisis alert. What is happening? General Long Xiong sprang from his seat, the tension in his muscles tightening like iron. His gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the main control screen. Qi Lian's expression also shifted drastically. In an instant, he darted to the control console. A technical officer responsible for monitoring was typing furiously on the keyboard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his lips trembling as he stammered. His voice quaking with terror. Report, General. We have detected intense fluctuations in the boundary energy. The intensity is continuing to escalate. Location, East Mountain, southern foot of Tian Mountain. A rift is forming. The energy is immense and cannot be estimated. Chapter 80. Professional matters require professionals on Tian Mountain at Longquan Temple. Master He Chuanzi abruptly opened his eyes from meditation, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his pupils. He raised a finger, swiftly gesturing within his sleeve, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yulan. His voice was low. A middle-aged Taoist clad in a blue robe, with a calm demeanor, quickly entered the hall and bowed. Master, you must make arrangements immediately. I need to visit the high ground of the Great Wall. He Chuanzi's tone was urgent. Something significant has occurred on Tian Mountain. Yulan's heart tightened. He dared not delay. Yes, master. He understood that his master never acted without reason, and if he was so flustered, the matter was certainly serious. At the Great Wall high ground, the atmosphere in the command center was stifling, making it hard to breathe. General Long Xiong stared intently at the energy curve on the screen, veins bulging on his forehead. Report. A communications soldier burst in. General, there is a Taoist from Longquan Temple outside seeking an audience. He claims to have important information regarding the Tian Rift. General Long Xiong waved his hand. Let him in. He recognized Taoist Yulan from Longquan Temple, one of the critical conduits for high-end combat capabilities in Huagua. Those exalted individuals often contacted him. Moments later, He Chuanzi, supported by Yulan, entered the command center. He surveyed the room, his gaze finally settling on General Long Xiong. I am He Chuanzi from Longquan Temple. At your service, General. He Chuanzi wasted no time and got straight to the point. General, the rift at Tian Mountain is likely related to the southern foot, concerning the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Gate? General Long Xiong instinctively lowered his voice. Does this mean that the entities emerging from this rift will be of a ghostly nature? As soon as he spoke, a chill swept through everyone in the command center, sending shivers down their spines. He Chuanzi's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Indeed, the two venerable ancestors of Longquan Temple, Kanjiazi and Xiatangzi, returned after the recent incident involving the breach of the otherworldly beasts at the Great Wall Heights. Before departing, they expressly instructed me, the humble Taoist priest, that should any disturbances arise at the Ghost Gate on the southern slopes of Mount Tai, and they had not returned, I must immediately inform the military authorities of Huagua. Yulinzi, who listened intently, was hearing such secrets for the first time, and an involuntary look of astonishment crossed his face. Hechuanzi continued, now that the Ghost Gate trembles and the rift has opened, I surmise that the entities emerging from within will likely be beyond the means of ordinary measures to confront. His gaze traversed the cold instruments of modern technology within the command center, ultimately resting upon General Long Xiong, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, General Long Xiong's brow furrowed in concern. Was the implication that even the elusive high-end military forces of Huagua would be inadequate against such threats? The weight of his question infused the already tense atmosphere of the command center with a palpable sense of despair. Hechuanzi slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with unshakable worry. What the general may not know is that my two masters, Kinjiazi and Xiatangzi, are profound in their cultivation and were intended to be our last line of defense against such upheavals. However, it has been a month since they last made contact after addressing the breach at the Great Wall Heights. He paused, his voice dropping further. Had it not been for this, I would not have come in such haste. This revelation sent a wave of dread through the assembly. Even Huaguo's trump cards were now untraceable. What of the Terracotta Army? General Long Xiang's eyes sparked with hope. Our Terracotta Army, unmatched in combat prowess. Could they truly fear those ethereal specters? Indeed, the Terracotta Army was formidable, instilling awe across the land. I had witnessed their martial might in broadcasts. Their fierce presence could alter the very landscape. Yet, I shifted my tone. Though the Terracotta Army is powerful, they are ultimately corporeal entities. When faced with spiritual beings and specters, they may find themselves at a disadvantage, achieving little despite great effort. The muscles of General Long Xiang's face twitched, as his rekindled hope was doused with cold reality. The command center fell into a profound silence. Hechuanzi spoke once more. General, given the current circumstances, conventional methods may prove ineffective. I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice. Do not hesitate to share, General Long Xiang implored. Seizing the opportunity, as though grasping a lifeline, Hechuanzi nodded slightly. Our vast and rich land of Huaxiao harbors a long-standing heritage, beyond our Taoist and Buddhist traditions. The folk also boast numerous talented individuals with extraordinary skills. Their diverse methods may yield unexpected results against these specters. Why not issue a call to arms, gathering the gifted from across the nation to pool their wisdom and confront this calamity together? At these words, a flash of brilliance ignited in General Long Xiang's eyes. Indeed, while official capabilities may be limited, the realm of folk practitioners is boundless. Against these specters, myriad unconventional approaches could arise. What was once deemed superstition must now be embraced. The Ghost Gate has opened. Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest, General Long Xiang proclaimed, striking the table forcefully as he sprang to his feet. Convey my orders. Immediately notify several reclusive families and sects that have long-standing connections with the authorities. They must dispatch their elite members to convene for discussions. Yes, a deputy officer promptly responded, turning swiftly to depart. General Long Xiang's gaze swept over the personnel in the command center. Furthermore, issue an urgent nationwide communique under the highest command's authority. He paused momentarily, emphasizing his words. State that the Ghost Gate of Mount Tian has been opened, and we urgently require capable individuals. To put it plainly, we are directly recruiting ghost hunters. There is no need for discretion. We are offering substantial rewards. Anyone with genuine skills, please gather promptly at the heights of the Great Wall. Hurry. Get it done at once. Yes, General. The communications officers responded in unison, and the command center became a flurry of activity as various directives were transmitted rapidly across the nation. In the northeastern region of Huaguo, nestled in a secluded village within the depths of the mountains, the warm afternoon sun enveloped the surroundings, casting a soothing warmth. A young woman with an alluring figure and a hint of charm in her eyes leaned against the old locust tree at her doorstep, engrossed in her phone. On the screen, the live broadcast from the heights of the Great Wall was prominently displayed. Grandma, do you think our Hu family's skills would be effective against those brutes at the Great Wall? On a nearby bamboo chair, an elderly woman with silver hair squinted lazily in the sun. Upon hearing this, she barely lifted her eyelids. Humph. Her voice was calm and unhurried. With our Husianer possessing divine spirit, dealing with one or two unseeing beasts is naturally effortless. However, if hundreds or thousands were to surge forth, the elderly woman paused, slowly extending her withered hand to gesture. My dear, with our meager abilities, it's insufficient. They have thousands of troops. And even the deities you summon would be exhausted. What real use would that be? If it comes to that, one charge from a Qin terracotta warrior would be far more effective. This exemplifies the notion of professional misalignment. Do you understand? Huck Xinyan listened with a slight pout, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. What about Great Ant? At the mention of Great Ant, the previously relaxed corners of the old woman's eyes twitched imperceptibly. Your Great Aunt ventured to that cursed place with those high-level individuals 2 years ago and has since lost contact with the family. It has been 2 years. We do not know if she is alive or dead. Xinyan, our generation's legacy is frail. It is not worth sacrificing our lives for a few beasts and risking the severance of our lineage. With our ancestors supporting us, it is far better for you to cultivate at home and solidify your skills than to venture out. Listening to her grandmother's words, Huck Xinyan felt a twinge of discontent. Her abilities paled in comparison to her grandmother's, and she realized that her presence might be less useful than a machine gun squad. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the live broadcast on her phone screen abruptly turned black without warning. "Eh?" Huxinian exclaimed, thinking it was a signal issue. The next moment, the screen flickered back to life. The battlefield from the heights of the Great Wall was no longer visible. In place of the former, there stood an impeccably dressed general, adorned with the insignia of rank, his countenance resolute and imposing even in silence. The general's expression was grave, and his urgent voice resonated through the loudspeakers. A significant fissure had emerged on Mount Tai, preliminarily assessed to be the legendary opening of the Ghost Gate. The situation was dire. In the name of the highest command of the national military, an urgent summons was issued to all those possessing extraordinary abilities across the nation. Irrespective of sect or origin, if you possess the capability to confront those entities, the military represents the state and extends its gratitude. The live broadcast abruptly cut off, leaving only a blood-red contact number and the recruitment location at the command post of the Great Wall Heights. The recruitment stream concluded. Huxinian's hand trembled slightly as she held her phone. She suddenly raised her head to gaze at her grandmother seated in the bamboo chair. "Grandma, did you hear? The Ghost Gate. The nation is calling for all capable individuals." The elderly lady's eyes remained squinted, yet her previous languor had vanished. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the locust tree, casting mottled shadows across her face. After a prolonged silence, a soft chuckle escaped her lips, bearing a distinctly different connotation. Those brutish figures were merely wielding sheer force. They relied on numbers and artillery to prevail. Yet, with the opening of the Ghost Gate, those soldiers might manage the living but would falter against these sinister entities. The alien beasts are, after all, flesh and blood. This time, it would be entirely different. The old woman extended her hand, gently patting the back of Huxinian's hand. "Child, if the national military could handle it, they could still call upon our ancestors for assistance. We, who are neither here nor there, can preserve our heritage in the rear. Now that the nation has issued an urgent summons, it likely indicates that something has gone awry with our ancestors. If we turn a blind eye now, we shall have no face to meet our forebears." The elderly lady's gaze sharpened, as if she could pierce through the fabric of time. "It is high time for us to contribute to Huagua and this land. If your great-grandmother were to receive this message, she would never stand idly by in such a moment." Huxinian felt a surge of emotion. "Grandma, enough. Stop being a blubbering mess." The old woman waved her hand. "Go. Immediately contact the other 4 families. Tell them, Huxinian, declare that the Ghost Gate of Mount Tai is opened, and Huagua is in peril. Let them decide if they will come or not, and give me a clear answer. Inform them of our oath of kinship. I, Huposi, shall lead the way." Huxinian nodded vigorously, her face alight with excitement and fervor, devoid of any semblance of discontent. "I will go right away." Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of Huagua, from all directions, in a humble Taoist temple within the water town of Jiangnan, an old Taoist monk meditating suddenly witnessed 3 incense sticks simultaneously snap in half. Opening his eyes, he calculated swiftly, his expression shifting dramatically. The Ghost Gate has opened. A great calamity approaches. He sprang to his feet and struck the concealed compartment beneath the mat. "Disciple, fetch me my peachwood sword. We shall descend the mountain together." In a hidden fortune-telling booth within an ancient city of the Central Plains, a blind fortune-teller donned in sunglasses paused mid-reading, his hand stilled. "Esteemed guest, today is not suitable for divination. The nation is in trouble, and I must contribute my efforts." The client stared in astonishment. By the banks of the Yangtze River, upon a dilapidated corpse retrieval vessel, an elderly fisherman, weathered and dark-skinned, was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the bamboo pole in his hand quivered violently, as a chill emanated from the depths below. The old fisherman snapped his eyes open, fixating intently on the surface of the water, which had become agitated. He murmured softly, retrieving his mobile device to gaze at the blood-red notification flashing on the screen. In a rundown slaughterhouse located in an aged district filled with an array of peculiar blades, a burly middle-aged man with a stern visage was meticulously polishing an ancient executioner's sword. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, resonating with a low hum. Observing the classified notice, a bloodthirsty smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "Master, I am ready to commence." In a remote ancient village nestled amidst the southwestern mountains of Huagua, within a wooden cabin adorned with various archaic wooden masks, an elderly master donned in coarse linen garments, bearing peculiar markings upon his face, was carefully cleaning the oldest mask of the deity. Abruptly, the mask in his hands felt heavy. a wave of icy dread coursing through the Wittia's fingertips. The air within the room thickened, as if an invisible voice whispered in his ear. The old master halted his movements, slowly lifting his gaze towards the ceiling. Just then, his antiquated mobile device began to vibrate urgently. The screen illuminated with a blood-red emergency notification. "True spirits have arrived," he murmured gravely. With an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes, he donned the mask and reached for the staff hanging on the wall. In a corner of the bustling city, a young man clad in a t-shirt and jeans, live-streaming a gaming session, was abruptly interrupted by a forced pop-up. The emergency notification flashed in shocking crimson letters. He paused for 3 seconds, ripping off his headphones. "Brothers, I won't be streaming today. The nation calls, and I must go save the world." The comments flooded in instantaneously. Is the streamer having a moment? What is happening? Is this for real? No way. I got the alert too. Countless extraordinary individuals, hidden within the alleys and nestled in the mountains, Taoists, sorcerers, shamans, heirs, corpse retrievers, executioners, mask masters, and monks, received the highest summons from the state at this very moment, whether through television, radio, the internet, or some arcane intuition. The long silent world of martial arts erupted into fervor with this proclamation. Chapter 82. Gathering of the Unconventional in the Elevated Expanse of the Great Wall. Li Qi decisively severed the head of a colossal mantis beast. Ding. Host has slain an individual level 8 venomous scythe mantis. Progress towards Calamity Legacy 0001. Life anchor point count remains unchanged. Damn it, Li Qi muttered under his breath. 00001. This minuscule progress was practically negligible. As for the life anchor points, they had ceased advancing long ago, having reached the threshold of 9,999. Over a month had passed. At the outset, he commenced the slaughter of otherworldly beasts, and while the progress of the cataclysmic legacy was not particularly remarkable, it was steadily on the rise. As time elapsed, the ordinary otherworldly beasts, which were no more than level 10 in this realm, offered diminishing returns in terms of his enhancement. Over the past month, his body had grown weary. Li Qi activated Rebirth Through Death to restore himself to peak condition, akin to a perpetual motion machine. The source of calamity here had already been transformed into a source of profit for him. Often, new otherworldly beasts, freshly spawned from the source, were swiftly dispatched by his blade. The number of beasts he had slain had long since become a blur. With a deep exhale, Li Qi expelled a breath of stale air, shaking off the blood droplets from broken army. With a mere thought, the system interface unfurled before him. Host, Li Qi. Current, Cataclysmic Legacy, Progress, 1173. Talent, Rebirth Through Death, Rule Level Talent. Special Status, Life Anchor Count, 9999. Physical Core Skills, Mastery of Blades, Unarmed Combat. Firearm Proficiency, Extraordinary Endurance, 9. Extraordinary Strength, 9. Extraordinary Mental Power, 9. Extraordinary Agility, 9. To his astonishment, all 4 fundamental attributes had inadvertently surged to a terrifying level of 9. This month of frenzied slaughter and countless cycles of death and rebirth had yielded a significant advancement in the legacy progress, albeit the skills acquired were predominantly passive in nature. Yet, the formidable manifestation of his physical prowess signified a qualitative transformation in his strength. Li Qi continued to peruse the information. Active skills, Silent Wind / Power Level, Extraordinary Mental Power 98. Trait, Demon Breaking Shadow Strike Power Level, Extraordinary Strength 96. Trait, Demon Breaking. The levels of his active skills had also risen by 2 tiers, complemented by the explosive growth of his fundamental attributes. Both the potency and effectiveness were leagues ahead of their former selves. Passive skills, Immovable as a Mountain, Defense Level, Extraordinary Endurance 96, Indomitable Battle Spirit, upon resurrection through Rebirth Through Death. Overall combat power temporarily increases by 40 for 150 seconds. This passive effect may only activate once and cannot stack. Eagle Eye Vision 3. Dramatic enhancement in perception range and insight capability. All passive skills had similarly advanced by 2 levels. The duration of Indomitable Battle Spirit had been extended, though the combat power itself had not improved. Overall combat power, 10 body level, 20. From the 10 body level, 12, upon entering this realm, it had skyrocketed to 20. Although no new skills had materialized, the comprehensive enhancement of existing abilities resulted in a revolutionary augmentation of combat power. It was time to relocate, Li Qi murmured to himself. Just then, A series of urgent beeping sounds erupted from the specialized beacon at his waist. Encrypted communication, highest priority. The beacon screen displayed a single line of bold crimson text. Huagua Tian Mountain, large rift, return immediately. Tian Mountain? Li Qi pondered thoughtfully. Without hesitation, he pivoted and raced towards the rift exit of this realm. Before the distorted rift, Li Qi stepped forward, crossing the fissure. Li Qi, the situation is urgent. Get in the car. Qi Lian had long been waiting nearby. Supporting the slightly weakened Xuezi, the two climbed into the vehicle. What on earth is happening? Li Qi inquired in a grave tone. Yesterday, a large rift suddenly appeared on the southern slope of Tian Mountain, with energy readings unprecedented. The Taoist He Chuanzi from Longquan Temple personally arrived at the command center, declaring that place to be the fabled Ghost Gate. Ghost Gate? Li Qi was taken aback. Those two words did not bode well. Qi Lian continued. The military has issued a classified emergency summons. Nationwide. They are gathering all the extraordinary individuals capable of confronting those entities. Many folk practitioners have already assembled at the command center. The classified summons, particularly concerning such elusive matters, illustrated the severity of the situation. Li Qi listened intently to Qi Lian's account. Soon, they arrived at the command center. The heavy alloy doors were ajar, revealing a bustling interior. The rhythmic ticking of various instruments and the urgent reports of communications officers intertwined in a cacophony. Li Qi immediately spotted General Long Xiang standing before a vast sand table, surrounded by dozens of unfamiliar faces clad in diverse attire, presumably the summoned talents. As soon as Li Qi and Qi Lian entered, all eyes in the command center converged on them. General Long Xiang's gaze fixated on Li Qi, who had just stepped in. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all become acquainted with Comrade Li Qi through the live broadcast. He is the commander of the Terracotta Warriors. General Long Xiang gestured invitingly toward Li Qi. The heights of the Great Wall, the Yunzhou Rift. He resolved them single-handedly. Upon these words, dozens of gazes within the command center unified in focus on Li Qi. Some were astonished, others scrutinizing, some curious, and a few skeptical. An elderly man donned in a Bagua robe stroked his beard and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In another corner, a stooped old woman, clutching 2 walnuts, merely lifted her eyelids before lowering her head again. Li Qi maintained a tranquil demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny as he walked directly to an empty seat and sat down. Ah, Li Qi, the Great One, you're truly alive. A young man clad in a shirt emblazoned with "Live to Save the World" leaped from his seat, rushing to Li Qi's side, his face flushed with excitement. Great One, I am Xiao Zhao. I usually engage in game streaming, and also practice the craft of paper figurines. He gestured to himself, his tone infused with familiarity and admiration. I've longed to take my paper figures to the battlefield. Unfortunately, they are insufficient against the physically formidable beasts. Xiao Zhao's enthusiasm waned, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. My craft of papermaking is a solitary legacy in my family, and my abilities are indeed lacking. Li Qi glanced at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, another figure entered the command center. An indescribable stench, akin to an invisible tide, swiftly permeated the air. As the crowd turned to investigate the source of the sound, they beheld a stooped figure, a ragged old Taoist priest whose garments were so tattered that their original hue was nearly indiscernible. He shuffled in slowly, his unkempt hair gathered into a messy bun, adorned with an array of mysterious filth. Dark crimson sores dotted his forehead and cheeks, oozing yellowish fluid. In Chapter 83, each displays their powers. Many present evidently recognized this disheveled old man. Disgusted murmurs erupted, and several individuals shifted uncomfortably in their seats, fearful of contamination. How did such a disgraceful character manage to infiltrate our ranks? He is a disgrace to our sect. A burly man, his neck adorned with oversized prayer beads, unleashed a torrent of disdain. The scruffy old priest, however, seemed oblivious to the scorn, not even casting a sidelong glance. He approached the elder clad in an 8 trigrams robe with purpose and clasped his hands in greeting. Senior brother, he rasped, his voice akin to a rusty gong. The elder, addressed as senior brother, darkened his expression and emitted a cold huff, clearly unwilling to engage. Yet, when his gaze fell upon a young acolyte beside him, the boy promptly understood and grudgingly fetched a chair, placing it nearby. Without ceremony, the disheveled priest sat down, stretching lazily and releasing an even stronger odor. As the surrounding crowd bristled with indignation, the elder in the 8 trigrams robe had no choice but to intervene, bowing deeply to the assembly. Dear friends, I implore you to grant the old priest a measure of leniency. His voice was steady, tinged with authority. My junior brother has indeed engaged in some disreputable activities in the land of cherry blossoms. However, upon his return years ago, he has remained under my watchful eye and has not committed any transgressions within the borders of Huagua. I ask you, for the sake of my old age, to overlook this matter for the time being. Though the crowd continued to wear expressions of disdain, they ultimately refrained from further comment. Recognizing the Elder S standing as the current leader of the Maoshan sect, the atmosphere within the command center eased slightly. Observing this, General Longxiang cleared his throat, breaking the delicate stalemate. Esteemed colleagues, I trust you are all aware of the situation at Mount Tian. The Ghost Gate is opened, and the situation is dire. To be frank, the military lacks the experience and means to address such matters effectively. Thus, we have convened you, esteemed individuals, in the hope that you might provide valuable insights and collective wisdom. Any information regarding the Ghost Gate or the spectral entities is of utmost importance. The elder of Longquan Temple, He Chuanzi, stood gravely, bowing to General Longxiang and the assembly. General, esteemed friends, I must inform you that the scriptures of Longquan Temple state that on the first day of the 7th month, the King of Hell decrees the opening of the gates of the underworld, allowing a multitude of spirits to roam, feasting on human flesh. However, the true opening of the Ghost Gate occurs at the end of the hour of the pig on the 14th day of the 7th month, coinciding with the full moon at the beginning of the hour of the rat on the 15th. It is then that the Yin energy is at its peak, culminating in a banquet of 100 ghosts, which remains open until the 30th of July. Although we are currently at the initial stage of this phenomenon, and it has not yet fully stabilized, I fear we may not witness any significant disturbances just yet. He Chuanzi sighed, surveying the assembly with a solemn expression. However, once the hour of the July 14th arrives in 3 days, he shook his head, his expression fraught with concern. With just the individuals present here, it seems we are merely scratching the surface. Currently, the ancestors of each family are unreachable. Let us each devise our own strategies. No sooner had he spoken than a voice interjected, Taoist. General, I can do it. The young man, Xiao Zhao, dressed in a garb that seemed fit for a live-streamed world-saving event, abruptly leaped from his chair. I have crafted over 100 paper figures. Each one can combat and withstand spiritual entities. I have been working tirelessly these past few days, striving to produce another 100 or 80 within these 3 days. We can unleash them all at once. I guarantee it will be effective. Young man, exclaimed a burly figure adorned with Buddhist prayer beads, his eyes wide with skepticism as he scrutinized Xiao Zhao. The art of paper crafting, as far as I know, requires the practitioner's own essence and blood to imbue life. With your frail physique, how much essence can you afford to squander on 200 paper figures? Do not jeopardize the lineage of your craft for the sake of bravado. The youth chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. At that moment, the contemporary master of Maoshan, clad in a Bagua robe, slowly rose. Esteemed colleagues, though my skills may be lacking, I possess a method that may prove useful. We have a formation in Maoshan known as the Sherdon Formation. This array can be deployed on the battlefield to significantly weaken the malevolent energies of ghostly entities. The more individuals involved in the formation, the greater its potency, with variations of 18 and 36. To contend with such a multitude of malevolence, I could arrange a grand formation of 36,000. Yet, the elder's tone shifted, revealing a grave expression. However, the principle of this formation bears a certain peril. The youthful individuals serving as the focal point will be subjected to the backlash of the suppressed ghostly energy, which will severely impact their essence, spirit, and vitality, resulting in excruciating pain, possibly even death. General Longxiang's demeanor turned solemn as he resolutely stated, "Rest assured, Taoist, we will fully inform the warriors participating of these risks. We, the soldiers of Huagua, do not fear sacrifice. I also have a method." A gaunt elder with a somber demeanor suddenly spoke up from the crowd. Young friendly Qixqin terracotta army is formidable, yet against these ethereal entities, its effectiveness may be limited. If we can procure a sufficient quantity of the blood of young boys and apply it to our weapons, it could briefly endow them with the power to vanquish evil. Though it is a consumable resource, in a critical moment, a single charge could severely wound those ghostly beings. The elder of the Northeast 5 Immortals also chimed in. The elderly woman who had been quietly shelling walnuts, Hu Yulian, opened her eyes. Our 5 families will make every effort to communicate and summon those spiritual immortals. However, this endeavor is fraught with danger. To compel them to act, we must clearly articulate the stakes involved. Whether we succeed or not, I cannot guarantee. As Hu Yulian finished speaking, an elder who had remained silent, his face obscured by an ancient, ritualistic mask, gradually began to speak. His voice resonated as if echoing from the depths of antiquity, imbued with an air of mystique. Though my lineage in the art of exorcism may not rival the formidable stature of Taoism and Buddhism, it possesses a legacy scattered across various regions. As an elder, I shall endeavor to reach out to those of a shared origin, inviting them to emerge from seclusion. Should we succeed in gathering a few, we may stand a chance against the malevolent spirits and entities, contributing our modest strength. Amitabha, a venerable monk, clad in a tattered robe and possessing a gentle countenance, clasped his hands in prayer. At Jishan Temple, we are prepared to devote our entire strength to vanquishing demons and subduing malevolence. Aside from a few young acolytes to tend the incense offerings, all accomplished monks shall descend the mountain to confront this calamity. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a profound steadiness. I, from the Tang sect of Shuzhong, likewise pledge my support. A spirited young woman, dressed in agile attire, rose to her feet with a clear voice. Though our Tang sect's concealed weapons are primarily designed for lethal purposes, we possess specialized tools such as the banishing nails and soul-subduing darts, crafted specifically to combat spirits and evil entities, which may prove invaluable. She bore a collection of exquisite, compact pouches at her waist, concealing an array of lethal devices. Various factions expressed their intentions, with some vowing to rally their disciples while others stood as lone wolves. Yet all exuded a shared determination against the common foe. Inside the command center, a wave of fervor surged among the assembly. A disheveled old Taoist, exuding an odor of decay, sat quietly, listening to the exchange of fervent voices. He licked his cracked lips, seemingly eager to join the fray. But as he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden and forceful cough from the nearby leader of the Maoshan sect interrupted him. As an elbow discreetly jabbed into his side, the old Taoist let out a muffled grunt, his weathered face contorting into a grimace. The words he had intended to utter were abruptly stifled. He shot a disgruntled glare at the Maoshan leader, mumbling an unintelligible complaint before reluctantly resuming his seat and draining a cup of lukewarm tea, as if to express his displeasure. Chapter 84. The Gates of the Underworld Open. Feasting on mortal blood as the meeting drew to a close, General Longxiang's gaze fell upon Qilian. Qilian. Yes. First, immediately compile the arrangement method for the Maoshan Shurjin formation, detailing the required personnel and all associated risks into an encrypted document to be dispatched to the 4 great legions. Emphasize that the soldiers at the formation's core must volunteer. Second, in the name of the military, publicly solicit the blood of young boys from society. Clearly articulate its purpose and significance. Establish designated blood donation points with strict screening. Third, coordinate with the logistics department to ensure full support for all civilian experts coming to assist, fulfilling all reasonable requests they may have. Fourth, immediately mobilize 5,000 cavalry puppets, 10,000 chariot puppets, and 30,000 infantry puppets to guard Mount Tai. Understood. We shall ensure the mission's completion. Qilian accepted the orders with resolve and swiftly departed. Within the command center, various talented individuals rose to take action. Li Qi's calm gaze swept over the assembled experts, their ranks varying from level 10 to level 22. His eyes lingered for a moment on the disheveled old Taoist, who held a level 22. Orders cascaded down like snowflakes to the various operational units beneath him. The 4 great legions of Huagua erupted in a fervor upon receiving the summons for the Shurgan formation. Brothers, the time has come for us to serve our nation, exclaimed one soldier passionately. Those cursed fiends, even if we turn into ghosts, we shall drag them down to hell with us. The mere mention of the Shurgan formation was enough to ignite their spirits. Count me in. Form a line. I shall be the first, shouted another. Squad leader, we all volunteer. Someone interjected, damn it. Whoever dares to falter shall no longer be my soldier. On the faces of the young and the weathered alike, there was no trace of hesitation, only a resolute determination. They understood that becoming part of the formation would entail unimaginable suffering, even death. Yet, not a single soul wavered. Whether fueled by fervent patriotism or the desire to protect their homeland, their conviction remained unshakable. At the registration point, a throng of people gathered, forming a lengthy queue. Simultaneously, the online community within Huagua ignited with fervor due to an official announcement regarding a special recruitment. Emergency notice. Due to the opening of the Ghost Gate at Mount Tian, we are calling upon society to provide the blood of young boys to empower our military weaponry against malevolent spirits. Patriotic citizens who meet the criteria are encouraged to visit designated blood donation points. As soon as the announcement was made, social media platforms, forums, and livestream comments erupted. What the hell? Blood of young boys. Am I seeing this right? Is this really happening? Officially confirmed. The nation needs me, brothers. After 25 years of living, I finally get the chance to contribute. You up there, cut it out. With your condition? Don't be surprised if you pass out after a single donation. I've been single for 30 years. Full of vigor. Absolutely pure. In Shanghai, already in line at the donation point. For Huaxia, to prevent those fiends from terrorizing our homeland. Let's do this. Haha. Turns out my years of being single have a grand purpose. I'm filled with a sense of mission. Just a little question, is that blood from a girl okay? Blushing, stop messing around. The announcement is quite clear. But really, this is where science meets the mystic. Who cares if it's science or mysticism? As long as we can vanquish those fiends, I'll give as much of my blood as needed. No more talking. See you at the hospital. Across the internet. Countless young people, who usually indulged in jest, expressed their determination in the simplest yet most fervent manner. Outside the blood donation points, queues formed as well. Filled with those anxious, excited, and, more importantly, resolute. On the night of July 14th, in just 3 days, the perimeter of the ghostly rift at Mount Tian had become a fortress. Individuals of exceptional skill, summoned from all corners, along with military logistics personnel arriving in waves, filled the area to capacity. Basic defensive structures were hastily erected along the rift's edge, sandbags, barbed wire, and temporary watchtowers signifying the impending clash. Those skilled individuals had found their positions, some meditating, others reciting incantations, while still others drew symbols on the ground, preparing their own mystical pathways. The formation of the Shurgon Array, as proclaimed by the Master of Maoshan, has been meticulously established. A vast and intricate diagram radiates outward from the center of the rift, enveloping the surroundings. Countless soldiers stand in silence at their designated positions, resembling statues firmly anchored in place. Their orders are simple. They must not abandon their assigned spots. Reserve soldiers await at a distance, ready to replace anyone who falters. Meanwhile, the logistics personnel are diligently applying the blood of young boys, gathered from across the nation, onto the bronze weapons of the terracotta army. Long halberds, battle spears, and bronze swords are all stained with a deep crimson hue. The mingling scent of blood and the coldness of metal permeates the night air. As the night deepens, Li Qi stands atop a high vantage point, his gaze cast towards the distant, undulating mountains. In his line of sight, faint greenish lights flicker atop the far-off peaks, likely the celestial beings summoned by the 5 immortals of the northeast. Though far away, Li Qi's keen vision allows him to discern their considerable number. A bone-chilling coldness hangs in the air, its origin uncertain, whether it be the night chill of the mountains or something more sinister at play. The massive rift at Mount Tai is even grander than the one at the heights of the Great Wall, boiling and tumultuous, as if a cauldron of black water, with distorted lights flashing intermittently within. Time ticks away, second by second. As the hour of the pig approaches, the moon hangs high in the sky, round and silver like a plate. Yet the typically cool moonlight is tainted by the thick, ominous black aura swirling from the rift, taking on a foreboding blood-red hue. Suddenly, the night wind in the mountains comes to an abrupt halt. Those who had been meditating or softly chanting incantations simultaneously open their eyes. It has arrived. The Master of Maoshan lifts his head sharply, his expression grave as he gazes at the immense rift. A nauseating chill, thick and oppressive, surges forth like an invisible tidal wave from the boiling fissure. Echoing through the air are the sounds of countless ghostly wails, piercing cries, and eerie laughter, as if a multitude of malevolent spirits are lamenting and mocking in unison at his ear. The cacophony penetrates to the very marrow, threatening to shatter one's sanity. The time has come. The gates to the underworld swing open. The banquet of human blood is about to commence. A voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of the netherworld, reverberates through the night sky. Ethereal blue light erupts from the depths of the rift. Following this, countless spectral entities surge forth from the gaping chasm. A true tide of malevolent ghosts. These phantoms possess no physical form, their bodies composed entirely of pure, ghostly blue mist, yet their features are grotesque and distorted. Some are missing limbs, others bear gaping wounds, their entrails spilling forth, while some clutch their own severed heads, hollow eye sockets ablaze with ghastly green flames. Like a relentless tide, they overwhelm all in their path, unleashing gusts of chilling wind that can drive ordinary souls into madness. Buzzing. At the very moment the endless wave of spectral soldiers bursts forth from the rift, the vast Shurgon Array, centered around the fissure and spanning several miles, erupts with a brilliant radiance, casting forth 1,000 dazzling beams of golden light. Countless arcane runes swirled upon the formation diagram. A grand, resolute, and oppressive force surged forth with a thunderous roar. The Shurgon formation. Rise. The master of Maoshan, with hair and beard bristling, shouted sternly. Chapter 85. Soldiers, Tao Buddhism, and loose practitioners. Sizzle. The countless ghostly apparitions at the forefront, upon their contact with the golden sea of light, evaporated instantly like snow doused in boiling oil. Their forms reduced to mere wisps of smoke. Some of the weaker specters could not even let out a cry before being consumed by the golden radiance, their souls scattering into oblivion. Under the suppression of the formation, those originally ferocious specters found their movements significantly sluggish. Their eerie blue ghostly aura diminished considerably. However, while the formation unleashed its formidable power, the 36,000 soldiers of Huagua, serving as the core, endured unimaginable agony. Chilling, bone-piercing ghostly energy was forcibly stripped away by the formation, yet a portion rebounded, inflicting pain upon their very bodies. Cold, stinging, mental disarray, flesh, meridians, and even souls. They were incessantly subjected to inhuman torment. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded down the soldiers' foreheads, their anguished groans echoing as waves of backlash surged through their bodies. Yet their feet were firmly anchored to their positions within the formation, their gazes resolute as steel. They murmured intermittently, "If miracles have a color, it must be Huagua red. With flesh and blood as bricks, we build an indestructible wall. With will as our blade, we cleave through mortal confines. Even as ghostly energy gnaws at our bones and frost seeps into our hearts, the backbone of Huagua shall never bend, and the blood of soldiers shall forever boil." Amitabha. Meanwhile, around the rift, tens of thousands of monks led by Jingshan Temple sat cross-legged, chanting scriptures in unison. Namo Saddha, Sagato, Arahato, Samsambudha. Each utterance rising above the last, gradually converging. Visible golden Sanskrit characters flew from their mouths, swirling and intertwining in the air, rapidly forming a vast golden barrier. Upon this luminous screen, the swastika Buddha seal rotated, and the golden dragon manifestation flickered into view, radiating an overwhelming Buddhist majesty. This golden barrier resembled an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the entire battlefield of the Tian Mountain Rift for miles around. A complete seal. Those specters attempting to escape from the edges of the formation were met with the golden Sanskrit barrier, colliding with it as if they struck a searing iron, instantly rebuffed. Billowing black smoke from their forms, lamenting as they dissipated into nothingness. Li Qi gazed in awe at the emergence of the two barriers. These extraordinary masters, though perhaps not as high in physical attributes as he, wielded ancient secret arts passed down through generations. Once unleashed, their power was truly formidable. With level 20 being merely an average standard, one's prowess as a mage or warrior cannot be measured solely by level. It serves only as a reference for hierarchy. His own level was built upon the accumulation of various attributes. Similarly, another at level 20 relied on secret arts, while he depended on attributes. Shaking off such thoughts, Li Qi raised high his broken military blade. "Qin terracotta army soldiers, charge with me." The voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the night sky. Eagle-eye vision instantaneously locked onto a particularly solid specter amidst the horde of ghosts. This entity, cloaked in a deep azure hue, almost corporeal, was ensnared by a dense shroud of black malevolence, unmistakably ranked as Ghost General, level 10, 27. "It is you." A bloodthirsty grin spread across Li Qi's lips. Shadow Strike was activated, and he darted forward, leaving a fleeting afterimage as he lunged at the formidable level 27 specter. The breaking army battle blade was raised high, wielding the attribute of demon slaying, and the silent wind cleave through the air. Kill. The Qin elite soldier legion, upon receiving orders, surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, crashing into the boundless tide of ghostly soldiers. Their bronze swords and halberds danced in a flurry, forming an impenetrable barrier of death. The gleam of blades flickered, each strike accompanied by the wails and vanishing of the specters, guarding against evil, not yielding an inch. The golden weapons shattered malevolence, and the soul fire burned the frost. A mighty roar erupted from the chest of every Qin elite soldier. The cavalry and charioteers outside the barrier seemed restless, their bronze eyes alight with anticipation. Yet, they must await the moment when the elite soldiers exhaust their child blood before they can take the stage. On the other side of the battlefield, the master of Maoshan flicked his wrist with his whisk, commanding, "Disciples of Maoshan, heed my call. Let us purge the ghostly evil. Hundreds of Maoshan Taoists behind him echoed in unison, drawing yellow paper talismans from their robes as they chanted incantations. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its power. Command. Clap. 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 One by one, the talismans ignited spontaneously, transforming into beams of golden light that shot towards the ghostly tide. The talismans exploded, creating a miniature thunder net that electrified several spectral soldiers, rendering them dim in an instant. The master of Maoshan then retrieved a large, resplendent golden talisman from his robe. With a low shout, he sharply flicked his wrist, and the talisman soared skyward as if alive. Buzz! The talisman expanded in the air, swelling to the size of a grinding disc, its golden light blinding. The fiery patterns on its surface appeared to come alive, leaping at the edges of the talisman. In the next moment, boom! A deafening roar erupted as the talisman suddenly detonated. It did not shatter but instantaneously divided into countless fire meteors trailing long golden tails. These fire meteors, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, plummeted towards the ghostly tide below. Hiss! The fire meteors, imbued with the terrifying power of utmost yang and strength, devoured everything they touched. Hundreds, even thousands, of ghostly entities were reduced to nothingness before they could even utter a cry. Within the tide of ghosts, areas of true vacuum emerged. Everyone was awestruck by this formidable display. The master of Maoshan's complexion paled slightly, yet his gaze remained sharp and clear. He merely flicked his whisk and rejoined the fray. Xiao Zhao, where are your paper figures? Bellowed the burly man adorned with Buddhist beads, addressing the young man in a shirt proclaiming to save the world. Coming, coming. No need to rush. Xiao Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow, swiftly gesturing intricate hand seals, and with a sharp bite of his tongue, he spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the array of paper figures before him. Supreme Lord Laozi, I command you urgently. All generals, heed my call. Advance. Whoosh. Dozens of life-sized paper figures sprang to life in an instant. Among them were warriors wielding formidable swords, specters brandishing morning staffs, and even several fearsome demon kings with green faces and sharp fangs. The eyes of these paper figures glimmered with an eerie red light as they marched stiffly yet swiftly, charging fearlessly towards the wave of ghostly soldiers. One warrior paper figure swung its sword with great ferocity, cleaving 3 or 4 spectral soldiers in half with a single strike. The ghostly claws of the soldiers merely tore through the paper, leaving behind only shreds, unable to inflict any real harm. Behold, this is specially crafted indestructible paper. It is impervious to fire and water, and blades cannot penetrate it, exclaimed little Zhao. Though his complexion visibly paled, the burly man, adorned with prayer beads, did not linger but instead settled into a meditative posture, his dark golden beads spinning rapidly in his hands. Monsters and phantoms, surrender at once, he thundered. Whem, ma, and I, pad, me, hum. The 6-character mantra resonated like a resounding bell, transforming into a golden dragon that surged towards a formidable level 25 ghost general. The weaker spectral soldiers, overwhelmed by the sound of the mantra, clutched their heads in despair, their ghostly bodies marred by countless fine cracks, as if they could shatter at any moment. Chapter 86. The limits of a soldier. The surging tide of ghosts faltered under the relentless barrage of talismans, divine light, and extraordinary spells, momentarily stalling their advance. Li Qi, akin to an inexhaustible machine of destruction, had already penetrated deep into the heart of the ghostly horde. His aura of malevolence soared, and with each swing of his battle blade, breaking army, he unleashed a wave of ethereal blue ghostly energy. The silent wind slash cleaved through the air, manifesting invisible blades of mental force that annihilated every spectral soldier in its path. These ordinary ghostly soldiers, ranging from levels 10 to 25, stood little chance against his strikes. Although his efficiency in slaughter may not rival the shocking area of effect abilities of certain gifted individuals, Li Qi excelled in endurance. His unmatched physical prowess rendered him impervious to their ghostly claws and ethereal attacks, which merely brought a chill but no substantial harm. He resembled a rock steadfastly anchored amidst the ghostly tide. Clink. Host has slain 10 level 16 spectral soldiers. Progress towards calamity mitigation. 03. Clink. Host has slain 10 level 15 wandering souls. Progress towards calamity mitigation. 02. Clink. Host has slain 10 level 14 vengeful spirits. Progress towards calamity mitigation. 01. The system notifications echoed in his mind. Though the progress from each individual ghost was minimal, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Li Qi's eyes burned with fervor as he wielded the breaking army, blade with increasing speed, executing this silent wind slash with ever greater frequency. As the hour drew to a close, the battle had raged on for an entire hour. Within the formation of 36,000 soldiers serving as the core, exhaustion had reached its limit. Their military attire, soaked with sweat, clung to their bodies, contorting the outlines of muscles twisted by pain. A young soldier, his teeth loosened from biting down, was left with a mouthful of blood. The entire figure exhibited a peculiar, rigid posture, as if this bizarre stance was the only means to alleviate even a fraction of the torment. His gaze was vacant, having endured the agony to the point of losing consciousness. Thud. Another soldier collapsed straight as an arrow, crashing onto the frigid ground. Immediately, like a cascade of falling dominoes. Thud. 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 One soldier after another succumbed, losing awareness, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. They shut their eyes tightly, yet their brows remained furrowed, as if even in their stupor. They continued to battle against the invisible agony. Change the guard. Quickly, change the guard. The commander on the periphery of the formation was already in tears, his voice hoarse from anger. The logistics soldiers in the rear, their eyes reddened, moved with the swiftness of the wind. They rushed into the formation to lift their unconscious comrades from the heart of the array. Each body removed seemed as if it had just been pulled from the depths of water. The medical personnel swiftly gathered around to administer urgent care. New soldiers resolutely filled the vacant positions. Another round of agonized groans erupted. The golden light of the formation briefly dimmed in the moment of transition, only to burst forth again with dazzling brilliance. The defensive line had not faltered. The logistics team's drone cameras faithfully recorded the harrowing scenes on the battlefield of Mount Tian. The cold lens conveyed the soldiers' expressions of suffering and the scenes of them falling and being replaced, clearly transmitting to screens in countless homes. In the live chat, the previously excited anticipation had been replaced by an overwhelming wave of sorrow, admiration, and prayer. Oh my God, this is too tragic for these brave soldiers. I can't take it anymore. They are still just children. Please, don't let them suffer any longer. I beg you. This is the military of Huagua. This is our guardian deity. Salute. A tribute to all the heroes who hold the line. We must win. Please, we must win. As a grown man, I am in tears. Pray. Pray for the soldiers on the front lines. Pray for Huaxia. Those of you up there, don't just talk. If you can, donate blood. Do your part for the country. I have already donated. I hope my blood can help. Go Mount Tian. Go Huaxia. General Li Qi is still fighting. He is still holding the front. Seeing General Li Qi brings comfort, but he is alone. There is so little we can do. We can only pray for their safe return. Lines of scrolling text carried the most sincere emotions of billions. Countless people before the screen wept, their hands clasped in prayer. They could not discern the distant arcane arts and mystical techniques, but they could see those who, with their flesh and blood, were combating the boundless horrors. The spirit of the Huaxia military. At the temporary command center on Mount Tian, everyone, according to Master He Chuanzi's information. General Long Xiang pointed to the massive chasm model at the center of the sand table. This onslaught of demons is likely to persist until the end of the Chen hour, until dawn. Within the command center, the faces of several generals changed in unison upon hearing the news. This meant they would have to hold their ground for at least 4 hours. A bespectacled general, exuding a scholarly demeanor, murmured with a furrowed brow, "Our rotating soldiers cannot endure such a strain." Although the civilian masters had divided into 2 groups to take turns resting, the toll was immense, and it was uncertain how much longer they could sustain their efforts. Another general interjected, "Currently, the master's condition remains relatively stable, with each employing their own methods of recovery. However, the Shiguan formation, damn it, 36,000 warriors in 1 round, and they can barely hold for an hour. Some soldiers reach their limit in just half an hour. For hours, including reserves and emergency replacements, would require at least 200,000 able-bodied men. Where can we possibly find such reinforcements?" A heavy silence descended upon the command center. 200,000 able-bodied men. This figure was once easily attainable. But after years of warfare, the situation in Huagua had drastically changed. "Generals," a young officer in charge of communications suddenly raised his head. "We can urgently summon retired veterans from Dongshan province. Many of them have undergone rigorous training and possess unwavering resolve. Moreover, their love for this land runs deep." Upon hearing this, several seasoned generals in the command center were visibly shaken. General Long Xiang abruptly lifted his gaze, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "Yes, retired veterans. Our military in Huagua has never relied solely on one Lichi comrade. We have countless iron-blooded soldiers who can be summoned at will, ready to fight and assured of victory. Convey my orders. Immediately issue an urgent recall directive for retired personnel from the highest command to Dongshan Province. Notify all veterans under 35 in Dongshan that the nation requires them. Understood. Chapter 87. When there is war, they shall be summoned back. In a modest county town in Dongshan Province, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, yet standing tall and straight, was intently watching a live broadcast of the battlefield on Mount Tian. The distressing scenes of young soldiers collapsing in agony pierced his heart like needles. Damn it! These wretched creatures! The old man slammed his thigh, startling his weeping wife beside him. Old man, calm down. Watch your blood pressure. Blood pressure? All I desire now is to march onto the battlefield and stand shoulder to shoulder with these young lads. He bellowed, his eyes glistening with fervor. Suddenly, his old phone, which had seen 7 or 8 years of use, emitted a rapid beeping sound. A red emergency notification popped up on the screen. Attention all retired veterans in Dongshan Province. The situation at Mount Tian is critical, and the nation has activated an emergency recall plan. All veterans who receive this message, aged 35 and below, are to report immediately to the local armed forces. Repeat. The old man's pupils constricted sharply. Wife, quickly find my military uniform, iron it, and bring me my medals. Put them on me. His wife stood frozen, gazing at the familiar fire igniting in his eyes. This is a call from the nation. When there is war, they shall be summoned back. The old man grinned wide. His old partner grasped him firmly and pointed at the phone screen. Look closely, old man. It states clearly that they require individuals under 35. You are nearly 70. They seek vigorous young men. The elder paused, lowering his gaze to reread the words on the screen one by one. The excitement on his face slowly solidified, deflating like a punctured balloon as he sank heavily onto the sofa. Damn it, I don't qualify, he muttered, tugging at his graying hair and striking his thigh with frustration. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Those young rascals will benefit from this, he grumbled. Yet he still asked his partner to bring out his military uniform, gently caressing it. At that very moment, in various cities and villages of Dongshan Province, a robust man watching a live broadcast at home suddenly sprang up from the sofa. The phone screen displayed a crimson emergency notification. Without a second thought, he snatched his car keys and bolted outside. Darling, this time it won't cost me my life. Keep an eye on the house. I'll be back soon. His voice echoed in the living room as he sprinted away. In a university dormitory, a veteran student noticed a pop-up notification. Brothers, the nation has called me. His roommates stared in astonishment. What the hell? Old Zhang, are you out of your mind? I'm not crazy. Zhang leaped from the top bunk, rummaging through his belongings for his discharge certificate. I am a soldier. Always will be. A veteran taxi driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. The screeching sound startled the passenger. Driver, what's wrong? We're not at the destination yet. The driver turned back, grinning, though something flickered in his eyes. My apologies, brother, but I can't continue working. The country is in trouble. I must report. He pointed at the blood-red notification on his phone. Countless households, in innumerable ordinary corners, witnessed those who once donned military uniforms to defend their homeland. Upon receiving that sanguine announcement, they unhesitatingly set aside their current lives. They retrieved their long-preserved uniforms, polishing perhaps dimmed metals. Mom, I'm leaving. Don't worry. This time, it's not like the heights of the Great Wall. Darling, take care of the children. Wait for my return. Brothers, Taishan, assemble. On the internet, the local social groups in Dongshan Province erupted with excitement. Wow, I received the recall order. Under 35. Who is joining me? Count me in. Damn. I've always disliked those damn things. I'm 33 and still capable. Located in Quancheng, already on my way to the armed forces. Veteran. Just 34 this year. The only son at home. They 1T stop me this time. To the brother above. As long as we can still breathe. We are soldiers of Huaxia. Let us do this. Watching the live broadcast brought tears to my eyes. Those young ones have it tough. It's time for us older men to step up. Dongshan Reserve, assemble. Under 35, not a single one can be absent. Charge. An invisible torrent swiftly converges upon the land of Dongshan. It is the fervent blood of veterans, the unwavering loyalty of soldiers. They have returned. In the night sky, the rumble of propellers grows louder, approaching with increasing intensity. One after another, military transport helicopters open their doors, and veterans clad in uniforms leap from the aircraft with urgency. The soldiers on duty have finally had enough. At the edge of the formation, the commanding officer, overseeing the influx of fresh reinforcements, feels the once-taut nerves relax momentarily. In the dim hours of the morning, 2 full hours have passed since the gates of the underworld opened. On the battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries, the wailing of spirits, the crackling of talismans, and the chanting of scriptures intertwine in a chaotic symphony. Young Zhao, at this moment, can no longer be described as merely pale. His countenance resembles that of a corpse, a ghastly shade of ashen gray. He trembles as if recently pulled from icy waters, shaking like leaves in autumn winds. The 100 or so paper figures he controls have dwindled to fewer than 50, each marred by claw marks, tattered and sluggish in their movements. It is evident that Zhao's vital essence and magical power are on the brink of depletion. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. Zhao's teeth chatter, and the scene before him begins to blur into darkness. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, a massive, malevolent spirit, wreathed in swirling black mist, breaches the defenses of the paper figures, its ghostly claws lunging directly toward the crown of Zhao's head. Be careful! A commanding shout pierces the chaos. Nearby, a robust man who had been seated in meditation abruptly halts his practice. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he disregards the backlash to his own body. And with a sweeping motion, he seizes the spirit's wrist with a powerful grip. Crackle! The man's arm is ravaged by the malevolent energy clinging to the spirit's claws. Get away from me! He bellows, his eyes wide with fury. With his other hand, enveloped in a radiant golden light, he delivers a resounding strike to the spirit's chest. Boom! The malevolent entity is sent flying, its form dimming significantly. Yet, the man, having forcibly interrupted his practice and withstood the spirit's blow, instantly pales. Blood spilling from his mouth, splattering onto Zhao. Cough, cough, cough. Gazing at the shaken Zhao, the man offers a grin. You, lad, are the last inheritor of the paper-crafting lineage of Huagua. You cannot falter before me. Before he can finish, his body collapses heavily, and Zhao feels the world spin around him. Master! He supports the robust man, this fiery master who had orchestrated his training, ultimately saving his life. Amidst the tumult of battle, this commotion is swiftly drowned out. Time's up. Chain shifts. An aged female voice cuts through the clamor. It is Hu Yulian. The walnut she had been holding has mysteriously disappeared. With a firm stomp, she rises several inches in stature. Where are the disciples of the 5 immortals? From the array. Present. A dozen figures respond in unison, a diverse assembly of men, women, young and old, yet all remarkably agile. They swiftly disperse, taking the place of the pallid monks. The chanting of the scriptures by the monks gradually ceased, and the immense golden Sanskrit barrier enveloping the battlefield slowly faded away. The disciples of the 5 immortals each held different incantations, their voices weaving incantations into the air. Radiant hues of 5 colors illuminated from their forms, intertwining and coalescing. Activate the 5 immortals disorienting array, Hu Yulian commanded with authority. In an instant, the 5-colored brilliance surged upward, swiftly unfurling in the air, transforming into a constantly shifting foggy formation that once again shrouded the entire battlefield of Mount Tai. Unlike the resplendent righteousness of the Buddhist barrier, this 5 immortals disorienting array exuded an enigmatic and unpredictable aura. The ghostly soldiers that charged forward, upon becoming ensnared in the mist, flailed about like headless flies, even turning against one another in a frenzy. A chorus of feral roars erupted from a distant mountain peak, previously illuminated by eerie green glimmers. Countless colossal figures burst forth from the forest. There were sleek-furred giant foxes trailing 2 or 3 tails behind them, yellow weasels the size of calves, serpents with white scales extending dozens of meters, their tongues flickering in the air with a foul breeze. There were also hedgehogs, bristling with barbs, resembling small hills, alongside swarms of large black rats converging into a torrent of darkness. These were the true embodiments or powerful manifestations summoned by the 5 immortals. This assembly of celestial beings clashed with the newly stationed Qin terracotta warriors, creating 2 formidable currents that swept recklessly through the tide of spirits. The head of Mao Shan staggered, his face pale as parchment. As the one who initiated the Shurjin array, he was also its focal point. After 2 hours of relentless incantation, he struggled to maintain his composure, directing his disciples to continue casting talismans, though their potency had diminished significantly. "Senior brother, take a rest," a hoarse voice interjected. as the disheveled old Taoist appeared beside the Maoshan leader without notice. He maintained his characteristic unkempt appearance, scratching himself. The Maoshan leader glanced at him, his lips moving slightly, ultimately nodding wearily. The old Taoist grinned, saying nothing more, and positioned himself at the main focal point of the array. After rummaging in his robe for what seemed like an eternity, he produced a greasy, tattered bowl of indeterminate material. Inside the bowl was half a cup of murky, foul-smelling liquid, with several unidentified strands floating atop. "Ah, delightful," he exclaimed, taking a small sip, savoring it with evident pleasure. He then tossed the bowl into the air. With a twist, the bowl spun, and the foul liquid leaped as if animated, transforming into dark tendrils that shot out in all directions. These tendrils, seemingly alive, latched onto the ghostly soldiers suppressed within the Shurjin array with remarkable precision. Those ensnared by the dark lines writhed as if doused in acid, their ghostly forms sizzling as their malevolent energy dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. The potency of this was scarcely inferior to the talismanic fire previously wielded by the Maoshan leader. By the heavens, this old Taoist has some tricks up his sleeves. Zhao, supporting the burly figure nearby, exclaimed in astonishment. "Sister Tang from the Tang family, the stage is yours," called out a blind sorcerer, holding a compass and constantly shifting its orientation. "I understand." The agilely attired woman from the Tang clan of Shuzhong responded with a spirited shout. She moved with grace, dancing along the periphery of the battlefield, her hands deftly raised. Whoosh! Countless shimmering, ethereal spikes and soul-binding darts, as if possessing a will of their own, accurately pierced the bodies of those elusive spectral entities. Where they struck, the ghostly energy erupted. The dance of the masked deity, a rite to quell malevolence. Several ancient masters adorned with traditional masks now executed an enigmatic choreography, performing the time-honored dance. With each impact of their staffs, invisible ripples emanated outward. Those spectral soldiers caught in the waves found their movements sluggish, with some lower-tier phantoms dissipating entirely. Meanwhile, descendants of reclusive clans played eerie bone flutes, their mournful melodies unsettling the spirits. Others wielded peachwood swords, stepping with purpose, causing wails of despair as the sword tips met their targets. The first wave of exhausted warriors retreated to recuperate. A fresh contingent of reinforcements surged forward. On the battlefield, the tides of battle once again shifted. Under the onslaught of this new arcane assault, the ghostly tide was forced back yet again. Time passed. The hour of Chun was now well underway. The relentless carnage of over 3 hours had left all participants weary. All, that is, except for Li Qi, who continued to charge through the ghostly surge. Wherever the breaking army passed, it left a path of devastation. As dawn approached, a thunderous roar erupted unexpectedly from the depths of the Tine Mountain crevice. Following this, a pale hand, as large as half a football field and as dark as ink, slowly emerged from the rift, exuding an aura of desolation and ancient power. Even a single finger sent a terrifying psychic pressure sweeping across the battlefield. Many less seasoned practitioners, shaken to their core, erupted in blood, their vitality instantly waning. "This is bad," the leader of Maoshan exclaimed in horror. "What in the world is that?" Hu Yulian's voice trembled uncontrollably. That massive finger, merely pressing down with casual intent. Boom! The struggling Shurjin formation suddenly flashed with brilliant light, the runes of the array shattering in an instant. The soldier at the center, the linchpin of the formation, couldn't even emit a groan before blood streamed from his 7 orifices, rendering him unconscious. The colorful mists of the 5 immortals' illusory formation dissipated as if swept away by a tempest. Cackling, wailing, freed from the suppressive formation, the boundless ghostly tide, sensing the essence of life, surged forth like a bursting dam. The defenses were perilously unstable. Li Qi's pupils constricted sharply on the battlefield. He cleaved through several vengeful spirits attempting to ensnare him, his gaze fixated on that horrific finger emerging from the rift. "Damn it," Li Qi muttered under his breath, his eyes sharpening with resolve. There was no time to waste. That hand must be severed first. Chapter 89. The sharpest blade of Huagua has broken. Shadow Assault was initiated. His form transformed into a blurred afterimage. The breaking army, battle blade trailed a blinding gleam. Silent Wind Slash, an invisible blade of concentrated mental energy, imbued with demon-breaking properties, struck fiercely towards the colossal finger. However, the colossal hand merely paused for a moment, its single finger descending upon Li Qi with an overwhelming force reminiscent of a child playfully crushing ants. Swiftly, too swiftly, just as ants scurry beneath a finger. No matter how desperately they flee, a mere shift in direction is sufficient for the finger to obliterate them. In that instant, Li Qi was the ant, pushing his form to its utmost limits in an attempt to evade, yet to no avail. With a sickening thud, Li Qi felt an irresistible power surge towards him, plunging him into darkness. Ding! Host has sustained a fatal attack. Talent, living towards death, activated. Passive skill, unyielding warrior spirit, triggered. Overall combat power temporarily increased by 40, lasting for 150 seconds. Damn it! As Li Qi opened his eyes, the vitality bestowed by unyielding warrior spirit coursed through his limbs. He raised his weapon once more, wielding the surging strength to unleash another silent wind slash. His target remained the gigantic finger joint. Sever it. This time, the blade left a faint white mark upon the pale digit. It was effective. A flicker of hope ignited in Li Qi's heart. Yet, the colossal hand seemed incensed. With a sudden snap of its fingers, it came crashing down. Boom. Like an ant caught between two mountains, Li Qi's form was once again crushed by an overwhelming force, plunging him back into darkness. Ding. Talent, living towards death, activated. The giant hand appeared to recognize the tenacity of this small creature. In a fit of rage, it ceased its attempts to crush Li Qi, opting instead to flick him away as one would a bothersome fly, sending him hurtling through the air. Each time he was propelled away, he exploded into a mist of blood and shattered limbs. The myriad sensations of death played out in a haunting symphony, like an indomitable cockroach. He charged at that immense hand time and again, determined to continue his futile assault. As the hours passed, only one thought lingered in Li Qi's mind, to use his 9,999 lives to stall the giant. On the battlefield, the onlookers, peculiar practitioners of various abilities, began to take notice of the commotion. Is that Li Qi leading? What is he doing? Is he attacking that hand? Madness. This is akin to an ant shaking a tree. The disheveled old Taoist's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he murmured, "This lad possesses some interesting capabilities." Li Qi could no longer count how many times he had perished. 100? 200? The temporary strength granted by unyielding warrior spirit allowed him to precariously find a sliver of opportunity to strike between the fingers of the giant hand. His focus had shifted from the seemingly impenetrable joints to the dark crevices beneath the nails. Silent wind slash. Silent wind slash. Like a deranged zealot, Li Qi poured all his attacks into the fissures of the giant hand's index finger. His attacks, akin to a mosquito's bite, seemed to yield results. As the hand appeared to register a hint of discomfort, perhaps even irritation, the five fingers, colossal pillars reaching for the heavens, began to close in on Li Qi's position. This time, it was a grasp. There was no escaping. The stakes had reached an unprecedented height. A fierce determination ignited in Li Qi's eyes. Even in death, he would deliver one last blow. Channeling all his strength into his hands, he poised himself like a bowstring drawn taut, ready to unleash his final strike. With ferocity, he thrust towards the tightly clasped fingers, the blade clanging as its tip penetrated without inflicting harm, resembling merely a scrape of dirt from beneath the nail. But that was not the end. Li Qi roared, channeling all his mental fortitude into the breaks the army battle knife. Open for me. Silent wind slash. A small jet of black blood spurted forth. In that very moment, the immense hand fully closed. Crack. Darkness descended once more. Towards death and life, activated. The final hour. The giant hand that had seized him retracted rapidly into the rift. Damn it. In the instant of resurrection, Li Qi grasped the gravity of his predicament. He was captured, about to be dragged into that cursed place. The break the army battle knife slashed wildly at the fingers encircling him, but it was futile. His strikes were akin to a master attempting to refine fingerprints. Damn, I didn't bring a beacon. The light of the battlefield receded further from him, ultimately swallowed by an endless abyss. On the battlefield of Tian Mountain, at the break of the 8th hour, with the disappearance of the giant hand, the overwhelming terror that had threatened to crush the very heavens lightened abruptly. Within the rift, the thick, seething ghostly energy began to calm, as if its source had been siphoned away. No new specters emerged from the depths, though still battling the remnants of the ghastly entities since the change almost simultaneously. It has stopped. The ghosts are not emerging anymore. The blood-soaked Taoist He Chuanzi cleaved the last of the approaching spirits with his sword, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. The tide of phantoms that had once surged relentlessly was now visibly thinning. The remaining apparitions, having lost the terrifying presence that had empowered them, became disoriented. That hand took General Li Qi away. A soldier on lookout cried, his voice trembling. Within the command center, General Long Xiong and others, watching the frontline footage, witnessed the shocking transformation. His lips quivered as he sank into his chair, his gaze vacant. Comrade Li Qi is finished. The sharpest sword of the Huagua military has been shattered. On the battlefield, all who had witnessed Li Qi's repeated deaths and his relentless charges towards the giant hand fell silent. The air was thick with a mixture of relief and an indescribable weight of sorrow. That burly man adorned with prayer beads, now being supported by others, gazed towards the rift, his fierce eyes glistening with tears. That lad was a true hero. He bravely sacrificed himself to drag that ghastly entity back. Beside him, Xiao Zhao had already broken down in tears, clutching several tattered paper effigies tightly. Li Qi, oh my God, he did it again and again. He could have escaped. Why didn't he run? No one answered him. The headmaster of Maoshan, pale of face, stared at the immense rift, his expression complicated. Having cultivated for decades, I have never witnessed such an unparalleled method of resurrection. That giant hand held power akin to that of deities and demons. Young friend Li Qi, with a mortal body, confronted the divine and demonic. Though dead, he remains honored. Hu Yulian's hands, once steady, trembled slightly as she held the walnuts. That youth was filling the void with his very life, repeatedly facing death, repeatedly confronting madness. In my long years, I have never encountered such a frenzied fighter. What is he after? In the corner, the scruffy old Taoist, who had remained inconspicuous, now bore an unusually bright gaze. He licked his cracked lips and let out a low chuckle. What is he after? A breath of life. This lad is neither from a prestigious lineage nor a revered Buddhist or Taoist master, yet his fierce determination and madness are truly commendable. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, who exhibited expressions of sorrow, admiration, or confusion. Do you believe he is truly indestructible? I can see that with every time he rises again, the spirit within him wanes just a fraction. Though not overtly noticeable, it is indeed diminishing. He is using his very essence to engage in a relentless struggle against that malevolent force. This young man is sacrificing his life as fuel, fervently exhausting that colossal hand. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with profound shock. Are you suggesting that General Li Qi cannot resurrect indefinitely? A young officer inquired, his voice trembling. The scruffy old Taoist rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Throughout history, has there ever been a truly immortal being? There is always a price to pay. Qi Lian, standing nearby, trembled slightly, biting her lip fiercely as images of Li Qi being crushed by the giant hand and charging forward with his sword replayed incessantly in her mind. Each resurrection seemed to drain every ounce of his strength. Each charge was imbued with the resolve of utter desperation. He is nothing but a fool, Qi Lian muttered softly, tears streaming down her cheeks against her will. The old monk from Jinshan Temple sighed deeply, gazing at the now tranquil rift. Amitabha Li Qi, your noble sacrifice has granted us precious time and a glimmer of hope for our nation. Yet, once he is drawn into that malevolent realm, his fate becomes uncertain. These words hung heavily, like storm clouds, over everyone's heart. Indeed, Li Qi has been ensnared. What horrors await in that dreadful place where even colossal hands can reach? Will he ever return? Chapter 90. The Maiden's Aid within the temporary command center at Tian Mountain. General Long Xiong slumped in his command chair, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the rift model on the sand table. The image of Li Qi being dragged into the rift by that enormous hand replayed repeatedly in his mind. From the endless deaths endured in the 2-year-long war, the hope that Li Qi represented had ignited a flicker of light. Now, with his fate uncertain, that last flame of hope was extinguished. The weight of the nation's millions bore down on him, threatening to shatter his composure. General, Qi Lian attempted to offer words of comfort, but found her throat constricted. If anyone could comprehend General Long Xiong's despair, it would be Qi Lian, who had witnessed Li Qi's growth firsthand. The command center was enveloped in a deathly silence. Only the faint ticking of various instruments and the suppressed breaths of the communications officer could be heard. After a long pause, an old general adorned with golden stars suddenly slammed his fist onto the table. Bang! The teacup leapt into the air. This cursed demonic tide has only just begun. The Longquan Temple has suffered the loss of 3 Taoist priests, while the disciples of Maoshan have incurred numerous casualties, with at least a dozen dead or injured. Even the 5 disciples brought by Granny who have seen 2 succumb to exhaustion. Other extraordinary individuals have also faced their share of losses. Subsequently, another bespectacled general rose, pointing at the immense electronic screen displaying the scene within the medical tents. A pressing issue now lies before us. Look, On the screen, the military tents of the Logistics Medical Department are filled with rows of makeshift cots, occupied by soldiers with closed eyes and rigid bodies. These warriors are commendable. The voice of the cultured general suddenly rose in pitch. Yet they are but mere mortals. The backlash from the Shurjin formation cannot be recovered in just a day or two. Although the rift has temporarily calmed, who can guarantee it will not erupt again tomorrow? I propose. He took a deep breath and declared with resolute conviction, we should continue to recruit from the surrounding provinces, especially those seasoned veterans. They possess rich experience and unwavering resolve. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly general erupted, rising abruptly and pointing a finger at the cultured general's nose. Nonsense. Continue recruiting? How easy it is to say. Just today alone, nearly 150,000 troops have rotated merely to fill the Shurjin formation. 150,000. Do you comprehend what that entails? This hellish gate, who knows how long it will remain open? A month? 2 months? Or perhaps a year and a half? Are you suggesting we should summon all the able-bodied youth of our nation to fill the ranks one by one? The cultured general's face paled. And he too became furious. Sacrificing lives? Is it not a death sentence to watch those monstrous beings emerge and slaughter our citizens without intervening? We are soldiers. Protecting our homeland is our sacred duty. If we do not recruit more soldiers, pray tell, who will defend the Tian Mountain line? You or I? Of course. I will defend it. I will stand my ground, even unto death. The fiery general bellowed, yet insisted that such a foolish method could not be employed. A foolish method? The cultured general scoffed. Then do enlighten me with a more sensible solution. Do you have one? The fiery general opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. What solution could he possibly offer? In the face of such cataclysmic power, individual valor seemed utterly insignificant. The remaining generals wore troubled expressions, remaining silent. The crux of the problem was clear to all, yet no viable solutions emerged. Enough. General Longxiang slammed his hand on the table. What time is it? And yet, you still bicker. The two generals fell silent under his rebuke. Within the command center, silence reigned once more. Just then, a rapid buzzing sound broke through the stillness of the command center, starkly out of place. All eyes turned in unison towards the source of the sound. Qilian. Qilian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pressing the answer button. A voice filled with excitement emerged from the communicator, belonging to Xuezi. Though not loud, it resonated clearly within the now quiet command center. Sister Qilian, I've made contact. It's the Holy Maiden Fengxi, the Holy Maiden of the Baidu clan, and her 2 elders. They had just emerged from the abyss of Yunzhu, and I had already escorted them to the outskirts of Mount Tian. The voice of Xuezi trembled slightly with excitement. The Holy Maiden Fengxi proclaimed that she possessed the ability to heal the injured warriors of Mount Tian. All the commanders in the command center suddenly lifted their heads in astonishment. Heal? Could those warriors, who had been afflicted by the backlash of the Shurjin formation, truly be saved? What did you say? Please repeat that. General Longxiang abruptly stood up, snatching the communicator from Qilian's hands, nearly roaring into the microphone. General, it is the Holy Maiden Fengxi. She claims she can heal those warriors. Xuezi reiterated with fervor. General Longxiang's grip on the communicator tightened with fervent disbelief, his knuckles turning pale. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the unexpected surge of joy. Visitors from the abyss. And it is the Holy Maiden of the White-Gu clan. This marks the first genuine encounter between the official representatives of Huagua and the leaders from the abyssal forces. Furthermore, upon arrival, they brought such monumental news. General Longxiang's gaze instinctively swept over the gathered commanders. The generals quickly understood. Since the founding of Huagua, the nation had never wavered in its hospitality. Even amidst the bloodshed of war, this was a matter of national dignity. In mere moments, the generals adjusted their military attire. Some instinctively straightened their slightly wrinkled collars, while others straightened their backs, which had become stooped from days of toil. The command center's doors swung open. Xuezi stepped in first, followed closely by 3 figures. Leading them was a woman clad in a simple yet elegant green gown, her long black hair cascading down her back, the hem of her skirt swaying gently as she moved, untouched by dirt. Holy Maiden Fengxi, welcome. General Longxiang spoke first, his tone warm and inviting. Fengxi inclined her head slightly, foregoing pleasantries to address the matter at hand. I apologize for the intrusion. Let us attend to pressing business first. Where are the wounded? A solemn expression overtook General Longxiang's face. Please, follow me. He gestured courteously. The group hastened out of the command center, traversing the makeshift encampment. heading directly towards the medical tents at the rear. As they approached, the muffled sounds of groans and the pungent scent of blood became increasingly palpable. When the curtain of the medical tent was drawn aside, the sight within caused the two elders accompanying Fengxi to draw in sharp breaths. Rows of rudimentary cots were filled with soldiers, their faces pale and bodies rigid. The expressions of General Longxiang and the accompanying commanders grew gravely serious once more. A hint of compassion appeared on the delicate features of Fengxi. She uttered no more words, instead extending her right hand, as pure and white as jade. With a graceful gesture, she summoned forth Buzz. In an instant, a dazzling and concentrated emerald glow erupted from her being, far more radiant than in Lingmu Tree City. Hundreds, no, thousands of verdant spirit butterflies, like summoned ethereal beings, transformed into gentle streams of emerald light that precisely descended upon each suffering soldier. As their wings fluttered, the life energy they dispersed became increasingly vibrant and pure. A warm emerald aura illuminated the entire medical tent, casting it into a realm of enchantment. The soldiers, once ashen-faced and rigid, miraculously unfurled their tightly knotted brows at the moment the ethereal butterflies descended. Those who had been in a deep stupor, their bodies convulsing violently, began to experience a gradual cessation of their tremors, ultimately achieving complete tranquility. Some soldiers felt their eyelids fluttering faintly. A barely audible murmur escaped the lips of a young soldier, who slowly opened his eyes. Confusion and bewilderment gave way to a profound sense of relief at having survived. Am I still alive? An increasing number of soldiers began to awaken, feeling the warm surge of vitality coursing through them, sensing the agonizing pain that had tormented them for so long dissipating swiftly. Within the tent, the oppressive groans faded away, replaced by a chorus of astonished gasps and incredulous intakes of breath. General Longxiang and the high-ranking military officials stood wide-eyed, mouths agape, rendered speechless by the shock. Standing beside them, Qi Lian's beautiful eyes mirrored their astonishment. Having witnessed the combat techniques of the extraordinary beings firsthand, she was still astounded by the sheer scale and miraculous efficacy of this healing. It was nothing short of a divine miracle. Fengxi stood quietly, a verdant energy surging from within her like a tide. After what felt like an eternity, when the last ethereal butterfly vanished into specks of glowing light, not a single soldier lay unconscious within the medical tent. In the crevice of Tian Mountain, Li Qi regained consciousness, finding himself sprawled on the cold ground. The enormous hand that had dragged him in was nowhere to be seen. What the hell is this place? Li Qi muttered a curse under his breath, summoning the strength to rise. He shook his still-dazed head, surveying his surroundings. The ground beneath him resembled the murky bed of a river, an expanse of darkness that, unlike soft sludge, possessed a peculiar hardness. The area was eerily desolate. It was not pure darkness, but a soulless, gray gloom devoid of any discernible source. Visibility was minimal. With his enhanced eyesight, he could only make out a distance of a mere few meters. Beyond that lay an impenetrable haze of gray. There was no wind, no sound, no landmarks, and no sense of direction. Even the rhythm of his breathing and heartbeat seemed conspicuously out of place in this eerie silence. It felt like an abandoned realm lost to time. He flexed his slightly stiff limbs. The Pujuan battle blade remained tightly gripped in his hand, its cold touch offering a modicum of solace. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that since he had entered this place, he must find a way to escape. Li Qi closed his eyes, attempting to sense any fluctuations of energy or the presence of living beings nearby. Moments later, he opened his eyes in disappointment. There was nothing. Choosing a direction that seemed somewhat appealing, he set forth. Li Qi was unaware of how long he had been walking. Apart from the monotonous sound of his own footsteps, there was no other noise. The surroundings remained unchanged, as if he were merely treading in place. Just as he believed this solitude would last indefinitely, a faint voice, almost imperceptible, whispered in his ear, "Little friend." The voice was delicate. In this silent environment, even the lightest sounds seemed to drift away. Li Qi abruptly halted his steps, his muscles instantly tensing. He was certain he had not misheard. Who was it? The battle blade, Pujuan, crossed over his chest as he cautiously scanned the surrounding mist. No response. Only the echo of his own voice reverberated in the emptiness, quickly consumed by the oppressive silence. Was it an auditory hallucination? Was it too quiet? Li Qi furrowed his brow, unwilling to believe that his hearing had failed him. Holding his breath, he listened intently. The thick fog remained, eerie and ghostly. Could it truly be an illusion? Suppressing his inner doubts, he continued onward. After an indeterminate period, he began to question whether he had fallen into an endless loop. Just as his patience was wearing thin, he spotted something ahead. Amidst the unchanging grayness, a splash of color emerged, an imposing shadow. Li Qi felt a surge of energy, instinctively quickening his pace. Whatever lay ahead must surely be preferable to this infinite silence. As he drew closer, the outline of the shadow became increasingly discernible. At last, he stood before it, a colossal stone tablet. The shadow he had observed earlier was indeed the silhouette of this monument. Li Qi tilted his head back. The tablet towered high, seemingly without end. Ancient and desolate, it exuded an air of primordial wilderness. The surface bore no intricate carvings, save for the lower half, which was inscribed with a colossal character. Gradually retracting his gaze, he turned towards the river beside the stone. The water lay still, devoid of any sound. The fog obscured the opposite bank, merging the murky surface with the misty air. In the depths of the nearly opaque river, faint outlines of ethereal blue shadows could be discerned, silently drifting. These silhouettes bore a tenuous resemblance to human forms, lacking features or limbs, merely clusters of indistinct azure luminescence. Like puppets tethered by invisible strings, they aimlessly floated through the waters, sometimes converging, at other times dispersing. Occasionally, a few shadows would collide, and without warning, one would suddenly disintegrate into smaller azure points of light, vanishing into the murky depths without a trace. There was no struggle, no cries, just an abrupt dissolution. Li Qi felt a chill run through him. Those blue shadows were unmistakably souls of the departed. Moreover, they were numerous, countless in their multitude. This river, was it possible? An absurd thought flickered through his mind. Chapter 92. The Book of Life and Death. As he pondered, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Little friend. The previously heard feminine voice resonated once more. Li Qi jolted, this time clearly hearing someone speak. Who? Show yourself. The voice chuckled again. I am Meng Zhong. Meng Zhong? Why did that name sound so familiar? Li Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meng Zhong? Wait. The Gate of Ghosts. Mengpa? You are Mengpa? Li Qi's tone was somewhat cautious, as figures from mythology manifested before him. Is this truly the underworld? The female voice fell silent for a moment before responding with an enigmatic tone. Yes and no. What kind of answer is that? Li Qi felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. This riddle was perplexing. What does yes and no even mean? Ah, my young friend, do not be so anxious. Meng Zhong's voice was calm and unhurried. This place is indeed related to the underworld. It is a fragment of the space of the River of Forgetfulness. Another fragment of space? Li Qi felt utterly bewildered, yet he clearly understood the significance of the term underworld. He had indeed been dragged into the realm of the dead by that enormous hand. Meng Zhong let out a gentle sigh and continued, alas. The calamities of heaven and earth may erupt unpredictably and in various forms. Yet, each calamity is accompanied by countless annihilations and disasters. After the calamity of the journey to the west, a more terrifying ghostly catastrophe has erupted in the underworld. In the ensuing battle, the entire underworld was almost shattered. Li Qi's heart trembled violently. What a ridiculous jest. This was the realm of reincarnation, as chronicled in legend. The Yama Kings? Fearing the destruction of the underworld would disrupt the order of reincarnation in the mortal realm, severed this fragment of the River of Forgetfulness as a contingency. It appears the underworld has indeed survived that great calamity, as this space remains unactivated. Li Qi felt his mind buzzing. The underworld has been shattered? The Yama Kings even took the precaution of carving out a piece of the River of Forgetfulness as a backup? The magnitude of this information was overwhelming and utterly transformative. He opened his mouth, struggling for a moment to regain his voice. Then, what are you doing here? Li Qi had too many questions, but found himself at a loss for where to begin. Meng Zhong chuckled softly once more. The laughter resonated with unusual clarity in the eerie silence of the space. In the realm of reincarnation, someone must be present to guard it. Therefore, I came along with this fragment of space. As for the title of Mengpa in the underworld, it could be held by anyone. It does not necessarily have to be me. Her voice bore no trace of joy or sorrow, as if she were recounting an ordinary matter detached from her own existence. Li Qi fell into silence. This Mengpa did not resemble the elderly woman from the myths who brewed soup. Instead, she seemed like a worldly wise, somewhat zen-like recluse. However, my young friend, Meng Zhong shifted the conversation, her tone laced with curiosity. How did you come to be here? Li Qi steadied himself and replied. A calamity has befallen the outside world. The rift at Mount Tai connects to this realm. On July 15th, an overwhelming surge of malevolent spirits erupted from here. He succinctly described the events that transpired at Mount Tai and the circumstances of his capture. In the hazy mist, Meng Zhong remained silent for a long while. After some time, she finally sighed softly. I see. The southern foothills of Mount Tai have historically served as a gateway between the two realms. However, it is strange that it connects to this place. Li Qi inquired further, is there no one to manage this? Are spirits allowed to escape and wreak havoc? Meng Zhong's voice returned, maintaining its unhurried tone. I have only just awakened. The place has remained silent for far too long. So long that I have nearly succumbed to slumber. Were it not for the unique aura of the ledger of life and death emanating from you, my dear friend, I might still be lost in my dreams. Li Qi raised his eyebrows sharply. Are you referring to the ledger of life and death? Isn't that the mythical tome used by the Netherworld to record the mortality of mortals? How could it possibly be connected to me? Meng Zhong chuckled lightly at his words. Indeed, but also not quite. Li Qi's forehead twitched, barely restraining himself from cursing aloud. Not again. Can we not speak plainly? Must you always be so cryptic? Especially at a time like this? Do not be in such a hurry, my dear friend. Her voice chimed once more, unhurried and calm. What mortals refer to as the ledger of life and death is actually the impermanence register of the underworld, used by the ghost messengers to document the information of mortals, ensuring their work does not become muddled. The true ledger of life and death is a treasured artifact of the Netherworld, forged from the purest essence of life and death at the dawn of creation. Its true power lies in the ability to transform life and death, reversing the very fabric of existence. That cataclysmic event that once swept through the Netherworld was devastating and abrupt, resulting in the fall of countless deities. Even the esteemed ledger of life and death was shattered in that calamity, its core essence retreating into the endless void. Li Qi listened intently to Meng Zhong's words, a thought flashing instinctively through his mind. To live in the face of death. Wasn't his own talent to slay those aberrant beasts and convert them into his own vitality? Was this not the very essence of transforming life and death? Meng Pe's voice continued to resonate. The endless void has existed since time immemorial. How far back it stretches, no one knows. It is filled with fragments of various spaces, much like the one we occupy now, along with shards of fractured laws of power and even drifting torrents of memory. Should a calamity befall the mortal realm, causing the essence of the void to seep into the world of men, it would not be considered an extraordinary event. Meng Zhong's voice was ethereal, yet carried an air of inquiry. However, my dear friend, your essence of life and death seems to harbor some extraneous elements. Boom. It felt as though a thunderclap had erupted within Li Qi's mind. He accepted the resurrection of the life and death laws, but extraneous elements? What the hell? Could it be that Meng Po was alluding to his system? The one that captures the remnants of calamities. A secret he hadn't even disclosed to the upper echelons of Hua country, only mentioning his ability to resurrect? At that moment, Li Qi felt as if he stood before Meng Po, utterly exposed, every facet of his being laid bare. He even contemplated fabricating an excuse to slip away. Meng Zhong continued to muse softly. The endless void encompasses all. Throughout countless ages, the essence of life and death has mingled with other elements, resulting in some mutations. Which is quite normal. Normal? Li Qi's lips twitched uncontrollably. No, he absolutely could not allow her to continue down this path. If she persisted, even the color of his underwear would likely be revealed. Clearing his throat, he abruptly coughed twice, forcibly interrupting Meng Zhong's academic musings. His mind raced, eager to redirect the conversation. Those wretched spirits. That esteemed elder, Meng Zhong. Li Qi's voice carried a trace of urgency and ingratiation that he himself was unaware of. You see, the boundary of Mount Tai has been incessantly besieged by those malevolent entities. They perpetually emerge to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Is there truly nothing you can do to manage them? Chapter 93. The Forgotten Army, young friend. I too find myself powerless in this matter. Powerless? Li Qi, neglecting the need for flattery, raised his voice sharply. What do you mean, powerless? Aren't you the guardian of this place? Damn it. After finally encountering a potential local authority, he dismisses me with a mere I cannot manage? You may not be aware, young friend, that the malevolent spirits in this realm differ greatly from the ordinary souls you are familiar with. Different? How so? Aren't they all just ghosts? Li Qi questioned, perplexed. Meng Zhong chuckled, seemingly amused. Ordinary souls, upon the end of their earthly lives, are guided by ghostly emissaries to the realm of judgment, where they traverse the Naya Bridge. Drink Meng Po's soup, and enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, the souls in this realm, Meng Zhong paused momentarily, originate from the river of forgetfulness. Li Qi was taken aback. Are those the ghostly figures faintly visible within the river? Indeed, Meng Zhong continued. Souls wishing to cross the Naiha Bridge must consume Meng Po's soup, erasing all memories of their past loves, grievances, and emotions to successfully enter reincarnation and embrace a new beginning. Should they refuse the soup, there remains but one fate, to plunge into the river of forgetfulness. These spirits either harbor overwhelming resentment, unwilling to be forgotten, vowing to etch their hatred deep within their souls for the sake of vengeance, or they cling too fervently to someone, preferring to languish in this boundless river of sorrow, waiting for their beloved to pass by the Naiha Bridge, just for a fleeting glance. Furthermore, there are those disgraced warriors, their ambitions unfulfilled, who, having tasted defeat on the battlefield, refuse to relinquish their grand aspirations. The largest portion, however, consists of heinous fiends, so wicked that they have forfeited their chance at reincarnation. The underworld neither judges nor manages them, allowing them to languish in the river of forgetfulness. Meng Zhong's voice carried an inexplicable undertone. These malevolent beings, once stable in the underworld, now Meng Zhong sighed gently. The boundary here has connected with the outside world. Li Qi felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Good heavens! It turns out the river of forgetfulness is an independent realm. A collection of vengeful spirits, once notorious in life, now unbound and free to wreak havoc. But what of that hand? Li Qi recalled the pale, enormous hand that had dragged him into this predicament. Who could that be? Surely it cannot be an ordinary entity from this river. The oppressive aura that hand exuded far surpassed that of the ghostly soldiers on the battlefield. That hand, you ask? Meng Zhong's voice seemed to take on a hint of amusement. Speaking of which, she is quite the long-time resident of the river of forgetfulness. Oh, you know her, esteemed elder? Li Qi's eyes brightened, sensing a glimmer of hope. If I can deal with that hand, this journey will not have been in vain. Meng Zhong chuckled lightly. Perhaps, if you wish for me to assist you in resolving matters with her, it is certainly not impossible. However, Meng Zhong hesitated, a hint of uncertainty lacing his voice. Given the passage of time, I am unsure if he still remembers an old acquaintance. Li Qi's heart sank suddenly. Damn it, he's starting to speak in riddles again. Just as he was about to press for more answers, a thunderous roar echoed abruptly in the stillness of the space. The entire Wangchuan River seemed to tremble. For the first time, a trace of astonishment crept into Meng Zhong's voice. Young friend, it appears there is trouble in the outside world. Trouble? What trouble? Li Qi's heart tightened. If Meng Zhong was speaking of trouble, it must be significant. A group referring to themselves as the Reversal Assault Team. Meng Zhong's voice faltered, as if he were sensing something. They seem to have awakened a forgotten army that slumbers at the bottom of the Wangchuan River. The leader is a bald man, covered in tattoos, and he does not appear to be a benevolent figure. The Reversal Assault Team. Li Qi's pupils constricted sharply. This despicable gang again. From the Yunzhou Rift to this cursed place, how is it that they are everywhere? These scoundrels must be up to no good. Take me to see. Are you certain, young friend? Absolutely. Li Qi retorted angrily. This group is causing chaos everywhere as the calamity approaches. I want to see what these rascals are scheming. Meng Zhong did not say more. A faint, ethereal blue light emerged from the gray mist, wavering as it guided the way. Li Qi followed closely behind. The further they traveled downstream, the more eerie and sinister the surroundings became. The muddy ground beneath his feet had transformed into a slick, viscous substance, exuding a putrid stench of decay. The gray mist in the air thickened, almost coalescing into a tangible form. A bone-chilling coldness relentlessly assaulted Li Qi's senses. The surface of the Wangchuan River resembled congealed ink, not a ripple to be seen. The wandering, ethereal blue souls within the river had vanished, as if this expanse of water were a forbidden zone. Soon, a peculiar red glow emerged through the gray mist ahead. Li Qi slowed his pace, his mental energy unfurling like an invisible net. Several hundred meters ahead, upon a relatively open expanse of black muck, a multitude of figures had gathered. These individuals, clad in uniform black attire, were none other than members of the Reversal Assault Team. They formed a massive circle, at the center of which stood a rudimentary altar. Upon the altar, a striking bald man commanded attention. The man was bare-chested, revealing bronze, sinewy muscles covered in strange, blood-colored runes that spread from his neck down to his abdomen. He held aloft a palm-sized, entirely black token. He was chanting incantations, and with each syllable he uttered, the token in his hand glimmered with a dark red light. Bubbling sounds echoed as the previously silent surface of the Huangchuan River now surged violently. The waters churned furiously, and a chilling wind howled. The echoes of warhorses' neighs and the clashing of weapons resonate from the depths of the riverbed. Suddenly, figures clad in armor, riding upon fearsome skeletal steeds, emerge slowly from the boiling waters of the River of Oblivion. The hollow eye sockets of these cavalrymen burn with two flickering orbs of ghostly blue flame. Their bodies draped in battered black iron armor, etched with the scars of blades and axes, exuding an air of forgotten solitude. One squad, another squad. They march forth in an unending stream, forming an orderly phalanx as they silently emerge from the River of Oblivion, gathering beneath the altar of the burly bald man. In a brief moment, thousands of these ghostly blue spectral cavalry have assembled before the altar. Li Qi's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. A system panel appears. Dragon Shiwux. Level 30, level 30. That bald giant possesses a level of 30, and judging by his physique, he seems to be a strength-type fighter. Li Qi's gaze swiftly scans the spectral cavalry. Spectral Cavalry, level 2027. Spectral Cavalry Legion. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, 24. The overall combat power of these cavalrymen stands at an astonishing 2027. How formidable they are. He has personally experienced the terrifying prowess of the Qin army's terracotta warriors, and the sense of despair from that encounter lingers vividly in his memory. He cannot allow these cavalrymen to charge forth. The warriors of Huagua, around level 20, may possess means to annihilate such high-level cavalry, but the expenditure would be significant, and their exact numbers remain unknown. Should they gain momentum for a charge, he must devise a plan. His gaze is fixated on the dark red, malevolent token in the bald man's hand atop the altar. That artifact is undoubtedly the key. The ghostly blue spectral cavalry continues to emerge relentlessly from the River of Oblivion, making it exceedingly difficult to approach. Li Qi inhales deeply. He cannot afford to wait any longer. Chapter 94. The formidable dragon Shiwux, a frenzied thought burgeons in his mind like wild grass. Seize it. Take control of the army. Even if he cannot seize it, he must destroy the token. Li Qi crouches low to the ground, stealthily making his way towards the altar. The mist shrouding his surroundings serves as a natural barrier, providing him with cover. His progress is surprisingly smooth. The members of the opposing faction are wholly focused on the altar and the spectral cavalry emerging from the river. Who would have imagined that this desolate land harbors an unwelcome guest? It is only when he is approximately 50 meters from the altar that Li Qi halts. Advancing further could expose him. He resembles a lurking leopard, intently fixated on the token in Dragon Shiwux's hand atop the altar. The incantations of Dragon Shiwux appear to reach a critical juncture, and the token in his grasp radiates a brilliant red light for an instant. Now is the time. Shadow Assault. He transforms into a fleeting shadow, darting forth from the dense fog. Who goes there? A member of the opposing faction stationed at the outermost perimeter of the altar perceives a blur before a dark figure streaks past. Yet, Dragon Shiwux's reaction is unexpectedly swift. His other robust arm instinctively rises to block. Clang. The plan has failed. Li Qi felt an overwhelming force of recoil surge through the blade, numbing his arm that clutched the weapon. He never anticipated that the Pejuan battle blade, augmented by the momentum of the shadow ambush and his own strength of 9, would strike against Long Shermu's arm without inflicting any damage. Damn it. This bald-headed foe, at level 30, must have specialized in defense. He was practically inhuman, seeking death. Long Shermu's eyes sparkled with ferocity, his voice erupting like thunder. The members of the reverse robbery group, roused from their stupor, shrieked and charged forward, brandishing various weapons like rabid dogs. Cursing inwardly, Li Qi had no time to ponder further. He swung the Pejuan battle blade once more at the glowing red token. He refused to believe that this token was as resilient as that bald man. Clang. Another jarring sound echoed, sending shivers through his teeth. Long Shermu's arm seemed forged from steel, effortlessly deflecting his lethal strike once again. In quick succession, a fist was unleashed. Thud. It struck his chest with the force of a 1,000-pound hammer, sending Li Qi hurtling backward, the agonizing pain of broken ribs radiating throughout his body. And darkness enveloped his vision as consciousness slipped away. The talent toward death, life activated in an instant. Unyielding battle soul triggered, enhancing his overall combat power by 40. Kill him. Chop him to pieces. The attacks from the reverse robbery group members came crashing down like a torrential storm, their blades and swords engulfing him entirely. Damn it. He had underestimated the vast difference between level 20 and level 30. Had he known to activate Unyielding Battle Soul before attempting to seize the token? The disparity in strength would not have been so pronounced. Li Qi disregarded the surrounding cannon fodder of the reverse robbery group. With immovable as a mountain defense enveloping his body, he activated Shadow Ambush. His form transformed into a blur. And this time he aimed not for a fatal blow against Long Shermu, but directly at the glowing red token. However, clang, a piercing metallic clash resounded. A spear, imbued with an eerie, ghostly aura, emerged from the side, deftly blocking his blade. The Soul Cavalry was at level 27. They had joined the fray. The sound of skeletal steeds echoed, their hooves squelching in the mud with a dull thud. More Soul Cavalry, their eye sockets ablaze with ghostly blue flames, surrounded Li Qi completely. Long Shermu seemed disinterested in joining the melee, coldly observing the encircled Li Qi. Damn it, there was not a single opportunity. Li Qi roared, twisting his wrist to unleash Silent Wind Slash. The invisible blade aura shot forth like translucent crescent moons in all directions. Thud, thud, thud. The foremost members of the reverse robbery group barely had time to scream before being shredded by the fierce blade aura, their limbs, and remained scattered across the battlefield. Yet, stronger foes filled the void. Damn it, how was he supposed to fight this? Li Qi lamented internally. One Soul Cavalry had already charged before him, its spear slicing through the air, aimed directly at his throat. Li Qi executed a desperate iron bridge maneuver, narrowly evading this lethal strike. The icy spear tip grazed past his nose. As he was about to launch a counterattack, a diagonal blade swept towards his horse's leg, while from the other side, a glimmering saber was already descending upon him. Li Qi could only hastily change his stance, raising his broken spear to block the impending strike. Clang! A sharp pain pierced through him as a spear penetrated his shoulder blade, causing his body to shudder violently. He turned to face a pair of hollow eye sockets ignited by eerie blue flames. Begone! With a swift motion, Li Qi severed the head of the spectral cavalryman. Yet, an onslaught of attacks surged from all directions, blades glimmering, swords flashing, spear tips lunging. He was utterly overwhelmed. To live amidst death. Li Qi opened his eyes once more amidst the excruciating pain, finding himself encircled by a throng of cavalry. Like a wounded lone wolf, he surged through the enemy ranks. Each forceful swing of his silent wind could disperse several spectral cavalrymen. However, the enemies were far too numerous. From the depths of the River of Oblivion, a relentless tide of spectral cavalry continued to emerge, joining the fray. Again, Li Qi was pierced by multiple long spears. The eerie blue flames danced before his eyes, and the cold, battered iron armor reflected the surrounding eerie red light. To live amidst death, his consciousness blurred, only to awaken again. He had lost count of how many times he had perished. Moreover, he discovered that while his progress in slaying these spectral cavalrymen was increasing, his life count remained unchanged. Recalling the battlefield of Tyne Mountain, those spectral entities had merely augmented his calamity progress. He had previously thought he had reached the limit with his 9,999 revivals. In the cycle of life and death, it seemed that these soulless beings bore no vitality. Hence, they would not contribute to his revival tally. Just then, Meng Zheng's calm and somewhat ethereal voice resonated in his ear. Chapter 95, The Extraordinary Battle God Body. Young friend. This legion of spectral cavalry boasts a staggering number of 200,000. Li Qi's pupils constricted. 200,000. Damn it. That was 100,000 more than his own Qin Terracotta army, and their overall combat strength vastly exceeded that of his own forces. Meng Zheng continued, moreover, while your life and death transformation rule is indeed marvelous, it is ultimately limited. A wave of despair washed over Li Qi. Meng Zheng was right. Slaying these spectral cavalrymen could only enhance his calamity progress, utterly failing to replenish his revival count. If he continued this fruitless struggle, he might very well perish in this place. It was time to retreat. Meng Zheng's voice carried a hint of solace. Damn it! Li Qi unleashed another fierce strike with Silent Wind, scattering the souls of several spectral cavalrymen nearby. Yet, 3 long spears lunged towards him from different angles, sealing off all paths of retreat. Thud, thud, thud. To live amidst death, Li Qi opened his eyes once more. Gazing at the increasingly dense throng of spectral cavalry surrounding him, a potent sense of helplessness and resentment swelling within him. Was he truly to retreat? Would he stand idly by as this wretched calamity group led this terrifying army of souls away? Young friend, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. You cannot afford to expend your current strength. Meng Zheng's voice washed over him like a cold splash of water. dousing the last flicker of hope in his heart. Damn, Li Qi roared, his eyes bloodshot. Since the beginning of his military service, he had never suffered such a significant loss. Yet, he understood that Meng Zhong's words were indeed factual. He could not perish just yet. At the very least, he could not be surrounded and die in vain here. He needed to retreat. Li Qi surveyed his surroundings. Want to escape. In the distance, Long Shermu seemed to sense Li Qi's intentions and let out a sinister laugh. With a grand wave of his hand, he commanded, "Surround him. Do not let him flee." The Soul Cavalry and members of the rebellion group, upon receiving the order, surged towards Li Qi with even greater ferocity. "Get away from me." Li Qi erupted with fury. The breaking army, battle blade danced in a relentless storm, each swing releasing a torrent of ghostly energy. The silent wind slash was unleashed with reckless abandon. No longer desiring to linger in battle, he chose a direction where the Soul Cavalry was relatively sparse and charged forward with all his might. Those blocking his path crumbled like leaves swept away by a tempest. Time and again, Li Qi resurrected, finally carving out an escape route. His figure flickering before vanishing into the mist. Long Shermu stood upon the altar, observing with keen interest the direction in which Li Qi had disappeared. Gesturing to the members of the rebellion group beside him. "No need to pursue. The main affair is of greater importance." He then shifted his gaze back to the Soul Cavalry continuously emerging from the banks of the Wangchuan River, murmuring, "Indeed, the military's Li Qi lives up to his reputation. This resurrected form is truly fascinating." He extended his tongue to lick his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Once I have complete control over this ethereal cavalry, I shall personally crush you, this indestructible cockroach, bit by bit for study." To him, Li Qi's appearance was merely a minor incident. His philosophy was to first possess sufficient absolute power in order to pursue immortality more effectively. This was evident from his unmatched physical strength and defense. He was undoubtedly a person of absolute self-centered personality. Li Qi raced for an indeterminate distance, his mental energy sweeping back like a tide to probe for any pursuing foes. Only after confirming that no enemies lingered behind did he collapse onto the muddy ground. Damn it! Li Qi slammed his fist into the earth. In his mind, the image of Long Shermu unflinchingly withstanding his shadow assault, replayed repeatedly. That bald-headed freak's defensive capabilities must have been honed through some formidable physical defense technique. And that massive legion of Soul Cavalry, a full 200,000 Soul Cavalry. This was merely what that bald man had summoned. Who knows how many countless malevolent spirits were lurking within the Wangchuan River. Not to mention that terrifying giant hand from earlier. Li Qi pondered the calamity that would befall Huagua if all these entities surged forth from the crevice of Tian Mountain. Those flesh and blood warriors, those citizens of Huagua who had just begun to ignite a flicker of hope. His own strength was still insufficient. Li Qi thought bitterly, also chastising himself for his carelessness. He could have activated Indomitable Battle Soul, temporarily enhancing his combat prowess. Even if he could not overcome Long Shermu, he would at least not have been so utterly humiliated. Yet, he had activated it afterward. Yet, the reality is starkly authentic. Not all events unfold as they do in the scripts, where the villain, devoid of wit, insists on a duel. Enemies who reach the formidable heights of a dragon slayer possess their own strategies. Despite boasting a robust individual strength at level 30, they do not engage in a brute confrontation. In the face of equal power, tactical acumen prevails, along with disparities in power systems and other factors. The bald man's utilization of strength and defense has evidently formed a system far beyond the capabilities of a mere rogue. Ultimately, it circles back to the same sentiment. Oneself is not strong enough. This sense of powerlessness is more agonizing than death itself. Taking a deep breath, Li Qi compelled himself to regain his composure. With a thought, he accessed the system panel. Progress of Cataclysmic Legacy, 6216. Life Anchor Point Count, 9213. The progress of the Cataclysmic Legacy surged dramatically from an initial 1173. Owing to the battles fought on the battlefield of Tian Mountain and the recent skirmish, soaring to 6,216. Such gains cannot be deemed insignificant. Yet, the cost is equally staggering. The life anchor point count plummeted from a starting point of 9,999 to the current 9,213, all within less than a day. Over 700 revivals. This rate of consumption is alarmingly swift. Activating legacy capture. Beep. A chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Detected intense fluctuations of discontent from the host. Initiating intermediate legacy capture. Intermediate capture requires a consumption of cataclysmic legacy progress, 300. Capturing detected host body attributes, Strength 9, Agility 9, Constitution 9, Spirit 9. All have reached the current stage of Zenith. Meets directed capture conditions. Directed capture of the Transcendent War God Body successful. Transcendent War God Body 1. Merges all 9 fundamental attributes, forging an extraordinarily formidable battle body. From now on, each elevation of battle body level enhances overall comprehensive strength by 1. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from Li Qi's body, as if a volcano had burst forth. Ag! Li Qi let out an uncontrollable, anguished roar. He felt every bone in his body shattering, only to be reconstituted in a more resilient and denser manner. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of bone splintering resonated continuously from within him. Muscle fibers tore apart, subsequently filled and forged by a searing, ferocious energy. An excruciating agony engulfed his entire being, and Li Qi's vision faded to darkness as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In the air, a leisurely female voice drifted. How intriguing. This method of power enhancement is truly unprecedented. Chapter 96, Tian Mountain, Peril. July 15th, Night, High Hour. Battlefield of the Rift at Tian Mountain. The atmosphere remained as tense as it had been the previous night. Everyone stood in their designated positions around the rift, their gazes fixed upon the swirling entrance of the rift. Yet today, the imposing figure that should have stood tall like a steadfast pillar at the forefront was conspicuously absent. Little Zhao could not help but tug at the sleeve of the burly man beside him. Great Master, do you think the esteemed Li Qi will return today? The burly man's fingers deftly manipulated the Buddhist beads, and upon hearing the words, his eyelids flickered. With a swift motion, his large hand struck the back of Xiao Zhao's head. Smack! Pa pa pa! What nonsense are you thinking? That kid is tough. He will definitely return. The burly man cursed, yet his gaze occasionally darted toward the rift. In the logistics and medical department, Feng Shi stood silently in a flowing green dress. She gazed into the direction of the rift, her cold eyes briefly reflecting the image of the man who had once ventured alone into the Mist Valley. She recalled that night when he clumsily described the splendor and novelty of the outside world to her. She remembered his parting words. When the matters of the Mist Valley are resolved, I will take you out to sea. Mr. Li Qi, I have come. Feng Shi slightly lowered her eyelids, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. You must return safely. The live broadcast from the logistics department occasionally captured Feng Shi's figure. In the live stream room, comments flooded in. What a stunning fairy-like lady is that? I'm at a loss for words. Is that the saintess of the White Goo? She single-handedly saved tens of thousands of wounded yesterday. Woo-woo-woo, Mom. I think I'm in love. This is the true goddess. I heard General Li Qi was grabbed into the rift by a giant hand yesterday. And there's been no news. Could it be true? Shut up. Don't jinx it. General Li Qi is blessed and will surely be fine. At the temporary command center on Tian Mountain, smoke wafted through the air. The ashtray before General Long Xiang overflowed with cigarette butts. The door to the command center swung open, and Qi Lian, clad in combat gear, strode in. General, Qi Lian stood at attention, saluting. Speak. General Long Xiang extinguished his cigarette butt. Qi Lian reported at a rapid pace. Report, General. At the Great Wall Highlands, we have left only 20,000 soldiers to guard as per your instructions. The remaining soldiers have all been mobilized to the Tian Mountain Rift defense line. Excluding the 7,000 lost in yesterday's battle and the 3,000 guarding the Yunzhou Rift, we currently have 70,000 soldiers assembled at the Tian Mountain defense line. All in position. The blood of the summoned youths from across the nation has also been applied. Additionally, soldiers from the logistics and medical department, after being treated by the Saintess Feng Shi and resting for a day, have recovered and re-entered the fight. Moreover, several exceptional individuals have arrived today. However, there is still no news of Li Qi. General Long Xiang rubbed his temples, fatigued, and waved his hand, indicating he understood. With Li Qi's fate uncertain and 7,000 Qin soldiers lost, there was no one left to resurrect the remaining 70,000 without him. Each day, various sects employed every secret method to try to contact the Guardians, yet no news returned. Today promised to be another grueling battle. But when would it come to an end? On a desolate hill in the Tian Mountain range, hundreds of dark figures lurked like phantoms in the night. Their gazes fixed far toward the battlefield of the rift. At the forefront stood a towering figure, Long Shiwu. A shaved-headed, sinister-eyed leader of the reverse robbery group leaned closer to Long Shiwu and whispered in a hushed tone. The leader observed with a hint of schadenfreude that the one surnamed Li would not be returning. Long Shiwas emitted a disdainful cold snort. Huh. Let him languish in the depths of the river of oblivion. Once I seize control of Dongshan province, I shall craft my revenge upon him. He paused, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Alas, the numbers of the vengeful spirit cavalry are overwhelming. Relocation is impractical. However, I have already issued my commands. Tonight, let the spirits of the river of oblivion surge through the rift for 2 hours. Once those so-called Jianghu sorcerers have exhausted themselves, Long Shiwas clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking audibly. At that moment, 200,000 vengeful spirits shall burst forth. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire darkened night sky, his voice brimming with exhilaration. While those wretched guardians are absent, today I shall utterly dismantle the military influence of the Huagua government and seize the entirety of Dongshan province. By then, the vengeful spirit cavalry will scatter and conceal themselves. Even if the guardians return, I will possess the safety of the entire Dongshan province to negotiate with them. Long Shiwas lowered his gaze upon the distant battlefield, his eyes reminiscent of a predator surveying a flock of lambs destined for slaughter. Dongshan province, I shall claim you without fail. As the hour approached, the battlefield at the Tian Mountain Rift howled with ominous winds. The pitch-black abyss at the rift's entrance began to churn violently, just as it had the previous day. The time had come. The gates of the underworld were opening to feast upon the blood and flesh of the living. The sound resonated as if emanating from the depths of the 9 hells, piercing through every ear and drilling into the very core of one's being. They have arrived. In an instant, countless runic formations that had long been on high alert surged into the sky. Golden Buddhist light and the ethereal glow of Taoism intertwined to form a colossal curtain of light, enveloping the entire Tian Mountain battlefield. The brilliance of various spells erupted across the night sky. The sounds of battle cries, ghostly wails, and the thunderous explosions of magic once again echoed through the heavens. The combat proceeded methodically for 2 hours. Change of guard. The first batch of pale-faced, unsteady masters of the otherworld had just retreated from the front lines. In the midst of this rotation, a chilling wind that had previously been merely cold and biting suddenly transformed. An indescribable aura of violent bloodlust surged forth from the depths of the rift. Something was amiss. Experienced practitioners changed their expressions drastically. Then came the sound of heavy and synchronized hoofbeats, thundering like drums from deep within the rift. Closer and clearer it became. In the next moment, a shadow leapt from the roiling rift, starkly visible amidst the tumultuous tide of spirits. It was a helmeted and armored vengeful knight, astride a skeletal warhorse engulfed in ghostly blue flames. Initially, the vengeful riders appeared sporadically within the surging tide of spirits, but soon the specters began to vanish. In their stead emerged one squadron after another. A steady stream of organized vengeful cavalry surged forth from the rift. In just about a minute, nearly 500 vengeful riders had poured out. The ethereal blue flames merged into an unstoppable torrent. What in the world is that? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. No one answered, yet the spectral cavalry had already commenced their charge. Chapter 97. The Defense on the Brink of Collapse. At the forefront of the battlefield stood the formidable Qin Terracotta Cavalry, alongside the recently engaged spiritual beasts of the 5 Immortals. A resplendent giant fox, its lithe form agile, unleashed its 3 tails like steel whips, creating a cacophony of slicing air as it sent several spectral cavalrymen tumbling. In an instant, it blurred, leaving behind a series of afterimages that rendered the attacks of numerous spectral riders futile. Yet, more lance strikes, imbued with ghostly blue flames, surged forth from all directions. With one piercing its foreleg, the giant fox emitted a piercing howl as its massive body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. But its 3 tails still managed to lash out, striking several skeletal steeds and causing their spectral riders to dissipate into nothingness. The sleek and shiny yellow weasel spirit emitted a sharp, jarring cry, causing a flicker of disarray in the ghostly eyes of several spectral riders, skewing their charge. Crack! As the skeletal hooves thundered past, the agile yellow weasel was ultimately grazed by a hoof, letting out a pained shriek as it shrank in size, retreating underground. Temporarily escaping the fray, a colossal hedgehog spirit, its spines bristling like a mobile fortress of steel, stood its ground. Clang! Clang! The spectral cavalry's lances and sabers clashed against the spines, creating a symphony of metallic sounds and sparking fire. Some were ensnared, while others shattered against the relentless spines. Roar! The hedgehog spirit, pained, shrieked in fury, its body contracting before it launched itself, sending several of the approaching cavalry flying. Yet, An onslaught of lances pierced its vulnerable abdomen from all sides. Splurt, splurt. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The hedgehog spirit wailed, and its spine suddenly glowed with a radiant white light. With a tremor, the massive creature released its spines like arrows loosed from a bow, each accompanied by a piercing sound, raining down upon the surrounding spectral riders. The nearby spectral knights were pierced and instantly dissipated into azure smoke, clearing a significant portion of their once-dense formation. However, as the last of its spines departed its body, the hedgehog spirit, having expended its life force, collapsed to the ground. Silent. That was its final, glorious act of defiance. The newly rotated Qin terracotta cavalry, poised with their bronze polearms, thrust forward, only to have their weapons effortlessly deflected by the spectral cavalry's lances. Clang! In that fleeting moment of collision, their polearms shattered inch by inch. Following this, the ghostly blue flames of the lances mercilessly pierced their forms. Crack! Crack! One by one, the Qin terracotta cavalry shattered, scattering across the ground. On the battlefield, fragments of terracotta and remnants of spiritual beasts mingled with pools of crimson blood, a sight both harrowing and vivid. Though the spiritual beasts of the five immortals and the Qin terracotta cavalry fought valiantly, the charge of the spectral cavalry displayed an overwhelming force. This was not a fair contest of strength. Hold your ground. Stand firm. Hu Yulian's eyes widened in desperation, her fingers turning white as she clutched her incantation. The vibrant mists of the five immortals' illusionary formation surged wildly, attempting to ensnare the incoming spectral cavalry. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed through the fog, revealing that the formation had, to some extent, impeded their aggressive advance. Nevertheless, the spectral cavalry, relying on their overwhelming force, forged a bloody path through the mist. Though their speed had diminished, they remained an unstoppable force. Suddenly, a disciple of the five immortals responsible for maintaining the formation spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. The resplendent hues before him dimmed abruptly. Grandfather, these wretched spirits are not to be trifled with. The disparity in strength is too great. The disciple's voice trembled with a sob as he beheld his revered master fall after a desperate counterattack. His heart filled with dread and resentment upon witnessing the monstrous spectral cavalry. Quick! We cannot hold them back. Reinforcements are needed. Deploy all the Qin army figurines to the battlefield. Hoarse cries erupted from various corners of the battlefield, plunging the scene into chaos. Thunderous roars resounded as another wave of spectral cavalry surged forth like a black tide from the rift. The recently fortified line of Qin figurines was instantly torn asunder. The disheveled old Taoist, who had barely settled at the heart of the Shurjin formation, observed that its suppressive effect on the spectral cavalry seemed limited, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. By the heavens, are they toying with me? He cursed vehemently, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He bit down hard on his tongue, crimson blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Unperturbed, he extended two bony fingers and swiftly dipped them in his own blood. With a flick of his fingers, he began to inscribe intricate blood-red runes in the air before him. The twisted symbols formed rapidly at his fingertips, scattering into the Shurjin formation. Awaken, O Taoist! He bellowed. Suddenly, the Shurjin formation erupted with blinding golden light. The spectral cavalry within its confines found their movements abruptly halted, dark smoke billowing from their forms. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. On the formation's focal point, 36,000 soldiers simultaneously shrieked in agony as their bodies convulsed violently, beads of blood seeping from their skin, many even bleeding from their orifices. The formation's eruption led to a severe backlash of Yin energy, as if countless blades were stirring within them. In the command center, General Long Xiang and his comrades watched this horrifying spectacle unfold on their screens, their hearts tightening in dread. That old Taoist is burning the lives of those soldiers. This is murder, a trembling officer shouted. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the elderly monk from Jinshan Temple, having just caught his breath, witnessed this scene with a pained expression. He clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist mantra. Amipa, fellow disciples, lend me your strength once more. The old monk settled into a meditative posture, rapidly reciting an esoteric scripture. The weary monks who had just stepped back, upon seeing this, mustered their strength to sit down once again in meditation. The golden Sanskrit, akin to a living entity, once again emerged from their beings. Although it appeared significantly more ethereal than before, it still coalesced into a new golden barrier. The remaining extraordinary individuals, who had retreated to recuperate after the fierce initial battle, could no longer remain idle. The burly man adorned with prayer beads suddenly rose from the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! I shall confront these beasts." He forcefully removed the prayer beads from around his neck, which, steeped in Buddhist power for years, emanated a gentle golden glow in his rugged hands. With a fierce glare, he summoned the might of the Vajra. "Subdue the demons," he roared, his arm muscles swelling as he hurled the prayer beads towards a troop of spectral cavalry. The string of beads exploded, each bead resembling a fired bullet, dispersing the group of ghostly horsemen. Seeing this, young Zhao felt a surge of fervor as he witnessed both familiar and unfamiliar faces around him fighting valiantly, his fears dissipating in a tide of bloodlust. He retrieved a neatly folded paper figure from his pocket, a treasured artifact of his lineage as a paper craftsman. "Li Qi, look, I too can hold my ground," he shouted, his voice tinged with desperation, as he touched his fingertip to his lips, allowing a drop of his blood to fall precisely upon the forehead of the paper figure. Steeling his trembling hands, he chanted incantations. "With blood sacrifice, commune with the realm of the dead. The paper figure shall heed the call." The paper figure, as if infused with a soul, transformed in midair, morphing into robust warriors wielding paper swords. "Go," Zhao commanded, launching the paper warriors silently towards the spectral cavalry, who fought fiercely, managing to cut through the ranks of the ghostly riders. However, it wasn't long before Zhao's complexion paled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet he paid no heed, continuously pouring his blood and conviction into the paper figures on the battlefield. A Taoist, brandishing a talisman, produced a jade vial and swiftly consumed a blood-red elixir. As the potion entered his stomach, his previously languid energy surged explosively. "Rising Sun Pill, brother, are you risking your life?" someone nearby exclaimed. "Life? I am ready to battle these wretched fiends." The Taoist bellowed, his hands forming seals as powerful talismanic flames rained down upon the spectral cavalry. Moreover, some resorted to the ultimate forbidden techniques, drawing upon their own life force. Everyone fought with reckless abandon. This group of extraordinary beings, none exceeding level 22, utilized their lives, their cultivation, and everything combustible to repel the average level 24 spectral knights. Under the relentless suppression of their desperate efforts, the overwhelming charge of the spectral cavalry was finally brought to a halt. Yet, from the breach, an unceasing tide of spectral horsemen continued to emerge. Everyone understood that this was merely a temporary respite. Once the explosive phase subsided, the defense could collapse at any moment. Chapter 98. Fengxi's divine skill in the logistics and medical department. The live stream periodically panned over to Fengxi, clad in a flowing azure dress. She swiftly appeared at the edge of the main battlefield. The camera captured her from a distance, revealing only a blurred azure silhouette. In the live chat, the comments erupted in a frenzy. "No way. Am I seeing this correctly? Is that Saintess Fengxi? Why has she come to the battlefield? Come back. Saintess, it's filled with ghosts over there. It's too terrifying. Could it be that she will personally join the fray? Isn't the Saintess meant to be a support? Stop speculating mindlessly. But it truly is worrisome. Just looking at it makes my palms sweat. Holy lady, please, do not come to any harm." The barrage of comments was invisible to Fengxi. At the edge of the battlefield, she resembled an extraordinary blue lotus, quietly blooming amidst the deadly chaos of war. Her gaze swept across soldiers, some lying motionless, others barely holding on, along with the bloodied and gasping spirit beasts of the five immortals. Her cold eyes revealed compassion. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, a tremendous and pure green life force began to brew and gather around her. This time, it was no gentle spirit butterfly, but a vast green pillar of light that enveloped her entirely, soaring skyward. The column shot up into the clouds, and upon reaching a certain height, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. In the next moment, the sky was illuminated with a multitude of green star-like points. These points trailed soft, flowing shadows, dotting the pitch-black night sky like a meteor shower, cascading down at incredible speed. Fengxi was entirely enveloped within that towering green pillar, her garments and hair dancing as if caught in an unseen wind. From a distance, she appeared as a celestial goddess descending upon the mortal realm, bathed in endless green light. The audience in the live stream went wild. What the hell? What kind of divine effect is this? Forget the effects. This is real. I'm bowing down. I've never witnessed such a breathtaking scene in my life. Oh my god, I must believe in the Saintess. I'm going to get a tattoo right now. If General Li Qi's blood and flesh can combine with the Saintess's divine skill, what will that lead to? Stop talking. I'm tearing up. If General Li Qi were here. No. General Li Qi is definitely here. He just off on a little vacation in the void and will return soon. The barrage flooded the screen, nearly causing the live stream to lag. As the light rain fell, miracles occurred. Those soldiers who had been writhing on the ground, tormented by the backlash of dark energy, felt their excruciating pain rapidly dissipate. Their contorted faces gradually relaxed, and their tense bodies slowly eased. The once struggling masters, with ghastly wounds, found their injuries mending swiftly under the nourishing green rain. The heaviness in their heads, caused by mental exhaustion, was replaced with a refreshing comfort, like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Although Fengshi's life energy could not replenish their expended mana, blood, or the fundamental costs of casting forbidden arts, this divine skill that nourished all had already turned the tide. Fengshi's healing stabilized the battlefield. The defense line, once on the brink of collapse due to the terrifying charge of the ghostly cavalry, miraculously regained its strength. In that moment, the battlefield subtly resembled a balanced confrontation once more. On a desolate hill in the Tine Mountains, Long Shermu's eyes were fixated on the green pillar of light, within which stood the blue-clad woman. Such potent life energy. I must capture that woman. Alive, Long Shermu issued a command, and his consciousness was distinctly conveyed through the obsidian token to the minds of every spectral cavalryman. On the battlefield, the spectral cavalrymen, who had been fiercely battling against the Qin terracotta warriors and various extraordinary beings, abruptly altered their offensive strategy, turning their steeds towards the direction of Saintess Fengshi. This is dire. They intend to attack Saintess Fengshi. Daoist Chuanzi was the first to sense the impending danger, shouting hoarsely, "Protect the Saintess." A brawny man wielding a formidable ghostly blade, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death by Fengshi's life energy, was now enraged, his eyes ablaze. "How dare you lay a hand on my savior?" he roared, charging recklessly into the tide of spectral cavalry. Roar. Several recently healed spirit beasts of the five immortals let out furious growls. A three-tailed giant fox, having lost a leg, now with its wound staunched, lunged fiercely at a skeletal steed, its sharp fangs sinking into the neck of the bone horse, refusing to relent despite the spectral knight's relentless assaults. Its three massive tails thrashed wildly. More powerful melee warriors, having recovered from their injuries, fearlessly surged forward to confront the advancing spectral cavalry. Clang, clang, clang. The brawny man's ghostly blade sent tremors through the spectral bodies with each swing. He sustained numerous grievous wounds, yet, like a madman and impervious to pain, he savagely tore into the enemy before him. The verdant light continued to cascade down. As soon as the wounds appeared, they were enveloped in gentle life energy, swiftly mending. Aha. Come on. You can't kill me. The brawny man laughed maniacally, his fighting spirit soaring, thanks to Fengshi's almost miraculous group healing. These physically formidable warriors and spirit beasts truly formed a flesh and blood bulwark. Countless spectral cavalry dissipated into smoke before them. The battle, under Fengshi's blessing, raged on until the early hours of the morning. Only an hour remained until dawn. From the pitch-black maw of the rift, spectral cavalry seemed to emerge in an unending tide, wave after wave. Yet, humans are ultimately flesh and blood. The relentless intensity of battle began to wear down the forces of Huagua. Hold the line. We must persevere, one warrior urged. Suddenly, a spectral knight's lance pierced an extraordinary warrior's arm, causing him to grunt in agony. But in the next moment, a green light enveloped the wound, initiating its healing. However, even so, the front lines continued to inch slowly toward Fengshi. The sheer number of spectral cavalry was overwhelming. They feared not death. With a singular focus on the green-clad woman radiating life energy at the edge of the battlefield, the leader of Maoshan observed the advancing spectral cavalry with a grave expression. His face drawn tight, he retrieved an ancient, unadorned Bagua mirror from his robes. The disheveled elder at the formation's eye, upon seeing the Bagua mirror produced by the Maoshan leader, burst with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Oh, brother, you've brought out the gathering sun mirror." The disheveled elder chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of envious banter. "This thing has been nurtured by sunlight every day. Surely it has been maintained for many years? Will it last 5 minutes?" Clearing the battlefield offers a moment to catch one's breath. The head of the Maoshan sect, upon hearing this, displayed a flash of pained expression in his eyes and let out a cold snort. 11 years. A mere 10 minutes. As his words fell, he abruptly hurled the gathering sun mirror into the air. The ancient Bagua mirror expanded in the wind, suspending itself aloft, and its surface erupted with myriad golden rays. It was as if a resplendent sun had suddenly materialized in the pitch-black night sky. The The blinding white light instantaneously banished the darkness within a radius of several miles, illuminating the entire battlefield of Mount Tai as if it were day. The fierce and formidable ghostly cavalry let out piercing wails, shrieking in agony beneath the searing sunlight brilliance of the gathering sun mirror. The ghostly blue flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets danced violently, as if they were about to be ignited by this pure yang energy. Their previously unstoppable charge suddenly faltered. The extraordinary individuals present on the battlefield could not help but feel invigorated upon witnessing this spectacle. The head of the sect is magnificent. Someone could not restrain themselves from exclaiming, "Master, with such a treasure at your disposal, why did you not reveal it sooner?" However, in stark contrast to the excitement of the majority present, the expressions of the two brothers of the Maoshan sect darkened as the brilliance of the gathering sun mirror shone forth. Chapter 99, Stepping into the Void Eye. Li have grown stronger. The two exchanged glances, each reading astonishment in the other's eyes. The light emitted by the gathering sun mirror was merely a reflection of collected sunlight. Even enhanced by the mirror's power to suppress spectral entities, it was, in fact, more potent than sunlight itself. They had anticipated using the gathering sun mirror to clear the battlefield and catch their breath. Yet, these ghostly cavalry were merely in torment, restrained but not dissipated. Moreover, they could still engage in combat under such overwhelming sunlight. What does this imply? It suggests that when dawn arrives at the end of the hour of Chun, these ghostly cavalry may not retreat. At present, everyone was holding their breath in anticipation. Should the hour of Chun pass and the ghostly cavalry remain, the consequences would be dire. The scruffy old Taoist suddenly let out a dry laugh. "Brother, cough. There are rules in the underworld, after all." He rolled his eyes, forcing a smile. "Perhaps we are overthinking this. Look, when the hour arrived yesterday, that formidable giant hand also retreated obediently, did it not?" The head of Maoshan moved his lips, intending to speak, but ultimately exhaled a heavy breath instead. They could only hope for such an outcome. As the scruffy old Taoist continued, his expression abruptly shifted. He groaned, clutching his stomach, his brow furrowing tightly. No, brother, it seems I've overindulged this evening. My stomach hurts terribly." He bent over, appearing to be in considerable pain. "You take the lead in the main formation for a moment. I'll be right back." Before he could finish, the old fellow lifted his foot, seemingly eager to flee. The head of Maoshan's eye twitched violently. Seeing the scruffy old Taoist about to exit the main formation, he stepped forward and firmly planted himself at the heart of the Shurjin formation, swiftly forming seals to activate the array. Beside him, a disciple of the Maoshan sect, tasked with assisting the operation of the formation, couldn't he help but lower his voice, whispering to a fellow apprentice as he observed his master hastily retreating. "It appears our master has fled once again, by the banks of the forgotten river." Li Qi awoke once more, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through every inch of his being. His senses had sharpened significantly. The surrounding mist appeared clearer to his eyes. His body felt light, his muscles more streamlined and robust, and his mental fortitude had become even more refined and formidable. What a sensation! Li Qi clenched his fists tightly, the feeling of strength almost overflowing from his grasp. This was not merely an enhancement of power. It represented a profound leap in the essence of life itself. The extraordinary war god body, Li Qi murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with insight. This must be the true systematic power structure. With each elevation of the war god body, his overall prowess would increase, signifying a terrifying acceleration in his potential growth. The expenditure of 300 in the essence of the past was well worth it. Indeed, it was worth every bit. System. Continue the capture. Ding. This intermediate capture consumes the essence of the past. 300. Capture in progress success. Acquired active skill, Void Step 1. Void Step allows brief levitation for 10 seconds with minimal consumption and a cooldown of 60 seconds. Though 10 seconds may seem short, in the rapidly shifting chaos of battle, it could alter the course of many events. Combined with the ranged eruption of Silent Wind Slash and the charge of Shadow Assault, it was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Damn it. I, Li Qi, have become powerful. With a thought, Li Qi summoned the system panel. Host, Li Qi. Current, essence of the past. Progress, 216. Talent, living through death. Rule level talent. Extraordinary war, God body 1. Special status. Life anchor point count, 9213. Active skills, Silent Wind Slash. Shadow Assault. Void Step. Passive skill, Indomitable Battle Spirit. Comprehensive combat power level, 10 body level, 28. The panel had been simplified yet exhibited tremendous growth, with the comprehensive level leaping to 28. The enhancement from the indomitable battle spirit was undeniably formidable. Several skills had seemingly vanished, likely absorbed and integrated by the extraordinary war god body. Ah, my young friend, you have indeed acquired a formidable physique, Meng Zhong's unhurried voice resonated. You resemble those shamans from the underworld, quite intriguing, truly captivating. Li Qi flexed his muscles, reveling in the torrent of power within him, a broad smile lighting up his face. Exhilarating. However, Meng Zhong shifted his tone. Now that your strength has ascended, the threshold for life and death transformation will inevitably rise as well. Each opportunity for life is exceedingly precious. Do not squander it as you did before. Li Qi's smile dimmed slightly at these words, and he nodded solemnly. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed senior. I shall take heed. He had now comprehended the rules of life and death transformation and understood that as his strength increased, so too would the life level required for transformation. The lowly aberrations in the heights of the Great Wall now likely require thousands to revive even once. By the way, senior, the enormous hand that dragged me in. Li Qi recalled that terrifying entity. Sighing softly, Meng Zhong lamented. Ah, it has been slumbering for too long. It seems to have undergone some peculiar transformation. I attempted to communicate with it, but to no avail. Moreover, during your unconsciousness, it seems that the bald man managed to subdue it through some means. What? Li Qi exclaimed in disbelief, his voice wavering. That massive hand was subdued by Long Shiwu? This revelation is more shocking than the surge in my own strength. Senior, what is the origin of that hand? Why does it possess such terrifying power? Why were you unable to prevent it from falling into Long Shiwu's grasp? Meng Zhong's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Alas, a child without a mother. The tale is long. In the past, when the Yama lords hastily severed this fragment of the river of forgetfulness from the underworld to secure a retreat, one of the ghostly deities lost an arm, which was inadvertently drawn in as well. Countless years have passed, although the divine power of that arm has dissipated. Under the nourishing, deathly aura of the river of forgetfulness, it slowly developed a semblance of consciousness. Before my slumber, I could still engage in simple exchanges with it. However, I did not anticipate that upon awakening, it would have been corrupted by the boundless malevolence accumulating in the river of forgetfulness, completely losing its original intellect and becoming a mindless beast of slaughter. A profound bitterness seeped into Meng Zhong's voice. As for prevention, long ago, during that calamity in the underworld, my ghostly form was shattered. Now, I possess but a sliver of consciousness. There is little I can do. Hearing this, Li Qi felt a heavy weight in his heart. This esteemed Meng Pu was indeed in a woeful state, devoid of a body and reduced to mere awareness. Chapter 100. Li Qi returns. However, this is not the time for lamentation. The counteracting calamity group, Long Shiwu. Li Qi's gaze sharpened, the newfound power coursing through his limbs instilling an unprecedented confidence. Senior, where are those miscreants from the counteracting calamity group now? I shall tear them apart. Meng Zhong chuckled softly. My young friend, you may be a step too late. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding surged within Li Qi. Meng Zhong's voice remained calm and unhurried. While you were unconscious and remaking your body, the bald man and his companions departed this place through a rather peculiar spatial artifact. Li Qi's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. They left. When did they leave? He pressed urgently. How long was I unconscious? Not long. Merely a day and a night. Meng Zhong replied matter-of-factly. A day and a night. Li Qi's mind reeled. Damn it. The outside world must be in utter chaos by now. The vengeful cavalry had already begun pouring forth from that rift before your awakening. Meng Zhong stated with a calmness that belied the gravity of the situation. Damn it. Li Qi's eyes were crimson, his entire being resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. He was in a state of acute anxiety. How could he defend against the 24th level soul knights when the average prowess of the formidable masters around him barely exceeded 10 levels? Or perhaps there was a way to escape, senior. I must return. Ah, how amusing. Meng Zhong's voice carried a hint of playful intrigue. This place, the Bridge of Helplessness, had never before seen a soul tread upon it since the inception of this realm. Today, it was indeed a rarity that the first to be sent away was a living person. Amidst the hazy mist, a ghostly blue light flickered into existence, drifting towards a particular direction. Follow closely, my young friend. Without hesitation, Li Qi quickened his pace, closely trailing the luminous point. After a brief interval of hurried strides, A suspension bridge shrouded in gray fog emerged, spanning across the river of oblivion, stretching endlessly into the distance. One end was anchored to a tower constructed of unknown dark blue stones, while the bridge's surface was composed of thick iron chains and heavy wooden planks. The bridge was narrow, accommodating only 3 or 5 individuals walking side by side. Li Qi stood at the bridgehead, gazing at the rudimentary suspension bridge before him, which starkly contrasted with the grandiose and imposing scene he had envisioned, teeming with ghostly figures. Meng Zhong's voice resounded, urging, "Young friend, close your eyes and step forward without hesitation." Is it really that simple? Li Qi couldn't help but confirm, feeling an unsettling simplicity in the task. Oh. Meng Zhong's light laughter echoed through the mist. Remember, regardless of what you hear or feel along the way, do not look back. Above all, do not open your eyes. Once you do, you may become ensnared in the illusion of the homeward stone, remaining here to keep me company. A chill inexplicably crept up Li Qi's neck at the mention of the homeward stone's illusion. Keep her company? He had no time for that. His only desire was to return swiftly to the battlefield at Tian Mountain. Senior, where will this lead me? Li Qi finally voiced his most pressing concern. I cannot say for certain, Meng Zhong replied casually. The connection point between this realm and the outside world is erratic. However, it should still be within the boundaries of the Tian Mountain range. As long as it is still in Tian Mountain, Li Qi no longer hesitated and stepped onto the bridge. The suspension bridge swayed slightly, and he grasped the railing for support. Closing his eyes, he focused his mental energy. Meng Zhong's voice resonated once more. Li Qi complied, slowly shutting his eyes. Instantly, darkness enveloped him. Proceed, Meng Zhong urged. Do not stop. Do not extend your mental energy. Just keep moving forward. Li Qi advanced, one step, then another. He walked briskly and steadily. The surrounding silence was unnerving, with only the sound of his own footsteps echoing on the bridge. Tap, tap, tap. He had no notion of the bridge's length. Gradually, strange sounds began to emerge near his ears, resembling hushed sobs and anguished wails of regret. A cacophony of disordered voices whispered around him, disturbing his concentration. Li Qi forced himself to disregard the unsettling sounds. As the clamor gradually faded away, the surroundings returned to an unsettling stillness. Young friend. The voice of Meng Zhong suddenly echoed in his ears, close yet distant. Next, I shall escort you. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Qi felt a gentle force push him from behind. His body abruptly lost its balance, his feet fell away, and he plunged rapidly into the endless darkness. On the battlefield of Mount Tai, the light of the gathering sun mirror, suspended in midair, dimmed at a visible speed. The face of the Miao Mountain sect leader turned pale as paper, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Without the suppression of the gathering sun mirror, the ghostly blue flames in the eye sockets of the undead cavalry surged once more, their assault growing increasingly frenzied. The defense line before Feng Shi was torn apart, with several solidified spectral cavalrymen breaking through the crowd, their long spears aimed directly at her. Protect the Saintess. Amidst the roars, several extraordinary individuals recklessly charged forward, only to be easily flung aside by the cavalrymen's spears. Feng Shi gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her cold cheeks as her spiritual energy, depleted after an hour of exertion, neared exhaustion. As the undead cavalrymen closed in, their fierce skeletal steeds exhaling chilling ghostly air, the situation became critical. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a figure descended with immense force, like a meteor from the heavens, crashing down before Feng Shi. The hard ground erupted into a deep pit, dust swirling and debris scattering. The violent shockwave sent the leading undead cavalrymen and their steeds flying. As the dust settled, a tall figure stood firm. Wielding a blade, it was Li Qi. Though slightly dusted, his gaze was sharp as an eagle. The breaking army, battle knife pointed at the ground. The undead cavalrymen, who had been knocked back, reformed their spectral bodies, their hollow eye sockets fixed intently on this unexpected disruptor. One of the spectral cavalrymen urged his skeletal steed forward, transforming his spear into a streak of blue light aimed straight at Li Qi's face. Li Qi did not even flinch. With a flick of his wrist, the ghostly aura dispersed like mist. Seeing this, the other spectral cavalrymen's ghostly flames flickered violently as they unleashed a shrill scream, surrounding him from different directions. A cold smirk curved Li Qi's lips as he summoned the spiritual energy of his extraordinary war god physique, stepping forward decisively. Silent wind slash. Thud, thud, thud. Several muffled sounds erupted as the once mighty leaders of the spectral cavalry burst like punctured balloons, dissipating into pure ghostly essence, vanishing into the air. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield, the previously thunderous cries of combat fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood dumbstruck, astonished by this sudden turn of events. General Li Qi. It is General Li Qi. He has returned.